Here we are.
I just didn't want to disrupt the conversation.
How dare you not disrupt the conversation?
Yeah, it's good.
Well, I
I was
wasn't-
about to ask too because I just started a new stream. So yes, you guys fucking have it.
All right. Welcome to the third Precious Metal Takeover. I am your host, C. We have our co-host, Redford Bear. And I was also going to make the announcement that we have now decided a co-host, who is Tap. And his role is basically, in the absence of myself, yours truly, Tap will become co-host and Redford will become the host. The host role is basically to come up with the agenda, and basically to like keep things on task, and I guess like keep an eye on chat as well. The co-host makes sure that the Silvers are participating, making sure that everyone gets their fair share on the mic, and basically, yeah. So, welcome everybody. Redford, how's your day been? Honestly, I'm pretty thirsty myself. I may get some apple juice.
No, my day's been good. The sun is shining. It's really warm out today, so I can't complain.
So, like, is it just me, or is, like, the weather, like, really hot?
Oh, it's really hot. It was, like, almost plus 30 Celsius the other day. It's plus 23 right now, and I'm sitting outside in the sun. It's really nice. But, yeah, it's been really, really warm again for mid-May. Last year it was pretty warm, too.
So, today's subject that I wanted to touch on for Precious Metal, and obviously this is a 2-hour block, so we can kind of change things as they go. But honestly, one thing I really think is important is how a lot of people. Sorry, I'm looking at chat. How a lot of people feel about the server. And honestly, I've said this many times, but this server has honestly changed my life personally. I found it in a time that was really, really bad for me. So this server gave me a beacon of hope, gave me new knowledge, made me more confident. And honestly, I owe a lot to this server, which is why I spend a lot of time into it. Because with this server, in my opinion at least, the more you put into the server, the more you get out of it. And I've been doing what I've been doing ever since I got Gold Plus, because I want to give a voice to the voiceless, as I say, as I hog the mic, so I'm going to wrap this up. But I just really love this server, so honestly, like, Redford, if you could continue. I want other people to speak about how much they love this server, because we need positive vibes. Positive vibes are always the best vibes. So anyway, take it away, co-host.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. I think it's important that we hear from you as well in your story. So I think that's okay. If you want to talk a little bit, of course. So basically, the server, how it has changed my life and how it has impacted me, I would say at the time when I found it, one of my close friends, who is like a truther, quote unquote, even though I hate using that term, they had moved away. So I basically lost like my friend to talk to all the time about it. So when I found the server, it was pretty amazing to just come across so many people that have the same thought process, because, you know, we're kind of put into that box, right, in society where nobody thinks like you, you're crazy. So it was just very refreshing, I guess, to come across this. And my favorite thing, I guess, about the server would be talking to people and to have that sense of community. And if I have a thought, you know, this is a good place to come in and bounce ideas off somebody, because everybody has so much different knowledge. I think I've said this before, you know, the whole iron sharpens iron thing. And it's just a really good space, I would say, for that. And it's a good place to sharpen your mind, I would say, and to get, you know, better at debating techniques and just knowledge in general. And oh yeah, the other question that we'll ask is, what was your life like before the server? I think for me, it opened up that, like I kind of said just before, that coming across more like minds where it's very good to have more people that think the same way. So that's nice. Was that all the questions, C?
Pretty much. I think there's a third one.
More if you want, but
Redford, you're turning into a cyborg. You're roboting a bit, unfortunately.
I can
oh, am
I can
I?
answer Steve's question real quick. I wrote Rumpus. Anybody? Hello?
What was that, Dave?
I said I can answer your question, but I Rumpus somebody, so I got to shut up.
You can answer the questions. It's an open mic for silvers and golds. We want to hear from you guys.
Are we doing this in any particular order, C?
Honestly, just talk about why you love the server. Why does this server matter so much to us? Because it's a question that is pretty important.
I'd like to just do a quick thing, like if I could just do mine real quick, because I'm going to run a bath and then listen in while you guys are going, and I'll contribute after I'm done, if need be.
Go ahead.
For me, it's like you said, how it hasn't really changed my life, but maybe in a way it has, because I feel like I found my tribe here. Some people say some things that really resonate with me, even though mainstream society might not agree with what's being said, that isn't FE related. You know what I mean? That's one thing. So I feel like I found my people here. That's one important thing. Another really cool thing is that I love the environment and the people. I don't like when I'm sharing something, and if somebody's not fully sober, they're putting words in my mouth, adding to what I'm saying. If it's not FE, if it's my story, you know what I mean? So when people aren't fully coherent, they're not really understanding what I'm saying. They're adding their own thoughts to it, and then they say things that are inappropriate, in my opinion, when it's about me. I love everything about this server. What I don't like is the trolls, the people that pretend they're interested.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want positive vibes only, please.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I like how earlier I was in a different part of the server. Somebody called me a legend. I love that. Somebody was complaining about me. Somebody else backed me up. Positive stuff. My mom is aware of FE now because of it. She loves listening in and hearing them spiral. I don't know. Sorry. I guess I'll just stop there.
All right. Well, thank you for telling us the importance of the server. I appreciate it.
Mic check.
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
I'm inside. Apparently, I'm too far, I guess, from my router. Anyways, sorry.
You don't have to apologize, Canadian.
I can. It's like it's embedded within the Canadian, right? I have to live up to some of the stereotypes. So, okay. So Flatman can. Okay. So, actually, is Tap still here since he's the co-host? Hey, why don't you tell us how the server has changed your life and all the positive things from it?
Well, overall, I feel like now I'm gonna be a little bit personal with this, but it's like before I entered the server, I wasn't all that confident. Although I was displaying that I was super confident, I was kind of putting on an alter ego, if you may. Like I was acting like I was a lot more confident, and that's what really helped me out. It because I was playing this character that was all this I'm so open and I'm so like expressive with what I say. That wasn't the real me, and I knew it. But I felt like if I just did that, and if I tried to learn a lot more and learn really quickly by, obviously using the resources, talking to the wonderful people in here. I made a lot of great friends. Um, and then they've really helped me come a long way. So, I feel like that, this server, again, overall, it's boosted my confidence, made me more of a, a better, smarter person. So that's what, that's, yeah, I just really like the server for that reason, because it's such an open, such a nice community. That's it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. So, what is your, I guess then just the sense of community and everything is your favorite thing about the server?
Oh yeah, of course. The community, the information it has, because it made me more, confident because of the people I can talk to here, the friends that I've made, but also the information. It's made me a lot smarter because now I really know the truth, and each and every day I'm doing my homework on it. I'm learning a lot more, and I truly appreciate every single one of you guys. Thank you guys for being so accepting, and yeah.
Tap,
What's up, man?
would you like to tell us a little bit about school and how this server helped you become more confident in that regard? Maybe the
Yeah.
merchandise you bought.
So I've purchased a quantum eraser mask, and I've been wearing it around school, and yeah, it was it's pretty funny because a lot of people especially like the science teachers and everything like that, they get really angry when they see me wearing it, for one really good reason. A couple of weeks back, I've emailed a few teachers, physics teachers, that the head of physics himself, and just asking them if we could set up like a little debate, maybe a conversation. Because I don't want to scare him off instantly. I was asking for a little conversation that I could have with a few of the teachers, or a teacher one-on-one, about science, about things we naturally observe, things we can test. And I told him, I made the observation that we have gas pressure on Earth without a container. And I was like, how can that work? And he was struggling to answer me. He was telling me it was all sorts of things. And the first time I actually set up one of these debates, I talked to the teacher for a while, asked her a question, and she ended up leaving the school and quit her job. Now, I'm not saying it was because of me. I'm not saying I made her quit her job, but she. I was expecting a response from her. She told me that she'll email me sources and how this entire thing works. About 3 weeks go by, she stops turning up to the class, and then on the third week, we get an announcement that we need a new physics teacher because she actually left the school. So I'm not like saying I made her leave, but it's just a little bit coincidental if you ask me. But yeah, it's helped me
Nothing,
grow.
it's a coincidence.
It's truly amazing how the servers helped me grow. I've made a lot of really good friends. Again, I can name a few right now. Scarecrow, I see you up there. We got Redford, CI. It's just it's so it's so great. That like we can all sit together in this community, and I've been talking for a while now, but I can't express how much I love you guys so much.
That's really nice. No, that was awesome. That's exactly what we want, right? The positivity and everything. And I think probably a lot of people can relate about how life-changing it has been. So that was really nice. Thank you for sharing that.
No problem.
So, I don't know if anybody's talked to Toby Dog. He is in here and VC verified. He's unmuted. Are you there? Toby Dog?
I remember a super cool thing I really love about the server.
All right, Flatman.
You guys let me plug my t-shirt company in the live stream. I love you so much for that. I don't do it all the time, but sometimes.
Awesome. Okay, so sorry, Chobi Dog, can you speak? Do you have access to a mic, or are you not able to? You can type it in the chat, I guess. Either way, I'm guessing you can.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, welcome to the server. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Pretty good. So, what brings you to the server?
I'm just curious, and I like to hear like-minded people talk. I don't have very many friends in real life that understand what's really going on, and it's just kind of refreshing to hear other like-minded people.
Okay, so do you know that the Earth is flat then?
Yeah, I've known that since late 2019, so just a couple years.
Oh, okay, so how did you come across that realization? You can share your story if you want.
Basically, I've watched somebody that I know start to figure it out slowly, and it got me curious about it. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, "There's no way this is true." So I looked to debunk it, and that was the beginning of where I am now.
Okay, so was there one specific video or anything or one realization that made you come to that?
Yeah, well, it started with being able to see objects farther than the dimensions that they give us for the globe, and so then my cognitive dissonance brain tried to reshape reshape a globe in my mind. I was like, well, maybe it's just bigger or something, and then I just kept looking into it, and then I finally just kind of made the connection of how water works, and it just lays level always, and then realizing how gravity is kind of just a made up gobbledygook, and yeah, it's crazy how simple it is to see it for how it is, but how
Yeah.
difficult it is to see when we're under the spell.
Oh, definitely, right? So that's good. Well, I'm glad that you found the server. And how long have you been in the server? Did you just join recently?
I think a couple weeks or so, not very long. So I just joined not that long ago, but I like it a lot. There's a lot of great information here, and the lobby's a lot of fun sometimes.
Yeah. Well, if you have any questions or, want to talk about anything, then feel free to jump in. But welcome.
Thanks a lot.
Good that you found the server. Okay, I don't think there's anybody else new.
Why have you got stiff upper lip as a role? You're not English.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah, it's just shocking. I'm shocked. Shocked.
Okay, well,
Someone
sorry.
have an English. Can Crypto sort this out? Or somebody with some kind of power, get rid of the stiff upper lip from this non-English person. I'm disgusted.
Wow, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I am not in control of it.
I'm horrified. How dare someone? How dare you? Sorry, anybody, just let her know.
Okay, you are joking. I'm like, oh my gosh, okay. You were being so serious, and I've never spoken to you before, and I'm just like, I don't want to make a big deal of it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that as well.
You asshole, Chad.
Well, anyway, since you piped up, Chad, let's hear about, how the server has changed your life and impacted your life.
Yeah, well, so I think it was over 2 years ago, early 2019, came here, got into some debates, looked into it, and realised that there isn't any evidence of any kind of ball, and Bob's your uncle, and he's your aunt. Say no more. Odds as good as a wink, as they say.
Okay, so just about this server in general, though, how has it, like, about, you can, if you want to share a little bit about
Oh,
how
right,
it's
yeah.
changed your life, and
Well, I come here now and again. They piss me off here sometimes, and I leave and get banned or whatever, and be rude to people. But otherwise, there's some nice people here. Have some really good chats, really good debates. Made a few people, a few people here I'm, friends with. Yes, good play. Yeah, it's good. Just got some. I've done a lot of learning here. I was never into physics much. I was more a mathematician. So I've never really looked into the physics and things of all the so-called maths of physics of gravity, specifically gravity, general relativity. So I did quite a lot of research on that. Also Cavendish, I downloaded this and I read Hawking's Brief History of Time and other stuff. So I've just read these things and they're total bullshit. So it's good to know.
yeah, well, that's good. It's a good place to come.
Hey,
Okay.
Redford, I can throw in my 2 cents to go on you think. I hear.
I'm sorry. Hey, Dave, you're kind of muffled. I don't know if it's just me. I can't really hear you.
I'm mute then. I'm sorry.
No. You can share. And now I'm
Yeah,
getting
Chad.
feedback from somebody
Hey.
as well.
Hey, Chad, you got a bit of an echo. Could you fix that? Like, maybe turn on noise suppression.
Sorry.
It's alright. I did
Mic
just
check.
unmute.
My mic working.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
no,
sound
you're good.
better now, Dave. Yeah.
You're good. I did just unmute because I was gonna say I'm gonna go downstairs really quickly. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
2 seconds.
All right. So, Dave, were you trying to say something?
I was just trying to chime in my 2 cents on this server. I kind of look at it as an oasis of sanity in a sea of delusion out here. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'll keep it positive. I've been looking at this subject since early 2015. I went out to a lake here with a buddy of mine over 8 mile stretch and flashed a mirror of sunlight reflections. And that day the globe ended for me. Of course, the buddy I went with still thinks it was refracted over a hump of water or whatever. But so basically, I've been looking for natural physics of water to do the globe in for me. And I like how this server kind of, I know we speculate from time to time, whatever, people have their different opinions, but we generally stay to what really is, what we can prove. And that's what I like about it. And, helping people think for themselves is what I appreciate here. And a lot of good people.
Right, sorry, Dave, I just got to interrupt you there.
Go ahead.
It's impossible to help other people to think for themselves.
Well, that's true.
Just
lead them to water, you can't make them think. You can lead them to the flat water, you can't make them think, bro.
Don't help anybody else with thinking.
But yeah, like I say, I've been looking at this subject for a long time, and this server's like a little oasis of sanity. Is mainly the thing I wanted to say. I chime in when I can. I'm busy at work a lot, but I'm just here to help spread the good word, I guess is the easy way to put it. Dave's done now.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. I kind of look at it that way too. We can't change people's minds, but we can, kind of help them along the way if they're wanting that information and that little push, I guess, sometimes, so we can be a good place for that. Okay. So I'm going to start calling on people then, unless anybody else wants to volunteer first before I start calling people out. All right, let's go down the list. So Creation Bear, if you'd like to unmute your mic and share how the server has impacted your life and everything.
Yeah, thanks, Redford. Hey, everybody. Yeah, so I've been thinking about that. How has the server changed my life? It's definitely given me more of a sharper mind and a sharper tongue. Something I thought I had before, but what was life like before, right? In 2017 is when I sort of realized the truth about the flat earth. And when I would bring it up to people, they would just say things like physics. Right, physics, bro. I didn't really have a comeback. And now when they say physics, I actually have a comeback, right? So what are my favorite things about the server? I actually really like hearing all the different accents and all the different minds from all the people around. But I would say that my absolute favorite part are the debates. I'm definitely here to sharpen that tongue of mine and my mind a little bit. There are some people in my life that I'd like to have this conversation with, and sometimes you got to be able to put up a good fight. So I've learned a lot of those things here, and I really appreciate that from you guys. And I'll be sticking around for a while. So yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. So I guess one of the other questions too, because I think you covered the other two, but what was your life like before finding the server?
Yeah, so like I said, I kind of woke up to Flat Earth in like 2017. So I was listening to guys like Nathan Oakley mostly, and I would just listen on YouTube mostly. You know, he would always say, click the link, join if you want to have the debate. And looking at my account information here, it looks like I joined this server on January 13th of 2021, or excuse me, 2020. So I didn't come here until late. I had already fully understood, but I didn't have my arguments put together. I knew what the truth was, but I didn't quite know how to put it forward to someone else. Like when that guy said physics, bro. I didn't know what to say back. I just was quiet. So yeah, now I know.
And if we could give Creation Bear props for his soundboard work, he deserves it.
Yeah, and actually, I don't know if you're looking at the voice text, but Elijah said that he totally noticed your value. I often look to you to play relevant clips because you're consistently there. Thank you for your addition to the server.
Yo, Elijah's the man. I've been noticing a little bit of I don't know, a little more pep in his step lately. I've been trying to take some notes from the way he's approached people, a little bit more Socratic, a little bit of a softer approach, and it works for me because I don't normally start with that approach. So
Creation Bear, do you have your soundboard at your fingertips right now?
I do.
I'd like to ask Don Pettit, why haven't we gone back to the moon in like 60 years?
On the topic of Elijah, I'd just like to add something, if that's fine.
Go for it.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to destroy that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Basically,
thanks, Don.
That would make an excellent start to a song, wouldn't it? Like, someone could do a song with that. It'd be good.
Yes, all the people that make music. There you go. See, sorry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, Elijah's an individual in this server, and I know this is Precious Metal. I know it's about you guys, and I'm sorry for disrupting the conversation, but I just really wanted to say that Elijah's an individual who's changed incredibly since I first joined the server. And I've changed a lot as well, but Elijah specifically. I remember back when he used to be silver, he barely talked at all. He he lacked a lot of confidence, and I'm really happy to see everything he's done. He's one hell of a musician, and I would love to see him resume that work because he's a really good rapper. He's a really good singer. He's excellent at mixing things. And me and Elijah don't really speak a whole lot anymore, but I still really like Elijah. He's a very important member of the server, and it makes me so happy to see from the time I've been in the server since March 27th, March 28th, depending on your time zone. It makes me really happy to see that he's gone from a very quiet silver to a lead mod who's able to confidently put his opinion on the live stream and constantly come up with new ideas and constantly innovate the server. I just really wanted to say that Elijah's a great individual and his promotions have been very well deserved. Sorry. You guys continue.
No need to apologize. That is important. I do enjoy listening to Elijah debate. And yes, congratulations on getting lead mod. That is awesome. So to keep the conversation going, I know John would like to share how the server has changed his life. And welcome, John. It's good that you were able to make it today.
Hey, it's good to be here. I can only be here for a few minutes, so I'm picking up lunch.
Yeah, for sure. So would you like to share how the server has changed your life, how your life was before, and your favorite thing about the server?
I'm going to start off with my favorite thing. It's really nice to have a community I spent more time on Discord over the last couple months than I've ever had in my life. It's like the only app that's ever used on my phone now. Never really paid attention in school. That was many years ago, but I think I've learned more about where we are, where we live, in just the past 2 months than I have ever really learned before, if that makes any sense. Like I've only been in Flat Earth for about a year and a half. Been in different conspiracies over the past couple of years, but mainly the last year and a half, a lot of things have changed. Like this opening my eyes and seeing how things really are. The community here and the server here has been really awesome in that there's no break in the action. You can just jump in whenever you're available, and there's always someone there to converse with, and you can sharpen your skills. You can, like, I'm learning how to debate more, how to present arguments more. I'm learning how to respond more, like Creation Bear was saying. Like, I knew how to respond, but it usually took me a while to process an argument before I could respond properly. But now that my notebook itself has grown to many pages now, and so it's been very well worth my time, I believe.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing.
And I really appreciate everyone here. That, you know, there's a lot to learn from, and there's many different points of view, and yeah, we all may not agree on everything, but the community has been pretty solid. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree. And I've enjoyed actually having conversations with you up in the VC check-in, and you seem to have quite a bit of knowledge, and yeah, that's good. That's awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Not right now. It's just wanted to drop in and say hi. This is my first Precious Metal event I've actually been able to participate in, albeit briefly, but yeah. Good to be here.
We'd love to have you. Oh, I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's good to be here. I'm just out running and picking up lunch for the family, and we're going to go chill out for the weekend and kind of rest up. Kids just finished baseball and soccer, and they're done for the season for now, so we're now in rest mode.
Oh, Well, that's good, I guess. So does that mean you'll be coming to the Precious Metal Takeover more often then?
It depends. Weekends are still family first. So it depends what
Definitely.
next few weekends we'll be doing a lot of traveling. So
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Okay.
yeah, just wanted to drop in and say hi.
Well, thanks for stopping by. It's good to hear from you.
Honestly, I know silvers get priority in this, but I really want to hear from California Nightmare, actually, if he's willing to open up the mic. Like, I just want to hear like their favorite part about the server, and maybe like a little bit as to why, like, what their life was like before joining the server. Sorry, I'm really curious.
We're going to have a competition and see how many times I say sorry and how many times you say sorry. So I think you might have me beat. Sorry, continue, California, if you'd like to speak.
Okay, so I think my favorite part about the server is the community and the fellowship that we all have with each other. It's my favorite part here. I'm sure a lot of you guys could agree with that. And, okay, so I've been a part of the server for 2 years, right? So I joined the server when I was 16 years old, all right? And before that, I was already kind of looking into truth. Like, I already knew NASA was bullshit. I already knew, I knew about the Freemasons, you know.
Like someone else mentioned, was it California Nightmare? I had been, like, researching into conspiracies for probably 20, 25 years. And, so I went down like every single rabbit hole that you could possibly imagine in that amount of time. And I learned enough about law to get myself in a lot of trouble. But anyway, enough of that. So like what I did, you know, I was really lonely with this awareness of flat Earth, because like I discovered flat Earth in 2017. It was like at the end of all those rabbit holes I mentioned. It was the last one, and that was it for me, you know. But I was in this place in my life where it's like I felt people are not listening. They don't really care. It's like, honestly, I was kind of depressed. You know, and I was doing the best I could to like stay positive and like stay healthy and continue being active and all of those things that I've been doing that have kept me alive to this point. But I didn't have a community, you know, like the community I felt I was in, they're all like covering their faces. Like I don't have to go into that, but we all know what I'm talking about. So I got this sense of a community here, and I never felt a community like this before, you know. Like you know, I'll just stick to the facts. Like I learned more about science since I've been here since August of last year that I learned in my entire life. And you know, I learned what science actually is versus what it isn't. It also helped me as an individual to realize that what I actually do know, and to like really like honor those things, honor my skills, my experiences in life, and how they can help me, and how maybe those can help others. Excuse me one moment. Deep breath. So I learned how to use logic. I realized like how much logic I actually already had, like if I chose to use it, and how to present information in a logical manner. And another thing that was really great, that like I realized like I was able to soak up information, and it gave me a community where like people are thinking and out of the box and new ideas are being presented, and I could look at that information honestly and, you know, you use a filter of logic and look at the information. And it was really rewarding for me at my age to be able to continue learning and to be able to separate the real from the unreal. You know, I had moments where I felt like these people aren't going to like me, or I'm not going to be accepted, that I wasn't good enough, that I wasn't going to be up to par with all of you.
Oh, Sonny. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say personally that Sonny is an individual who's done a lot of work, especially on YouTube. They have a lot of great resources. So I just wanted them to be able to explain how important the server is to them. So we have someone they're not in voice, but there's someone named Seven Clever Boys, I think, who was in here, but
I'm right here. What I love about this place is iron sharpens iron. And by being around other intellectually honest, intelligent people, it automatically lifts you to a higher standard.
Yes. No, Sonny, no need to apologize. That was great, honestly. Thank you so much for sharing that and yeah, for being vulnerable. That was awesome. So Seven Clever Boys, are you there?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. You're a little quiet. Are you able to get a little closer to your mic?
Yeah, hold on. My audio interface is like taking a crap.
Okay. No problem. You sound better now, so just hang on before I ask you anything else. Freezies, and I think there was somebody else in here. Yuri, you guys don't have VC verified. If you do want to get VC verified so you can speak in here, please go up to the VC check-in, and somebody should be able to follow you up there.
I'll meet y'all there.
Okay, Seven Clever Boys. So what brings you to the server?
I got invited by someone, so I joined.
Oh, okay, so have you talked about Flat Earth before?
No.
So what shape do you think the Earth is?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
Well, that's a good first start, being honest, and that's a very good observation. So you have no idea what shape the Earth is then?
No.
All right, so do you have any questions for us?
Not really. Just want to listen.
Okay. I would do the 3 points with you, but if you don't really necessarily think we live in a spinning ball, so you don't really...
Do them.
Still do them? Okay. Yeah. All right. So Seven Clever Boys. So basically, I'm going to ask you 3 questions that go towards, with the globe model, they make these positive claims. So if we can just have an honest conversation about that and just answer the questions honestly. And it's okay to say you don't know. All right?
Yeah.
Okay, so from ancient times up until today, how have they measured curvature of the Earth?
I don't know.
Okay, perfect. So the next one has to do with axial rotation. So how do you know that the Earth has actually been detected to be spinning on its own axis?
'Cause the sun, right, doesn't move? Right? Is that how it works? I don't know.
Well, that would be what the globe model claims, right? But I mean, if I'm standing on the Earth, I observe that the sun is actually moving, that I am not moving.
I guess that makes sense, yeah.
So that's what the whole thing is. So what is it, how do they prove what is the method that they use to actually determine axial rotation?
Math, right? Don't they have some like crazy math mumbo jumbo?
Well, yeah, they think it's, what is it they think we're revolving? Oh, it's like 1,000 miles an hour, I believe it is, at the equator. Somebody can correct me if I'm
1,040.
wrong. Oh, 1,040. Oh, we're getting technical.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I didn't know the 40. That's why apparently it bulges out at the equator, which doesn't appear in any of NASA's images, which is very interesting. So basically, then you don't know how they've really been able to determine the axial rotation. Then is that correct,
Yeah.
Clever Boys?
I don't consider myself some astronaut. I just play music.
Oh, that's cool. What kind of music do you play?
Death metal.
Oh, all right then. Happy times. All right. So the last point then, it is to do with the vacuum of space, and that if it is in fact a medium that we can travel to, and that it exists the way that they say, where it's like a near perfect vacuum, how can we exist beside that without getting basically sucked in, without containment? Do you know?
What's the question? What?
Sorry, no, it's kind of a the most basic is how can we exist in a pressurized system beside a near perfect vacuum without containment?
Isn't it because if a vacuum expands, then the things inside won't be compressed because the pressure is constantly changing and the universe theoretically is expanding? Right?
Well, that is, I guess, part of the claim. But how can you have, okay, so then how do you prove gas pressure without containment on Earth?
Yeah,
how do you replicate that?
Well, you really can't fully.
So basically, the question is about the only way you can demonstrate at any time to have a gas pressure, you need a container to hold that gas pressure. Even if I wanted to demonstrate a vacuum, I would need a container to suck the air out of that container to create a vacuum environment, which means there needs to be something dividing the high pressure or the low pressure. They can't just exist side by side. So her question was, how can gas pressure, which we have here on the Earth, exist next to this vacuum without it being contained to keep the high pressure air here so we can keep breathing, but that the infinite vacuum effectively is a void, so the air would want to rush into that void?
Gravity?
Yeah, it's what your model claims.
Yeah, they claim gravity, so... But can you prove gravity?
I dropped a CD case and it fell towards the Earth.
Who caused that?
Gravity.
Who caused that? Who picked it up, the microphone?
Oh, is your name Gravity?
How do you know? That happens to be my full... Yes, my name is John Gravity.
John Gravity, who picked it up, the
I
object?
picked it up. Yeah.
Why didn't fall that object before you picked it up?
Because my hand is holding it up because I'm touching the ground.
Who caused the things fall down? In your case.
Well, I didn't push it down. I just tilted my hand
Who
sideways.
caused it that thing fall down? You're saying that gravity somehow went to your mind, forced you to pick up that object, and you then, drop it, and then influence it on that. My English is not good, sorry.
Well, gravity didn't make me pick it up. My brain made me pick it up. And then gravity made it not stay floating where it is.
Okay, can you try that now with helium balloon, the same thing?
Well, helium isn't, at least from when I did chemistry, wasn't Yeah, helium is a lighter gas than nitrogen and oxygen, which makes up the
But helium
Less
still
dense?
has mass, right? But helium still
Yeah,
has
but
mass.
it's
So therefore
it's like
gravity
oil
should-
and water, though.
Is it less dense?
Yeah, so it goes up.
Is it your object more dense than air? You drop it.
Yeah, way more dense than air.
Okay.
And if it's more
There is
dense than
gravity
air,
here.
does it fall? And then
Yeah.
if it's less dense than air, it rises.
Yep.
So why do we need a secondary force called gravity, only attracting sometimes downward, but when it goes upward, it's just because it's lighter? Because we're told that mass attracts mass. So even helium, even though it's lighter, still has a mass. And therefore, that mass should be attracted.
I always thought the law was mass attracts mass that is the same. So if they weigh the same, they'll go towards each other. If one's lighter than the other, one will go towards the heavier object. So if something's lighter, it won't necessarily go right towards it, right? I don't really know.
Well, it's all an illusion. It's what they tell us it could be, but it's never really demonstrable. So you can't take a steel ball and make other things be attracted to it, or that on the side of a mountain I can stand skew to the mountain because the mountain's attracting me to the center of that mountain because of the mass of the mountain. That's never demonstrable. So it's always mathematically explained using certain formulas or equations. But when it comes to real world demonstration, there isn't really. And that's why these three questions are so crucial, is because they're effectively, consider them like the pillars of the ball religion. So if we're on a spinning ball in space, firstly, we must be able to see curvature. We must be able to determine that it is spinning. And then we must be able to demonstrate that high pressure air, which is on the Earth, can sit next to a vacuum without any type of containment. And all three of those questions, as fundamental pillars to the religion, those should be the first things that we're ever taught. And generally, when people come in here, why we ask them these questions is to determine if it's just a belief, so you believe it to be that way, but you don't actually know it, then you would answer, I don't know, or it's just a belief, or I've been told that, so that's what I assume. Gravity, in terms of a vacuum, if I take a little basic straw and I start sucking water up through the straw, I create a slight vacuum in my mouth, and that's strong enough to pull water up out of the cup. So we know that vacuums, when there's a pressure differential, the water or gas will move towards that differential to try and create equilibrium. So the tiny little vacuum of my mouth can overcome this infinite gravity of the Earth, because remember, the cup is downward, so the gravity is holding all that water in the cup. And then I just create a tiny little vacuum in my mouth, and I can suck the water up away from the vacuum, or away from the gravity, in inverted commas, the gravity that should be there. I can suck it up with just a basic straw.
I guess. That's a lot of confusing words, and I don't really get it.
Okay, so what part don't you understand? And he can explain it again for you or break it down differently.
So you're saying if I use a straw to drink something on Earth, it'll go up because the vacuum wants to suck it in? But if I go on, what about if I went on a planet like Venus? Wouldn't that be it wouldn't go up because everything gets pushed down to the planet a lot harder?
Well, I don't know what talking about Venus has to do with it. I mean, I can't.
I mean,
Can I ask a simple,
I can't.
simple question?
I get that, but I mean, at least from...
Look at ISS. What will happen if you open the door of ISS?
Everything goes out of it, right?
Why?
Because it doesn't have that much mass. So
No.
everything lets it out.
But why? What is out?
So if we made the ISS bigger so it had more mass, I could open the door and nothing would get sucked out.
Yeah, but you'd have to make it like the size of Jupiter, right?
No, so it's got to do with pressure differential. You
Okay,
understand
let's say like the. Sorry.
Like why
How-
does wind occur? Wind occurs because one side is a high pressure, and then somewhere else there's a low pressure, and then the high pressure pushes towards the low pressure. Do you understand that that's how wind occurs?
It's the second law of
Clever boys?
thermodynamics. It's entropy. That's it. We don't know what's really causing. We know the effect.
Wait, just keep it simple for now. Clever boys, do you understand that wind goes from high pressure to low pressure?
I thought wind just sort of moved.
Okay, so the underlying mechanism behind why it's moving is that it's moving from a place of higher pressure. Generally, it's been heated. The air has gone up because it rises when it's warm, and then it creates that whole cycle where it goes up, creates rain, can fall, creates wind. All of that is created when you have high pressures and low pressures interacting. And then we're told that the Earth is a high pressure. Well, we know it is because we can measure it. And then we're told that space is this infinite vacuum, but we would all be dead. If space was a vacuum, it would have sucked the air off of this planet and we would all be dead, unable to breathe anything, because gravity doesn't affect gas. Gas is an unbonded, gas moves in all directions. If I pop a helium balloon, the helium doesn't then descend down to the ground and stay there. It escapes in all directions. Same with smoke. Smoke rises, and smoke is said to have mass. So hydrogen goes up, helium goes up, smoke goes up. If I dropped the apple in the air, it falls. But if I let go of an apple in water, it rises and floats on the surface. So it's not got to do with the apple and some force pulling it. It's got to do with whatever's surrounding the apple. If it's in water, it will float and bob on the surface. But if it's in air, it will fall. But if there was still a gravity force below the water, that apple would be pulled down through the water until it rested on the floor because of that gravity that's pulling it down.
So real quick, by the way, excellent conversation. I'm so happy you guys are getting on mic. I just wanted to announce halftime, and I also wanted to say that since Precious Metal has been doing so well, actually, Dandelion, would you like to make the announcement? Oh, sorry. You can unmute it.
Oh yeah, well, CI and Redford Bear now have the referee role, so that way they can mute people and have some more because you have been doing a great job with hosting this show and showing a really good example of how to control the live stream and have a productive conversation. So I am thrilled to pieces about everything that you've been doing. So keep up the good work.
Wow,
Thank you so
much.
You're welcome.
You guys can
That's
continue the conversation. I'm so sorry. I'm just really happy.
No, that makes me happy too. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, so back to the fact that you can't prove gravity, clever boys. So do you have any other questions about anything that was explained to you?
So if there's no vacuum in space, what's there? I'm curious now.
Does anybody?
Great question. Great question. I think we're all kind of intrigued. What we do know from when we were young is that what goes up comes down. What goes up must come down. So there's always this point that when you, like they even say it with rockets, you get to a point where you're carrying so much fuel to try and gain altitude that you have to carry more fuel to be able to carry the other fuel. It's like this fight against the weight of that object. And the more we try and ascend, there's always this battle. What we do know for certain is it cannot be a vacuum, because otherwise you couldn't have the high pressure air of the earth adjacent to a vacuum unless there was something containing it. So firstly, take it back one step. We know to have gas pressure in the first place. If you type into Google definition of gas pressure, it will tell you it's the force being exerted on the walls of its container. So if there is no container, you can't have gas pressure in the first place. So technically, we have to be contained. What that container is, who knows? But the fact that we have gas pressure indicates that we have to be contained. So imagine everything that you've learned before your conversation here today was that the sun was at the center, and then there was 9 or 8 planets, depending on when you went to school, whether Pluto was still included or now, if it's excluded, or whether it's now recently been included again. You think of this model with these giant orbits through nothingness, that these planets are all moving and doing whatever. What we're starting to discover is that it makes more sense that the ground is level, which is why we call it sea level. So generally, level is no side being higher than another side. That's the only way that you can say it's level. So if we have sea level and there's this base, think of the flat earth as like the basement. You're on ground level, and then you're inside a building. There is a ceiling. You just can't see the ceiling, but everything that we know is inside of this known realm or whatever this thing is. So every star we've ever seen, every shooting star, every light in the sky, every what we call satellites, where there's moving lights, where you have planets, which were called moving stars. Everything that we see has to be within a much smaller scale than what we've been taught in this giant emptiness of space. Because once again, if I say to you, can you show a ball of gas without any container? It's you can't demonstrate it. There's no way to say, okay, give me a pound of helium, but I don't want the canister. Fill up my tire pressure, but I'm not going to give you a tire. You can't create pressure unless there's a container. And we're told that the sun is a ball of gas in a vacuum.
Isn't it technically a ball of plasma? Because I know if you put some things in the microwave, you get a ball that looks like the sun. And it's hot.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. So plasma is another state of energy. But effectively, we're told that the sun is hydrogen, and that it's being bonded into helium, and that's what's giving off the energy. It's this nuclear reactor going on inside. So it's hydrogen to helium, which are both gases. So it is a ball of gas. Whether it's generating plasma thereafter, fine, cool story. No one's been there, so we can't actually definitively say. It's always just been through, I look at it and therefore I tell you what I think it could be or how I think it's operating. But back to the original point, you can't demonstrate a ball of gas without a container. So therefore the sun couldn't be a ball of gas unless there was a container. And a container can't be on the inside, which some people then claim, oh, but it's the mass, the gravity on the inside that's holding it down. It's like you can't use it's like you couldn't contain water by putting the container on the inside and then putting all the water around the outside of the container.
Well, technically,
water can only be contained inside the container. So
I get what you mean, but you should use a better example, because technically water likes to bind itself to a surface. So if you have a container on the inside, it will form around it. But I get what you mean, but that's just not a very good
it can form a very thin layer, but yeah, point noted. But effectively, container is always on the outside, and then it contains on the inside. And it's the only way for you to accumulate, whether it's gas or water, or virtually anything is that you need something that contains said volume. And all our calculations for pressure use volume, and volume is length times breadth times height. And that can only be determined if I'm inside, say, a box. And I can tell you what the volume is inside the box. But if I just said an arbitrary volume somewhere here in the middle of the air, what are we talking about? It's not a volume because it could be a meter more, it could be a cubic meter more. You know, it needs to be confined for you to be able to declare a volume.
He's been muted.
I know. Okay. When he can talk again, we'll see if he caught all that.
Is it working now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, there's just background noise.
Oh.
So I don't know
Yeah.
if you're playing your guitar or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's fine. Seven Clever, I would just recommend turning push to talk if that's fine. Honestly, in my opinion, it sounded very nice, but it's just to keep live stream on topic. I'd suggest turning push to talk or hitting the mute button if you're not speaking. Sorry.
How dare you? I'm just joking. See. Only because you said sorry. Okay, so 7 Clever Boys. Did you catch all of that? I understand it's a lot, right? We get that. So do you have any further questions about what was said to you by Flat Earth Solar?
Now I kind of want to go see what's up.
I'm sorry, what?
If there's stuff, I just had like big. So if there's like matter, space.
You're very choppy for me. I don't know if that's just my mic or...
No, he is choppy.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. That person just jumped out. Oh, Internet Travelers, Deafened.
Hello?
Who else? Hi.
Better now?
Yeah, you're kind of quiet again, though.
Is it better now?
That's a little bit better, yes.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
I had an idea. So, if there's matter in space instead of it being a vacuum, couldn't we use that to power a rocket and go wherever we want?
Well, I mean, I can't. I don't even really understand that. We can't go to space. That's the
Yeah.
biggest thing, right?
Here's
So,
your, sorry, go ahead.
no, go continue.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who am I talking to right now? Is that 7 Clever Boys? Yeah.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's your misunderstanding. Whenever you're saying, okay, so space doesn't exist, so can we go to space in a rocket? It's like it's okay. If space is described as a vacuum, and you know, obviously it's been explained to you, but if space is a vacuum and we have Earth here, we can't have, you know, we can't have it exist without a container. There is no container in the globe model. You know, therefore space doesn't exist or Earth doesn't exist. We can verify that Earth exists. We can't verify that space exists because it's a vacuum. So we cannot travel there either because it doesn't exist, right?
But what about if Earth doesn't exist?
But Earth does exist.
What about
Some
if
part of Earth.
what about if like this is just like the whole universe is just Earth and no one's traveled that far?
Well, there you go. Then that's, you know, that's your perspective of it, right? Because we've only traveled to Earth and been on Earth and lived on Earth. We got on airplanes, we got off on Earth, right?
And even NASA says they can only achieve low Earth orbit, which is about 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers. And then they say they had technology to go further. But exactly what the guy was saying before is like the story about Narnia, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. They tell you that they go into a closet, and then just through the back of the closet, you enter this magical realm that's covered in snow. So the same with NASA. They tell you that they put human beings in a rocket, then they fire that rocket off to 17,000 miles per hour, which is about 16 times faster than a rifle bullet. And then they magically appear in a place where weight no longer matters. And they just float all cool. And they show you, like Narnia, the snow. They show you Mr. Tumnus or whatever his name is. And they show you all the characters. And NASA shows us little pretty pictures, which they tell us are Photoshop. And then effectively, we all still say no. But, you know, if we just can get that right wardrobe, we can still go to Narnia. And it's the same thing with space, is that they say that they destroyed the technology to build that wardrobe. And it would be a painful process for them to rebuild the wardrobe that leads back to Narnia. You know, because obviously in 60 years, everything got harder to make. It's not like other technology, which I now carry a PC in my pocket called my cell phone. Everything else became much easier except space travel, which we destroyed that technology, and we can't go back to we went in the 60s.
Why don't we make it ourselves? That'd be cool. If we like all just try.
Well, they got caught in the lie. So, for example, if we started to ask, can we see this closet that leads to Narnia? Can we now film it with unedited footage? Can we? So then they say, no, we've destroyed that closet. Sorry, no, you can't come and inspect the evidence because that evidence would have been slightly inconvenient. So we just got rid of it quickly.
What about if we like made our own evidence and just sort of like in our backyards built rockets and like went?
What about expose? What is easier, to expose the lie or build the rocket?
Build a rocket.
So all rockets go up, level off, and then come back down to the Earth.
Yeah.
Even the ones that NASA say go further, if you look into them, they tell you where they splash down. Correct. Mm-hmm. So there is never a rocket that's ever gone up and up and just kept going up. All rockets return to Earth. What goes up must come down. That's a fundamental law we've never been able to disprove. And we tried in the 40s and 50s with really, sorry, I know I'm going on. But in the 40s and 50s, we did a lot of aircraft experimentation where they were trying to break the sound barrier and then trying to break 2,000 miles per hour and then trying to break 3,000 miles per hour. And the whole time they were trying to gain altitude. And every single time you take an airplane up to a certain height, the engine stalls because there's not enough oxygen. And it's the same with a rocket. If there's not enough oxygen, it loses its combustion and then will return to Earth.
But don't rockets use oxidizer that goes into a chamber that chemically reacts the same way as it would in the United States?
So that is what they tell us. And then certain guys have done demonstrations in vacuum chambers using igniter fuels, using some of the most combustible materials known to man. If there is no oxygen to allow the combustion to occur, it cannot occur.
But
so even underwater you can use oxidizers because there's still oxygen in the water to allow the combustion to occur.
But
no one has ever demonstrated combustion in a vacuum. It's never been demonstrated.
I did that at my science.
Sorry about this. I ask you a question. Is it easier to expose the lie or build a rocket? You said build a rocket.
Yeah, it's not that hard. It's just
are you serious?
Yeah, it's just a bomb, right? It just blows up. Easy.
A rocket to go to space.
Yeah, it's going to be expensive, but you can do it.
Okay.
I mean, essentially, it's just like a bomb.
You are telling me. You are telling me. Sorry. You are telling me that I can maybe disprove on the Earth that Earth is not a globe, but easier I will make project to make a rocket and to prove that Earth is not a
Yeah,
globe.
you can make a rocket and go take a picture.
And you say that it is easier way.
Yeah, more people believe it.
Are you serious? But let's do it then.
Yeah, let's do it.
Go
Come
build
on.
a rocket.
All right.
What is your first idea? What will from tomorrow? What shall we do?
Well, first off, if we want to do this, if you guys are serious, I mean, but we just
Man,
gotta
are you
find
serious?
the materials. Yeah, I
Really?
mean, it'll be difficult to buy like the fuel because the government probably doesn't.
Let's buy one Nikon Nikon P1000, for example.
I mean, there's
2000.
diagrams and stuff. You could probably just put it together, start off small, and then.
How much money we need for rocket?
Hold on. I'm not going to let him get away with that. He said it would be easy, and then he says getting the fuel might be hard because the government's controlling that.
Yeah, then just go to a different country where they don't control it. Those probably.
Wait. This is going deep into the weeds here. You're deep into the weeds with this guy. You're avoiding the curvature. We can do that right here on Earth. What are you talking about? All of your experts have already told you, no matter how high up you think you can go, as how high up they've ever claimed to have gone, that they can't see curvature from that height. So
listen, this Sonny. When we make that rocket, who will allow to him to that thing go to the air?
What if they don't see it though? If I put it,
Who
like,
will? Really?
Like if I go to the middle of the Gobi Desert, and
Man,
launch it,
hey, where are you living now? In which country?
America.
America. Can you go to take the ship and go to Mexico without telling nobody? Can you go?
Probably.
Can you do that?
I mean, people jump the border all the time without anyone figuring.
Yeah, go and do it.
You can get a rocket ship into Mexico. I need
Why are
to
you
fly
talking about
back from
if I
Mexico.
build it, if I build it there, yeah.
Guys, why are we spending time on this and not actually
I
explain
don't
the
know
Black
even.
Swan or something? Let's go with the Black Swan. Let's do something that's actually useful.
It's
Yeah, we should
really
go
it's
to the
interesting
baseline.
because he's talking. Yeah, okay, so we'll wrap it up. So basically, you can't prove gas pressure without containment, and now you're talking about building a rocket and going to space when we've already talked about that you need containment for gas pressure. So yes, you're definitely
So wait.
like
Oh,
unraveling the
I see
conversation
now
here.
what you mean. I get it now. I forgot about that. Yeah, that makes
Maybe
sense.
you need to
So
maybe
that
you need to
wouldn't
see
work.
what they wanted to do in early 50s with that
It's
thing
a lot. It's a lot of new information. It's kind of hard to like put it.
And
all
also,
together.
let me add something about the engine.
Of course. Sorry, just to say that. But just hold up. Back to his point. It's a ton of information and we understand that. So it is hard to, keep it to the conversation till time because your mind is just like going, right? And you're trying to figure out all of these things. So that's good that you can appreciate that. Sorry, whoever was speaking, continue.
Sure, no problem. So I wanted to say about the engine, you definitely have to open something so that the gas, whatever you have in, goes out, it's combusted, and then you're propelling yourself. The problem is that when you open that chamber, according to what we've been talking for the last 30 minutes, which is gas has to fill the existing vacuum, that gasoline, whatever you have there, that NOS, whatever they even use, will rush into the vacuum. You won't even have time to burn it. It's instantly gonna get out and fill all the vacuum next to the ship.
Anyway,
that's a big
this
problem.
is all non-contus mentis. I love how he slipped in at the end. I'll just launch it without them knowing I'm doing it. Like,
yeah,
we're gonna build this and launch it and not ask permission. It's gonna work.
Okay. Let's just. Well, we're gonna stop the conversation at that. We know that's not something we can do. It's trying to derail the conversation, right, Clever Boys? You understand that the pressure, the gas pressure needs containment, so that's not something that we can do, right? You get that?
Yeah, I also, even if I were to do that, it'd be interesting to just see it fail, and then I could show other people that hey, it doesn't.
Okay, well, you can do that on your own time since you think it's so easy to build a rocket instead of, that we can just prove here that there's no curvature. So basically the whole point of those 3 points, no pun intended, was that to show you that these are just beliefs, because you can't actually substantiate any of these claims that they're making. You said yourself you don't know how they've even been able to determine curvature. You tried to say axial rotation. Again, that's just a belief. And now we say, and we know, and you now know that you need containment for gas pressure. So these are just positive claims made by the globe model that there's nothing to back them up. So these are just beliefs. So if somebody wants to go through the black swan, if you want to continue the conversation, Clever Boys, you can. I don't know if your brain needs a minute. Just let us know.
It's interesting. It's a lot of.
Well, we can keep going. 100%. So, we don't really want to completely drown you in all of this. So that's why I'm giving you the option. We can definitely continue the conversation unless you want to take just a minute. Then go for it. It's up to you.
Going. I consider myself smart. Let's keep going. I want to learn more.
Okay, so I'm going to read something. This is from Elijah. I am supposed to ask you to use a miniature rocket of any propulsion in a vacuum chamber here on Earth. Plus, vacuums also need a container.
What, is that a question?
Sorry, hang on. My computer.
It's a demonstration. We simply want a demonstration of what you're asking.
Yeah, I can try and set something up.
Because our negative claim is that atmosphere can't exist next to a vacuum of space without a container. And I just posted an interesting analogy of trying to shove spaghetti and meatballs in a container and it can't fit. But we're making the negative claim that atmosphere cannot exist next to the vacuum of space without a container. So we do not have the burden of proof. Therefore, we are asking for a demonstration and a man-made vacuum.
Yeah, I would, but I broke my compressor, so I really can't. I'll buy one.
Compressor, that's interesting. That needs containment too, doesn't it? The pressure in the compressor,
the way a compressor works is basically it's like sucking all the air out with the valve so that the air can't go back in. So essentially it's
Yeah, but you need a container. You need to suck out the air of that's inside a container.
The valve essentially
has
a container, yes.
Gas pressure compressed without a container?
No, because the valve essentially contains it in a certain part and only lets it outwards. So that means that no gas can go inwards, but it can go outwards.
So you need a container.
Yeah, it still needs a container.
Yeah, it's still a container, yeah. Yeah, you still need to put it in a box.
Yeah, gas pressure always needs containment, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, perfect.
Welcome to Flat Earth?
Well, everywhere, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. So, does anybody want to take him through the Black Swan? Since he would like to keep going, and I don't think there's anybody else here right now.
I mean, I don't mind.
Tap.
Yeah, now's your time to shine.
There you go. Okay, take it away.
All right. So wait, who am I talking to again?
Clever Boys. Seven Clever Boys.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So some Clever Boys. If you take a look at the live stream voice text, now this will only, the way we're gonna, we're gonna do this is if you are, completely honest with me. So yeah, can you delete that real quick? Sorry. But yeah, this will only work if you're completely honest with me, right? And honest with yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you willing to do that? Okay. So if you look at platform habitat in Hill House, right? Let's start off with Hill House, as that's closer. It's 6.2 miles away. Would you agree with me in this image that the horizon, the line where the water meets the sky, is behind or in front of the platform?
Behind.
Behind, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's do the same thing for habitat. Would you agree with me that the horizon line is in front or behind the platform habitat?
I'm gonna be honest. So blurry, I can barely tell.
Okay, well, there's some more being posted right now. Maybe the color will help you, and it's all the same time frame, by the way.
Super blurry. Why is the one on the left all wobbly? Look, did they build it wrong?
No, we're not focusing on the actual oil rig itself. Just look at the horizon. Would you agree with me? Or, where would you say the horizon is? Would you say it's in front or behind the oil rig?
Well, is the horizon the bluish teal, or is it the dark yellow, or I don't know what I'm looking at really.
So the horizon is where the water, right, the furthest water meets the sky. Like, you see that line?
Can you like draw it on MS Paint so I can see what I'm looking at? It's really blurry.
All right. I mean, I got you, I guess. Unless somebody wants to do that.
If you click on the image, it'll get larger. It's much easier to see.
I'm viewing that. I'm even like looking at it in Photoshop and zooming in, and it's just so blurry.
Yeah.
Which picture are you looking at? Like which one? Because there's a few, and I'd say the one that CI posted at 27 minutes after the hour is probably the most clear.
Watch video, it's easier.
Watch the video? Okay.
Yeah, the video I posted at 29 minutes after. If you go to the timestamp of 2.22, you'll see the still image where the black swan is taken.
I see. This is better. Yeah, I can see it now. Behind.
Okay, so you'd say it's behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So, given the calculations of the Earth and the radius being 3,959 miles, we can put the, question that I'm about to pose you in modus tollens. So that's if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand how that sort of works?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is P, then Q, every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we can use a curvature calculator to calculate this and the geometric horizon that we are meant to see. Oh, one sec. So, yeah. We observe that the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you say it's behind the habitat and behind Hill House, right? So it's greater than 6.2 and 9.4 miles away.
Mm-hmm.
If we use an Earth curvature calculator, the geometric horizon is meant to be 1.22 miles away. That's the maximum. That's using the Earth's radius. That's how far we're meant to see.
Yep.
Okay.
From a 1 foot observer.
Yeah, from 1 foot observer, sorry. That's the furthest we are meant to see. Are you still with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we obviously are given the information, 3,959 miles. There you go. That's the geometric horizon. That's the, it's the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky. That's where the horizon is. And it's meant to be 1.22 miles away. You've agreed with me, because even I see it as greater than 9.4 miles away. I see the horizon behind both of those oil rigs.
Yeah.
That means the Earth's radius is not 3,959 miles.
Okay.
It is 10 times that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the whole...
minimum.
The whole argument. Yeah. Yeah.
Minimum, not maximum.
Okay.
So that's the whole radius argument gone, the radius of your assumed sphere.
So the reason that this is important and why he's walked you through it is that measurement determines shape. If I tell you an object is 4 inches long by 4 inches long, what shape is it? Is it a square or a rectangle?
Yeah, square.
And then if I tell you it's got 3 sides and each side is 6 inches long, is that an equilateral or what? So the point is that measurement determines shape. We've taken the sphere, which they tell us we live on. It has a known radius, which they use for all orbital trajectories, and all orbits and everything are based on this radius of 3959, not 3956 or 3960. This is very precise. 3,959 miles is the precise radius of this thing. So if it was that precise, we can use trigonometry. We can determine at what rate the Earth should start falling away from you in all directions to conform with that radius. And that's what this guy's just gone through with you, is that we've taken the exact geometry, and when you do the work, it doesn't work.
Are you following, Clever Boys?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No.
Tap, do you have anything else to add?
Not really.
Are you a flat earther now?
I don't know. I tend not to believe anything.
Good. You shouldn't be after one conversation, but at least the curiosity should be triggered in that some of these points should make you go,
So yeah, seven Clever Boys.
Realize they must make you realize that you see something very different than what they tell you, what they claim that you see. You don't see what they tell you. You cannot find it. And if you try to build according to what they tell you, you will end up constructing a bad house, an unstable house.
Huh?
I just wanted to
What?
pop in and say, great conversation I've been listening to for the last little bit.
Thank you, Jenny.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Whoa, Jenny, I didn't know you were silver or gold. That's pretty awesome. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Wait, did I
Sorry.
miss something? Did I jump in on something? You guys? I'm so
it's
sorry.
Precious Metal Takeover.
Oops.
Every Saturday from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern, it's silvers and golds. I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't
forgot
mean to
to tell you.
bomb it.
No,
photobomb
you're
it,
fine. Thank you for the kind words.
You know what? I've had some pretty good laughs over guys doing that to ladies' night. There's a couple times. Earl was one of them. Let me think. Lemon Bird was one of them. And so, yeah, fun times. People just like strolling into the voice chat. So, but yeah, I'll go back on mute and continue listening to your lovely content. Applause to you guys.
Oh, did you witness the default victory from last night?
Oh, the arena.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you very much for the positive feedback, Jenny. That's very kind.
Hey, no problem.
So, Clever Boys, do you have any further questions to what we've been talking about?
Not really.
No.
Are you a student?
College student.
Oh, what are you studying in college?
Electrical engineering and Air Force ROTC.
Oh, then you must know what is incoherent electrostatic acceleration.
I have no idea what you just said. I do like.
Oh my god.
I do like logic gates and stuff. None of that like sciencey sort of electrical engineering. I do more of the computery side of stuff.
Oh, so like electric fields, Gaussian planes.
Nah, more like PTL logic, embedded systems, control circuitry.
Yeah, I see. That's cool, but yeah, it's never bad to understand electricity.
Yeah. So what year in college are you in? I think that's how it works there.
Campbell University.
Oh, okay. So what year? Like,
I'm a freshman.
I don't know. Oh, you're a freshman. That's first year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Awesome. Then you can arm yourself with some knowledge about electricity. It will help you out, make breakthroughs in this field. You know.
Since he brought up the Air Force, I could insert real quick. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say real quick, since you brought up the Air Force, at the bottom of the server here, you can find many documents from the Air Force and NASA where they teach pilots to fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Go ahead, get.
Well, I have flown many planes. I'm working on getting my license.
Oh, so you've flown many planes then, so you know that you
Yeah.
can't see curvature then, right?
Well, it really depends on if you're in like a crappy Cessna, of course not. You're like right at the ground. But
okay,
So imagine
say
taking
that,
off. Sorry.
what
Was
was
it-
what was he saying that it depends on the plane? Can you make that statement again? Sorry. What did you say?
depends on how high it depends on how high the plane goes. Because if you're like in a plane that's like 2 feet above the ground, you're not going to see. I mean, you could like stand that high, so you're not going to see like a difference. But if you're in like, let's say like the X-15, gonna look kind of different. I'm not sure why, but it just sort of does.
So aren't you grateful that when you
Okay, well, too many people are talking. Sorry, I cut off. I think it was Flatter Solar before, so you
just a quick question, because he's a pilot. You know that runway is stationary. You can circle it and you can come back and you can take a second bite at needing to land. You know that runway is not moving. And that's the crux of this. The moment you left the spinning Earth, that runway should be moving away from you and eastward always.
Well, isn't that sort of
And
what happens when you fly far away? Because if you keep flying straight up, you'll always lean towards the right, even though you're going straight.
No, so when you're piloting something, if you're traveling at 300 miles per hour and you travel for 1 hour, you'll be 300 miles away. You don't have to factor in how far that runway is moved in that hour based on the Earth's spin, and where you would need to now catch up to that moving object. The same way that aircraft carriers that are in a moving ocean, the pilots have to be skillfully trained because they're actually trying to land on a moving surface or moving runway. So as a pilot, that was one of the things, not me as a pilot, but you as a pilot would understand. But for me, the moment I took off the ground and I saw that ground is 100% stationary, and if we bank left northward, or we bank east rightward, the reference of the ground is the stationary thing which allows us to make all those turns. It's the reference to which, when you talk about your speed, it's the speed in reference to the Earth, because the Earth is stationary, and therefore you're moving 300 miles per hour relative to that stationary Earth.
It's not the Earth all the time. That's if you use ground speed, which ATC doesn't use. They use IAS, which is indicated airspeed, which depends on the pressure of the air and the height you are currently. That depends on how far you travel in speed. So the speed changes as you go higher.
Just to interject for 2 seconds, hang on, Perf. Can you please go up to VC check-in so you can get verified? Someone will follow you up there. Continue, guys.
Yeah, that was a good point. You do use airspeed or ground speed, but effectively to talk about speed, it's always in relation to something. So where I started off and where I'm heading toward. And if that object was moving, you could simply gain altitude and wait for that object to move toward you or away from you, and you would be able to conserve. You'd be able to take like corners. You'd be able to cut corners off because you know that this object is moving towards you, or else you could just be hovering for 2 or 3 hours and your destination, which is westward, should move towards you because that ground should be moving towards you.
Well,
but if you travel...
Does Earth rotate underneath a football?
What? What about a football? What?
Does Earth rotate underneath a football?
Show us, prove it.
If you put it on a hill, I guess, sort of. Well, no, the ball rotates.
Yes or no? Does Earth rotate under a football?
No, it doesn't. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not. I don't know.
So if Earth doesn't rotate under a football, it doesn't rotate a plane.
You're roboting for me, Northern.
Yeah, cyborg.
Yeah, you're lucky.
So basically what Northern was asking you, does the Earth rotate under a football?
No.
Okay. So
does the Earth rotate under a bullet?
What do you mean under a bullet? Confused. Because isn't a bullet in the air?
When you fire a bullet,
Yes.
You shoot
you're
with the gun.
Sorry. You are correct. The bullet is in the air, so then does the Earth rotate under the bullet?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
So if I was driving in a car at 100 miles per hour and then I threw a ball out the window, would that ball that's now left the car continue going at 100 miles per hour alongside the vehicle?
No.
Or would it now, it would be separate of that motion, correct?
It would go towards however hard you threw it in whichever direction. So if you slightly threw it to the left, go to the left.
Correct. And it would conserve some of the momentum. So if that vehicle was traveling 100 miles eastward, the ball would move like upward, but still a little bit eastward because it would still be traveling in that same general direction. But the moment that it's left the car, it would not be traveling the same speed as the car.
Yeah.
That's logical, correct?
Yeah,
so it's the same with this ball Earth. The moment that something leaves the ball Earth, it can no longer be traveling with the ball Earth if the ball Earth was spinning. You understand that?
Yeah.
And they call that the Coriolis effect. So there is supposed to be this thing that's very noticeable, that when something leaves the Earth, you can see this instant effect called the Coriolis effect.
Yeah,
but yet we don't experience it when you fly.
Yeah, you
like
do.
what I was just telling you about with the runways. When you leave the Earth, you are not now no longer spinning at the same speed as the Earth. But you say, yeah, we do, as though we are still spinning the same speed as the Earth.
I mean, like, as in, you experience it, but I'm pretty sure Coriolis is more because of how the wind moves. But, like, basically, when you're flying transatlantic, what you do in the plane is you just you don't have to tilt it at all to go east. It'll just go. So if you're your artificial horizon will be flat and flying. So you're
talking about drift.
You're not rolling at all, and you'll go to the right. And if you go from a trans-Pacific flight, you'll go to the left.
Okay, I've never heard anyone describe that. That's just like a drift. I know that compasses lose their bearing, so you do have to constantly adjust. If you were still flying by compass, nowadays we do mostly GPS and coordinate-based flight. But effectively, the moment, like you just agreed with me, the moment that ball leaves the car, it's not moving at the same speed as the car, correct? And then when I brought it up about the Earth, then it was like, no, that can't work anymore.
Wait, what do you mean? I'm confused.
So any object that leaves this earth should experience the same thing that happens when you throw the ball out the car.
In theory, but there's wind and stuff.
Okay, so if I throw the ball, so I say I threw the ball directly out the back window of the vehicle. So the vehicle's still continuing in the opposite direction as the ball now. At 100 miles per hour, the vehicle's still moving forward. The ball, the moment it leaves that back window, is no longer moving 100 miles, and it's actually moving in the opposite direction. It's moving away from there. So over every second, their distances are doubling or growing at least. You understand that every few seconds, the distance, because the car would be continuing to move forward. So this Earth is said to be rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, which is more than 400 meters per second at the equator. So if this floor is moving at 400 meters per second, the moment something leaves that, there should be a discernible difference between the ground, which is continuing to move at 400 meters per second, and the object, which is no longer moving at the said 400 meters per second. You understand that?
Yeah.
And they call that the Coriolis. So it's an apparent deviation caused by an object leaving one reference frame into another.
Yeah.
But we never observe that. And that, if it was really tangible, then when we said, could you prove that the Earth rotates? You would say, yeah, for sure. As soon as I take off in my airplane, I see that runway moving away from me at 400 meters per second. And then I have to travel this much differently eastward to catch up with the runway that's moving away from me. And if I'm traveling toward the runway, which is moving toward me, I actually need to decelerate and descend altitude quicker. Otherwise, I would quickly move past the runway that's moving towards me at an equivalent speed. Like when you're moving on a highway and a vehicle's moving toward you and you're moving toward it, it's doubled. You're moving at 200 miles per hour if they're each moving at 100. It's the same thing with when you're flying towards a runway that's actually coming toward you at 400 meters per second. And that is never observed.
Okay.
So did this young man say, are you a trained pilot? Did you say that?
I'm in flight training.
Okay. Can you point to any time in flight training they taught you to adjust for the curvature or the spin of the Earth? Was it ever addressed?
Yeah, when doing transatlantics, they said you might have to calculate that for fuel consumption.
Wow. So how does the calculation work? Because in my estimation, we're supposed to be spinning, eastward at 1,000 miles an hour. What does that do to your fuel consumption if you're trying to go east?
Well, trying to go east, basically, is when you go up and then it starts to curve on you. You gotta use less fuel, so you don't want to fill up your whole plane because it's wasting fuel.
It's starting to curve on you.
Yeah, because when you're flying straight up, so when you're flying north, if you keep flying north, you'll eventually start leaning towards east.
What?
Yeah, it's weird. I looked at
How does it
afterwards at the where we flew, and I noticed that it curved without me curving the plane.
What? Yeah, it just curved. So
it's really hard.
So why would you have to fly in any So why would you have to fly in any direction? The location should just rotate right up to you then.
It only happened like that. Only happens when you're going like 2,000 to 3,000 miles distance. So like if you're going like 10 miles, I guess it's not really enough to see a difference. I guess I don't really know.
Yeah. You sound. Is this still 7 Clever Boys? I'm talking to because nothing's lighting up for me, but my screen's probably there we go. Do you get your head wrapped around these numbers? And you seem like an intelligent person. I did the math on what they're telling us the rotation is. 1,039 at the equator.
Okay.
Mic check.
You cut out, son.
Loud and clear.
Oh, he just dropped right out completely. That's too bad. Hopefully he'll be back.
Just
Wouldn't
so
you need
you're
more
aware-
fuel if you're traveling eastward?
Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry,
technically,
to jump in, but
it depends on the Gulf Stream. That's the main factor when flying. It's not really rotation of the Earth or anything. It's mainly the winds because Gulf Streams are really fast at high altitudes. Like if you're flying west and there's the Gulf
I
Stream.
understand the Gulf Streams and stuff. I understand the Gulf Streams, but if you're flying eastward and the Earth is spinning east, wouldn't you need more fuel to catch up with that, with your destination if it's going east, going away from you?
Well, no, because when you take off, you have the same speed as the Earth. Because when you're on the ground and the Earth is spinning, you're spinning with it at the same speed. So when you take off, you have that speed and momentum. That's
No.
like if you were to.
Then
if
you're
you were
admitting
to-
there's
So
no
we're going
effect
1,000 miles an
to-
hour.
to contradict.
Bullshit.
They have to immediately contradict their first claim because there's no rules to pseudoscience. You can just make it up as you go along.
But
we just discussed this with the ball in the vehicle. So
Yeah,
if I threw the ball out the back window of the vehicle, you're telling me that the ball is still moving at 100 miles per hour in the same direction as the vehicle, even though I threw it out the back window away from the vehicle.
assuming there's no wind resistance, and that's what would happen. But there is wind resistance, so
But would it still retain the exact speed that the vehicle is? So I throw it out the left window, the right window, the back window, I throw it straight up. It doesn't matter which window I throw it out of, that ball continues to move at exactly the same speed as the vehicle.
for a split second, yes, until wind resistance starts to take effect, and it'll slow down very rapidly. So there'll be like a nano or microsecond where technically it's still the same speed right when it leaves your hand, but then it'll instantly slow down.
Okay, so there's this thing called Occam's razor, which is the most simple explanation is usually the right one. So there's two explanations for this. Either the ground is stationary and you take off from a stationary area, and then you don't have to add or keep any number in the back of your mind while you add all these other numbers. That's the one option. The other option is like you say, let's presume that the ground is moving at 400 meters per second, but I just happen to be moving at 400 meters per second also with it. So therefore they appear like a zero. And then the moment I take off from the Earth, yes, for a split second, we'll be moving the same. And then, like you said, as I enter wind currents or wind resistance, it'll quite drastically start to deviate, and I'll start to see this ground moving away from me at a quicker and quicker rate until, especially if I'm flying in the opposite direction, then I'll see that the ground is moving away from me at 1,000 and I'm still moving at 300 in the opposite. So the ground that I was at is moving at 1,300 away from me. You understand that? So you understand it with the ball, that it's momentary, and then you will see the obvious discrepancy between the car, which is still continuing to move in a direction, and the ball, which is no longer attached to the car.
Yeah.
Same with the Earth. There would be, like you say, a moment where they might have the same speed, but thereafter, through wind resistance, air resistance, currents, whatever, you would start to see the Earth accelerating away from you as you lost that momentum.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be something that we would see, especially if you're flying northward. Then you would start to see stuff on the left side of the plane moving underneath the plane, and then moving off towards the right-hand side of the plane, that you would actually see the ground almost like a treadmill moving from the left to the right if I'm flying northward, or right to left if I was flying southward.
Yeah.
And then when I wanted to land, I would need to orient very carefully to land on this moving treadmill, because it could be very dangerous landing on a moving surface and not calculating for that movement in the surface.
Well, when you're in a plane, you're always moving regardless. It's always going to be dangerous.
But if you're flying northward, that lake on your west side never moves underneath the plane and then towards the east side of the plane. If that plane is flying northward, that lake on the west side remains on the west side, even if you were in the air for 3 hours.
Well,
before
because wet, north, south, east, and west never.
Before we continue, I just wanted to say it is 3 o'clock. So thank you guys so much for the Precious Metal Takeover. You guys did really great. Redford Bear, Tap, Sunny, I appreciate you guys in the beginning a lot. And Flat Earth Solar, thank you so much for like the last half. You stood your ground pretty well. Excellent stuff, guys. Remain positive. We got this. Our server is getting better every single day. I love to see it, guys. Grow the confidence. Find your niche. Find your specialty. This has been Precious Metal Takeover. Thank you guys for tuning in. Everyone may now speak now.
Thanks, C. Thanks, everybody.
I can't speak. I'm not broke. We all speak at the same time? Is that what you mean? Okay.
It's really been a pleasure, by the way. Like, honestly, this event really makes this server interesting. I love this event so much. I'm so happy. I love hearing new voices. So thank you.
Sorry, I logged on late here. I don't know what event you're talking about. Can you maybe just give me the window, the elevator pitch?
Yeah, so basically, it's called Precious Metal Takeover. Silvers and golds are the only FE people who are allowed to speak for 2 hours. It's every Saturday from 1 New York time to 3 New York time. But you did great, dude. Flat Earth Solar. So thank you so much for tuning in. This is a weekly thing. So.
All right. Thanks for the kind words. That's appreciated.
No,
it's
no
really
problem.
nice to have.
You're awesome.
It's really nice to have someone who's intellectually honest, and can at least have a decent discussion and not just the normal generic, basic answers that everyone tries to throw back at us.
Absolutely. I am gonna hop out of live stream. Some individuals wanted to speak with me privately, but I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Did that guy drop? What was this? Clever something. 7 clever.
The boys?
Yeah, seems like
it. He took his escape. He saw his escape window and he's like, I'm off.
But it's so amazing when they tell you what they do, like that guy told us he's a pilot, then you just drum that thing. Because now when he's up in the air, he's not going to be able to not think about what we asked him tonight.
Did anybody follow what he was saying about when I asked him about if they trained him to fly over curvature, and he said something about 2,000 miles? I didn't understand what he was saying. Did anybody else get that? Or
no, he was talking about like drift, like if you let go of the steering wheel of the plane, that the plane seems to want to pull left or pull right based on whether you're flying north or south, and that was his evidence of Coriolis.
Yeah,
I don't think he addressed your question.
If he's really a pilot, hopefully he'll at least think about if he's really flying over a ball now that's moving, you know. Because I haven't met any pilots that are trained to fly over a ball that's moving. Have y'all? In fact, we have several flat earth pilots, correct?
Correct. For me, the first plane flight after I knew the flat earth, I was literally like a child on Christmas morning for the entire duration of the plane trip. And the moment they said we were descending, I was like, oh no, because I was staring at this flat horizon that never changed. The nose of the plane stayed slightly upward for the entire flight so that we could maintain altitude or lift. And only when they say we're going to start to descend, that's when the plane actually leveled for the first time. And then you start to lose altitude because as you're flying level, the weight factor starts to actually pull the plane back down. So it has to fly with its nose up to maintain the altitude that it's at. And then I validated that with a theodolite on the way back, and I took hundreds of photos, and never once did the theodolite move below, indicating that the nose was down. Not once throughout any of the flights that I did subsequently. And that to me was just, if this thing is flying level, then the only thing it can fly over is something level.
Flat, non-rotating Earth, just like all those documents say, right?
Has to be.
I mean, I like to think that there is pilots that still believe they're flying over a ball. They really think about the mental gymnastics they have to go through. Like you were explaining to him, we're exactly moving with the Earth and all that nonsense. I mean, surely some of them can break through that. I don't know.
And flights were so beautiful because they were so long distance. So I think it was Paul on the plane, or one of the guys, they were taking spirit levels to different airports, and they were taking cell phones that were calibrated at one airport and then placing it on the floor of the other to show that both of them were level the whole time, level the runway. Then the plane went up and flew level. When you land at the next airport, it's also level. That, this thing was so, none of us had ever thought about it that way. We climbed in the plane and most of us would just go to sleep for the hour or two and then land and carry on with your life. But when you realize this, suddenly the window is the most glorious viewing deck for this majestic flat earth below you. Stationary earth. And the distances on the flight, you can calculate thousands of miles. So then you can work out what the curvature or the hump should have been between those two locations. And even just at, say, 1,400, 1,500 kilometers, so say 1,000 miles, you're talking about hundreds of kilometers of bulge that you should have had to fly over. But you're only flying at 30,000 feet, which is 7 kilometers. So you only ascend to 7 kilometers and then fly level, but you should have flown over 200 kilometers of bulge from one place to the next. It's just so retarded. And if you drove it, if you drive across the US or you drive across Africa, that place is flat. And they talk about the plains of the Savannah Plains. That shit is flat. You drive across parts of the US as well. It is so flat, they call it flat as a pancake. It's flat. Not all land is flat, but it's flat enough. And when you look at the altitude, you go from a couple of 100,000 meters or a couple of thousand meters above sea level down to sea level over that entire distance. So you've descended 1 kilometer in altitude, but you should have gone over 200 kilometers of hump. But you've only descended 1 kilometer of altitude. It's so moronic.
Yeah, that's interesting to talk to pilots and things like that. I mean, you know, they have devices on aircraft to show the attitude, right, of the aircraft. That's telling you if you're in level flight or not, which is very important. So they come on here and tell us that, oh, they don't need to worry about that because it's just happening automatically while the plane is showing an attitude of level. The Earth is curving away at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Has someone explain that?
Yeah, they explain that away, Sonny, by gravity takes care of all that. Don't worry
Yeah,
about
it just takes care of it. Oh, okay, great. Yeah, once again, so gravity takes care of it all. Can you show me specifically how it does that? Thanks.
That was the fact. We actually should have raised it with that guy who was here just now. That fact was the one that convinced one of my close friends recently, who just said, holy shit, plane is flying level. The ground would start getting further and further away. It would gain altitude, like that picture of an airplane flying into space. Like if it just flew level and there's a ball curving away below it, it would be gaining altitude at such a radical amount. It would probably be one of the most efficient ways to go into space would just be fly level.
Exactly.
Because the air would get progressively thinner. Your plane would become more and more fuel efficient just by flying level. But we fly level and that doesn't occur.
Yeah, is my mic level okay?
Good for me.
It's pretty good. Okay, thanks. Just checking. Yeah, oh, sorry, Dave.
I just said you sound fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Also, another issue is that ships at sea use something called a gyro compass. Now, the reason they use a gyro compass is because in order to efficiently gauge fuel consumption and distance traveled, they need to know the attitude of the ship also. So the gyro is going to show, oh, you know, they're going to be able to recalculate those, because if the ship is angled up at 5 degrees and then down at 8 degrees, you know what I mean?
No, so the gyro compass is basically just detaching it from what's happening with the boat. So regardless of what orientation the boat is in, the actual compass remains, this is the key word, level.
Right.
Because compasses can only work when leveled. Because if they're not level, they don't have that free motion to be able to spin without resistance to point toward northward. So it's quite ironic that like even the compass, the gyro compass needs to be level. That's why it's sitting in like a 3-axis gyroscope or
yes.
You know, with these different what's the word? Gimbals, that's the word. So it's got multiple gimbals keeping this compass 100% level, regardless. Even if that boat ship tipped upside down, that compass would still flip around and remain level to still be readable or legible. So it's
yes, Oliver. Once again, the Glover answer is gravity is making all necessary adjustments there, so don't worry about it.
We do have Brew here, who I just checked in, and Brew said that he is new to the topic of flat Earth and hasn't heard much about it before. Is that right, Brew?
Yes, it is very much.
Oh, okay. So, did you have any questions about it? Did you have any questions for the group here about Flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear them. What's your first question?
Is he talking? I can't hear him.
I don't know what he's doing.
I'm talking.
Just a moment.
I heard him there, but very faintly.
Wait a minute. I think I hear something. Oh, crickets. Cut it out, crickets. I told you about that before.
Yeah, they were just saying that the Earth's flat.
That's right. Crickets know. Crickets know, don't they, Crypto?
Yeah, of course.
That's what
Well,
they're
they're not
saying.
retarded.
They accept the world the way it presents itself. Plus, things wouldn't go well with their hopping around, you know. I don't think crickets take the Coriolis effect into account.
No.
Because crickets, because
TV. Sorry, go on.
Crypto, you're very soft.
You are soft again, because remember we fixed it
volume's
earlier, but
about
now you're back to
Crypto.
being soft. Yeah.
What?
Sorry.
Anyway,
He's
Yeah,
got a new. he's got
as
a new
manly
version.
as you are, you're coming across kind of soft.
That's
Put
because
your
I'm in a room
lipstick
full of
away.
men.
Oh, our brew is gone, but maybe he'll be back. Maybe he was just having issues.
Shame.
If there's anybody else that's new here that has a question or comment, feel free to speak up. The precious metals takeover was great. Great job, everybody that participated. Lots of interesting conversations.
Dandelion,
Ildiko, good to see you.
nice to hear you, see you. Since there's a pause, I wondered if I could just ask you. The other night, I think it was last night. Yes, last night. There was supposed to be that debate between QE and the astrophysicist, was it? And
some kind of professor, yeah.
Yes. Now I thought it was a woman. And was that not a male voice we heard?
They tell me that it was a man, posing as a woman, as they are wont to do these days.
Oh, I see. So he's transsexual.
Apparently so, yeah.
Be careful now. Be politically correct. I'm just kidding.
Transsexual.
I don't have to be here, I didn't think. I don't know.
Astrophysicist from Princeton.
The astronomy professor, actually.
Astronomy professor.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you got this impression, but I got the impression that after he heard Huey's presentation of the subject matter, that he promptly disappeared.
Well, yeah. When
was
being
that suspicious?
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Did you not find it, or was that just me?
I think it's extremely suspicious, and I am very suspicious of any supposed technical issue. Supposedly it's being rescheduled. I will attempt my very best, Ildiko, to withhold judgment until I find out whether this person shows up the second time. But it seems highly suspicious for a person to come in, say they're going to have a debate with a flat earther, probably assume, like most people, that there's not going to be any substance to it, that it'll be easy. Then getting here, confronted with Quantum Eraser, who is extremely well-versed and well-educated and a good communicator in the subject, and find out, oh my gosh, I guess I actually have to be prepared for this thing.
Exactly.
I'm going through.
Yes. Yeah, I think he had no other option. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and I say he had no other option. You know, if he is a professor at Princeton, he has a lot to lose by losing.
Exactly. So it wouldn't be worth the risk for him to come on Discord and get shown up by a
he had he had that revelation right there in that moment.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'll be shocked if this second
I will be
showing actually happened too. I will be shocked. I'm going to give it a 1% certainty, and that's probably being generous that it'll actually happen.
Yes. So I was so looking forward to it, but then I thought to myself, it's inevitable. Almost how anybody in that position could come into a debate about it and expect to come out looking good.
Yeah, well, somewhere in the back of their mind, especially if they're in the astrophysics realm, which is clearly science fiction. I mean, like, even if you're in it, you mustn't know that you're just making stuff up. You know, you must have heard that somewhere along the line.
Maybe his whole education flashed before his very eyes.
That could be. Yeah.
There was nothing there.
I know. I was excited about it. I thought we were going to have a real debate with a real professor, but none of them will show up. I mean, that in itself, should show these people, like these so-called professionals, will not show up here to debate. They're afraid of a Discord debate on a gaming server with flat earthers. That's what they're afraid of. So I do hope when the next thing gets canceled, or, the mother dies next time, or maybe the grandma will die the third time. I don't know how many relatives this person has that can die, but, I hope Quantum Racer makes a lot of hay out of this.
Thank God for COVID. It could always be better.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It's a defeat. I think Quantum Eraser is being gracious, which is better than I would do, in saying, we'll reschedule. But I hope he makes a lot. It's a defeat. It was a defeat. I'm not going for this technical.
It's like professor.
Forfeit.
It's like professor in inverted commas, because the moment they start speaking to QE, they're being schooled.
Exactly. Even. No matter what they're degreed in.
And, it's really hard for me to reserve judgment also, because especially in this community, what we see every day from these people. But I'll try to reserve judgment on what the technical issue is. But it's curious that it came about right after the statement of you need to provide a valid hypothesis, including the constituent parts of it, which means an independent control variable, and then the technical difficulty. But I guess we won't know for sure, and we'll find out. The answer will be whether this person shows up again or not.
It's very interesting. All right, good. I'm glad that I was not the only one who felt these things. So good. Thank you.
You're not the only one, Ildiko. I'm right there with you.
Come on, y'all. It was obviously technical difficulties. Please stand by.
Because it sounded perfect in the beginning. I'll stop.
Yeah, I was looking forward in particular to it being a woman, and then I've already gotten tons of flack earlier, Ildiko, for being disappointed that it wasn't. But I was hoping, because there's so few women even in the flat Earth community in general, as you know, but definitely on the Glober side, they've got like hardly any that. In Discord, I guess in NASA they've got those people, but they're just jokes. I mean, they're just actors.
The sciences themselves have fewer women in them. The science,
right? They're not. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, so I was hoping that that was going to happen, but it didn't. So I hope people can forgive me for being disappointed. If people want to call themselves whatever they want to, that's perfectly fine. I'm not here to stop you as long as you don't come for my children. But in terms of like I was hoping it was a actual woman. So
I just I take very positive attitude towards it. I find it a compliment that when a man becomes transsexual.
Yeah, because the funny thing is, Ildiko, I mean, the women, so many women don't want to dress feminine, don't want to do this and that. So at least somebody's going to be buying the dresses now. Like probably the dress manufacturers are happy. Like the women don't want to be feminine; they want to go wear a business suit. So at least they'll keep the dressmakers in business perfectly fine. Wear whatever you want.
Exactly. And they'll remind us of how we used to be.
That's right.
Yeah, Dandelion, I guess I have to be the reverse feminist now and ask you why you hate men so much.
I'm so confused now. I don't even know. I don't even know what conversation we're having.
I know, it's because you wanted a female professor, therefore you must hate men. That's how it works.
Right. That's right. Yes, I'm going to discriminate. Yes, I'm discriminating now. I'm not as excited about the debate as I was. It's unfortunate, but I'm just being honest with all of you. So there you go. Because we got men around here everywhere. There's men everywhere. Yeah, I was excited about the other, but it's fine. I guess I'll take the fake because I can't get a real one.
I just thought it was always hatred if you ever had a preference. I just thought that was the rule.
I think that's supposed to be the rule. Yep. Yeah, I can't keep track of the rules, so they keep changing. That's part of it, right? But I just always know I'm not following them, whatever they are. That seems to be what people tell me.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
So I kind of gave up trying.
Yeah, you're supposed to be memorizing the 27 different genders or whatever now, I think.
72, isn't it? Or is that
Something
virgins
like
in heaven? I don't know. All of these religions, I don't get it.
Well, 72 would match the number of space agencies on Earth right now. So,
is that how many
one
there are?
virgin for every space agent.
Yeah, 72. But there's only 14 of them that have launch capability, whatever that means. That could be Wile E. Coyote. He has
Wow,
launch.
I would not have guessed that. Huh.
One virgin for each space.
I can just say, yeah,
As was
I'm a space
prophesied.
agency now.
Yeah.
Good idea. Yeah, I could probably get some funding.
I got a green screen and I can use a computer and do studio effects. So I'm a space agency now. I guess.
Well, Sonny, do you ever think Wile E. Coyote had another choice besides the Acme Company, or was that his only place to buy stuff from? Because he had a lot of defective stuff from there. I don't know.
Yeah.
You think good point. Oh my gosh. That's
I never thought about that. You don't really think about that. You go like, okay, it's a monopoly.
What a loyal customer.
That didn't occur to me, like all this shit blowing up and falling down, getting crushed by rocks and.
Yeah, maybe he was just in like a
Yeah, he kept
lifetime
ordering
device of
for
the
me.
month club or something. Yeah, he kept getting that's so funny.
I think it was like a truth drop saying like these companies don't have your best interests. They're saying like these companies are just gonna like trash you and you're gonna just keep buying it anyway.
It could have been a metaphor for, sometimes when you have nefarious intentions, then it backfires on you and you end up hurting your own self. I've seen that happen a ton of times. When you try to attack someone.
No one talking.
There. So do you have some wisdom for us, Crypto? Asphyxiate is here with a lovely dog picture. I could unmute them.
I was interested in what was that guy's name? 7 something.
I think he's gone.
Yeah, it left a while ago. But he was saying, "Oh, you just fly to the north and you automatically go east." And I thought about that for a couple of minutes. And I'm like, exactly, because we're in a, like, if you look at the equidistant map, you know, it's not what the globe, like, it's not, you're not going in the directions that the globe is showing. You're going in the directions that a flat Earth is presenting. So when
Right,
you go,
good point.
you're actually going eastward because all of those things are northeast of us on a flat plane.
Yeah, like I think those pictures are really good that show like flight paths on a globe versus flight paths on a flat map, and how they make so much more sense on the flat map.
I agree with that, Mary Mom. It's one of the things that really hit me at first 5 years ago was seeing how they never fly the shortest route in the south. They never go across Antarctica. It's always going to the north, you know. But
Hey,
we know
Dave.
why. Yep.
Were you the one who was saying that there was 72 space agencies?
Sonny said that.
That was
Sonny
me.
said that?
Yeah, I looked
Okay,
it up.
Sonny.
It was just from
Hey,
Wikipedia. Yeah.
I heard that, but how many are going to space, did you say?
14.
That they say?
14.
Okay.
14 have launch capabilities. That's all they said about it.
Okay.
And out of those 14, their launches aren't always perfect, right? Sometimes they mess up the CGI or whatever.
Yeah. I love that Wile E. Coyote of he's launching himself with a bow and arrow. Like he's the arrow and he's launching himself with a bow. That's exactly what they're doing when these people come out here and they say, "Oh, we just went to space. We didn't have the Earth curvature measurement. We didn't need it. We just shot shit up there in any random direction. Oh, we'll just point and shoot."
What if you hit a satellite? It never happens. Don't worry about that.
Right.
And there's like kind of like Wile when he used to run off the edge of the cliff and he would keep running and he would be okay as long as he didn't look down, right?
Yeah.
What if you hit the SpaceX car? Oh man. With the air-filled tires in space.
Yeah, that thing's 1 billion miles away by now.
Oh, okay. We're good.
It's way out there. The only thing that could hit it is a cartoon rocket going to Mars, the CGI
Damn.
Mars.
Wonder what they're doing with the actual car. Like, is it hidden in someone's garage? Oh man.
Funniest part about that car to me is like Elon even said it came right off the factory line, but oops, we forgot the rear view mirror on it. Like what?
Uh-oh. Yeah. I like it when the footage messed up and it showed the green screen. That was great.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Wow.
It's hilarious. Yeah, they had a what was it? They had to like remove it off YouTube, and then they re-uploaded the live stream without that part.
Wow.
I don't know. I feel like they do a lot of this on purpose, but I could be wrong. Maybe they're just that dumb.
Have any of you thought that this whole thing is just the way it's so ridiculous now is just to present it to idiots to see who the idiots are?
I think so. I really think so. It happens too many times, man. Too many mess ups.
There has to be a certain degree of that, Sonny, it seems.
Yeah, it's to test and deceive.
Same thing with this. Yeah, same thing with this other bullshit that's going on outside of our windows, you know, to point out who the idiots actually are and who are just going to go along with it. To get some numbers, they're like doing a data search.
Yeah.
If they're going to be deceivers, they have to test whether or not their deceptions are effective and what improvements they need to make.
Yeah.
It's almost like they push the envelope to see how absurd they can make stuff and who will believe it, you know.
Like they didn't do very well with 9/11. I mean, it worked for a while, but there were so many holes in 9/11 that it was more holy than Swiss cheese.
Yeah, that was the awakening
many
right
people.
there.
Yeah, that was it was not well executed. Not well executed as they would.
Yeah.
What do you mean, man? It was 19 guys with box cutters directed by a guy on kidney dialysis in a cave. What's your problem?
Yeah, what's the problem with that? Yeah, and what about that dinner?
And over time, I look younger.
Yeah, exactly. But what about that dinner they had where it's like, well, no WMDs under here. What about over here? They're all laughing about it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
The laughing,
you guys are so fucking stupid. Jeez.
I mean, William Cooper already told us, you know, some CNN reporter found him lickety split, but then the CIA, the FBI, and all these other government agencies, they can't find him for more than several decades. Please.
Yeah, exactly. They go out and find people that are like hiding in a freaking jungle somewhere in the Amazon, but they can't find this guy where they have
just the same. So just the same with 9/11. We find all these incoherencies, so it definitely doesn't correspond to reality. We find all these incoherencies in the globe and heliocentrism. It definitely does not correspond to reality.
Yep, that's part of it. They're seeing how far they can get people detached from reality. Who'll go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
So we got any new people? What about Asphyxiate? We try to talk to them. Asphyxiate. Interesting name. Are you there? Guess not. Y'all continue.
Is there a mod in here? Can I change my nickname?
You can change your own name, I think.
Yeah, should be able to.
But I don't have the ability to change my nickname.
You should be able to.
Yeah, I don't have that ability. I'm looking in the settings.
You sure? It's a different set. There's like 4 different places to click on this software or website.
Yeah, it took me a few minutes to figure out where it was when I first tried to change my name back, but there is a way to do it.
Click on your name, bottom left, top right. Oh, there it is, right? But yeah, when I was looking into NASA some more, obviously we know it's like a lot of the stuff is like reversed from the Bible. So I got really intrigued by that. But once I heard of that 72, man, 72 space agencies, I'm like, wow,
Right.
like the 72 celestial angels you'll get in Mormonism, or 72 fallen angels, 72 demons, demonology. There's like the 72 space agencies making cartoons. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
How deliberately antichrist, anti-Bible they are.
It's so ridiculous. It's like it's so perfectly
when
reversed.
Something is ridiculous, you don't spend all that time trying to mock it and ridicule it. Just say your piece and then move on. And obviously there's something to it.
And almost every program I see, like different series, like like stuff that was on TV or whatever, like episodes of these series and stuff. The predictive programming I'm seeing, it's all to show how ridiculous religion is, or anybody that gathers together, making fun of groups that get together to talk about things that are going on with them. Incredible.
And it was crazy.
Just the same thing with us flat earthers, so-called flat earthers. I would just constantly ridiculed and bombarded with scoffing and derision, and the same thing is true with Bible believers. That same thing, this constant blitzkrieg of ridicule and scoffing and derision.
Yeah,
it's like, okay, if we're so ridiculous, then just refute us already and then move on and be done.
Yeah,
but they're the anti-evangelists.
Yeah, it's crazy what they do with the magic trick and all these sci-fi shows. Like I just watched. Oh, what's the one after Star Trek Voyager? I think, or I forgot the actor's name. Anyways, yeah, even in the intro, that song they have like, I don't even want to. I don't know the lyrics. But anyways, right in the title or the music in the beginning, they show like the armillary sphere. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Armillary. Have you guys heard of that?
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's like a geocentric model with every single halo or ring, which represents it's like the old stuff, the 7 layers of firmaments. They showed that in the beginning. Once I started researching it, I went to my dad's because he's still brainwashed. But I went to his house, and I saw that right in the intro screen, and it says "Have faith." That's in the song. I'm like, "Have faith," and they show that, and then they show the ball. Like, what am I watching? And same thing when I watched the Orville. It's like the first episode, they show a dome. And then, I don't know, it's kind of racist. They always show like a dome, then something to do with a black person or a monkey. And then, but in this one, there was a banana that gets disintegrated by aging of time. And so they made a time dome. That's in the first episode of the Orville. And then a black woman fell into it and she died by aging quickly. And I'm like grabbing the banana peel. I'm like, all right. It's like the, I don't know, 7th time I've seen this repeating and programming. So it's something racist. But yeah, they always have a dome in the first episode of like every or sci-fi show. Or they make it look corny or whatever, and they make the ball look beautiful. Yeah.
And na you don't know the truth.
Yeah, exactly. It's straight up mockery, obviously, right?
I'm showing you the truth, and you don't have eyes to see.
Yeah. And then I noticed that's a lot of the old movies and shows and the newer movies. I noticed they're starting to blow up the ball Earth and then showing a sexy flat Earth. Like, I don't know if you guys been noticing that. It was also in the Fantastic Beasts. What is it called? Fantastic Beasts. I think that after Harry Potter.
Okay.
Yeah, they had like a sexy armillary sphere, and it was like that's the flat Earth, the geocentric model. And then after that, they showed the globe, and then it exploded. I'm like, does no one see this?
Right. Am I the only one
So
seeing
they kind of
this?
switched it. You want to see a sexy flat Earth? Boom! Get rid of that ball Earth. Or it shows order, and then shows the heliocentric model as chaos. I guess that would be another thing for symbolism.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no globies in the house.
I need some help. Change it. Need to talk to him. Derate.
We do have a VC verified I can't pronounce it. Apocryphon, are you there?
What's up, David?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Welcome to the server. What's up? What say you?
Then I'm just jumping in. The other server I usually hang out in science versus pseudoscience. They're just listening to music with the rhythm bot. I'm like, I'm good. So
I was doing that last night.
yeah, they've been doing that rhythm bot quite a bit lately.
I had that started. I'm the one that started that from last night because I mentioned Elton John's Runaway Train.
Oh yeah,
I played the first song, and then they went on.
I fell asleep right after that, man. I don't know if you know, but I just knocked out. All I remember saying is, yeah, that was co-written by with Eric Clapton, and then I just remember knocking out.
So I'm getting the impression you're not a heliocentric believer. Am I correct?
What is the name for it? Because it's not just heliocentrism. It's globe plus heliocentrism plus George Lemaitre's Big Bang plus Copernican principle. There's got to be a name for all this bind together. I just refer to it as the false cosmos. What did you say?
Oh, what? Someone's answering it.
Say it again.
What did you say? What'd you say? Is all together is named what? I couldn't hear him.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
I said it's all together combined. Asshole.
Oh, I know who that is. What's up, Neil?
A globe tard. No, yeah, no, I mean, I used to be, just as I'm sure all of us was. But when you seek the truth, it's revealed to you. So, you know, seek truth. You ask for guidance and knowledge and understanding and wisdom, and you'll receive it if you're genuinely looking for it. I just feel like a lot of these guys who are, you know, believers of the science, maybe it's just in their hearts. It's not in their hearts to be revealed the secrets.
Yeah, that's well said, man. There's a lot of people that just don't even want to look at it. Sorry, go ahead.
What was it? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. There's two people talking. What'd you say?
Go ahead, Dave.
I just said that was well said, and there's a lot of people that just refuse to even address the subject properly. Go ahead.
And they also refuse to believe that they're just the same as everyone else regarding belief systems. You have a belief system, it was taught to you, you have some beliefs that are unsubstantiated, and you cling to these beliefs to the neglect of any evidence and logic and fact. Guilty of the same things that you despise other people for. I cannot emphasize that enough. Because they love to think that they're on this intellectual pedestal above everyone else because they believe this, but those people, everyone else believes these things. And that they practice this behavior of intellect and everyone else doesn't. Well, no, it's not the case.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. And I think I find too, a lot of people come over here as Globers and they have really vague ideas about what they think the nature of reality is. So if you, for example, you start to talk about the specific nature of the necessity of curvature for this ball, they kind of blank out. It's like people can't hear the specific claims that are being made. So during the the precious metals takeover, somebody was talking about the black swan. You go through that thing, and I understand it's pretty complicated for somebody who's never heard it before. but you finish going through the claim, and it's as if they didn't even hear you speaking.
Right.
I find that. I mean, I understand it's hard because it took me a while to wrap my mind around precisely what the implications of the radius are, and in my view, maybe some people, I know I've heard people, they say they get it really quickly, especially those around here, but it took me a while to really understand what it meant that the Earth it required a particular rate of curvature, and also to understand how we could predict where the horizon is, where it must be based on the radius, and you go through that, and you make these very specific ideas, and it seems like a lot of people are really vague. They just fall back on these vague, barely articulated ideas about, well, whether people
Yeah.
bring up the all kinds of excuses is what it comes down to.
I was gonna say something.
I just want I think it's vital to be specific to deal with the particulars of it, because either the Earth is
That's
a
exactly what I
sphere.
said. Be specific.
Yeah, be specific. Yeah.
This is what I was gonna say. I was gonna say about their obstinance that you were just referring to. The information coming into their ears and it just bounces off, goes in one ear out the other, or it goes right, or it just does not compute in their mind, almost as though they didn't listen. When you don't believe in the spiritual realm, when you don't believe in the unseen world, when you don't believe in the evil spirits that are perpetuating evil in the world, you can't explain that. But when you do, the explanation is simple. They're bewitched. And these tyrants utilize magic in worship of these evil spirits. They use all these different apparatuses and all these different devices and all these different machines, both material and immaterial, and they use it against the oppressed, folks like us. Obviously, namely the TV, casting spells constantly through to the TV. Spells of mind control. Believe this. Believe this. Believe this. Believe this. Disbelieve this. Disbelieve this. Disbelieve this. Disbelieve this. Focus on this. Focus on this. Be distracted by this. Over and over and over and over again throughout your entire life. Some people are weak-minded. Some people are strong-minded. It works better on others. It works less on others.
Well, one of the things that brought me to an awareness that flat Earth could be true is I knew what you were talking about just a minute ago, that we all have like an assumptive worldview. We have these implicit beliefs, these things that exist that exist inside our own personal reality, as if that is the whole world, and we have this tendency as people to fall in love with the ideas that are in our minds, and to think that what we assume is what is precisely in the world. And I think a lot of times when you're trying to communicate to people, that's like what you said, is you're talking to their assumptions. They're just assuming anything that comes out of the mouth of this self-evidently crazy flat earther is incorrect. We know that, so they don't even have to deal with it. They don't even have to deal with their own radius, like no awareness whatsoever of the particulars.
The majority of their arguments is just a presumption. That's all it is. That's the majority.
Purely.
Just a presumption. They presume the veracity of their beliefs, and they presume the erronicity of ours. Anyone else that disagrees, constantly presuming what they should be proving, not having adequate knowledge of what adequate evidence is, not having adequate knowledge of rhetoric so that they speak accurately, they can accurately speak what they mean, not having an accurate understanding of logic so that their statements are not illogical.
Yeah, we hear this all the time. I came to Flat Earth because I started to understand the particular claims of the globe. But everybody's just content to have their beliefs, and the power is in knowing the particulars, knowing the details, and that requires that a little bit of discipline, a little bit of time, thinking it through, thinking about the implications of what it means that the Earth is what is claimed. And once you do that, you know, you don't have any choice. I mean, I was funneled toward an understanding that the Earth is not a sphere. I know that. I know that as a fact. It's not a belief. Simply because I tried to understand and prove the ball, which is like, it's like you're speaking another language to people to put that idea forth. You know, they don't. It's just what is it? A shore too far.
The obstinance people have to the true cosmos that we really live in is similar to the obstinance people have to the gospel. The gospel is telling the truth that exposes any and all evil, right? And the true cosmos is exposing the truth about what caused it to exist, who that person is, our purpose of existence, and the fact that we are obligated to the person who made everything to do what that person wants us to do. So it has all these ramifications and implications that people don't want. No, I don't want to stop doing this because I enjoy that. No, I don't want to start doing that because I don't enjoy that. No, I don't want to believe this because then that's an unpleasant belief. No, I don't want to disbelieve this because I like this belief.
Yes, and frequently those, those kind of things, like I don't want to give this up, or I don't want to change the way that I think. Those things are inarticulate. It's like a lot of times and I'm speaking from personal experience. Say if there's, because we're all growing, we're all constantly progressing, we're all learning. Like a lot of times I will not want to change, but it's all that exists as like this implicit thing that is beyond words. You can't quite put it into words, your rejection of the truth, and so you're not like speaking logically, like you're not having a logical dialogue internally, and oftentimes you're not speaking to the higher minded part of the person who you're trying to awaken.
Yeah, you're arguing against the spell rather than with the person.
Exactly.
Yeah, it says, that he gives us over to it because he knows our hearts, and people get caught up in it because they're stuck in it because their hearts, they just cannot pull apart from such things that would be offending. Like even believing that it's a globe and you're hurling through space, I would say that's got to be offensive to our Father because he tells us what he made, and he questioned Job, "Where were you when I made it?" So it's just interesting.
I mean, what a superfluous cosmos to make as a deity. Just the majority of it is just space with some little balls of solid liquid or gas, dispersed throughout it. He's an architect. Every architect knows that no component of their architecture, of their construct, is superfluous. Now, if humans know that, then the God knows that. If humans can build very well, how much more can the God build? How much more well can the God build?
And that's
the light of the truth. Oh.
Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, the light of the truth exposes the darkness. The light of the truth exposes the sins and evils of anyone and everyone, which is why they regress into the darkness so that their sins are not exposed, which includes disbelieving the truth and not obeying it. So when the light of the truth is shined, when it's shown, and it vanishes all darkness, then all evils and all sins, including false beliefs, false doctrines, are exposed. And then when that happens, the person is met with a crisis of conscience, as it were. Okay, it's irrefutable that these falsehoods are exposed. Now, my choice is to pursue, still stubbornly believe these falsehoods, and do these evils, do these sins, or I repent and believe the truth and obey righteousness and do righteousness.
Yeah, and it's like because of the heliocentric model, the universe, as you were saying, I found that kind of interesting. That so much of the universe is useless. It serves no purpose, and it makes the material or what could be apprehended less. It has less form. It has less substance. Is the word I'm looking for. There's less there, and you're left. I mean, inevitably, if that's the belief, and that's what it is, a belief, you're also put in the position of believing things that cannot be proven, that are not substantial, that don't have the kind of substance that you're talking about.
Right.
Which is quite a realization, I think. I guess it's been a year and a half for me, but I'm continually, I feel continual wonder that the world is as it is, and it makes more sense to me, and it provides explanation for what I experience in ways that I just never anticipated. I never could have seen that.
Mm-hmm. Funnily enough, the false cosmos that they believe in, even if it was true, we humans are incapable of substantiating the belief. That's the catch-22. Whether it be true or false, we still can't believe it because we're incapable of proving such things. Cannot go there. Cannot see that. Cannot hear that. So on and so forth. Like this impossible cosmos that cannot be known even if it was true. That's just for the sake of argument. But of course, I'm not going to wander into fantasy to argue against
it. Yeah, that reminds me of like we get into these discussions and debates with them about the science they believe, and then they use the very same science to prove their belief. But that's the argument here. Your
circular
science,
reasoning.
Yeah, your science is the pseudoscience that we're arguing against. So
right. Don't reassert your belief to prove it. You're supposed to be proving it.
Yeah, just because you say, oh, this machine can take this and it does this and that's how we know. No, we're arguing that your machine can't do that and it doesn't do that. But
or your interpretation of the results is incorrect.
Yeah. Just because in your made up world that it substantiates it, but it doesn't validate it because it's still, you're missing the point. You can't do that. That is not something that can be done. That. like when we got into that discussion about how far the sun is, and they're like, oh well, we can easily tell. Oh really? Yeah, because we set this up and we hang it and we do the math and then it makes. Okay, so then if it's so easy to tell, why is it 94 million miles further away than from the original claim? And they're like, oh, because they didn't have the technology back then that we have today. Don't you think they said that 500 years ago when they said it was even farther than million but not 95 million? Like
that response made sense to them. That response made sense to them. They did not think to themselves, this is a non sequitur response, I should not say this.
So then I argue, okay, so then in 100 years from now when the technology is better, what, you're saying they're going to be able to calculate the sun at 180 million miles away because our better technology? It's
right. The distance is changing because our machines are advancing?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's an argument that falls upon itself because it bears no weight. And these people, are stuck in the indoctrination that they cannot, that logic cannot settle in their brain and trigger something. Because again, their hearts have been given over to it.
It's like
because
you cannot run past a red light. But the price of milk is now 7 cents higher. So the fuck what?
Yeah, has nothing to do like with one or the other. Yeah, it's unfortunately though it's an endless debate because you're dealing with the belief, and it's what's in your heart. You're gonna hold on to, even if you're wrong. Because if I believe it to be this way, then that's what it is, and that's all right. Well, that's the human will that God's given you, and so be it.
You chose to abuse it, and you'll suffer the consequences.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'm wrong about it.
Well, there's part of it at the beginning. Like, you can understand if you heard something that seemed crazy to you at the beginning, it would be really important that you would be skeptical. Like, you would say, "Oh, wait a minute, now this is." So then you would begin to ask the questions. But you have to make it concrete. Like, you cannot stay in that belief. It has to move from the area of ideas to the area of showing evidence. And so and so I think what you're describing is people hold on to it no matter what, and that would be generalizable to a lot of things in life. You have to move from that place of disbelief into the truth, into what is concrete and real and replicatable and things that you can provide evidence for. So sure, be skeptical for a while you ask the hard questions, but then be willing, humble enough to let
actually
go.
be open-minded, right?
Yeah, be open-minded.
Not
let
just
go
say
of
it,
your
not just in
preconceptions.
tongue, but in action, in mind.
Exactly. And that's, to be humble it requires a kind of strength. You're not humble with things that are false. You don't give yourself to things that are not true. But if you're confronted with truth, inevitably, if you're going to be true to yourself and to what is most resonant with what is, you say, "Hey, okay, well, this is the sacrifice I'm going to make." I mean, that's what I had to do with this topic. I had to say, well, this is not really what I would have chosen, but that's the way it is, so off we go.
And in your inquisition, understand what adequate evidence is, and don't try to test the veracity of a supposition with false qualifiers. That's what I hate.
Yeah.
They have this false criteria.
That's what they constantly do.
Right. They have this false criterion for which a supposition is tested to be true or false. And we're like, no. Change this. Edit this. Did you even proofread this? Look at this criterion. No. This criteria is not what proves my supposition to be true or false. Change this. You don't know what adequate evidence is.
Yeah, just like so last night I was over at my buddy's house. He's an iron worker for 28 years. His cousin's there. He's an iron worker for 22 years. And I said, "Okay, guys, I have a question for you." And they're like, "Here we go," because they know the way I am. And I'm like, so I was talking on Discord the other day, again, about land surveying and how the land, do you have to account for curvature? And then they go, "We're not surveyors, but of course, no, they don't. You don't have to." And then I go, "Okay." So I asked a retired surveyor of over 35 years, and he said the same exact thing. I said, "But now they're saying also that a building that's over, 400 yards, across or whatever, those large buildings that we build, that the plumb bobs, they are inward on each other. They don't line up. They don't level up. They don't angle up or whatever." And they both looked at me and said, "Are you fucking stupid?" I was like, "I'm not the one that's saying that." They're like, "That's the dumbest thing I've heard." They're like, right. "No, of course they." He's like, "Do they not understand what a plumb bob's purpose is?" And he's like, "And you have grid points that you're going off it all the way down the building." He said, "That just doesn't make sense." He goes, that's ridiculous. And then I'm like, okay, I'm just asking you because I'm letting you know what I was told to be fact, but I'd rather ask people with the the experience and the knowledge that
Right.
can disprove that. So,
Which is why it is so damn irritating how we cannot determine with certainty whether or not these people are trolls or shills or just
Correct.
genuine idiots.
Yeah.
It's so irritating because then they
they're
tell us about their
forcing you to believe
supposed
this.
professional background, right? They do this or that professionally as a vocation, utilizing whatever applied sciences, right? But then they
Yeah.
say things like this, and it's like, oh, I really do not believe you. You are really doing a bad job at demonstrating
It
that you really
discredits
are
them
this
altogether.
professional.
It discredits them altogether because then how much more lies do they spew on a daily basis? You know what I mean? Like
Right.
how much more are they lying about? And they continue to make themselves or put themselves in these positions where they're losing all credibility.
If they are professional believing and teaching these things, then there needs to be a change in the professional realm over there also.
Yeah.
And truth is preeminent. I mean, truth always has to be. That's why appeals to authority are incorrect, because let's say you have expertise in a certain area. Yes, that means you've been exposed to more general knowledge related to whatever discipline you're in. But
Right.
but what's most important is what can be proved, and
Right.
and that always truth is always preeminent to your supposed expertise, and so you have to be able to move in and out of that. Like, I have expertise in this area, but then you always have that inquisitive nature so that you can be flexible and change. And the unfortunately, like, our ego just gets in the way because we want to be seen as maybe have an advantage over other people, or we don't want people do hate it when their fundamental beliefs are questioned, which is why flat earth, I think, is such a big deal. It's so hard to communicate these ideas because people are typically so incredibly resistant, even though they show up at our doorstep and start making claims.
Professionals are not a professional, a scholar, an expert are still not above reproach or infallible or inerrant.
And you don't have any
get this already.
Yeah, you don't have any innate advantage over somebody who doesn't have that background, because it's, again, the truth is always preeminent.
Like, a professional just does this. A professional just does this for pay. A scholar or an expert just does this more often and better than most. But they are not above reproach. They are not inerrant. They are not infallible. People need to get this. Because, like, an argument, well, not even an argument, but a retort that you'll hear is that, well, you're not a doctor. So what? What I said is still true. I hate that response.
Absolutely, and it's an incorrect response because it's got nothing to do with the subject matter.
Like, I'm still right despite me not being a doctor.
It has, being a doctor or having a title or whatever kind of alphabet soup you got after your name is
Right.
completely irrelevant to the fact.
Alphabet soup, he said.
It doesn't. It's just letters and numbers and you practice in whatever area. But having said that, even, a discipline, a scientific discipline, say like a medical doctor who practices medicine, like, it doesn't mean that everything that is assumed to be true by that body of people is true. All you have to do is reference history. We all know that we're subject to doing the wrong things, believing the wrong things, and again, you have to argue the point. What matters is the question at hand, not your credentials.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that laymen have a better understanding of their field of discipline better than the professionals is itself an indictment against academia of this discipline or that discipline.
It is. It is when it could be, if unfortunately, these disciplines become, institutionalized, and then the needs of the institution and the money that flows here and there, that all that becomes more important than the content itself. But if and I hate playing what if games. We did that as kids. Like, well, what if I could fly? What if I mean, but it would be preferable if those who participated in these disciplines would police themselves, but that's how learning happens. Things have to be superseded, and for whatever reason, this is the burden that the flat Earth community has to bear, is to be both correct and ostracized simultaneously.
Given that falsehood is far more copious than truth. Revision,
but they can't.
Analysis is always necessary, and given the fact that there are liars and deceivers and haters of truth, that even further adds to the reason why reassessment, reanalysis, revision is all necessary.
But that's the problem with academia, is that they see the propaganda as education. So as soon as you've got, like you said now, the layman who knows it better, they don't see it that way because you're not repeating the propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only when you repeat the propaganda that you're educated.
Mm-hmm.
But the layman is asking them the commonsensical question, the real nuts and bolts of the argument. And they weren't taught that in their propaganda. So therefore, it's like it doesn't register. But I see it over and over and over again where we have a debate with someone who's considered, quote unquote, an academic. And they are so far from that. And yet they look at you as the moron because you're not repeating the propaganda that they are repeating,
Now, academia is just, people have the wrong idea about academia. Academia is just an institution. That's it. It's an institution. The same as the government, the same as Vatican City, the same as London, the same as any other institution. It's an institution. Institutions have been wrong far more often than they have been right. It's just an institution. Academia is not the paragon of wisdom or intellect or knowledge.
Just a little side note. The Freemasons, they took it off of Netflix. They said it's not available in the US. So I changed the server to UK, and it's not available there either.
Interesting. I mean, it wasn't that deep as it is, but they still took it down.
I saw that the FE Core laser test had been taken down. I don't know if that was Bob and FE Core that took it down, but the original link to their study that came out, I don't know, what was that, 2 or 3 weeks ago, that's gone now. There's a couple of sites that have re-uploaded it, but that's gone too, which I was disappointed with.
Which laser test? The full FE Core one?
They posted recently 2 or 3 weeks ago. They called it the greatest laser test ever done, or something like that.
Yeah, the new one.
Yeah, the new one had been. I picked up the link and I've been using it, to flat smack, and it was such an excellent study. I mean, what they did with their description of refraction and atmospheric conditions, how they laid that out was so good. and I went to pick it up yesterday or the day before, and it had been, the original one had been taken down, so I used a re-upload, but the quality wasn't as good, and I haven't made it over to FE Core to see if it's hosted over there. I know they've had some problems, keeping content on their channel.
Is 24/7 Live 2 a bot?
Yeah, that's Roger's doing a live stream as well. He's working on it. It's still in progress.
So it is a bot.
Basically, yes.
It's like a microphone. So,
I guess I'm still.
I just did a quick search on Netflix. Nothing about Freemasons. They have nothing. They show nothing about all the different titles they had about Freemasons. They're all gone.
I wonder why.
It's got to be another coincidence, I guess.
They want people to stop bad mouthing the Freemasons. What? But they're the one that put the movie on their platform.
I know. Stop talking about pedophiles that way. It's not allowed.
Here in Germany on Netflix, we still have the history of Freemasonry on Netflix.
Well, they're letting you see it. Let me see if I can change my server to Germany and pull it up. They probably won't because my login is still a US login, so they probably don't care where the server is.
Right. But the thing is, actually they're always just telling you it is not a religious organization, and in the end they're all happy hippos, making the world a better place while raping some kids here and there and rituals, but I mean, in the end, they're not a religion, and they don't serve Satan, and they love everyone.
Yeah, they're not a religious organization, but you have to believe in a higher power of some kind to be in the organization.
Right, and they have a Masonic Bible with, I think, 7 Egyptian gods in it. Yeah, they're definitely not religious.
Someone showed me a long time ago, many, many years ago. I don't know how this person got this book, but he showed me a book of the Rosicrucians. And I sure wish, God, man, I remember it had stuff about aliens in there, but I don't remember, I don't know. I wish I wish I could see that book now. That's a book that no one is supposed to have.
It's funny. If I go to, titles which are recommended after watching the history of the Freemasons, the first thing I see is The Last Flight of the Challenger.
Wow.
So, yeah, interesting how they put that stuff together. Also, something about the billionaires and the code, whatever the code is. Oh yeah, the universe is secretly being held together by a secret code.
Yeah, more numptyism. So they're going to just divert...
Numptyism.
Numptyism. I coined it.
They always try to put out as much disinformation so you don't really get behind what is actually truth.
Yeah, here's what I noticed on one of these series I started watching called Manifest, and you can get it. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's about a plane that disappears for 5 years. They come back. But if you look at the truth drops in that, it's pretty astonishing, about how they make fun of religion and things like that. I was going to make... No, I forgot. It'll come back to me. Oh yeah, I remember. So, what they do for information, I noticed a little subliminal message they give in these series where they go, somebody's asking a question about some topic, and someone else answers, well, we looked it up and we found out that this is true. So they're actually giving this little subliminal message. Oh, somebody already looked it up, so it must be true. So then they apply that to their own lives and reality, and that's what they're thinking about all this other stuff that's supposed to be science about the globe. Somebody looked it up and figured it all out, so we don't have to. So you flat earthers are all just stupid because somebody looked it up. So that's how we know. Right. And the other point I was going to bring up that you guys, brought up, like these characters that come on that you can't tell if they're like really in that field that they're trying to claim, if they're just some kids making up stories, creating little characters and coming onto Flat Earth. But I don't know if any of you looked at a few years ago, I became aware of this organization and government, I believe it's part of the intelligence community, called J-Trig, where there's actually cyber agents. I'm sure you guys know about it. If anybody does, you do. So J-Trigs are officers that are cyber officers. So I believe, here's what my speculation, and it is speculation because I can't prove this. I'm not in their offices. I don't know if they have sweatshops with these officers, what that looks like, or anything like it. But I really believe there are rooms of people, think tanks. They're in there. They give these officers, agents, whatever they are, tasked to perform in a certain area of the internet. They create an entire character with as many details as they possibly can create to make others believe that those are real people. I think that is definitely something going on here.
There's a guy that the other day there's a guy that pulled me aside from the group chat. He DM'd me and he's like, hey, you want to go have a talk outside? And I'm trying to remember, what was I talking about that made this guy say, hey, you want to go talk outside of here? Like, as opposed to talking with everybody. I'm like, that kind of threw me off. And then we started going into then we started talking about conspiracy theories. But everything he's saying is knocking down and saying, no, this is the truth. Just like an agent would. You know what I mean? Like, just trying to deter you from knowing.
Yeah.
The thing is, I'll be honest, if we can find out about Pedogate or Pizzagate, and we can find out about the deaths of the deaf, and we can find so many weird and strange things. I mean, not weird, but really disgusting, dark things. I don't really want to know about certain things, which these 33 degrees Masons, for example, are involved into. Like I'm happy to a certain part that I don't know everything about these perverted these people who pervert reality. Because in the end, it's not up to me to judge them. That's the good thing, but still, it's just sad that so many people are living in a reality which is completely upside down, and they don't even realize it. They just go along with it, or they even defend the reality, which is completely perverted. And it's just like Days of Noah, It's just everything. Nothing is new under the sun. What man is doing now has already been happened, and it's gonna be judged again, but in a different way.
Yeah. A good an example of this is I had an ex-friend who is a fairly intelligent person. Had overcome a lot of tragedy and trauma in his life and became an educator. But I've heard like people like him, not just him, but people like him making fun of like what caused that, and then make a little joke, Satan. How they make a joke about like if somebody believes that there's a Satan, that they're idiots or that it's ridiculous, or they got it from Saturday Night Live or something.
Just vacuous ridicule.
Yeah, so what they don't understand this whole thing. Like, they've not been made aware of these people that do believe in the same God of the Bible that they're making fun of. They just believe in Satan, literally.
Right. You know? The thing is that even the Bible says even the demons know that there is one God and that there is Satan, and they also do believe in, they do believe that God is real, that one God is existent, and that He can judge you by what you do. And the thing is, Satan is just so afraid in these last moments that you're living in right now, in these last days, that he tries to play every card to actually get people being so deceived in a state that they not realize that they are actually living in the last moments in the revelation. And the thing is, the only reason why he does that is because he is already judged. He knows where he is going to go with all his other angels and with all his other minions, so to say, and that's why he tries to get as many souls with him, because that's the only thing he can do. He knows he can't get out of this situation anymore. That's it. That's what we need to realize,
Yeah.
We are fighting not against flesh and blood. We are fighting against this guy who's really jealous about the human existence, about the ones created in the image of God. That's why he wants to destroy as many of them as he can, because he hates God,
Yeah, and that really actually brings up a good point about the current events on Earth here that we all see around us, that it appears that there's some kind of force that would make sense that they're going along those lines, but whoever these men are seem to be making rules and regulations on other humans. They seem to be following something else that's not of this world. That's not.
When you look at the evils in the world, the only reason many people, the people who scoff at the belief, which is the truth, that there are evil spirits perpetuating evil in the world, is because they do not know evil. They don't know it, and they don't know. They don't have They don't have an adequate depth of knowledge of evil. The further you are educated about evil, the more you will realize these evils do not originate from a human mind.
Right.
For example, like all the machines of death.
What's the number one reason that the Bible is true? Curious.
It's the most historically accurate compilation that exists.
Yep.
So because someone wrote something that might be historically accurate, it makes it more true?
Well, what if what it wrote is historically accurate?
I was rumpused again.
The thing is...
Oh, hey, Austin.
The thing is, you can find proof in the creation. You can find proof in places like Sodom and Gomorrah, where you can actually go. You will find sulfur balls, which are so pure that you can ignite them while you're there, and you will see that it's actually true what was written in the Bible, and that God is a judging God, and He will judge. He is living.
He is historically accurate compilation that exists. So if you don't have anything else to compare to it, to compare historicity value, then yeah, it stands alone when it comes to the credence of its claims about what happened in the past. And then when you look at extra biblical sources, it only strengthens what it documented. And what it documented is, in fact, an entire storyline of the Hebrew people, and then that Yeshua came and was crucified and his tomb was empty. This is extra biblically supported as well. So
I agree with the first part of that, definitely, that the historical parts match up, and that's definitely logical, given that people can write historical things.
Wait, may I finish what I was saying, though?
Oh, go ahead. I didn't realize I interrupted anybody. Go ahead.
Yeah. I guess I triggered the response mechanism in people. That's
I'm
what
curious.
happens when you talk about the scriptures. So as I was saying, when you study the evils in the world, and one of the examples was these machines of death, all these weapons and all these vehicles and machines that are just weapons. You don't just wake up one morning and say, I want to build an F-22, or I wake up one morning and you don't just say, I want to build a stealth bomber, or I want to build HARP technology to build to control the weather, or I want to build Project Bluebeam so I can project holograms and deceive people. I want to build CERN so I can smash particles together. Like, you don't just wake up and just have these ideas. These ideas are coming from minds superior to that of humans.
Right, right. And the thing is, we need to keep in mind, look at it like this. Satan is the father of the lies, okay? And he's the one who is there with man since the beginning. He is a part of that book, the Bible. Why would he be completely honest, or why would he not lie to the people who think they are the most high servants of him, let's say the highest degree in Freemasonry? They think they may be so close to Satan and they have all the power. Why wouldn't he lie to them? You know, why would he give all the secrets to them? And why would all these fallen angels give? No, the thing is, they don't give all this. They just play around with these children of God. They still, the thing is, even though maybe they're so even though they are so deeply into Satanism, whatever, they're still being created in the image of God, right? They're still humans, so to say, in a certain way, but pretty much captured by so many entities. But in the end, how do they know if it's actually true what they are telling them to do, right? So if you're serving Satan, how do you know if you're not just being deceived? And I know they are being deceived, because Satan will not be true for once. You know, he will never say something true to you. He will not just use you, give you lies to create certain weapons, to just destroy the creation which was given by God. Because Satan hates this creation. He hates everything about it. He hates the birds, because everything is owned by God. Everything you see is owned by God, and he wants to be God.
Well, in Hebrew, there's actually no personification of Satan, which is what people call Satan. Satan means opposition in Hebrew. And there are parts of the Hebrew that it says the Satan. Is it saying the Satan? No, it's Satan is anything in opposition to the will of the Father. I mean, yeah, there is a metaphysical aspect to this, but you can choose to be in opposition to the will of the Father yourself. You can't put off all your bad things on some guy, because it's us as individuals who have responsibility, and Satan is anything that's in opposition. So.
And I'm not putting it at some guy. I'm just saying that Lucifer, as a fallen angel, tries to be God. And how does he do it? He perverts every mechanism which was invented by God or created by God by, for example, creating his own perversion of a Holy Spirit. So he gives a deceiving spirit to many people around the world to make them do things, to make them believe in things, in New Age movements and spiritual things. So they're completely messed up and completely confused in their mind, that they can't receive the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit.
There's no Holy Ghost in Hebrew either. And when you say Holy Spirit, if you look at the actual Hebrew etymology, when it says that, it says Yah, Spirit, the Spirit of Yah, Yehovah, and it says that Yehovah puts someone on. So it's Yah's spirit. It's not like a third entity. And yeah, it's a knockoff in the sense that there's a metaphysical aspect to it. And Luciferians think that they're the collective consciousness of intellect and reason, being Luciferians, that they themselves collectively make up Lucifer. So again, it's not just some bad guy that makes you do bad things. It's the flesh.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know, I'm just saying this is a common misconception. I've been deep diving into Hebrew. And so it's actually the flesh that causes you to yourself be in opposition, being Satan. So it's like, get behind me, Satan. You know, when Yeshua said that, the person didn't actually turn into Satan, right? Some dude. It was that he had become opposition to the will of the Father. So we all have a personal responsibility here. And yeah, they're trying to summon up a metaphysical collective consciousness of Luciferianism to trick everyone else. But it's not some guy floating around making you do bad stuff. I mean, just according to the Hebrew, it's not. It's an important distinction to make.
So I definitely hear you.
So why would Lucifer take Jesus to the top of a mountain and offer him that he would give him dominion over everything?
Yeah, that was opposition.
There is no Lucifer.
I would say that that's more tangible. That there is definitely a Lucifer, which was the favored angel that fell.
No, Solar, he's not denying that there are evil spirits at work in the world and that there is a chief among them. But I
think he was. I think he was saying
no, he's not denying that.
There is no.
Lucifer is
he's not denying that. He's saying that there's no Satan, meaning that there is no evil spirit named Satan.
Well, even when Yeshua went into the wilderness, right? Like there's a Hebrew version of Matthew that was put in the Vatican junk drawer, right? And I've been studying it, okay? And when he says, like, get behind me, the Satan, that's what it says in Hebrew. Get behind me, the Satan. Okay, he's saying, "Get
Yeah.
behind me, the
Hashatan,
opposition."
the
When
adversary.
yeah, Hashatan, exactly. So whenever you try to like the temptation, right, is coming from something tempting him to be in opposition to the will of the Father, and there are different versions of that temptation that are in opposition, and they're laid out there. How he overcomes each one of them when he goes out into the wilderness to overcome temptation. It's not some guy that floated down to him, man. Like maybe within his own ability was it that he was
An evil
understanding the
spirit did
deception.
talk to him.
Well, sure, but within his own self, bro. Like,
Yeah.
like
So it sounds like you're saying there isn't some actual person named Satan, correct?
well,
There is
yeah,
no.
according to
Yeah,
the
there is
Hebrew,
no
there
evil
is- yeah, it
spirit
was a
named
trick.
Satan,
It was a
formerly
trick.
named Lucifer.
Yeah, the personification of Satan and the snake and all this stuff is not in the actual Hebrew. I've been studying it. So it's modern
Okay.
Christianity's misrepresentation of it. It's a way to make the scriptures look inaccurate if you deep dive into it, because actually they're
Gotcha.
lying about what they said. Yeah.
So he disagrees
There
with
are
these.
evil spirits at work in the world.
And who was
Don't
the
deny that. Scripture teaches that
was the-
clearly. So
who was the
English
snake
word
in the
Satan,
garden then?
the English word Satan in the English translation is an erroneous anglicization of the Ivrit Hebrew word Shatan or the Greek word Satanas,
So I'm
which
curious.
simply means adversary.
Well,
I
in
just-
Greek,
So they
in
should have
Greek and
accurately translated
Babylonian,
it as
it gets
they should have
interesting,
accurately
actually.
translated it as adversary.
Yeah, but see, like in Greek, they put the personification more so on it with adversary, right? Like when you immediately associate that with some type of like entity, a specific adversary or a person. But in the Hebrew, it's opposition. Like according to the Hebrew, you can be Satan, quote unquote, because you can be in opposition to the will of the Father. That's what.
Yeah,
the
it's not
Hebrew actually
erroneous to say adversary because a person can be an adversary.
Yeah, but just to make the clarification that it isn't exclusive to some personality, right? Like
Right,
a
it isn't
personification.
every time the Ivrit word Shatan or the Greek word Satanos is mentioned, it's not referring to one individual spirit
the
formerly
snake
named
then?
Lucifer.
That's why he says, "Get behind me, Satan," and he's talking to one of the disciples.
Who was the snake then? Which
Well, if you look at the word for
which the-
snake, it doesn't say a snake either. So it actually is the Hebrew word for to divine. And then what they do the knockoff of NASA, right, is to rise up and or to deceive, which they rise up and deceive. Okay, but yeah, if you look at the actual Hebrew, there is no like personalized snake in the Hebrew. It means to divine. And then it says that Eve, quote unquote, which wasn't her name in Hebrew either, because her name directly translates to about childbirth. She looked at the tree and noticed that it would make her wise and that it would give her this knowledge. She looked at it and noticed that, right? And it's a divining is what the Hebrew actually means. So they personified some bad guy. So when you do something bad, it's some bad guy that made you do it. No, you did it. You need to grow up and you need to be responsible for it. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm curious.
Well, once we getting into the scriptures, Austin, would you like to move to Bible conversation?
But
I wish, but I'm about to do this ranty debate.
I just want to have one more question.
Really quick.
Wait, real quick. You're doing the ranty debate? That is still happening?
I think so.
Is it on modern day debate?
Yeah, 5 Eastern, so 4 Central, so for me, 20 minutes.
Awesome.
Does it mean that we only can get right with God by using our own will and power to do so?
Well, no, yeah. Well, we have to contact the Father that way. Like you have to be willful in doing it and seeking it out. But it's up to the Father, man.
Right.
He's
But
what,
what if I would told you that I had the personal experience of being possessed?
The only way to do that is to seek truth point blank. Anyway, yo.
You don't repent by your power. You repent with your free will and the Father drawing you to Him.
So,
I am curious though. I am curious real quick though that you did say.
How many ways can I say so?
Bro, Elijah's talking, man.
Right, and I can hear that now. So I'm gonna wait till after he gets done talking, and then I'll talk after him. Right. So go, Elijah. I'll tell you.
After you have this debate, let's get together and have this biblical conversation.
Yeah, biblical conversation, Bible conversation.
I'm down.
Awesome.
I couldn't hear that. What'd you say?
Oh, we're gonna have this. We're gonna talk about the scriptures furthermore in Bible conversation after this debate.
Sorry, the one guy said that he was possessed or had been possessed, and then you guys cut him off. I was quite curious about what he was going to say.
Wait, so are we still talking about it here right now, or are we moving? I'm curious.
No, yeah, we're moving. He just mentioned that.
Okay, so where are we moving to?
Someone clarify. What are we moving to? I'm under the impression to the debate.
No. It's agree to disagree. If that's what you're talking about. If you're talking about that debate, I think it's on agree to disagree, like the number 2, Creaky Blinder or something like that. I don't know. Conspiracy Cats is supposed to be modding. I haven't got the link. They haven't posted the actual debate on the YouTube either. So I don't really know what's going on. I know Randy's been trying to find his way to wiggle out for like the last few days, but as far as I know, it's supposed to be happening. So I can't continue this conversation in the biblical chat until after that debate in 15.
Gotcha. I did have that one question for you real quick.
Debates on his YouTube channel.
Yeah. Right, modern day.
Wait a minute. Did you say Conspiracy Cats is the moderator?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm burning the house to the ground, dude. Just know that.
Is the debate on Modern Day Debate or is it on Creaky Blinder?
It's on Creaky Blinder.
Okay, gotcha. Right on. And real quick, my question for you the whole time was, so you said that I definitely agree that it makes sense that if something is more historically accurate, it raises your confidence in it. You can be more reliable that it's accurate, that kind of thing. That makes perfect sense. And then when you throw in a claim of resurrection that we have never proven here on, as far as we know currently, does that make then that claim more reliable? Because if you think about it, if I were to say, hey, I wrote that, back in the day the Romans did XYZ, and I say, and they had a dragon, you're not going to say, okay, well, because they were more reliable about that, then it makes them more reliable about
Well, if there are people that hated the Romans and wanted to write specifically about how disproving their dragon was the case, then that would benefit you. That'd be more analogous, right? Because there are extra biblical sources that try to disprove the claim of resurrection, and they actually address that, yes, indeed, he was crucified. Yes, indeed, his tomb was empty. And they say, but really, these Hebrew people just ran out there and they had a group hallucination as if they saw him back there, and that he was just known for performing magic tricks and they called it miracles. These are the extra biblical sources. So then you prop up the fact that it has the most historical accuracy of anything ever, and then you look outside of it and it just verifies the veracity of the actual claims that happened also. So your question is now left with, well, was he resurrected or did someone come take him out of the tomb or whatever? But the atheist historian position even is that it was empty, and that's kind of the point.
Hey guys, Satan is a created being. He's a created being.
This is true.
I just want to say that.
The question presumed that the resurrection
Jehovah
wasn't
created
proven.
evil also.
The question
According to the
presumes
scriptures,
that the question
So it sounds
presumes
like
that the resurrection wasn't proven. Now, of course, to prove this, I will send you all the sources that I have, and of course, Austin will probably do the same. So I would strongly encourage you to study this matter further.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going back to the beginning of Genesis and reading the Hebrew, and the whole story changes, and now it all of a sudden makes sense. And when it says that you will be, like we were told, the snake came and talked, and then it had to crawl on the ground. When you look at the Hebrew, it says the divining, the ability to divine, right, told her effectively, like communication within her own ability to be Satan in opposition to the will of the Father, their carnal mind, the flesh, right, the intellect was like, here, you'll be smart this way, you'll be wise this way, maybe you'll be as strong as the Creator when you do this, and that's why he doesn't want you to know. And so then she took it, and then he named her based after the repercussion, which is when you look at crawling on the ground and you actually look at the etymology, it's about being on the ground, living from the ground, and giving birth. The Hebrew word means giving birth. It's not a snake crawling on the ground. So, like, I mean, all I can say is that I decided to rip away all my predispositions, just like I did with the earth. And you're starting to find out that the Hebrew tells a different story. And that's why that we can't even get to the original Hebrew that the Torah was written in, which is called Paleo Hebrew. They have Babylonian cuneiform Hebrew now because they've just put wizardry all over it. And in the King James Version and the concordance, it really muddies the water with assumptions via Greek, right? So you're like 3 or 4 different languages removed.
Yep.
So you think it's...
I would like to talk to you about that further.
So you think it's coming from the inner side of the she part of the man, which made the she actually, sin?
If you want to put it that way,
Against
it
God.
says their name is Adam. So yeah, there was no like real distinction in the fleshly anatomy that we attribute to male and female. Their name was Adam. They were one. And then via divining, right, there was an attempt at a usurp of authority. So the natural justification or like the justice that would come from that is, well, since you tried to usurp authority, now you will actually be under the authority as opposed to being equal like it prior was. Their name was Adam. There was perfect equality. And then the quote unquote female, right, like the side tried to usurp authority over the male. So now it's the other way around. And it goes Yah, Messiah, man, woman, child. And that's why her name, like Adam actually gave the name, which literally translates to being about birth, giving birth. Because now you have the burden of reproducing via increased conception. Now you have that. That's what her name means. When he named
So
her, it
you
was like
believe-
a look what you did.
Real quick, is the Christian belief falsifiable? And if so, how is it falsifiable?
I think modern Christianity is wrong about a lot of stuff, but
It's falsified by the Torah.
That before the fall, they were asexual.
He's actually right. If you actually look at the Zohar, which is like a Jewish book, like I listened to rabbis, they actually teach that they, Adam and Eve were one, and then like he said, after the sin, they split.
yeah. And then we like have this different type of reproduction, which is when you look at the actual Hebrew name of the female, it's like a whole, like it requires submission, not to get vulgar, but for reproduction now in the fallen state, it literally requires submission on the female side, like literal physical submission, right? And then they now bear the burden of childbirth, and their conception is increased. So yeah, they had capabilities of reproducing before that because Yah told them to be fruitful and increase. So they had the ability to reproduce, but something changed after the fall, and now that burden is on the what we perceive to be female.
Well, Yahweh does not endorse the Zohar or the Kabbalah or the Talmud. These are written by non-Yasharalites or AKA Israelites.
Yeah, the Talmud is
in the first century.
bastardization of the Torah.
The Talmud is the oral Torah.
Was written in the medieval era.
Well, the
And then-
Torah, this is actually the truth of that, right? So the modern, like Judaism, Orthodox beliefs that go to the Talmud, what they do is they know you can't change one jot or tittle of the Torah. And actually their belief, according to Kabbalah and the Talmud, is that it actually is the fabric of the entire quote-unquote universe, that it holds everything together. So if you change even one jot or tittle, everything will cease to exist. This is actually what Talmud and Kabbalah teaches. So they've created an oral teaching, a separate book, right,
Yes, I'm here.
where they can write down and change
Sorry, I
the
thought you were- I
interpretation without
figured you were
changing the
talking to
actual
somebody.
Yeah, I was, and I made him laugh. I said,
all this Kabbalah and all this Talmud, all this Zohar, all of this comes from 6th century Babylon during the siege of
Yeah,
the
they're in the
Southern
exile.
Kingdom of Judah.
Yeah.
During the Southern Kingdom of Judah. So it doesn't come from Moshe or any of the authors of the scriptures.
But it comes from the rabbis who continued
my
the legacy
kids,
of the
though,
Torah.
that's
No, the rabbis twisted what it said, bro. They wrote Talmud that makes interpretations that are twisting what the
No.
scriptures say. I've studied Talmud, dude. So they make claims antithetical to the Torah in the Talmud. So they can't both be exclusively true.
I forgot.
Yo, Enoch, can you shut up?
No, you're not.
And the people you're thinking of, they're not even Yasharalites, aka Israelites, to begin
I
with.
look like a bird.
Well, then how do we know?
Mostly those that claim that it's been twisted.
Then how do we know the Torah is even true at all? We can just throw the whole thing out.
No, that's a non sequitur conclusion. The people that you're thinking of are not Yasharalites. They've hijacked the
Listen,
identity
I
of
guess
the
you
nation.
can't
that they
hear
are
me.
not.
No one can hear me, huh? Hello? Yeah, Enoch, you're hot micing. That's all I was trying to say, so you guys can continue.
I have a question. You believe that that Jesus is our Lord and Savior, right?
I do.
Well, Yeshua is the
Yahusha.
Messiah. Yeah, the Word became flesh, and He created what we needed to reach salvation, which is atonement. Right? So, yeah, Yeshua acts as the atonement, but the salvation still comes from the Father.
Right.
Salvation comes from.
I'm listening to the Discord chat.
Yeah, it's a loaded question to say, like, is Jesus God? Because the Word became flesh. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. The Father and I are one, right? But it is actually the physical, limited, localized version of the Creator, and it actually, He died, and that creates atonement
I
at
want to talk to
bridgeway
you,
to the
Austin.
Father.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah, I
Witzy,
would-
hear me out. Hear me out, Witzy. Numbers 23:19.
What about it?
Doesn't that refute? Wouldn't that refute Christianity?
Wait, would you like to? You think I'm like I have the entire Bible memorized off the top of my head?
All right, my bad. Well, Numbers 23:19 says, let me turn to it so I don't misquote.
I'm assuming this is KJV.
No, this is Hebrew English Tanakh.
Okay.
Interesting.
So it uses the concordance.
JPS. Publication.
I'm not sure what that is.
Because even when you get to concordance in the JPS, it starts to get really crazy. But anyway, go ahead.
All right.
That's
All
what we
right,
said in Monsters
so
Inc., right? 2319?
it says, God is not a man to be capricious or immortal to change his mind. Would he speak and not act, promise and not fulfill?
Yeah, I just now explained that Yeshua the Messiah is a localized, limited physical form when the Word became flesh, just a bridgeway of atonement to the Father, who is in no way a human.
Or
So
in
that's why I
short,
say when you say is
incarnation of
Jesus
the
God,
God.
it's a very loaded question.
Right. In short, incarnation of the God. The
Yeah,
God
like a
manifested in the
physical
flesh.
form, right? Like, but dude, Shamayim, the unseen existences, the Creator is all of that. The Creator is everything in existence. The Creator, everything is within Him. Like He is all encompassing. So to think you can bottle up
No,
everything,
he is
I mean,
everywhere.
it's,
He isn't
would
his
never.
creation, but he is everywhere.
Yeah, He's everywhere.
He's
Right.
I
So
mean,
like
I can
a
agree with
version of
that.
us is even a part of the Creator's in us. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
like he's
And
infinite.
earlier to this question, we never preached Christianism to begin with. That's what I refer to as Christianism. We never preached that, and neither did the apostles of Yahusha, aka Jesus.
Yep. Exactly. These are all actually Catholic or Catholic ideas.
Yeah, Christian, Catholic, they non-Protestant Christians, aka Catholics, they are Christians. There are Christians who are non-Protestant, those who are Protestant. The Christians began decades after the apostles with Romans and Grecians, aka Edomites and Yavanites, descendants of Javan, who speak Greek and or Latin, and then they took the gospel, the good news, the Beshara in Ivrit, the good news, and they ran with it, and they warped it, and they plagiarized it, and then they also stole the identity of the true apostles of Yahusha, the true apostles of Yahuwah, in the name of Yahusha, his son.
Yep. And they hid all these names. They admit they hid the names. They admit that they bastardized the text. Greek bastardized the text inherently. You're detached many languages. You know, they've added personification where it doesn't belong. They've changed the entire thing to absorb into their Sunday festival, pagan, polytheistic culture. That's why we don't even have the Hebrew versions of the Gospels, but one just surfaced 10 years ago. It's the Hebrew version of Matthew. So they hid the Hebrew.
By the way,
That's why
as I told you earlier, we were talking about Shabbat. Could you share what you said on it earlier?
Before you do that, I just want to add to what Austin was just saying. Funnily enough, the so-called early church fathers, the early Christians, they knew the difference and they acknowledged the difference in their writings, the difference between the disciples of Yahusha and so-called Christianoi, plural, Christianos, singular. They knew the difference. They recognized the difference between the apostles and those of the likes of them versus the Christianos, the Christians. They knew it back then, and it's in their writings. Tertullian, Pliny, Origen, Ignatius of Loyola.
In Germany,
Antioch.
Here in Germany, you can still find in certain churches, you can still find the real name of our Creator, which is Yahuwah.
Yes.
And they delete after Second World War. Many churches actually paint over, like they deleted the name. They painted something else over it and all that stuff.
Yeah,
because they want to hide.
Issue with the UA or with the V sound. I deep dove into that.
Yeah, the Vav letter.
For me, if someone says Yahuwah, I have no issue with it. It's a dialect disagreement. I mean, the way that I see Ezekiel use the ba, and even like the Arabic influenced Hebrew also has the soft bet and the hard vet, which is a va sound. So for the soft vet's the va sound. So it did seem to exist, and it'd be Yehovah with infamous on the ah. But for me, that's dialect. Like if you say Yahuwah or Yehovah, for me, that's both of those are way more accurate than Yahweh, which actually tracks back to Saturn, and then God or Lord.
Jupiter.
Right, so yeah.
I would just say that in the end, if you have the relationship with Yahuwah and Yahusha, I would say if you have that relationship in the end, it's not limited to a name, right? I mean, we call I just had this conversation before. He knows our heart. We also call our Father, right?
It says that I pray itself. It says that. It says that if someone doesn't know the proper name, he's not going to hold it against you. He's going to examine your heart.
Right, and I pray to our Father. You know, that same as I say to my dad, and not his real name.
Yeah, I say Father also, or Abba. I say
further to what Austin was saying. Yeah, to what Austin was saying earlier, the early church fathers, even in the first century, let alone the succeeding centuries after, they literally said Nazarios as opposed to Christianos. Nazarios was the Greek transliteration of the Ivrit word Natsari, not singular, Natsarim plural, which is what the apostles called themselves.
Yep.
Followers of the Natsari, Yahusha HaNatsari, the Natsari, one from Nazareth.
Would you guys say that Jesus actually is? I mean, like many things going around where people say that Jesus actually abomination against Yahusha's name.
Well, yeah, actually, if you look at the Talmudic application, it literally is a curse. It literally says, "May his name and remembrance be blotted out." Like if you look at the
they
Talmud,
don't call him. They don't call him by his name. They call him by an acronym, which is Yeshu.
Yep.
Which means what Austin just said.
Exactly.
So if I say Jesus, so if I say Jesus, it's wrong, or
yeah.
Jesus is simply not his name. It's just an English corruption throughout centuries. It's a meaningless word.
So I should not use Jesus then.
No, like you just said it, your intention is what's the most important thing. You're not trying to curse the Messiah, but they played a trick on the stupid goyim, as they would say. And yeah, they actually call him with an abbreviation that translates to a curse. May his name and remembrance be blotted out. So there's forgiveness and ignorance, but now you kind of know, right? So I would call him like his actual name.
Right.
So you think he just is graceful with people not knowing that they're using the wrong name, but in the end he just looks into the heart.
He knows the thoughts and intents of the heart of man. He knows that those who truly are seeking him, no matter what they call him, he recognizes the difference.
Because
nevertheless, it doesn't negate the fact that we should call him by his name.
Because I see videos of people actually getting the wine, and they're getting delivered from entities and a demonic possession in the name of Jesus. Like you see how they fall on their back and they start crying and all that.
Yeah, well, if you don't have good intentions and you're over here invoking a name that has a Kabbalistic undertone, there's really no telling what's going to happen.
Right. It's not because of the name; it's because of the intention.
Right.
But most of those people in church don't have pure intentions. Let's be real; like they're just in there for show.
I'll be honest. I don't even like to go to church. I think church is more something that's within you, right, in your heart. Church, that the relationship you have with the Creator. And
church is a pagan place.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a pagan heathen place.
Yep.
The apostles didn't go to church.
I mean circus.
Right.
Like they think they're smooth, dude. They're making fun of us.
It's double entendre. It means circus, and which comes from the Greek word kirke, which is the name of the building that people worship the false goddess Kirke, the goddess of magic and sorcery. And then the Grecians, they went into a Kyriakos Oikos, which is just Greek for house of the Lord, but you got to specify which Lord, because there'd be lords many and gods many. The apostles didn't go to a Kirke or a Kyriakos Oikos. They went to a Beit Knesset or a Beit Midrash.
So
a
that's
house of
maybe
assembly or a house of study, or they just assembled together in some place with each other. That's all. Exactly. They never went to a Kirke or a Kyriakos Oikos.
That's maybe the reason. It's maybe the reason why, since I'm a little child, when I was going, it didn't matter what church it was, but I always felt the presence of being uncomfortable in these cathedrals, churches, etc. here in Germany, or on vacations in Italy, whatever. Every church I've been in, it's also today, I just doesn't make me feel comfortable.
Yeah, they don't belong to Yahweh. They're not of him.
Guys, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to ask that you move this down to religion. It's just that we've been on the topic of religion and it's not really gone near the earth. Or you could swing it back to FE if you could.
Okay, does anybody want to talk about the Ranty photo and anything I should say? They moved the debate back.
Yeah, what time does that start?
4:30 apparently. They've already moved
4:30? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's his claim basically?
That you shouldn't see the tower higher than the mountain.
It's really retarded.
Oh my god!
Oh man! Like, are they still like telling you like not to talk about certain parts of the picture or?
Yeah, I never agreed to any of that. I'm burning the house down.
For
So you've
real,
heard-
man. Like
you've
seriously,
heard
like just
Nathan-
enter there and just be like, "Hey, so you guys told me not to talk about this part, right?" And just burn them all out or some shit.
Dude, I'm doing it from the jump. So.
They've demonstrated to me time and time again that they do not understand perspective. I've literally talked to Globers for at least 30 minutes, and I couldn't
real.
even get them to concede the simple fact that if something goes beyond the vanishing point, then you cannot see it anymore. Yes
Yeah.
or no? They literally said no. They literally said no. Like, oh, you can see it when you go beyond the vanishing point. Is that correct?
But the funny part of this is that whenever they invoke, they actually kind of absorb perspective. Angular size change with distance, things get smaller as they
Right.
get further away. But then you apply that to the Earth curve calculator. This does not account for angular size change with distance or perspective. The Earth curve calculator is geometry based on physicality. So you literally cannot in any way make those two work together. So like they have
It's
a
not
problem from the very
applicable.
beginning. Yeah.
But that's invoking the curve to use the curve calculator. And I was in gym the other day talking to Ranty, and I posted that picture of the hashtag shit shrinks, where it shows the dinosaur in the foreground and a mountain in the distance, and the dinosaur in the foreground is bigger than even the human being at a couple of feet away.
Yeah.
And they started arguing.
Scratching something.
They wanted to know what the distances were so that they could calculate the Earth curve calculation, so that then they can start invoking that there should be curvature, and therefore that's why the bottom of objects in the distance are disappearing.
Yeah,
But we've already shown
they can't do that because the Earth
bottom
curve
up,
calculator doesn't account for perspective.
and there's always bottom up occlusion even on a flat base.
That's
So-
sorry. That's a really good point because they will avoid
argument. Yeah.
they'll avoid perspective altogether. But their Earth curve calculator, like you said, with it doesn't include it doesn't include
not
refraction.
applicable.
You're
Wow.
interrupting me. It doesn't include refraction either.
No, it doesn't. I mean, they'll throw in 7/6R becking the R value, but the actual Earth curve calculator before you add terrestrial refraction of 7/6R doesn't account for angular size change with distance. So when they acknowledge there's a perspective change and then they try to say it works on a ball Earth, that automatically brings in the Earth curve calculator to their claim. And their curve calculator doesn't even account for what they just now admitted is there. It's really preposterous almost that this is a debate. But we'll see.
I think it's perfect.
Non-applicable calculator, therefore.
I think that right there is perfect approach for that.
Yeah.
Good job, Austin. Once again.
Yeah, I'm burning the house
So
to the
just-
ground. It might be a short-lived debate.
Tell him hashtag shit shrinks.
What they say.
You gotta have these preset presentations. This is how it goes. This is this claim, then then you need to respond, then I get to respond. And this is this claim. You need to have a 5-minute presentation for this or a 10-minute presentation for this, and then I respond. I'm like, no, you don't get to tell me how I debate, bro. That's not how this works.
But that is just
I mean, so many
debate
times when I'm
format.
speaking to Globers, I've constantly said over and over again, what is so difficult? The further away it gets, the smaller it will appear. What is so difficult?
Yeah.
Yeah, my point is that one presentation will refute all three of those subjects. Like, I don't have to then reiterate and listen to you go in 10 minutes where you straw man and you don't respond to it. I can refute the whole thing in one opener.
Kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah.
Just talk slow so that they can understand you.
Okay, I'll try.
Listen for the crickets when you mention anything about perspective or things getting smaller. They'd be like, no response.
Nah, they'll try to just
Austin, you can talk 5 miles a minute, man.
Yeah.
Look, Austin, if you're actually talking to Randy, you need to ask him about. For 5 years, he's been doing all these flat Earth proofs. He suddenly saw one picture, and now he's a Glober. So what's up with that?
Yeah,
You know,
well, you
all the
have to,
gas
you have to crop
pressure.
part of it out.
Yeah, just go in there with that. Debate over.
I am.
Let you know.
Yeah, why would somebody that's up front and has all this supposed proof of the globe Earth, why would they have to lie about being a flat earther for all that time? It's fucking ridiculous.
Another
Yeah.
incoherent story, once again.
It's showing the part of the I'm just showing the part of the picture that was cropped out. Like, okay, so his entire postulation is based upon this image. Well, this is actually the entirety of the image, and I have a screenshot from the photographer's actual Twitter itself. Like he posted the picture. It's also in a magazine, right? Like you just left this entire, it's because you see an extension of the horizon. This doesn't match the geometric claims of the globe Earth at all. So you had to cut that entire part out, use angular size change with distance, don't actually account how it mathematically computes into the Earth curve assumption, and then just say that this is impossible on a flat Earth while not absorbing your specific claim of how it's on a globe Earth. It's insane.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And that one picture, where in your right mind can you take one picture and completely change your entire opinion on 5 years worth of work?
Well, yeah, one picture to change your whole entire thoughts or awareness about the freaking physical nature of water.
Right, the cosmos.
There's no axial rotation, that no curvature has ever been determined, that gas pressure can't exist next to the vacuum. All of that goes out the window when he sees one picture with something in the foreground appearing taller than something in the background.
The lowest part of the mountains are in the front, and the highest part of the mountains are in the back. So on the higher part of the mountains, you have the most effective angular size change of distance because you've increased distance even further. In addition, there's a totally different area of water between that land and the next thing of land, which would increase the refractive effects. This is almost like we're being trolled. Like it's stupid. So,
That's exactly what I thought at first. I was like, is this really a troll? Like, how is he doing this? This can't be real. There's no way. It's impossible.
I was holding out hope that maybe he was like pulling off some masterminded evil plan,
right?
But I think he's just
exactly
got called up from the bench and he's going with it. I mean, we'll find out.
Yep.
When the Apostle Paul told us that the Lord has sent a strong delusion to those who hate the truth and that the adversary is the God and King of the world, he meant it.
Something in the live stream for you, it's I'm thinking about going back to the globe too. That tree's higher than the mountains, man.
Holy crap. Oh no. Oh.
How did they convince people that water can adhere to a sphere?
Magic.
It's like because in the TV show, they said these other people, they Googled it. They looked it up. Okay. Did you get that part? They looked it up somewhere on TV. So it has to be true.
That's the easy part.
We saw it on TV.
Convincing people is super simple. It's called brainwashing.
But they showed a wet tennis ball, and a wet tennis ball holds a film layer of water, like a tiny little amount of water. And then obviously on a scalar model, that's equivalent in their minds.
Bullshit.
But how do they explain the oceans?
How do they explain tides?
All they're going to ask you, Witzer, is how does this work on a flat Earth? He's going to say, I'm not making any claims about what the shape of the Earth is, but how do you explain this on a flat? That's all he's going to do all night. And he's saying, he's had Nathan's crew with Brian last time. Now he thinks he's got Globebusters' crew. He says, I'm going to do all the flat earther camps at different times and stuff. So he's just going to keep going about how does it work on a flat earth,
Yeah.
Well, what you should do is get a 3-year-old or a 5-year-old and have them play around in a sandbox that's flat and play with boats and water and trains and cars and stuff and have a little fan blowing on them while they're doing it, and it'll be a tide, and then say, okay, your turn.
I mean, thank you. Like, what is so difficult? You can't imagine this? You telling me you can't imagine this, really?
Yeah, hold up though. Hold up. This came up yesterday in a conversation recently, and that Elijah was involved in. This is a really good point that I think a lot of us are missing, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But the whole thing is, when you start it to where when they go, how does this work on a flat Earth? If we just switch it around, no, I'm assuming a globe Earth. And then let's see how this works, because I'm not assuming a flat Earth. I'm assuming a globe Earth. Then take their claims and apply it to the assumed globe Earth and positively show how they do not work on their own model.
I agree. Because we can only go by what they told us. So we can say, well, they've told us it was a ball. We're going by what we've been told. no one has a flat Earth model, so like he's saying, go for the presupposition of the ball. If they're going to presuppose anything, go with the ball. You're right.
Test the claims by its own merits.
There's no geometric horizon because the horizon should be apparent far before that Blackpool Tower.
I just want to say that Ranty's his argument tactics are effectual, regardless of whether they're true or not. He's a pretty good
straw man
manipulator. No, I wouldn't say he's a good orator, but he is well versed in the tactics of deception.
Rhetoric.
Yeah. So,
You trying to say well-trained bullshitter, maybe?
yeah, just because these people are liars doesn't mean some of them are more talented than others. And I've realized he's
A
pretty
sophist.
good only because I can see, like, because most of us get caught up in words. I'm more so in the behind the scenes, if that makes sense. I don't know a better way to put it, but when people are speaking, I'm listening to them in a way that I understand what they're actually attempting to convey.
Ascertaining their
When he-
meaning.
Right. And when he speaks, I can tell what he's trying to convey to an audience, regardless of what he's saying. And it goes over people's heads, which means it worked already. So just
Weren't we talking about this?
yes, we were.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put him in this on the spot. You know, like you have 5
Put him
minutes.
on the
Okay.
spot.
Well, I'm gonna ask a 10-second question. Now I need you to answer it. You know,
And
like
don't waterboard me with a word salad. Like when Zanuck talks, I hate when he answers a question. It's like, can you please concise? Make it concise.
Yeah. They always confuse me of word salad, and that's exactly what they do.
Oh my god! Even when I put like the debates like videos on my channel as favorites, and the comments I get is just so stupid. But yeah, they use that term a lot for you wits. That they always use that. But yeah, no proof of the globe. So
Yeah, I mean, how does it not work on a flat Earth?
How does it not?
That's what I
You
should
got
ask.
you got air around the ball and you got water around the ball. But both these things need a container.
Yeah, but again, it would try not to fall because he's going to try and trap you. The idea is to make you like fumble. I know you're not going to fumble, but the idea is they're going to say, "What's the mathematics for it?" And they're going to try and pin you down on mathematics. And it's going to be like, well, Witsy can't model it, he can't mathematic it, so that's another one who can't model it. That's the angle they're going to take.
Yeah,
So just
making
be wary
non-secular
of they're gonna
conclusions
try-
according to false
Their
qualifiers.
goal is just to make you look like you can't model this or explain this on a flat Earth.
Right. They're trying to make non-sequitur conclusions based on false qualifiers.
The mountains are further away than the tower, so they've changed in angular size more. The shorter part of the mountains are at the front of the image, and the taller part of the mountains are in the furthest away part of the image. That means it's been affected by angular size change more because it's further away, and angular size change is proportionate to the distance away from the observer. So of course we expect to see the much closer object higher than the much further away objects because of angular size change. This is what's expected. And when we take a time lapse of the area, we see great fluctuation throughout the day. This is also what's expected because everything we're perceiving is just an apparent location. Now, unfortunately for your side of the argument that you don't want to stake specifically, you need a physical obstruction here for there to be an Earth curve. So
Do you get it now, little Tommy? Now put your helmet back on.
yeah, I like you're talking. This is about the Blackpool image, right?
Yeah.
I like QE's breakdown on that. They still have the same problem as the Black Swan. They don't have a physical geometric horizon at 12.74 miles or whatever it's supposed to be out there. Yeah, anyway.
I know you already know this, Austin, but just keep reminding them who has the outstanding claim. They keep trying to pin you down to a flat Earth model. That the globe is the one making the claim. We all know this.
That was one of, yes, they always want to change the subject. They know we're testing you. You argue yes, the affirmative for there's a globe. We argue the negative. That's what we're talking about.
Yep.
Just bear in mind, he's going to say, I don't care about NASA. I don't care about anything else but this one image. He's going to say, I don't want to talk about any radius or anything like that. But obviously bring them up. But he's going to say, just this image, just this one image is what convinced me. It's always below. He's going to say, Bev went there a couple of times, same image. You know, it's going to say it's always below the tower. So just bear that in mind. That's all he's going to focus on the whole time. He's going to say, did you watch the video? Did you see the explanation? He's going to say perspective explains it in the video. So again, he's just going to try and make you look silly, basically. Going to try and make, you know, that's going to be his plan anyway. Be wary of that.
Yeah, so their perspective angles don't in any way account for refraction. So, you know, like whenever they map out their trig, they don't even account for refraction. Now, all of a sudden, perspective does count, and we can map it out geometrically with angles, but we can't apply that to the geometric claim of the globe Earth, though, at the same time, because it wouldn't work.
What to do? Yep. Oh, the web we weave when we try to deceive.
It's going to be so annoying, Ranty. He's just going to keep saying, this doesn't work on a flat Earth. This doesn't work on a flat Earth. How do you explain this on a flat Earth? And it's just going to be so frustrated, you know, the whole night. I can see it.
Yeah, but in the middle of that, that's what it is, though. It's a really sly way to use that old trick that they're using, the reversal of the burden of proof trick.
Yeah. TikTok.
Maybe a way of looking at this that might help is what is our weakest point on this topic? Like what would we say is the hardest thing for us to go against? Or would you say we got it short up 100%? There's nothing to even discuss.
Honestly, I think it's pretty simple, man.
All right? That's
I can't think of
anything. I truly can't.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
There's nothing. This is wow. Yeah.
It's sealed, tight, delivered.
All they're going to say is, how does this work on the flat Earth? But when they say this, they're talking about the model. So that's what I've been saying to Ranty. We don't live on a model. So whatever model you're presenting is not what I gave you. I didn't tell you that was a flat Earth model. So what do you mean this doesn't work on a flat Earth?
Yeah,
you know,
like that's what it should be. It's like, wait, how does it not work on a flat Earth? Because then you have to invoke curvature, dude.
Right.
The rebuttal that I've heard from, I think it was Zanuck, he took the mountain in the distance and he worked out what the angular size should be of that mountain at its distance. But once again, they're forgetting that the base of the mountain cannot be seen. But then they use that scale proportion against the Blackpool Tower and they say the bottom is missing, which means it has to be curvature. So it's almost like if you take the central line of a camera, those objects that disappear into the distance kind of shrink from the central line. So anything below the line goes up towards the line and anything above the line goes down towards the line. But it's like equidistant from that central point. So the same thing with this observation, where the eye line is, the mountain portion below that has almost been occluded by everything else in front of it. But they're trying to take the mountain's height in angular resolution size, saying it should be this high, but the base of that is missing, therefore curvature.
Seems legit.
Yep.
Try and make him do his 10-minute presentation first as well, which can. Let him go first because he's obviously the one that's calling you out. So let him just go through whatever it is he needs to go through. You can look at that and then you probably won't even need 10 minutes, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
They want to set
how
it
much
up
do you
all
want to bet they're
backwards,
going to
right?
invoke terrestrial
I'm not
refraction?
the one that does that. I'm the guy that doesn't do that. So there isn't like, oh, okay, we make a claim and then you get to make your claim back, but then we get another additional claim at the end. We get to finish it. No, that's not how it works.
How much you want to bet they're going to invoke terrestrial refraction?
I can't wait.
I can't wait. What's this going to kill all this crazy?
Do you have Baldy Cats being moderator, or who's he got as moderator?
Yeah, conspiracy cats.
Austin, answer me this.
So someone neutral.
Yes.
You're on the beach, looking at the water. There's a boat on the water. You're looking with the naked eye. You can't see it because it's too far away. Now you get a camera. Then you zoom in. Now you see the boat. When you zoomed in, did you see farther than before without the camera?
Yes.
Now, to answer me why no one's beeswax was telling me you're not seeing farther, you're just increasing the angular resolution of your perspective. I'm like, what the F-U-C-K?
Real quick.
What the living hell?
I've asked my two brothers the same question. Before you get into your debate, if you could answer with that'd be great.
I was so pissed, but I didn't lose my cool. I was just so infuriated how he was being so pedantic with this so simple phrase in what Apocryphon and I were saying to him. It's like, are you serious? Like, are you serious? No, really. Monkey, can you read?
Oh, they are serious. Yes, they are.
Why so serious?
Why so serious?
You know how I got these scars? My father was a drinker.
I think why he had success last time with Brian, if you can say that was success, was because Brian was trying to model it and explain it how it works on a flat Earth using, angles and mathematics and things like that. So I think that's probably why it went on so long with Brian. So I don't know how long this is going to go on with sitting around to here, because it's not our claim. So you're not going to model it, are you? You're not going to explain how it works on the flat Earth, are you? Oh, are you?
No.
No.
Do you?
No, man. I don't claim a model, man, and things shrink with distance, man. I'm just gonna burn it to the ground, man. They don't get to tell me what I get to say, and since they don't get to control what I say, they're either gonna have to end the debate, or they're gonna have to get exposed for the fact that they're trying to control the conversation away from the actual subject, which is the Earth a ball?
So Austin, I'm surprised you don't say this phrase. The phrase I say when I get rumpused and muted
Things
when
they
I'm
really want to. They can
someone.
do about it. They can say, "Oh, you don't have a presentation." Oh, you like, no, I never agreed to any of your stipulations. I made a point to have of all of it and all the conversations. Said the debate. How about you just show up and defend your position?
I'm surprised you don't say this phrase, Austin. When I get muted or rumpus for refuting someone, I say you gotta mute me because you can't refute me. So when does this begin?
I think in like 5 minutes.
Oh shit.
When did you make your intro song?
I don't know, like half a year or so ago.
Wait, is the debate gonna be on Cat's channel?
Agree to disagree.
I'll put the link for you.
Ah.
That.
And distorted.
It's already got 80 viewers waiting.
I forgot. I'm trying to remember. What's the chorus?
Yeah.
Catch
Do
up
you
with y'all.
think?
Peace.
Do you think?
Wait. Good.
Later, what's it?
What is the chorus to his song? God. Is Austin on Spotify?
Is Austin on what?
I think so. Is Austin on Spotify? I don't think he is.
I don't know.
Or SoundCloud. He went to the debate now, right?
I'm already there waiting.
Is the channel in the chat?
I've just posted it, like, yeah, agree to.
Thank you.
Oh, Modern Day
Am I
Debate
still
is on
really low?
Spotify. Okay. No, you sound
really
fine.
low, yes, really low.
Yeah, better
Oh yeah.
now.
I'm excited about this. I'm excited about the scripture study later, and there's
Later today, right?
yeah, because there's someone who I never forget the exchange we had when I was talking about the universe, and she was using these terms that are still new to me to this day, and I've always wanted to build with her because she was here long before and I'm curious as to how into the truth she is. So I want her to be a part of the study, which means she has to download Discord and all that.
Two minutes.
Is it only going to be on Creaky Blinders channel?
Agree to disagree. I think that's his channel, yeah.
Mic check.
Just under 2 minutes, yeah.
I guess no one heard me. I asked the question, does anyone else have any critiques of how Modern Day Debate is operated?
Oh, dude, that place is. I mean, the last time I saw a debate on that place was, I don't know, like a year ago. Because I noticed that dude, he really doesn't know how to moderate.
It's just as useful.
I have a question.
I was first, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
No offense. Well, I tend to think that places like that are just as useful as the wickedness of this world for truth. So it's not essentially bad.
Okay.
Is there a way to listen to what they are talking about in the Coctus VC? Ah.
You gotta go to the YouTube channel.
Oh.
What YouTube channel?
It's in the live stream voice text. Chemo put it in at 25 minutes. Do you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Why doesn't
Yeah.
pull up?
25 minutes after, it says Globe Buster versus Ranty.
Ah, okay.
When you search up Agree to Disagree in the search engine on YouTube, it doesn't pull up the channel. Wonder why.
Yeah, I found a lot of them are like that.
So,
I just put a message in the text chat there, globe equal bullshit in symbols. They don't seem to appreciate it, but anyway.
So, Ranty is a globe head.
No.
Hey, can you not use that offensive term? You're it's like, yo, what's up, boys?
Hello.
Yo, I
Hello.
totally believe the earth is fucking flat, right? So let me explain why. So you know how like they Attack on Titan, they have like the walls, right?
Hey.
And like the Attack on Titans over the walls,
That's
right?
right.
They just keep running. Okay, so we're like contained in this fucking container, basically, and we're basically like ants, and we can't cross that fucking like valley. where the
Can you
Attack on
explain it
Titans
with
go.
less F word, please? I would glad to listen with a less F word. Thank you, man. Just
Big
try it.
box, many boxes. We ant eat, ant supply whole.
You can still
Ant
speak
supply
normally, just
alien
don't.
with resource from Earth.
Ah.
Or
Dude. I'm just asking you to not use that certain word. Everything else is fine.
Globe?
No, the F word, the cussing. I don't need to listen to that, you know? Like
Oh, I
every
respect
2
that. I will
seconds.
not.
Thank you.
No, yeah, I totally agree with
Yeah,
that.
if I can answer something to this, it's just like the Bible says, God is above the circle, and we are just like grasshoppers treading on it. So
Yeah, I saw this thing where they were basically saying that you know how there's like pyramids all across the earth, right? They're basically like big transistors, and we're only like just generating energy that's being sucked up and powering something else.
I don't know, man. That's an interesting thing to think about, but I honestly don't know much about it. So you know, I need to be.
Fifth Element?
It's like basically, like let's say there's an entire species living with us here in our flat Earth, right? Now they have the ability to go anywhere in the galaxy anytime they please, but some of them like to call Earth home, right? These pyramids, they can basically power their devices, their society, without intervening upon our society, our growth, and our potential. As humanity, this is not the first time humanity's been on Earth.
Yeah, that concludes that you need to actually believe in such thing as an endless galaxy and galaxies and things where you can go. But I think this is a closed system, and there's no way getting out of here. And I actually think that pyramids are just, you know, they're just something which was built at a time where man actually had intercourse with fallen beings, with giants and fallen angels. Or so to say, giants are actually what came out of the whole sinning with entities. We should not sin.
Just the children of the evil spirits.
Right. So I think that it's just the temples that they build it, you know.
It's like it's like a game.
I
love video games.
I don't know if you can say it's like a game.
What are you talking about?
Well, if you're saying that the Earth is like, all right, let's imagine the Earth is flat. It's a closed system, right? That means that we're in a game. We're in a simulation,
You
right?
see me? What?
Because
you
like,
see me? You see me?
dude,
Come on. What are you
there
doing?
has to be certain ways to think to have certain outcomes if it's a game. Like your thought process, you can think certain ways to have certain reactions.
That's a
occur in
non
the environment
sequitur.
around you.
That's a complete non sequitur.
Yeah, it's not
How so?
But Joe, the ranty verse.
It doesn't follow that because, you know, if like you have a terrarium and a turtle, and it doesn't follow that he's in a game.
The ranty debate just started. Just a heads up. All right, later.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Later, guys.
Video game's a video game, and real life is real life.
Right. So the response is that, how did you come to the conclusion that we're in a game based on the premise that we're on a flat Earth plane in a container?
Because I've taken psychedelic drugs and had things or experiences happen to me throughout like the 2 weeks or so afterwards that simply cannot be explained by anything natural.
So what you're saying is we can just,
how does that
so what you're saying is we can just
conclusion that we're in a
basically
game?
dismiss every claim then.
No, what I'm saying is we're in a game. We're not
in a game.
real.
We're
not real.
And my proof is that I've never done a psychedelic drug.
As I'm trying to
There's my
test his
proof.
claims.
Like,
So,
I don't think I've done drugs is a good proof.
yeah, that premise
I've seen
doesn't
things
logically
humans
get you
have
to the
not
conclusion
seen.
that we're in a simulation.
It's just corrupted data in your brain. That's all that's happening. It doesn't mean anything.
Concluding that we're in a game, a simulation, is not a logical conclusion given the premise of we're on a level flat plane Earth, and that
All right, I've thought of
hallucinogen.
memes, right? I'll be scrolling through Instagram, right? I think of memes, right? That would be funny, and I'll see them the next day.
That's
He's
still
just trolling, guys.
Yeah, this is.
Yo, I am literally not trolling, bro. If we're gonna talk about flat Earth, then we need to talk about how the fucking life is a simulation.
Stop cussing.
Yeah. Some people are not trolling. Though it may sound ridiculous to you, they're not trolling. So once again, that premise still doesn't logically get you to the conclusion that we're in a simulation.
I mean, he's thinking that we're in a game, bro. Come on.
Hey, you gotta help one another. As Iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another.
But thinking that we're in a game, we're not in a video game, bro.
Hey,
Get that out of your head.
I have a question. When you took these drugs and you saw what you did you see those same things?
What is a video game?
Did you see those same
My
things
bad.
when you were not? It's okay.
You talking?
Did you see those same things when you weren't on drugs?
Okay, so I was meditating and I was following like basically procedures that were outlisted by the CIA and government for ESTP, or basically like mind expansion to travel, right? And I was doing this and I reached what's known as the breakthrough wall or Planck's frequency. It's basically your brain is generating the like energy equivalent of the sun in the space that is your brain, right? Or like how dense the sun is how much your brain is producing. It's like syncing your heartbeat and shit. It's weird. But when I broke through this, the next like 2 weeks, I kid you fucking not, I would say someone's name and less than 5 minutes later they would call me. There were certain things that I began to realize and align, like, yeah, there's patterns, there's rituals, routine throughout everyone's lives that, you know, maybe subconsciously you can line up. But this orientation or series of events that occurred throughout those 2 weeks was scary because it really made me question my reality. And I could still like see these things happening today if I look hard enough.
Okay, so my question was, when you saw things that you said, you know, that no man has seen or should see, when you were on drugs, LSD, I believe you said. So were you on LSD and these other things that you were seeing that no man should see or whatnot? Did that happen when you weren't on drugs?
All right. Well, conducing the fact that I use binaural beats to put myself in that state of mind, and it's like regarded by the government, and people have experienced similar things that is recorded by government agencies and organizations, then I would like to think that they were like maybe just the drugs. But it's like people can do this without drugs. People can do this without drugs, and that's the thing.
The fact that it's from those agencies means it's probably garbage.
So once again, given all the premises that you've told us, your conclusion is not valid given those premises.
Yeah, here's my question. Let's say, let me ask you this. Let's say you're recovering from a trip that you had a week ago. You don't know what your brain chemistry is right then. Somebody calls you and your brain instantly creates the memory of you thinking about them calling you. And you can't even trust
No, it happened with my friends. Like I would literally like be in the car with someone, be like, this person. Then they would call me. They'd be like, how does that happen?
No, you don't understand what I'm saying, I don't think.
Are you saying it's only my mind thinking I thought that thing?
It's all in your mind.
Exactly.
Right. To conclude things to be reality to the neglect of logic, facts, and evidence is erroneous. So given the premises that you've told us, your conclusion is invalid, and your conclusion is undefined and vague. So you have to define it.
All your personal experience and all, like, that's why you're going through that whole trip, bro.
But there's something called the law of attraction.
Everything is just in a circle in your mind.
So law of attraction states, like, say you're pregnant, your wife's pregnant, you're going to have a baby. Mm-hmm. Now your mind's thinking about babies. Suddenly you see every baby billboard. When you're wanting to lose weight, you suddenly see all the athletic, how to lose weight articles. And it's often got to do with where your mind space is at that specific time. The ability to actually interact with our fellow man is something that's quantifiable. There's a Dr. Rupert Sheldrake that calls it the morphic resonance that links all people. So, for example, if I really start thinking about you hard enough, you can start to pick up that signal and you can call me. And this is actually something that I do weekly now. I write out a list of names of what I want to achieve in my business. And by the end of the week, maybe 50% of them have called me based on simply applying positive mental energy towards their connection, or for them to feel what it is. It's the same way that when you stare at someone from behind, sometimes they turn around and look straight at you because they could feel that you were looking at them. There is this connection which is often poo-pooed. Science certainly doesn't want to look at the metaphysical side of these type of things. What you were talking about with like your astral traveling shows that you're trying to align that frequency inside yourself. And it is a powerful thing when you start becoming aware that you are actually driving this body and that this body isn't driving you, and that you can start to interact. A simulation theory idea of that you're in a game, it lends towards the idea that this is a simulation, therefore things don't really matter, which I don't agree with. But the original crux of the game idea is that there had to be a creator of the game. Now, this place is too complex to deny the creator, but they still want to deny the creator, so they say it's a game instead of saying it's in the most incredible creation from this creator. It would make more sense to call it a simulation or a game. But then when you say who created the game, oh no, just random. It was nature, it was evolution, the Big Bang, blah, blah, blah. But they won't acknowledge that there has to be a creator to create either a simulation or a game.
Define law of attraction, please.
Wait, hold on. They look. I just want to bring this up real quick when you talk about game. While we're on the subject, they were looking at string theory, and they were able to find that within string theory, within math, there are actual computational contextual codes to evolution and humanity itself. And I could send you guys this article as well. It's it was like this black guy who explained it on this YouTube.
Yeah, posted it live stream.
For sure.
So the define law of attraction.
It's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
No, it's another one. Someone better and smarter.
Yeah,
so the law of
we're not in a simulation, and there is no evolution.
Agreed. Law of attraction, there's a guy called Greg Braden who discusses this very in depth. But it's how you create the reality. They call it like a heuristic manifestation. So, for example, if those hypochondriacs wake up every day saying they're going to get ill, 9 out of 10 times they do get ill. And it's got to do with thinking yourself into that state. The same way that other people who wake up every day and say, I'm healthy, I don't get ill, will then wake up every day and say, I'm that way. And even if they had a sore throat or a sniff or whatever, it's not ill. They just may be having a down day. And the next day they're back to where they were. Whereas the hypochondriac is spending 3 days going backwards and forwards to doctors and clinics and whatever. It's the attraction power of what you apply your thoughts to.
I do want to just chime in real quick.
Yes.
There is evidence from myself and my own personal experiences. There was a girl I used to play Xbox with for like 4 years. I hadn't talked to her, no communication, no nothing, because I stopped playing Xbox, and but we did have each other's phone numbers, but we hadn't talked for about 4.5 years, and out of nowhere, she came into my mind, and I was like, "Fuck, I wonder how she's doing." And then within the hour, she called me, and I was like, "That is so fucking strange," because I haven't thought of you for 4.5 years. And she goes, "You know what's crazy?" She's like, "You popped into my head," and I was like, I wonder how he's doing. So that's why I called you. And I was like, that's crazy. So
this is the beauty of... sorry to interrupt. Is there more?
I have a response to what Solar explained. Go ahead, Solar.
I just wanted to say that the easiest way to explain this would be take 2 guitars, and if you pluck the G string, the top string of the first guitar, the second guitar's G string starts to vibrate. excuse that it's the G, or let's say the E string. So you pluck that string,
dirty
and it transfers that energy onto the equivalent string that will now pick up that vibration just simply because one put it out into the ether that's around us. Now, we're made of 70% water. Water is a fantastic conductor, and water is where they do most of the cymatic experiments, either water or salt. So when you start to, so now what you got to do is concentrate on what feeling were you having when you were thinking about her, because that's the Hertz frequency that you need to access to create this law of attraction. And that's the feeling you need to practice to actually start to make this happen multiple times in a single day. What you're doing is you're creating a vibration in your water by thinking about her, and her water starts to vibrate equivalently and picks up that resonance in the way that astral traveling, in all those other ways you can connect people between distances. This is what Nikola Tesla discovered when he could power a light bulb in a field far away through just using this inductive thing that connects all of us. There is, like the Star Wars calls it the Force or whatever, but there is this ether, this something that allows transfer of both data, energy, DC power. It's a most fantastic substance which we've not been taught about. But that reaction of when you can figure out that feeling, like it might take a bit of meditation or whatever, but really go inward on yourself and think, was it an excitement that you were thinking about her? Was it a longing? Was it like an intense focus for 5 minutes on her? What was it that worked? Because it's the same way when you say punch buggy yellow, and then suddenly you're seeing like yellow buggies driving past you for the rest of the day. The moment that you apply your mind onto something, you actually start to manipulate your reality. And that's, again, something that they haven't taught us deliberately, because they want us to think we're powerless and we need to be told what to do, how to react.
So what substantiates the explanation of the law of attraction you said earlier?
Wait, can I say something? The Earth resonates at a Schumann frequency, 7.8.
Every time I speak, you say that. I can never get my questions answered. I was waiting for all that time while he was talking.
You're good. Go ahead.
So what substantiates the explanation of the law of attraction that you said earlier?
What substantiates? So it's one of those really, I'm trying to think now, because it is a subjective experience. It's kind of like asking a Christian, how do they know God's theirs? Because they felt God, they've interacted with God, they feel led by God. They can't then show you the piece of paper that says they've done that. But in terms of morphic resonance and Rupert Sheldrake, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, he and his team are doing tests on different continents, whereby they teach different species of animals to like run a maze, and they're all taking 2 hours to do it. And the moment that the one can achieve it in 15 minutes, every other rat of the same species can suddenly achieve that same maze in 15 minutes. There seems to be a shared pool of knowledge. They take brand new crystals that don't have a resonant frequency, so it's a man-made crystal. First time you make it, it doesn't have a frequency, and it needs to almost pick up its own vibration once it's made. Thereafter, once you make that crystal, it has that frequency inherent. And it doesn't matter which continent you use. So before it had that frequency, no matter how many continents tried to make it, there was no frequency. And as soon as one imprints a frequency, they all have that frequency. So there is something that's connecting from a scientific perspective. They're terming it morphic resonance. So there you can actually read the science about whatever this connection is around us. But guys like Greg Braden and even motivational speakers, they used to call it the fake it till you make it. Stand up and tell yourself you're successful, that you're powerful, that you blah, blah, blah. And within a few short years, you do become powerful and successful. And if you really believe it, but the moment you have doubt, the moment you have the self-doubt, you've destroyed the resonance and all of its effectivity. So most people, as they repeat that thing, the little part in the back of their mind says, it's not possible. I'm not that way. Or it erodes on the entire, it's like placing a 432 frequency and then smashing a 600 frequency on top of it. You're not achieving the 432 if you are using the wrong frequency thereafter. And that's why I say it's a skill in terms of figuring out what was it that you were feeling and how you kept that purity of whatever that was, and it created a response. And then practice it again. Think of another friend that you want to contact you and write their name down and apply some physical thinking to it and see if it takes 2 days or 3 days and they call you. And once you start to see that there is something here, you can start to push it out. In the beginning, they would say, think of a car and pick a color. I want to see a red Mustang. I want to see whatever. And then the whole time you just think about red Mustang, red Mustang, red Mustang. You go out the next day, and 2 days later you pull up here and there's a fucking red Mustang parked next to you. And you're like, no fucking way. Next thing,
So
what do
in
I
other
want to see?
words- So in other words, if you think about a thought or a desire long enough and intensely enough, then a thing will come to pass or a thing will occur.
So that goes back to like the vibrational frequency between these two guitars. If I can get to the right, so if I detune that E string, so it's no longer resonating at an E vibration, then the other guitar doesn't vibrate. It's only
guitar
when
strings-
this,
But guitar
Everything
strings don't
resonates and vibrates around us.
but
guitar strings
if
don't
it's
sing.
but if it's in tune, well, your thoughts are vibrational energy. How
What
if you were to
substantiates that
pass, that's a scientific. Is that if your heart stops, I use 220 volt with paddles to restart your heart. You are an electrical being. Your synapses are transferring an electricity transfer. So
You're talking about the
everything
functions of the body rather than thoughts. I'm asking what substantiates the assertion
He's
that
connecting.
your thoughts
Let him
are
finish.
vibrations or frequencies.
So a thought is quantified at about 8 picowatts of energy. So you can quantify it. And certain thoughts can generate higher energy frequencies. When you can learn to integrate certain parts of your brain, you can also push that up. But every single thought is power. Every single thought is an impulse.
That reminds me
And
of,
every impulse is a frequency, and every frequency is a vibration.
I don't mean to
This
cut
is
you
why
off.
Tesla, this is why Tesla said if we... No, not begging. This is... So
You haven't told me what substantiates the assertion. You just told me that it is quantifiable, but then that begs the question: how did they quantify it?
Well, he showed you the experiment with the rats.
He didn't show me anything. He explained it.
Yeah, I mean that's not quantifiable. Okay, so here let me step in and add to what he's saying. So basically, with all these pyramids, right? They resonate at like 7.83 around the base. The ones in Bosnia, the ones in Egypt, all they resonate at a certain frequency, right? And it's like the waves and the energy
So
that
the
flies around
shape-
from radio and all this stuff can like interrupt with that. But yeah, the shape is key too. But if you go to
The
the
shape
top,
is
like
the
a 3
frequency.
meter ring around the pyramid, it's like at 28 hertz at the top, you know, where the tip of the pyramid is, and that's higher resonance than at the bottom. And then also with the Bosnian pyramids, as he was talking about crystals, the man-made crystals versus the like actual like, you know, real natural crystals within the Bosnian pyramid, the biggest one there, they found at the center there was like a smooth stone, right? In the middle of it, smooth stone. There was no way you can get inside the stone. You can't lift the stone up. Literally embedded in the middle was this quartz crystal, and there was a bunch of tunnels running underneath the pyramids, and they're theorizing they were generating energy or tapping into a network. And so, yeah, but there's like 5 of these pyramids all around each other. We don't know the purpose of what they're there for, but they're doing something, right?
Okay, that's a red herring. I'm talking about substantiating the supposition that thoughts are quantifiable frequencies, vibrations.
Everything around us vibrates at a frequency. Like everything in your room that you're looking at right now is vibrating. It's not solid. Well, it is solid, but it's vibrating to be solid.
You keep expanding the scope of my question. I'm saying what I'm saying. Substantiate the supposition that thoughts
with hemisync technology, they're able to sync the mind. So your 2 like hemispheres of your brain, they operate at different frequencies, right? They use what's called binaural beats. You can look up the Monroe Institute. They have like meditation YouTube videos, and they made them for like the CIA. But basically, they are overpowered because if you learn to meditate, like for example, if I meditate, I can feel my third eye, like, you know, the thing in, you know, in between your eyebrows. I can feel that. I can feel the energy, right? So you can't say like, oh, maybe it's not quantifiable, because it's just the natural relationship that humans and nature has with each other. But there's so many subjective experiences that people have had throughout history that it's like, damn, that makes sense.
Okay, so how does thinking about a desire or a thought long enough, hard enough, in whatever way, cause that to come to pass or to occur?
Okay, so everything's vibrating, right? Everything has energy around us. If you can carry, like, you know, with Molly, how people feel love, they feel everything around them.
But a static object has a frequency. That glass, when the opera singer hits the right pitch and the glass shatters, because she's reached the same resonant frequency of that static object. This is not in question.
Okay, what is my question?
There's a field.
I didn't ask.
So there's a field of. Your question is, how can you link a thought to a frequency?
No, that's not my question. I asked, see, this happens often. I asked, how does thinking about a thought or a desire in whatever way cause something to come to pass or to occur?
So I'm trying to take you there in steps, and you're trying to say where's the one thing that links those two in a single sentence? There isn't.
No,
one.
Just explain to me how. So I'm asking how.
So the initial analogy was, if I can reach the right frequency in one guitar string, I can get another guitar string to resonate at the same vibration. Then I was linking. Okay, let me just speak. Sorry, let me just speak. Then the next step was that your brain is using frequencies. They know this because they used electroshock treatment to try and change people's memories, and they were able to wipe out memories. So through electricity, it's either in 50 hertz or 52 hertz, which is the frequency. So there's the frequency linked to the mind. So if I can get my mind to vibrate loosely at E string on a guitar, then someone else can vibrate at the same E string, because if their brain is able to resonate and I'm creating that resonation in my brain, their brain will resonate at that frequency, because it's demonstrable with any instrument that is pitched to the same frequency.
Okay, and so the guitar strings. So the guitar strings are false. The guitar strings are a false analogy, because guitar strings don't think, and the brain is not the mind. The mind and the brain are not one and the same. Thoughts are in the mind, not the brain.
Conscious experience.
We don't know what thinking is. Okay, we only register an electric impulse. We see more electric impulses on the MRI, and that tells us that you were thinking.
You just tell me you don't know what thinking is, and then you tell me that it's an electric impulse.
And an electric impulse is a frequency. So yes,
You
we
just told me
don't
you don't know what
understand
thinking
this.
is.
No, the actual thing of thinking, no one can. That goes back to the question of consciousness. What is this consciousness inside us that causes us to question our reality?
Right, and
because
then you
inside the brain inside the brain is only electrical impulses and frequencies. That's all that we can register and quantify, but yet we have this very subjective experience. I can take two brains showing identical, or not identical, but very similar neural pathway connections, and those people will think very differently. So we can register the act of the thinking, but we can't tell you what that thought is or how that memory is actually stored, because through a synapse connection, it's just sending the power across like a voltage. It's equalizing the voltage in the brain.
Right, again, then I responded to that saying that the brain and the mind are not one and the same.
So
I'm
great.
asking you about thoughts in the mind.
Okay, so just real quick, because you guys are both off. You guys are not on the same frequency. So what Gregory's asking, and I think would be the simple short answer, is that there's a mysterious connection somehow. Because Gregory's asking, how can I think of somebody?
Yeah, it's magic.
And then it happens. So, for instance, my friend that I haven't thought about for 4.5 years, that called me because she said she lives in Kentucky and I'm in California. So how that worked, I do not know.
Can be coincidence.
Given that example, logically, the logical conclusion would be that it just happened. There was no causational link between your thoughts and her thoughts.
But here's what he's saying though. Here's what he's telling you, that there are people that have adopted this idea, and then they focus on that idea.
What he's telling me.
And then they're able. So, for instance, let's say there's people that always say, every time I think of somebody that I haven't seen for a long time, I see them, and that's just weird, and they can't explain it. Like every time they do it, and not just once, not just. You can't be like, that was total. I mean, you could, I guess. One could say that's completely. I mean, that was a 1 in a trillion times a trillion times a trillion to the 10th power of a coincidence, of a chance that could happen. But it did happen, considering the time, the date, whatever. So, but there's something that cannot be explained, but it does happen. Like he's saying that they do tests and they studied it. Now it's not.
Now there's doublespeak again. You say you can't explain it, and then you give me an explanation. Y'all got to pick one of the.
So what I mean by that is I can't tell you how that happened, but it happened, and it happens more than you think. So
okay, but this conversation was about the explanation of such phenomenon.
Yeah, I know, and I think that's where he tried to tackle the question, but I wanted to jump in and be like, you can't explain it, and I mean, you could theorize
of things.
You could theorize it.
Just be like, okay, this is how
somehow everything's connected one way or another. Like, is it like, just a certain frequencies, and he was just trying to relate guitar strings. Oh yeah, no, I think he should have conceded when you first asked that, because he's
so now you're conceding that the explanation is unsubstantiated. That's my point. That's my position.
Well, because you can't, because like he's trying to say an example that would be the answer, but technically we don't know the answer other than things are on frequencies.
That's what I was
and
arguing.
Somehow, things are on frequencies, and somehow we got on the same frequency at that moment, and that's why they thought of she thought of me too at that moment. Yeah. So
I'm arguing the position.
Completely.
I'm arguing the position of skepticism according to logic. So I was testing the logical coherency and correspondency of this explanation of this assertion. And overall, what I've heard were, as best as you did, as best as everyone did, false analogies and non sequiturs.
And that's the problem, because when someone's telling you something from an experience that they can't understand, but we're striving to try to explain it, and then you're on the other side of that, just knocking it down, like that makes no sense. Well, you're right, and that's why I shouldn't even explain it to begin with. I don't think you should even got to that conversation to begin with, because it takes you down a road that someone just goes, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm not merely I'm testing the logical consistency and correspondency of the assertion. So I'm not trying to hand wave anything. That's why I heard them out.
Okay, so basically,
it's coming from it from incredulity. It's saying you can't believe it, so therefore each step is incorrect. Because
I'm not arguing incredulity.
Because listen to my point and
explain their position.
No, let me just explain why I'm saying what I just said. You're coming at it from incredulity because it's demonstrated by every CEO in every company that comes in and says, all right, this is my vision. This is where I'm taking this company in the next 5 years. And then explains through a lot of thought and detail. They've sat down and they've detailed everything where they want this to go. And they've created that entire thought process. And if they get the buy-in from the people, the business can achieve those goals and sometimes exceed those goals. And some business people who don't have that ability to really resonate their mind and to feel the vision of what it's going to feel like in 5 years when you've already achieved that goal, that process is a skill called the law of attraction, and it's taught like for the last 20, 25 years at least. It's often used in a business context about achieving what it is that you want by having a vision. By visualizing the outcome, and by doing that, other people can then resonate along that vision. So,
so given the definition of the law of it, yes, I understand now. I thought this was that. That's why I gave y'all the floor to explain full and well. So, given the definition of the law of attraction,
you're right
that was explained.
I wasn't thorough. You're right that I wasn't thorough in drawing quantitative conclusions. It is quite a out there concept, and like Archon
so, given
was
the
saying,
definition of the law of attraction that you gave us, that example that you just told us is again another false analogy, because that's not analogous to a thought causing an event to occur. When these people,
so like in the gateway frequency,
when these people do these, when these businessmen make these plans and they go about these endeavors and these enterprises, that is not analogous to a thought causing a thing to occur or to come to pass.
Okay, so for example, let's talk about the gateway experience. When they were able to reach hemisync, or basically both spheres of the brain were synced and they were in like a deep state of meditation, they were able to expand their consciousness and go elsewhere in the universe. They're able to observe things around, on Earth from an isolated point, right? So if someone can view or remote view, which is, been accounted for multiple times, multiple people, different countries, different governments, etc., have said that remote viewing is a real thing, right? So if that's a real thing, and we're talking here about frequencies and how we can go from point A to point B by thinking about something, then like I know it's not constitutable, like it's not, hard evidence, but they were able to do that. And like the only explanation is through frequencies and the way that travels. And that's like our subjective opinion on it. Like we can't explain this shit because we don't know just yet. But in the future, when we have the technology developed, or they give us the technology, we'll understand. Also, there's this dude who developed this like machine that like apparently got like negative vibrations away from you and put like positive ones in your like area. I can try and find the device right now.
Okay,
but
so
like,
you're missing the point. Okay, so you're missing the point. You're not understanding the subject matter that we're discussing. The examples that you gave us are red herring, false analogies. We're talking about thoughts causing things to come to pass or to occur.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That
So
isn't
saying,
substantiated.
so look at, so what he's saying is that the explanation of a businessman going and talking to a group of people, that throws it out the door because he's talking, he's not thinking. But it started with this thought. So, but I get what both sides are saying. But
right, I'm saying that our thoughts do not cause things to occur.
So
it's a non sequitur conclusion to say I thought about this, I thought about that for this amount of time with this much intensity, and then
and I agree,
this or that to come to pass or to occur.
And I agree because and I want to make this clear. I thought of her, but I wasn't like, Ashley, pick up the phone and call me. Right? Like I wasn't thinking that.
You didn't cause her to call you or to answer your call.
But so what they're trying to explain though is that everything's on this frequency and everything's connected somehow, some way, unexplainable. But if you think of somebody, then they will think of you.
And that isn't necessarily
vice versa.
True.
No, I get it. But that's
Are they talking about the MRIs, flat Earth, solar?
You're right, and not necessarily true.
Making these absolute assertions, and I'm
you're right. You're right. I'm saying, but that's the idea, though. That was the idea. Now, does that happen 100% of the time? Absolutely not, because I could think of someone right now, and they will not contact me. Right? I mean,
right? Because like you can give me one person that believes that the law of attraction manifested for them, and I can show you 100 more that can say a damn sure didn't work for them at all.
Exactly. That's why.
And it's the doubt, it's the placebo effect of really having full conviction or whether there's still doubt. And, someone who's very skeptical, I would say like yourself, would probably find that it didn't work because you would always doubt at each step of the attempt. Whereas it's as simple as saying, I thought about losing weight, and then I got up off my ass and I went and ran. So, or if you want a direct correlation, let's talk about the double slit experiment when you place an observer and it does directly cause an intervention with said material, whether it's light or photons or whatever. But the crux of the matter is that when you are, if everyone's watching the pianist, sometimes he can make a mistake, whereas when he's playing quietly to himself, he'll play it through 10 times without a flaw. So there is something about observation and thought that can affect matter in a very real way. But you're sounding like a baller, like nothing will even get you to remotely consider this.
No,
so
I gave everyone the opportunity to explain the piece. I don't know why you keep accusing me of hand waving things. I'm not hand waving. I literally did the antithesis of hand waving. I heard the entirety of the matter. Now, the two examples that you gave us earlier, the double slit experiment, that's a pseudo experiment, and it didn't prove what people think it proves. And their conclusion is, once again, non sequitur based on false premises. And then your example with the pianist. That's another false
here, I can give you another one here. So they dropped let's say you had a flat sheet of ice, right? It's basically, just a flat sheet, both sides. Let's say it's an inch thick, 4 inches wide, 4 inches long, right? You drop that on the ground and it shatters into, let's say, 100 pieces. Each one of those 100 pieces has the information stored in it to reflect the original image that it was.
How is that sequitur with thoughts cause things to happen?
Because when you think of the fragments, right, of the thing that is broken on the ground, yet it's still able to reflect the whole, you have to think of like the whole of humanity as a network of people. And we are always interchanging, we are always communicating, but it's subconscious because it's our conscious. It's our subconscious and our conscious. Just like your subconscious can draw certain ideas and connections, the subconscious powering of the brain or operation is far superior to the actual conscious being that is like you observing the monitor, listening to my voice right now. And so those 100 pieces are still a part of the whole.
Okay, but you just told me that you have to think of it. In other words, it must be, in order for it to be true, you have to believe it. That's total begging the question.
Well, okay,
not
you can't. That's like being a fucking downer, dude. If you go to school and you say, "Oh, I'm gonna have a shit ass day," like, yeah, obviously you're gonna have a shit ass fucking day. You gotta go wake up every day, be like, "Yo, this is the fucking grind. I'm on my shit. I'm happy. I'm smiling. I'm doing things that are making me feel good. I am exchanging energy with the environment around me, and I am getting a return from that environment. And if I continue to increase the amount of energy."
Point. Just thinking about something intensely enough does not cause things to occur. That's the point. And then you try to substantiate this, the assertion, and you can't.
Yo, Flat Earth Solar, what were you talking about the MRI? Can you explain that one more time?
All I've heard is false news without evidence, and then do the same thing ourselves. It's hypocrisy.
So I gotta.
I'd love to discuss this with someone who's willing to be at least open-minded, or
I am open-minded. Why do you keep accusing me of that? I
All right, here, let's not argue with him then. Let's put him in the corner. He understands.
Because you're debating if the placebo effect is possible, and if you go and look at the
that's
placebo,
not what I'm saying. You don't understand what I'm saying.
The placebo effect. Listen, the placebo effect is a direct link between your brain thinking that a sugar pill is actually making the substance your body needs to recover, and then your body manufactures the said chemical needed to cause the regenerative effect in the body, even though you only took a sugar pill, the same like the other people who actually got the real drug. And the placebo effect is I think it's 65 or 70% effective. So if it was truly random, it would be closer towards 50 or even less. But because it's in the 60 to 70th percentile, it is considered beyond random. So there is a direct
this is another
thing,
false analogy. This is not analogous to the initial
it's not.
supposition of the law of
You're
attraction.
not listening. Okay, so who was the guy who asked me about the MS?
Yeah,
Just because I disagree with you does not mean I'm hand waving. Does not mean stop falsely representing.
If you can't see how the placebo effect directly answers the question you've been asking, well, then there's no other analogy I can draw for you. But with the MRIs, they've been doing intensive studying
the law of
the brain.
attraction. Like the placebo
What
effect
is the
isn't the law of
placebo?
attraction.
Is a thought affecting directly a reality
the placebo
change.
effect was the law of attraction. It would work every time. What mechanics of nature only work part of the time?
Gotta keep
If
your
it's the mechanics of nature, it works.
You gotta learn to identify the different vibrations. Most people can't.
Correct.
Most people don't have that skill. It's not taught in the United States. It's not, we don't learn about these values or this value creation. We learn about the different value creation, the way they confuse and orientate us towards, working for them.
So,
But again, what happened here is that you set a supposition, and if someone that disagrees with you gave you all the time you needed to fully explain full and well your position, and then when they refute or rebut any fallacies or errors that you say, then you accuse them of being obstinate and closed-minded and hand-waving what you say. That's exactly what the Globers do. You're being a hypocrite.
I've written a song for what this subject is about, and I think you guys could hear it.
Okay. There's no good reason to believe a supposition to be true when it's unsubstantiated.
I mean, he's right about that. There's no way to conclusively prove that collective consciousness is real. But at the same time,
thinking about something long enough and intensely enough causes things to occur.
Yeah, that's true. But I think what their point was is that you can see examples of this happening in society.
Yeah, you see these phenomenon, but it's not the supposition that they supposed.
I agree.
I mean, it's just like superstition. You can say one thing doesn't exist, but when you experience subjectively, then you're like, what is happening to me? I've not, you yourself can't imagine what this power is like because you haven't consciously experienced it, yet you yourself you've been of influence of this type of like interaction. You got to start paying attention, like, you know, the yellow bug thing that you were saying. If you pay attention, you think those positive thoughts and you work towards meditation and like controlling your breathing and upping your vibration, like actually upping your vibration, like meditating using frequencies to like up your vibration, you will begin to notice these things occurring. Because I noticed it for 2 fucking weeks straight in a way that literally was fucking scary. Fucking scary. Scary, dude. Fucking scary.
Once again, you're double speaking. In one breath you tell me you can't explain it, and then the very next breath you explain it.
It's
that
subjective.
Right there is indicative of the erronicity of your belief. It's just like the Globers.
Yeah, and to keep your vibration, high, you've got to not engage with negative energy that is unable to fathom what is being spoken about.
Yeah, in order for your belief to be unbothered, you have to stay away from people that don't believe what you believe. You have great philosophy.
That's not what I was saying at all.
That's
not what I was saying at all. It's a new. It's obviously a new concept to you, Gregory.
Gregory, what is anxiety to you?
It's not a new concept to me. I've given these people who believe this supposition all the time they needed to explain the position full and well. That I've responded to everything.
Yeah, but every single point
after they explain themselves full and well, they accuse me of being closed-minded and obstinate.
So
when I
this is
literally
quite
did
a
the very
fringe
antithesis
topic
of such behavior.
But this is a fringe topic, right? So you're asking for causation data, and we can only provide correlation. We can only provide correlation data, and every correlation which I drew, you tried to unpick by saying it's not the causation data I'm looking for. And we agreed from the start that this is metaphysical. This is metaphysical. So right from the outset, I said the scientific branch is called morphic resonance. Perhaps start there, do a little bit of reading on that, then go and look at the law of attraction in terms of the success rates. Try it in your own life. And if you see one instance, okay, so that girl calling that guy once could be coincidence. And when you start to practice,
past the fact that it's unsubstantiated,
when you start to practice
with the arguments,
and it becomes repetitive, then it is no longer coincidental if it is repetitive, and it can be demonstrated. But the point is that it requires a lot of belief, and
so this veracity depends on the people who believe it.
Is like the placebo effect. Like I have to believe that I'm getting better when I take the pill. There's a belief aspect to this, which you. Okay.
It's a false analogy.
Gregory, it's like You know how people experience anxiety, panic attacks, these different things, right? Imagine this being like a force. Like, you know how some people have a weight on their shoulders constantly? They have a faster heartbeat than normal people.
To be substantiated.
We're just trying to connect. Okay, yes. There's no hard fucking proof evidence. Just like I can't go out and get the hard proof evidence that, you know, Trump fucks other people than his wife, right? But I can say from my personal subjective experience, other people's. So yes, it may not be right now at the moment that we have like the hard evidence, but there is a growing number of people as well as evidence that maybe we can't connect to this certain, you know, application morphic resonance. We see this and we're like, oh, how does that happen? Placebo effect. How does that happen? Right? We have no way to tie it. Right? So if we had morphic resonance, let's just say this is the only applicable theory that we could use, you know, to come to this, right? Then, and we line up the consensus, the experience of the people who interact with morphic resonance, and we go over to the placebo effect and various other ones that Solar mentioned, and we like align them and we see the connections between the two, right? You see those connections that we're trying to make, right?
So,
yeah, so if you see those connections that we're trying to make and it's the only available way to explain those things, yes, it's not a hard fact, but we believe it and it works for us. So
just because you believe
it can't hurt you to try.
That's the point. See, you want to ridicule the Globers for believing things without substantial, adequate evidence, but then it's okay for you to do it with the law of attraction. That's hypocrisy. And then Solar just earlier admitted that, yes, we haven't adequately explained the causational relationship between thoughts and events occurring, and we're just correlating them two. So you're admitting that you committed the fallacy of correlation does not equal causation. But you suppose that there's a causation.
No, I'm trying to draw it from your perspective. I'm trying to show you the two ways that you're thinking.
No, you just whistle past what I just said. I said what I said for a reason. Okay, I'm highlighting the errors of the rhetoric and the fallacies in the reasoning. Okay, so I'll say it again. This is the problem why we keep going around the world, because some people are not listening closely enough. Okay, so what I just said was that it was just admitted by Solar that we have not adequately substantiated the supposed causational relationship between the thoughts and the events occurring. So you literally admit that there is no substantiation to the supposed cause. We just correlate the two. Have you never heard of correlation does not equal causation?
Okay, but what's the other way to explain this force? What is the only other way to explain this occurring? This natural event occurring.
Yeah, so just because something that is very
times a day.
Right. So just because something unlikely occurs does not mean that there's a causation between your thoughts and the event occurring. It's just rare. It's just a rare occurrence happening. That's it. That's the Occam's razor better conclusion. So when you suppose that this event occurred because I thought it, you have to substantiate that assertion. And if it's unsubstantiated, then it's false. Period. If it were true, it could be substantiated. Since it's not substantiated, it's not true. It's false. Gotta apply
I wanted
logic
so bad
to
more than
everything.
anything in the world to be the best stock and crypto trader last year while I was tripping LSD, and I am today the #1 stock trader for my age in the world, as well as cryptocurrency trader. I can't say those two things are related, but I meditated on it every single day. Every single day I woke up, I'd meditate. I'd tell myself what I want to do. I would breathe in the good energy, breathe out the bad, take those deep breaths, relax my shoulders, and I would get on with my day. And now I'm at where the point I am at.
Okay.
I can't say that, this is the point, but I'm just saying there's so much evidence to shit.
Can't have it both ways. You're double speaking again. We don't have adequate evidence. We have adequate evidence.
It's adequate. It's adequate evidence if you accept the theory.
No, just believing something is not adequate evidence that the thing that I'm believing is substantiated adequately. Believing something does not make it true. The same thing we say to the Globers.
Yeah, so you think of the Globers like conspiracy theorists, right? They are working on a conspiracy theory to keep people from knowing the Earth is flat, correct? You, in the same way, are... I'm basically saying that Globers are Globers, right? If you believe the Earth is truly flat, right? And you look at Globers, you think that Globers are conspiracy theorists against the flat earthers?
No. What I think is that the Globers are believing a doctrine contrary to logic, evidence, and facts. I do not wish to do that. We should not do that.
Yeah, but some of them know it's flat and they're just trolling. Like, that has to be the case.
Right, that's a sophist liar. That's even worse.
Oh, yeah. And what you're doing is pattern day trading. That's what you're doing.
Did he leave?
No, that homie was so stuck up on his point. I am not gonna cap with you.
Did he leave?
Like he was like.
He was chill though. Yeah, he got off.
No, he's cool. He's just not understanding that he was exposing himself about what he does. Like what?
What it is, it's.
I mean, anybody can sit there and take the time and do pattern day trading and look at and look at stocks the entire time and be the number one in stock trading. It's not hard. He's sitting there saying that he's tripping on LSD and shit and doing that stuff and waking up every day meditating. Bro, he's practicing like this is what people don't understand. The stuff.
Hey, how did it cause a spacious? Well, I'm moving on. How did it cause spacious?
Hey, you can go ahead and interrupt me.
No, so just what I want to say is, I got both sides of the, of the conversation. Gregory, he was asking one thing, and then the answers were not what he was asking, and that's the problem. But they would answer it indirectly, I guess you can say, and to the best of their abilities of trying to explain something that isn't explainable. And that's where he was, getting on that. Like he was honing in on that to prove that the thought, and I got what he's saying, like just because you think it doesn't make them do it. So, and like that's why I said from my personal experience, he's right. I didn't say or think, Ashley, give me a call, but she called me, but I was thinking about her. So that's what I was trying to let them know. Like, no, he's right, because the thought isn't making them do anything, but they do something because, and then now I'm going to go step back on the other side though and be like, they're explaining there's some type of connection that made you even think of one another. Get what I'm saying? And I think, so that argument, you have to stand on both sides and realize that, yeah, you're saying this and you're right, but they're also right because it was like an effect, a cause and effect right there. And I think, unfortunately, that wasn't the debate.
But this is not even in question. I'm glad that Gregory is not here to disregard everything that's being said. In the Eastern religions, they call it chi, energy.
Hey guys.
And they spend time meditating, and they learn how to focus their thoughts, and they place their attention in different parts of their body, and they can achieve amazing results where they can bend steel on their soft parts of the neck. They can take tremendous blows to their genitals without flinching. They can lie on beds of nails. They can take razor blades to their skin and they won't bleed because they've chosen that they don't want to bleed. And they're using this energy. They can start fire. There was a chi energy master who was recorded on YouTube. And they've actually shown him, he used to be able to send electric shocks through his fingers. So he would do like healing acupuncture by actually being his own energy transistor, by focusing his thoughts and directing the energy. And it was studied by a whole group of British scientists. So there are so many links to how if the mind is applied very hyper-focused on a specific task or a thought or a goal
or idea,
we can do amazing things.
Or even convince people.
It is so analogous to the placebo effect that if you believe that you're getting better and healthy, you will get better and healthy. Mm-hmm. So irrespective of whether you're taking a sugar tablet or not, are you still thinking that every day you're getting healthier? And if you think you're getting healthier without doubt, like the way that you would feel 100% assured when you swallowed that pill, that it's now doing what it's supposed to. If you can believe 100%, you don't need the pill. And that is the true unlocking of the mind, which I've only really discovered since I learned that the earth was flat.
I have a question.
Because that's when you start to trust yourself and you start to
So are you one of the people that give
intuition?
I have a question.
So are you one of those psychiatrists that would like recommend somebody with Tourette
No
syndrome
one's ever gonna prevent you from asking a question, dog.
to let them imagine that they're taking what, like an actual pill that actually helps them?
So I think that what's amazing,
Because you know that has been done, right?
no, but pills just destabilize. So man assumes that we know the answer. So we think, okay, just take 2 parts of this and 3 parts of that, and then we're going to get the outcome we're looking for. But the list of side effects are long. We don't know what's actually causing them. We just know that it does generate a skin rash, or it does generate
I don't think you understand where I'm coming from, though, bro.
No.
Can I ask a question?
The pill is not a simple solution, whether they're talking dopamine or serotonin in terms of depression or anxiety, or whether they're adding Ritalin for your children to focus better for ADHD. They assume they know exactly what they're doing, and they don't.
Yo, so LSD,
But the mind,
LSD uses
I have
your
a question.
serotonin better than like brute forcing. Like think about it, Flat Earth Solar. When you take LSD, your mind is like modulating the serotonin, sending it to the various parts of the brain that need it. But when you take like an Adderall, right? Adderall is just fucked load of serotonin and dopamine. You're basically like brute forcing your mind to be happy, when true happiness is like the balance, the chi, the energy within your soul. Because you can take drugs, but it's only gonna rob from the overall total of your energy, because it's not.
All right, this is like really disturbing. This is really
Can I ask a
disturbing,
question,
bro.
please?
This is really
Hello?
disturbing, bro.
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
okay, thank you very much. So I just want to ask a question for Solar, because Solar was talking about something very interesting about people who can actually produce fire or can withstand things which normal humans would die from. And I have a question. Do you also think that there's the same thing for people shape-shifting their teeth and can now apparently eat glass and nails and digest them? And shape-shifting the eyes and faces? Or is that just something that naturally occurs when you train your body?
I'm not sure about the shape-shifting side of things.
I can send you videos of that, and I can also send you videos of kids getting driven over by a truck and just normally walking away from it.
But this is the thing that is really, I've thought about this for many, many decades. The Bible says if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can move a mountain. It's basically like you can achieve anything you can set your heart to the moment that you believe wholeheartedly. Then in the real world, we find people who, when they believe they can do it, they jump 400 or 40 vehicles in a row, 400 feet. Some people will swallow fire. Some people will eat glass. Some people eat metal. Some guys take a sharp knife to the chest and it doesn't pierce them.
Right.
When they believe what they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of us who have doubt cannot do. So it's whatever we choose, whether we can, we can. If we can't, we can't. It's whatever we think in our mind that allows. Now, where that limit lies is something that they've really stolen from us, because these Chi masters show that they can live well beyond 100 years. They show how they can heal people.
Explain to me about Bruce Lee then.
But the thing is, I just want to stick to the topic right there.
Bruce Lee was kung fu. He wasn't a Chi master. A Chi master is like Shaolin monk. It's lots of meditation. It's
they do
really understanding your own mind.
Yeah, but the thing is,
ability.
It's very common with many videos I have seen. Many were deleted from YouTube, but with people doing these incredible things that you can actually see at certain stages, when you, for example, slow down certain pictures, you can see them actually shape-shifting certain natural parts of their body, like, let's say, especially the teeth and the facial features and the eyes. And don't you think there's maybe something about a hybrid being or species which is, as in the days of Noah, which just is between us human beings? Not that they are aware of it, but that, throughout the parents or whatever, or the genetics has just came into their bloodline. So it's just weird.
It's not genetics, bro. It's just that I've been. See, look, I was meditating ever since I was 8 years old. Hold up. This is from somebody that's been doing this from experience. You're talking about chi and all that stuff,
Yo,
bro.
let me speak, dude. It's fucking rude.
Wait a second. You don't understand what my point was because you didn't let me finish.
Go ahead.
The thing is, I know for a fact because I had the personal experience of it. If you get possessed by certain entities, and I was possessed by certain entities, things with your body can change. My teeth changed and my neck changed, and certain other parts changed from one night to the other, like in a really short time. When I started, looking into certain stuff and doing certain things I shouldn't have done because it's not what God has intended me to do. And the thing is, many things, many similarities which I have experienced by myself with changing eyes and changing teeth is the same thing I see with these people. Like, I don't know, there's a guy, for example, who can swallow a whole, what is it called? The thing with what you use to melt like steel together. What is it called in English? Sorry, I'm German native, so I don't know every word. 1 second. Welding machine. Yeah, he can put a welding machine fire on his tongue, and he can put it out. And he calls himself something with demon. He is like the fire demon or whatever. And in fact, many magicians and people who do such things which should normally kill you, they're actually most of the time referring to spirits or demons helping them out. And there are also many documentaries, or not documentaries, but experience with people who did a lot of meditation and Buddhism, and they were among many monks and stuff. They actually also experienced entities and demons. There are also rituals which Buddhists do, if I'm not wrong here, where they actually invite the spirits to come and try to get along with them. So they try to actually, if it's an evil spirit, they try to make him a good spirit through certain rituals they use. And isn't there maybe a connection, or do you really think that I can today start focusing on my mind, just sitting there, getting really hard into the belief to change my perception of reality, and now I can like melt steel or can put a welding machine into my mouth?
I take every single night, right? Like, you know how the regular temperature for cell degradation of humans is like 121 degrees Fahrenheit? I take showers that are 160 degrees Fahrenheit every single night.
Okay.
Without fail.
Okay. Yeah, I can also take more pain than other people, but I still don't say that I'm different or whatever. It's just I just find it weird that that something like videos exist where you can actually see people getting or little children getting driven over by a car, and they should definitely be dead and nothing happened to them. I mean, I can also go and say it's a miracle made by God because the angels protected them. It's also possible, but on the other hand, there are like many videos of actually people, shifting or shape-shifting their teeth, mouth, eyes, and they can do things with their body that normal people can't do. And I'll be honest, like I said, I experienced things like that myself on pictures and on when I look into the mirror.
I think that's a good point. I think that the spiritual realm is one aspect, but I think, inside that, who knows what the limitation is. So I don't see it as fruitful to spend much time thinking about it. But in terms of the real thought and the link between your thoughts and how your world gets changed, the next branch of science that old Gregory should have looked into is called NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming. It's partly the success behind propaganda, but effectively you've got to look at your life and realize there's a certain type of thinking which you perform that's led you up to where you are. So you cannot continue that same thought process and expect different outcomes. That thinking process can only lead to the outcome where you presently find yourself. So with neuro-linguistic programming, you start to look at your thoughts as either healthy thoughts or unhealthy thoughts, and you start figuring out how to consciously reprogram through words parts of your brain and your reactions to certain things. And you start to understand your emotional aspect. So you start off with anger or depression, and you've got to learn how to literally shift that up into more constructive emotions, like shifting it from regret or the depression side into anger, because through anger you can at least start to create change. But when you're thinking about all the what ifs, you can never do anything because the what ifs are paralyzing. So when you start to understand how your thoughts lead to your present scenario, when you are a what if person and you always think about the negatives, your brain is experiencing it like you've lived those negatives. So your brain is producing hormones for that experience which you're thinking about. And that's not in question, so each one of these little tiny steps towards this eventual goal, exactly what the other guy said, is a realization I had as soon as I discovered Flat Earth. I discovered that this entire thing is back to front. The idea of going out and getting a job is wrong. They want us to think that we're powerless. I started my own business, and I also get up every morning and think about what I want to achieve. And I'm overwhelmed with what comes to me rather than what I have to go out and seek out. But I lost my brother, and I had serious depression, and I went onto chemicals, and I went to psychiatrists, and I went to psychologists, and all of that was detrimental to me. The chemical manipulation that they put me on, take this to knock me out at night, take this to wake me up in the morning, take this at midday to stop my anxiety from knowing how shitty my life is now. All of those chemical interactions came with consequence. And when I found this NLP specialist, this neuro-linguistic programmer, he said to me, we stop all chemicals, we stop all stimulus. You stop caffeine, you stop alcohol, you stop cigarettes, you stop anything that's considered a chemical for your brain to react against. And we're going to reprogram every single one of your desires and your thoughts using this template of realizing what are good thoughts and bad thoughts by writing pros and cons for each thought and actively spending time with your own thoughts and understanding your own thinking. And through that process, I stopped taking all medication. It's like 10 years now, 12 years since he died. So it's a long time ago. So I've dealt with it, but I did more progression through the understanding of my mind than I ever did by being dulled for 6 years on medication. And the mainstream, the guys who lie to us about fucking everything, they promise that their pill works. And all you got to do is start taking it and step up the dosage till it's at the right dose for you.
Right. No, that's true.
It was a joke, dude. Imagine being a psychiatrist and prescribing someone medication thinking it's gonna help them.
Right. I, for example, personally, since I'm a child, I've never taken anything pharmaceutical. I also grown up in a family where we are pretty critical towards pharmaceutical things. I was never vaccinated in my life. And I'll be honest, I think it's true. The pharmaceutical industry, with all the drugs that they give to people, I mean, just think about it. You go to someone who actually needs to, should actually try to help you with your mind. Instead of that, he gives you drugs, or he prescribes you drugs to take to make yourself feel better, instead of actually getting by the roots of it. They actually just try to make money out of you or off of you.
I don't know if you know that much about like psychologists and that. I'm studying psychology. I personally won't prescribe medicine when I do get into the job. That's not the path I'm going down. But they will prescribe you medicine, which is the pharmacy making money. They just give you the prescription, but also they will continue to help you, like by giving you.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not saying that they don't help you. I mean, if he would just give you pharmaceutical drugs and then say go home and then never come back, he wouldn't make any money, and he wouldn't there would be no reason for him or to have so many psychologists in this world. But Solar said from his own experience, it is actually not profitable for people to give them these pharmaceutical drugs. It would be better to completely dig deep and try to figure out what the source of everything is, right?
That's the main crux of it, is that especially maybe Red Sky would appreciate this with his psychology interest. I also studied psychology and marketing, so I love the human mind. But effectively, we're in a state of we don't quite know what we're supposed to do, and then we have a symptom. So there's a bad thing in our life, and it's causing me loss of sleep. So the psychiatrist gives me something to sleep. Now the psychologist wants to look back into my past to see why is it that you're losing sleep. But let's dwell on it. Let's spend the next 6 months really digging in deep as to why you can't sleep. Whereas the NLP side of things said, what are the 10 or 15 things that you think about when you do go to sleep? And write them out. And then sit and critically analyze each one of those thoughts, down to their pros and cons and the merits of each. And you address the symptom that's causing you the loss of sleep. Then I no longer need the chemical to put me to sleep. I no longer need to dwell in the 5 years or the 10 years of my childhood that led up to whatever, or the loss of a loved one or whatever it is that's caused this. But the NLP looks at what is the actual cause of the effect, and let's address that cause through thinking better. And by thinking better, you no longer need the chemical input. And by thinking, you can actually think your way into a happier state. So it is really, it's mind-blowing that they even practice out of the same building, because the one almost renders the other redundant. But it was a blessing to find NLP, and it was studied from the 70s and 80s, and it's, really... it's a shadow science in terms of the brain, but very few people can really sit with their own thoughts like that and dig in deep and then analyze the thought.
I'll be honest. I've never experienced really something like a strong depression or anything. I mean, I had days where I felt very bad and stuff. But there was always something with me, inside of me, where I could actually sit down, and it's there all the time. It's like my inner voice, and I know many people have that. but it's like my own like my own self having discussion with me every time. Like I can't stop thinking when I'm sitting somewhere. You know, I'm always
self-analysis.
Right. I'm always thinking about, okay, like, what did I say to that guy 2 hours ago? Was it right? Could I have said it something in a different matter? Was it nice?
Yeah, I do that as well. I've never had stress. I don't get stress. I do self-analysis. I think my problems through when I have them, and you know, looking back at my past, I regularly go back to my past. That is therapy.
Same.
That shows that you lived.
I don't
do that.
I always say past is past.
I understand you guys go through these things. I go through these things as well. The whole depression. I'm bipolar depression as well. And
bipolar. Actually, can I say something? Bipolar. Hang on a second. Bipolar is a man-made disease. It was coined by the psychiatric.
Listen, bro, don't tell me what I have, dude. I went to a therapist. I'm
not telling you what you have. Hang on a second. I can actually give you the where I got the source from. I can give you that so you can actually read it for yourself, so you can have a better understanding. Bipolar is fictitious. That's what I'm saying.
You guys are blowing my fucking mind right now. I came in here talking about frequencies, and this is what the conversation has led to. Think about that for a second.
Yeah, but don't interrupt him. He was trying to get a point of them.
But I can actually provide you with the source from real psychiatrists who tell you when it was coined and where they coined it. An island in Puerto Rico, they got together, the psychiatric industry, and they got their psychiatric diagnostic book, and they increased it just by having ideas in their heads because they wanted to make money. I can actually, it's called, you can even check it for yourself. It's called Making a Killing, psychotropic drugs. Just check it. It's called Making a Killing. It's on YouTube. It's available. It's a 2008 documentary. 2008.
Listen, bro.
So I'm telling you the truth,
bro.
Okay. And at the very beginning,
I came out of the hot.
The very first 5 minutes.
You know what? I've been letting you talk, man.
Yeah, but you're not letting me finish my point. The first 5 minutes of that documentary, you're going to hear them say, there is no scientific evidence for what we do. We don't have any psychiatric tests that we do. We just prescribe drugs, and the best psychiatrist makes a mistake most of the time. And these are all psychiatrists speaking from around the world. Okay? It's called Making a Killing. If you want to know the truth, please watch the documentary and then come back and say, Jin CBR1, you are wrong. Okay? I'm giving you the information. Go.
Yes, I'm going to tell you that you are wrong because I don't take any medications, bro. The only thing that I do take is cannabis. Hold on. Don't sit there and tell me that's good. Listen. Okay, I've been trying to tell you to just listen to me and hear me out, and you're over here talking. Okay?
Go ahead. It's good that you take.
You're telling me what I have and what I struggle with. Listen, bro. You're telling me what I have and what I struggle with, and I don't even take any drugs, bro. I don't take any pills, any medication.
I mean, you take cannabis.
Listen. And the only thing that I know that helps me is cannabis. Do you know what cannabis is?
Jin, why have you come here to fight?
I'm glad. I'm happy for you. I'm very happy for you.
Okay, let's just tone it down.
As for bipolar, it's fictitious.
This is a bit of yelling.
Hang on, bipolar is but
nice conversation.
Yeah, bipolar is fictitious.
Jin, we were having a great convo. Let's just tone it down, like
right.
notches.
I just want to hear Enoch talk about what, because he's clearly saying it's not. So I want to know what actually his thoughts on it is, because he is actually living it. So would be interesting to hear
Yeah,
that.
but it's not bipolar. That's the thing. It's a fictitious disease. It's something else. It's something simple.
Right. Maybe it's
That's
something
what I'm
else or whatever. But I want to know what he's going to say about it. What
Yeah,
actually
I'm interested as well. I am interested as well. By the way, I am interested. So please carry on. Sorry for my interruption.
I struggle every single night, every single day when I wake up in the morning with suicidal thoughts. I have Tourette syndrome, okay? This is involuntary movement. This is why I meditate. All right? I don't take any drugs or anything. I've talked to my psychiatrist, I've talked to my therapist. Now, see, you can listen to them and hear their advice, and it's your choice whether or not to take the pills or not, okay? They can't force you, all right? They can prescribe you these medications, right? Because that's what they get paid off of, right? But it is your choice whether to take it or not. Me, I decided not to take it. Okay, these are thoughts and struggles that I deal with every single day. When I go, I can't brush my teeth sometimes because I want to take my toothbrush and shove it down my throat and stick my head down, like fucking down the fuck. Oh my god, man, I don't even. Sorry, excuse me.
I know. I have a question, man.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask you a question? I just want to know, when did that all start? Like when you're a teenager, or since you're born, or what was actually the source moment where actually everything got from the starting point from where you are today? That's something I would be interested in. Or yeah.
I was diagnosed at the age of 30.
Definitely could be said for me
I was
as well.
misdiagnosed
honestly,
when
I feel like a lot of people have really valuable life stories.
Wait a second. I want to hear what Enoch says.
Yeah, can you say that again, please? We missed.
Yeah, please.
When I was at the age of 8, I was meditating. Now, I didn't know what I was doing, but I was always meditating. I was thinking to myself. I was talking to God. I was meditating constantly. I would take slow, deep breaths, different, and it would be different breathing, and no one taught me this. I would breathe in from my nose, hold it for a while, breathe out my mouth, do the same thing, follow these exercises that just naturally came to me, okay? No one didn't teach me these things. All right? Now, as I got older, like as my family was going through a crisis, my family got I'm over here talking about my mom and dad got a divorce, and I had to talk to a psychiatrist along with my brother and sister. I was diagnosed with ADHD, and I was misdiagnosed. I always was doing tics. I always had these tics. These were involuntary tics ever since I was a kid. Since I was small.
Since you started meditation, or before the meditation, you already had like these tics and
when I was little, I've already noticed these tics. When I was meditating, I realized that I was noticing these tics. I couldn't stop it. But I couldn't tell everybody and be like, because it constantly angered somebody. So I always kept it to myself.
Okay.
I constantly kept it to myself.
One question. In recent years, and it's a controversial thing I'm going to say, it's come to light that the vaccine that we all received as kids can affect people in different ways. Could it be down to the vaccine you got? since you're 8 years old? Could it be a sign of that? Possibly. That's all I'm saying.
When I was 5, I was taking Ritalin. I was diagnosed with ADHD, and they were giving me Ritalin, and I did not want to take these giant ass orange pills.
Yeah, terrible. Bad thing to be taking.
And I was telling my dad, I want to stop taking these pills. I want to stop taking these pills. I was telling him, and I was meditating, bro.
Yeah.
God was telling me to tell my dad, I want to stop taking these pills.
Yeah, you
and then
were
my
right.
dad finally came to the conclusion that he stopped breaking them, and then he stopped, and then he was like, son, at the age of 7, he was like, son, you wanna stop taking these pills? And I said, yes, finally, fucking finally, he's listening to me.
Yeah.
And then I found out that cannabis, hold on, listen, I found out cannabis was helping me. And then I was hearing people that tell me to stop taking it, and you should stop doing this because it's religious and it's death through to your body, and it just this. No, you don't know shit about it.
Yeah,
do your research on cannabis. I did.
Cannabis is number one, man. Cannabis is fine.
Enoch, I have a question. Do you sometimes have like moments where you feel a lot of rage inside of you, or is it always a lot of rage and hate?
I have these rages, and I'm trying to express my feelings about how I feel about people that are psychiatrists, and trying to diagnose people and trying to give them medication because it gives them because they make money off of giving people medication, but they don't understand how much. Huh?
I said yes, they do. They do. I agree.
And you know what, dude, the psychiatrist I had, every single time I try to get a hold of him, I can't talk to him. Why can I not talk to this guy? I'm like, what the fuck? He's my psychiatrist, and they're like, do you need more pills? No, what the fuck? I need to talk to my fucking psychiatrist.
I was going to ask you. Why do you feel you need to go to a psychiatrist? You seem to be
so I can express myself and talk about my feelings and where my mind and thoughts are, because he's a psychiatrist, right? To see where if I'm psychotic or not, right? If the chemistry in my head, in my brain, right? The chemical imbalance, right? This is what I figured out. So I started doing.
I've spoken to you about that. The chemical imbalance in your brain, actually, that also is a myth. I remember telling you this last year. I told you this last year, Enoch, that the chemical imbalance in the brain is a myth created by the psychiatric industry. And the experts in the industry say it's all just to make money. All I'm trying to say to you is that I think you can help yourself. You don't even need to go to a psychiatrist. You should be doing this yourself. That's what you should be thinking. What do you want out of life? What direction do you want to go in? And make those moves yourself. Stop going to the psychiatrist. It's a waste of time. It ain't even helping you, man. That's what I think. You can do it yourself, literally.
Like I talk to a therapist. I don't even try to bother to talk to a psychiatrist anymore. I don't.
Can I just give it a different? Can I just add something here? In that psychiatry thing that I think Jin is referring to as well, I did look into that quite deeply as well. And I do tend to agree that potentially certain thoughts or certain repetitive thoughts can create certain repetitive behaviors in us, and what they normally term a chemical imbalance.
That's the struggle with me, bro. Is that when I go outside, when I do things, I have involuntary movements. When I go downstairs, bro, I have thoughts of wanting to jump down the stairs, and I have involuntary movement. It's something that I can't stop. So sometimes I have to even roll down, like I have to lay, like I have to, like a little kid, what a little kid does. You know why a little kid is trying to go down the stairs? What does a little kid do when they go down the stairs? They put their legs out in front of them. They sit down and what? rub their butt against the floor, right?
Yeah, scoot
Stick their
down.
legs out.
Yeah, but the point that I was trying to make.
33 years old, bro, and I fucking do that shit sometimes. I do it when my family's not around.
Yeah, this is not. I'm certainly not making.
I'm sorry. I'm just expressing myself. I apologize.
What they term as a chemical imbalance, what I've figured out is that it's actually a deficiency. So in plant growth, if the plant is deficient in something, generally all I need to do is correct the pH balance, and then the plant can reuptake the specific nutrient it needs in a specific pH band, and then the deficiency tends to go away. Now, inside the brain,
I don't need those kind of things, man. I got lozenges that I take that help my brain. I got brain.
So listen. So this is 100% just on a thinking level. That if, for example, okay, you said, you've got this involuntary action. So that means it's subconscious. That's happening without your conscious mind's control over that reaction. So then this almost needs to be focused towards the subconscious and calming that subconscious. When I get on a high building or something, I also get the urge to jump, but my conscious mind overrides that very silly, impulsive urge that I might have from time to time.
But for me, bro, if I was to stand over the ledge, my body would honestly jump.
So this is the deficiency. So it's the same thing with a plant. It's not going to produce the fruit.
The reason why I'm alive is because I stay away from the edges.
Enoch, I have a question. Do you
understand the deficiency, that it's not necessarily an imbalance? It might be certain chemicals are not being activated.
You know how hard it is for me to struggle to cross the bridge and not think about jumping over the gate, like trying to climb over the gate and jump off the bridge?
Like I said, I'm surprised you're alive in that state of mind.
Enoch, I have a question. When you go to sleep, do you have anxiety attacks?
You don't want to know what happens when I go to sleep, because honestly, a lot of people are gonna just say I'm perverted or nasty or disgusting.
Do you know? I don't want to know the details, but do you know that state when you go from actually being still there and then going into dreaming? Do you have anxiety attacks in that state from going from sleeping into dreaming? And do you also sometimes have like weird dreams where you see or where things are meeting you?
Nope, not at all.
You have no anxiety.
That is surprising.
Nope. When I go to sleep, I have tick attacks where I call it the naughty tick. You can just imagine already. That's just put two and two together. That's it.
All right.
Anyway,
involuntary movement.
Yeah. Well, I do believe that you can fix it yourself. That's what I think. I think
you can. How can I fix stopping myself from waking up and I'm over here giving myself the jerky, bro?
I think you can stop yourself from doing that. I think you can.
I honestly that you can come over here and stop me then.
No, I don't need to help you. I don't need to help you do that. I think
that's what I'm saying. I can't stop myself. It's involuntary. Do you understand? So when I go outside in the street, right, and somebody calls me, "Hey, daddy," and tries to turn me on, guess what happens? It triggers a tick.
Hang on a second. Who's going to tell you that? I mean, what do you mean? You go outside and someone's going to say, "Hey, daddy." I mean, come on, let's get real here. Where are you when that's just on the street?
You know how pretty I am? Do you know how pretty I am?
I don't know. I can't see you, man. How the fuck would I know?
All right, I'm an angel. I'm beautiful.
Are you? Like I said, you can control. Like I said, you can control all this. It's all controllable. You can do it yourself. Definitely self-controllable.
You're not me, dude. What?
Okay, I know I'm not you. But I'm saying you can do it though. That's what I am saying. I'm not.
No, I can't.
That's why. Because I'm not you. Because I control myself. That's why I'm not you. So
I mean,
Look, do you know what Tourette's is?
Control
Do you know what
yourself,
Tourette's is, bro?
Say that again.
Do you know what
Yes, we know
Tourette's
what
syndrome
Tourette's
is?
Yeah.
Someone's talking over you, so I can't.
Yeah, I know. I know some people that have it, and they can actually control it. So it's like, Jen is right. You can actually control it. Yeah, they have though. They are actually.
I was gonna say I actually have a mild form of Tourette's. My body cramps up, and I have to physically punch something and like move my body in a way in which it releases that muscular cramping, and then I end up yelling and doing things like that. But I'm able to control it. It just takes a really lot of concentration.
Exactly.
This is a heads up. I mean, it is possible. It's just, it might be really difficult and you might not think it's possible right now, but I promise if you just try hard, it will eventually get there one day.
Yeah,
I've got a question for you.
I hope you guys understand.
How
Like,
regularly do you?
I can't stop myself. I can't stop my body from trying to have an
How
organ.
regularly do you exercise? You won't listen.
Bro, do you know what happened to me this morning? I had a fucking tic attack, bro. And I felt my body was fucking shaking. All right? And I couldn't fucking move. I was on the fucking ground and I fucking urinated on my fucking ground.
Yeah,
Tell me,
swearing a lot.
Tell
Can we
me,
control
bro.
the language, please? You're on mute.
I hear you.
Can we control the language a little bit, please? Now, I want to talk to the guys that said they control. I've got a question for the guys that were able to control their attack just now. How regularly do you exercise? How regularly?
Exercise? Probably like once. Pretty much like once every day, if not every other day. I have to do it. Otherwise, my muscles will really start acting up.
Good. So you do exercise regularly. Once every other day. That would be like 4 times a week, which is good. That's good. Do you do any stretching? That's
That's actually like my biggest key is yoga. Yeah, yoga and stretching is huge.
Yeah, relax you. There you are. That will go a long way to help you control, because when you're doing yoga, you're entering a zone of, body sensitivity, really. That's what it's all about. You're trying to connect to all your senses in your body. So well done. That's why you're able to control it, you see.
Yeah. I had an attack too this morning. Yeah. There you go. I had an attack too this morning, and I literally my body was
necessary, and then yoga is necessary.
Exactly. Yeah, my body was shaking in the bed, and I was literally like slamming my fists around, and like my legs were convulsing, and it's just what happens to me every once in a while when I'm in bed. And I was able to get out of it just by thinking about it hard enough. It was rough. So I understand definitely. It feels like it's pointless, but it might be able to get out of it.
I used to get it myself. Yeah, I used to get it when I was exercising. If I exercised too much, and that would be like with weights, Olympic weights. If I did too much, now and again after the exercise, I'd get involuntary contraction of my forearms. Okay, but my way of overcoming that is just to relax my mind and relax my limbs, stretch it out, tiger arm on the muscle area, and just relax and then stretch. That's all I did. But the main point was relax. That was the one. Now and again, I used to get that. Haven't had it for a long time, but that was back 30 years ago. And then I would have been in my mid-20s, approaching 30s when that happened.
Yeah.
So,
exactly 20s, 30s. That's where it's really hitting me hard.
Yeah. And
so
what I did was just relax.
Do you do yoga or stretches or exercise or anything?
Yeah, I exercise every other day, and I do stretching every time I finish exercise. I do my stretching because I need that. If I don't need that, I become like muscle bound. I can't full range movement, so I can still do the splits. I can almost put my head on my knees. I can put the palms of my hands on the floor. The palms of my hands on the floor.
What about you, Enoch? Do you do any of that stuff? If you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. What?
Do you do like yoga and exercise and stretching?
I've been boxing ever since 2014. I stopped boxing. I stopped my boxing career, but I continue my training.
Interesting. That's awesome.
I study different kinds of martial arts. I have books on ninjutsu, aikido, tai chi.
Yeah, that's cool.
Wing Chun. These are things I've already, like, things that you guys are talking about. Like I already understand. I don't want to sit here and tell you I know it all, but it's like a circle. Like if you understand Bruce Lee's philosophy and understand why what happened to him, like that's why he took a Tylenol before his life was taken. And he continued like doing these opioids and stuff because his body couldn't take it.
Yeah.
Understand his philosophy and you understand him. A guy that was doing his training for a whole year and had to stop because he understood that if he kept on going, he was going to end up like Bruce Lee and die. Because Bruce Lee, right, was an example. Yeah, I studied boxing and I read his book and I listened to his books and I understand his philosophy and I get it. And so now for me, because I have Tourette syndrome and my mind goes 1,000 miles an hour because of my ADHD and I keep having to meditate and slow myself down.
That's awesome. Exactly. That's awesome.
Like with what you guys are saying, I've already discovered, and it's like now I have to take care of my body. I have to take care of myself. And sometimes I feel like when you guys indicate it, it's like, okay, I got to start training. I got to start doing it again. But for me, I can't.
Yeah.
I have to stop and I have to slow my body down.
Okay, can you do us a favor? There's a music in the background. Can you shut that music off, please? We don't want to get this server into anything, right? So shut the music off.
I'm going to turn it lower.
Yeah, no, just shut it off. The best thing is to shut it off. That's the best thing. Stop the music. Just in case this server gets a community strike. So let's think positively there. So you need to shut it off completely. The live stream. Don't want any copyright strike. It's not our server. That's the one thing.
Can you hear it?
Have you shut it off? Have you just stopped it completely?
No, I'm not going to shut it off, bro.
Yeah, well, then that's silly, really. Because if you can pick it up, then that's not good, is it? Really. Shut it off, talk. When you finish, put it back on. You're not going to die without it. That's the thing. That's the decent thing to do, is just to shut it off. But yeah, well, it's controllable. Everything's controllable eventually when you focus on it.
Yeah. So when did this start for you? There, Oh, never mind. He's on mute. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with these psychological, well, they become psychological, but these ailments, I call them, physical ailments. If you go up to a psychiatrist and you end up getting prescribed drugs, these drugs give you side effects. And then you move from one psychiatrist to another, to another, to another. You're getting all manner of drugs. It's a toxic chemical in your body. And then you end up fucked up. And then after that, you've got to try and find your way back. That's the difficulty side of it. But it is possible with the right kind of people around you. If you
exactly.
Can't do it on your own.
See, it was the hardest thing because I was always told what to do and how to do it instead of actually just like thinking critically enough for myself to go, okay, well, yeah, I know that's what you tell me I'm supposed to do, but let me figure out for myself what my body's telling me I need to do. And then when you get that in touch with your body, it was able to be controlled for me. But before that, like if I just listened to what other people said, it just didn't work. So I had to really focus hard on myself. Exactly. I was able to get it though.
Well done, yeah. Because like I said, I'm 30, I'm 59, but 30 for 38 years, no illness, no cough, sneeze,
Awesome.
headache, stomachache, nothing. The last time I had an illness, or it wasn't an illness, we call it an ailment. It was diarrhea in Morocco, 1992. That was the last time that I had anything go wrong, and I didn't take any medication. I knew what it was, so there was no need to panic. Of course, I was on my way to Western Sahara. I'd come through England, Spain, Portugal, Rabat. I'm on my way down to Marrakesh and that, and I said, okay, I have to be ready in case I had to go to the toilet, and I took the coast road, so at least I could go on into the bushes and do a shit if I had to.
Yep.
I had the toilet paper ready in a zip pocket, so I'm prepared, you know? Yeah. I didn't take any medicine. I was pre-warned or forewarned by my neighbor. He said, Jim, you need to take some diarrhea tablets in case, because my neighbor had gone and she got diarrhea. Yeah. I said, no, I'm not going to take any medication. I've got a cast iron stomach. I'm sure I'll be okay. But I got the diarrhea. I got it from the local water when I went to a restaurant, and they wash, when they wash their salads, they use the tap water, of course, and that's where I got the bug. But never mind. I didn't.
No, I'm glad you're okay, man.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing. But yo, I was just gonna say, like, guys, I when I'm on LSD, like, I'm reaching other dimensions. Like, as soon as I take the drug, I can instantly feel that shit, dude. I'm the most, like, I would say I'm the most advanced here because, like, some of you guys have more knowledge than me, but just like inherent, like, spiritual ability and energy, like, yo, I'm loaded to the fucking brim with this shit, dude. I can, like, literally. It's so OC, but I just need to relax. Like, y'all were right. I'm thinking about, like, damn, like, you have to objectify your thoughts. Like, you're talking about that Buddhist monk shit. Like, Buddhist monks, they meditate, they objectify their thoughts, they attach emotions, they understand the differences, and, like, that's the most important fucking thing in all my choices that I make every single fucking day. Is just I need to observe. I need to be the Buddhist monk. I need to observe my thoughts instead of living inside
when
them.
you're really advanced is when you can actually peek into those what you called it dimensions, but the metaphysical realm without a hallucination.
Without it, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is possible.
Absolutely.
Definitely possible.
What we call
I've done it before. I know it's possible.
What I'm talking about is the natural high, where if you do, like for me in the morning, okay, I went out, I've done the laundry, I did my exercise, I'm listening to 90s house music, I'm actually dancing in the laundrette. That's to tell you, we're living in a nightmare at the moment. The world is going crazy, but at least I'm enjoying my dancing. I'm in that moment. I'm feeling good. I can help anyone. I can advise anyone. I'm living good. I'm not making that much money, but I'm not taking. I haven't had a spliff in 21 years. No drugs whatsoever. But I'm higher than you, and you're taking the drug. So you got to start to think, what's this black guy on?
Well, you can fast and focus on the creator, and you'll have a much more crazy experience. Actually, you'll actually have a stronger experience of the metaphysical around you than when you're on a hallucinogenic. Yeah. So,
by the way,
it's cleaner also.
Yeah.
You just absolutely
the natural high, the endorphins. That's what I'm using. That's what I'm buzzing on every day. A natural high. No need for drugs, to be honest, at all. And I've done the drugs. And I didn't do it in a way where I'm out of control. No, this is all controlled testing, experiencing, And at the end of the day, you can't beat the natural high. You just cannot beat it. Doesn't cost any money.
But it is nice it does lift that veil initially. But yeah, once you get the understanding, then I agree. It's just worth it to just be sober. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, so what do you guys think about entities? Because I've definitely been, so I've had entities interact with me in my environment multiple times. So for example, like I would go to turn a doorknob, right? And it feels like someone is resisting against that. That's happened to me multiple times. Like, I don't know, just a multitude of experiences. What do you guys think about entities? Like, what do you think the correlation is between that and like our environment, our universe?
It's what you have manifesting capabilities. So actually, what your subconscious sends out the pure frequency of can manifest physically within that metaphysical realm that's typically unseen. And so if you're starting to tap into some of that, certainly if you're being guided and just getting a glimpse of it, but it's much more chaotic. Like I said, if you do it naturally and fast and focus on the creator, you have a cleaner version. But like you have like this chaotic peek into the other realm. And what you've done is like basically spark a part of your subconscious that really has manifesting capabilities, but you're not fully in control of exactly what you're manifesting. And in fact, your conscious mind doesn't even interpret that it's you yourself manifesting that. So you just put it off.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've never had that, and I think the reason for that is every human being is the same. Well, every human has the potential to be striking for perfection. You may not get there, but that's the road I've been on. So if I'm riding a bicycle, I make sure that the wheels are aligned, the brakes are working well, the chain is oiled, the seat is at the right height, the handlebars in the most comfortable position. You see, because I want the best out of this. So when I'm cycling, I don't want pain. The only time I'm going to get pain is when I've sat on that saddle for 3 hours going in one direction. Okay, my arse is going to get pain now because I'm sitting on a saddle. I'm pumping away as hard as I can. But now my buttocks is beginning to hurt. That's understandable. But you understand what I'm saying? I'm looking for that perfection. So I don't have these wild moments where door handles, my life is one of position. I ride a motorcycle that can hit 180 miles an hour. 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds, okay? 100 to 0 in 3 seconds when you brake heavy, okay? So again, it's all about having your senses around you. When you're in that world, you haven't got time for entities coming in because you're going to wipe out. And I don't live my life like that. I go hiking as well. Again, I need my senses in order to hike safely, hike up and hike down. I've climbed Mount Fuji 14 times. Okay, 12 times summit, 2 times failure due to bad weather.
Crazy.
Basically.
Dude, they say that people like Mount Fuji, when they go there, they feel different. Like they feel like nature, the vibrations.
Oh yeah,
dude.
Yeah, you do.
When you're in the
You
mountains,
do.
it's something super special, dude. When you get high, like I was just waking up in the mountains, and you literally like wake up in clouds, but the vibration is so different higher up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, to have for example, you hike like me. I hike at a reasonable pace. Okay, so I'm gunning it, and then I've got to like 3/4 of the way up Mount Fuji, and now the clouds are hitting me perfectly like a cool, wet blanket. I needed it. I'm wearing lycra, so you can feel the coolness of the clouds chilling you down. That really felt good, man. And then at the top, it was all sunny and dry. So yeah, I walked through the clouds. I mean, that was fucking beautiful feeling. The clouds.
Yeah. So bringing it back to Flat Earth, do you want to tell us about your thoughts on that so-called debate earlier? Because I'm sure quite a few of the guys
Thanks. I mean, it was just super annoying and exhausting, honestly, and I couldn't get him to stake the claim of the geometric horizon or specify where it was or if we can see it. He said it was a stupid question because we never see it. I'm like, okay, then, what are we debating? But like, it's just with that format where it just completely, in a way, honestly, I feel like I could have gone harder and just maybe used it to spam the whole story about the globe Earth and really took advantage of it. But because it's just like, it gives them so long to just gish gallop and run along and then pretend that they respond to give it back to you. With just shifting the burden of proof files over and over and over.
Yeah. I thought you did very well, Whisper. I think you stated the point of the compression of the picture, the angular resolution, and the medium is different the further you look back. You stuck to your guns. You described the picture perfectly, and you had to repeat it over and over and over again. There was no need for you to do any maths. It's there. They've got the burden of proof. And I would have gone further and said, I think you're a wanker, Andy. I mean, that's what I'm like. But you did well. I mean, you controlled the monotony of their stupid argument. You did it well. You boxed well. You put them in a box. You boxed them to death with the truth. They had nothing else, and well done. Thank you very much. Excellent. Well executed. I love your style.
I agree. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I maybe could have been like, Ranty, are you really trying to get us to believe that this picture made you turn from the flat Earth?
Yeah, I would have done that.
Yeah, I should have done that for sure.
Yeah, I would have done that. But don't get me wrong. Like Curiosity Cat said, he respects you for not losing it. Good. So that's cool. You know, you got that out of him anyway. Yeah. At the end.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Yeah. So he gave you some respect for being controlled, rational, and that. Yeah. And it was, for me, it was perfect. No flaws, nothing. 100% out of 100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't it amazing that even after you present such an eloquent, simple, like, hey, straightforward argument, check this out, then people still will know, even if, you know, you're presenting something so easy and understandable, they still say the other person won when it's obviously not even, like, objectively, that wasn't even close.
No, that guy, Ranty, had nothing. Poopta. If I was on that, I said, Ranty, Ranty, if we're in the street, Ranty, your nuts would be kicked in, Ranty. You know that, don't you, Ranty? Your nuts would be kicked right in. They're coming out your neck, Ranty. You know, that's what would happen to you. You know, fucking wanker, the geezer. Honestly, the people that are on these fucking platforms and the things they come out with, a face-to-face thing, I think they'd run. They wouldn't be able to sit down in the same room. They wouldn't.
It is crazy how like seamlessly
I don't know how they get away with it.
Like a complete globe zealot. You know, like he'll go to the depths of desperation with each globe argument all of a sudden. That's how you know it's not genuine. Something's like that's never happens. A real flat earther never does that. Like he's going into zealot mode for the globe.
Yep.
I just cannot understand how they're getting away with it, man. Couple of slaps round the face, man. Fuck off out of here, you lunatic. But that's all he is. Just a lunatic. How can you be on the flat earth and then you go away and you're bringing up this? Clearly, they want to make somehow money's being made here.
That's exactly.
I don't understand this.
That's
Somehow
exactly what I was
there's a
going to
revenue
say.
here.
That to me seems like one of the most obvious cases of money. Like that's what that is. There's no way it's not.
What's money?
Yeah. They're making money. They want to make money. That's what they're doing.
Money is a number on a screen. It's not a real thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Money is what?
That's his motivation.
Money is a number on a screen. There's infinite money. It's a joke.
Yeah, it's a fiat
sure.
currency Ponzi scheme. We all know that, man. We're flat earthers, you know? Yeah, dude. There's no tangibility of wealth. There's no gold or silver. They print what they want, but still a certain amount of those digits get you things, right? And people sell out for those digits.
Yeah, no, it is very weird that the digits control the society. Like, if you think about how, like, past societies work, and, I mean, you know, local economies and whatnot, but now it's, like, dollars. What's it going to be in 10 years? Crypto?
Yeah, a new system of digital currency, a certain encryption coin, like a crypto that supposedly has tangibility of wealth reintroduced after they reset the debt. There'll be a new currency system that's crypto,
Yeah, they're going to default on all world debt. It's called NERSA.
Yeah, North American Security and Recovery Act, and there's also quote-unquote GERSA, quote-unquote Global Economic Security and Recovery Act.
Dude, I can't wait, dude. Humanity's going to be popping in like 10 years, but this shit going to be going so hard. No cap.
It's going to be dumb, and everyone's going to sell out all of their privacy for these supposed technological advancements and believe in the idea of peace and prosperity. But as soon as that promise is made, comes instant destruction. So for the last year, they've been running all these different psyops on us to see like how compliant and ready we already are, to see what work they need to do. They're running logistics to see how much more they got to get us ready over the handful of years. That's why it's like, oh, gas, so they fell for it. Oh, food, they're going to fall for it. Oh, we showed the election stupid. They didn't do anything. Oh, look, they're still scared of air. Oh, look, we told them the air is not bad for them, but that it is then bad for them. And that decimal's here, but now it's gone, but we can't tell the difference. And they fell for all that, and they're still wearing it. Now we're going to lift the mask mandates. Oh, they're still wearing it anyway. Mission accomplished. It's like they're running logistics.
Amazing. It truly was. It was obviously them seeing how far they can push the envelope to see, okay, well, if we're at that level of control, I mean, what else? Like, I honestly don't think they need to go much further. Like, they're at the level of control where they can do anything probably for almost ever. Like,
pretty close. Yeah. Like, I think we just maybe are underestimating what their actual plan is, which is an entire reset of every facet of civilization. So they have to test every single major facet first. You know, it's like it's a lot of work for them, and they're actually seeing how ready we are. Like, exactly, they know they got us mostly brainwashed, but they're trying to get exact numbers and see, okay, well, how do we get the remainder?
They've been doing it from the world wars, from when they knew people could come in and, you know, fight for their country, and it's their country that's creating the wars, and they're dying. And they knew what they can do. MK Ultra, Kennedy, 9/11. Look at where we are today. Now they know what they're doing. They're well in control. They know what they can and cannot do at this point. we're on the back foot. We're trying to catch up, man. Do you know?
They can do
That's
almost
what it
anything
is.
they want with majority, meaning more than 50% of people, but they want to get the remainder also. So they're trying to see like how far away these people that think that they've seen through the government's deceptions, like how far away they are from getting them in the ultimate
They're
deception.
never going to
This
get
is
us,
actually
though.
going
They're
to
never going to
include
get us.
exposing the modern governments. When they come to trick you the final time, they will wash their hands with the modern governments and the modern economic system and the modern fiat Ponzi scheme that is the dollar. Like they're gonna wash their hands with this and come and tell you truth about it. And that's how they'll get the people that woke up to it. They're trying to see how compliant people are already, and then they're gonna target the remainder that hasn't become compliant yet. I mean, in my opinion, it's just logistics. The military runs it all the time, and then decades later, we see them. Like they declassify them. They literally treat us like statistics. They run logistics on us. They try to see if they could take the American population over by force, even with their firearms. Why would they ever even run the logistics on that? So they're running logistics on us.
Yeah, I honestly think.
Oh, go ahead. Running that, you're right. The best thing to do is just to resist and not eat what they're pushing. That's all. Avoid.
I honestly think the next big thing that's going to happen is they're going to end up purposefully segmenting the people like us that can see through that versus the other group, and they're going to call us terrorists, and we're going to be literally we're going to be locked away or killed. Like that's
that's what they want. They want to.
Then it's total control.
Up, and then when they lock you up, they drug your food.
I think they're going to absorb a lot of the stuff that we know to be true, dude. Like, I think they're going to absorb that the wars were set up.
Interesting.
Yeah, human governments are corrupt. That way they can get, like, everybody. It's way more difficult for them to round people up, especially when people are going to start to network and then already know if they're on a list or not just based on the positions that they hold. Like, they got most of the population believing literally anything they say on the media, and they can come back the next day and say the opposite, and they still believe it, which means for a fact those people will go with whatever the consensus is.
Yep.
So then they're just trying to make sure that the people that woke up, they can deceive them too, because their ultimate plan is to give even the people that know the earth is flat and know they lied about wars and the economic system, they want to get them too. And so what they really want to get them to do is agree to a one world order, that we all are in one world. We all have to make sacrifices for the better good, and that peace and prosperity is the main focus. And some type of tragic thing will justify this need for quote unquote world peace, which will never exist, of course. And then people will be convinced into coming together basically out of the ashes. And so they're going to even get the woke people, the truthers right now, to agree to this somehow. So that's my opinion. Like the people that believe like contradicting stories every other day on the news, they'll believe whatever they tell them. They already got them where they're at. That's why like that's just the easy
stuck in a fucking aspect. Dude, these people, all they do, like they'll go on social media, right? Social media is biased. It's cued to show you what you want to see, as well as like, yo, I have a really high IQ, right? I have like an IQ of 160. I could go take a test and join one of the highest IQ societies in the world and probably like learn things from the leaders in those group, right? But I don't fucking care to do that shit because I already know like I'm a part of the fucking system as it is. And if I have fucking accumulated wealth, then I just have to wait and then make my move when it's time.
Yeah, we're already living in this one world government thing anyway, because they're all working together.
Yeah, I mean, power has been around for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Debt has been around for a long, long time.
Literally connected technological new world order that takes a step of advancement in unison. It'll be a society.
Yeah, dude. You think about Africa, right? Africa is fucking. It's the slums, right? They don't even have fucking roads, dude. But they're gonna build their infrastructure upon things that are renewable. The societies that will evolve throughout the following innovations. So, for example, let's say cryptocurrency, right? Cryptocurrency makes transactions more efficient. Right now, we have issues making transactions. So when the network, the global network of people are able to transact more clearly without intermediaries being the government, instead it being a corporation or company that is entrusted with this ability, then they will all like join in, and then the fucking money that they don't need to fucking reap from having mines in Africa and fucking contracts established for hundreds of years, it won't fucking matter because they'll step in themselves and start working towards prosperity. Because you got to think, how many people in fucking Africa had cryptocurrency, right? That shit is blown up, dude. There's actually new wealth in Africa. There is fucking economy booming there, and I feel like that's going to occur in a lot of places in the world when cryptocurrency really gets to that point. Because Africa, it can have a central bank, right? You can have a banking system, but it can't have a cryptocurrency banking system where transactions take that much time. They are literally Like you literally send someone money, they have it in like 1.2 seconds. Like that's crazy to think about. Like
Yeah, but that's
this
what
shit will be
XRP.
registered.
That's the XRP.
No, XRP is a scam ran by the fucking banks early on to fucking get
It's a
money.
government coin, bro. Listen,
Yeah, I
it's
know.
going with regulation. So yeah, you might not like it, and I agree that that's actually the opposite of what cryptocurrency is supposed to be doing. But the point is that it is, the use case wise, extremely efficient. It's extremely cheap and extremely fast, and they've already integrated an entire behind the scenes transaction verification like processes throughout the world, certainly in Asia, etc. So like to think the governments and the people that basically use them as puppets are going to just sit by with the greatest transfer of wealth in human history over to the cryptocurrency that's much more efficient, and they're not going to have a plan to absorb that. It's a bit naive. So I'm just saying that I think XRP is their move to that. Like I think they've already put it out. It might be a different coin. They might come out with something entirely different, but it's going to become, in my opinion, eventually it's going to become very difficult to use any of the other cryptos. And you might be given a grace period to transfer over, but they're going to all unify in the whole world with a new currency system. Like the whole world's going to unify, and crypto with all these different ones isn't going to work. So something's going to come to a head, you know.
Well, I mean, it's not that they won't cut off people. All right, hold on. They won't cut off people from the fucking cryptocurrencies. These people will transfer their money into the fucking cryptocurrency because they know there's going to be hype behind it. And now you're saying like, oh, is there going to be like an established dollar value for this crypto? No, there's not going to be.
Did you hear Elon Musk? Elon Musk said that the cryptocurrency is a hustle. Did you hear him say that?
Oh, yeah, dude, he's been finessing people for the longest time. You look at the Dogecoin prices and his tweets, they literally correlate. And it's fucking sickening because I know people in the cryptocurrency network who have big YouTube channels, who have connections, and I knew about all this fucking shit before it blew up.
Yeah.
Because I had those connections, because I was introduced to that like environment before other people were, before they became hip. I feel like that technology actually does have an advantage.
No, it does have an advantage. It's way faster. It's way more secure. It's way more surveillable. It has way more surveillance capability. So, like, yeah, it's very valuable. There's no doubt that the archaic dollar we have right now, the death warrant's already been signed. It's going to be done away with.
Wait. Would you say? Wait. Hold on. Run it back. Okay, so when you say like, it's like privacy, right? We're humanity. We're one species. So the ability to, like, let's say for example, you have COVID, right? You let you know you have COVID on your fucking phone by clicking an accept button, right? How they did recently. You think about everybody in the fucking world, right? Who can get like tracked instantly. Think about it. You have your iPhone, right? Your cryptocurrency network is attached to your fucking iPhone. You have an identifier, not a social security number, and the fucking US government's inefficient, broken social security network that's a part of a fucking broken financial system, right? You're a cryptocurrency wallet on your fucking phone. Isn't that crazy to think?
Yeah, they're going to guide the revolution, dude. Like, they're not going to sit back and watch people get freedom of transaction and do nothing about it. They're going to absorb the technology, but only after they've put such a strong like handle on the rest of the earth, right? So, like, on most of these major economies, they're going to infiltrate the government agreements with this certain token they're going to use. And so once that happens and then they all agree on it, that's what they're going to use, then the rest of them become damn near subjected to it for any value, right? And like there isn't really privacy. Monero is one of the few actually private coins, but like Bitcoin, you can see it. Like they're gonna they know we're all numbers, and they're gonna.
You have to wash Monero like in like 20 wallets for it to even be like truly anonymous. Like it's if you really want to do all that, it's so extra. Also, like, dude, it's so easy to get by the system today. That's another thing. Like, I grew up doing fraud, all this fucking shit, right? So I know about how broken the fucking system. So I know how fucked this shit is. So if I know what I know, I can't imagine what someone who's like actually professional and doing this shit daily is doing to the government. Because how much fraud occurred in 2020? How much fraud do you think occurred in 2021? That's the only question I have to put out there. Money is just $1 on the fucking screen.
Hey, Woodsy, you there?
Oof, he left.
You got to slow down on all those F-bombs. This live stream sounds like just sounds like a shit show.
Yo, there's a live stream?
Yeah, we live stream all the time.
Yeah, dude, it just sounds ridiculously bad.
Yo, what's the Twitch name?
What's the what? You say Twitch?
What platform are you streaming on?
YouTube is working.
Oh, but
Yeah, it's just 24/7.
Yo, that's what's up.
Right?
Make sure you go back and clip yourself.
Need that. That's what I'm doing right now.
Live streamed on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Periscope.
I don't think. Okay, so I'm just gonna continue what I was saying. I don't think that cryptocurrency, like one national like currency, is gonna be any like. It's not gonna be bad. But like for example, in China, right? China's obviously gonna have resistance to this shit because they're like, yo, this American made, and they already have like people working on the blockchain technology. So they might not accept it. They might have their own blockchain technology that they want to use. But if someone can like just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't feel as if it's going to be a bad thing for transactions to be like super secure and tracked. Like, yeah, sure, they'll be able to trace it, but that's what happens today anyhow. Like the government, literally, yo, think about Google, right? They have your fucking location data. They're Google. You're always spied on. They always know what you are. They know when your fucking plug texts you, dude. It's like the NSA literally records phone calls. They have multiple databases set up in the US just to record phone calls. There's a fucking cable that runs under the ocean to the UK that the American government uses to spy on the American people by saying, yeah, you can spy on our citizens so long as we can spy on our citizens through you. And then that all runs to fucking Sweden and Germany. Like, dude, it's literally so fucking crazy that this shit is like set up like this because people would just get manipulated and they think it's like, it's literally so free. There's no other words besides so free.
Dude, they just told you to slow down on the F-bombs. You just dropped 4 of them. Please respect your server. Go ahead.
I am curious. Is that just like a personal? Like I don't care either way personally. I don't truly doesn't matter to me one bit. But is it something that you feel like it causes people to be offended? Is that why you think saying that specific word is bad?
Somebody came on.
Somebody said.
What is it?
Already said 4 in 1 sentence.
Yeah, I'm back on here. By the way, I'm just waiting to hear it again.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, no. So I was asking. Yeah. So what is it specifically that's bad about using that specific word?
It just shows a lack of etiquette and intelligence, just constantly throwing an F-bomb around.
Yeah, I apologize. It's like a connecting word for my
in your
thoughts.
conversation. If that's what your conversation consists of, I was just told by an outsider listening that you lose all credibility by doing that.
Facts. You're right. I need to speak more professionally.
Interesting. Yeah. No. I guess I just don't judge people like that. But maybe I'm different.
You have an audience listening.
What's that?
We have lots and lots of people listening.
Right.
They don't want to just be turned off because it's like every other word is that. That doesn't mean that it's more true when you say that.
Right. That's exactly my point. There's nothing true or not true about saying that word. It's just another word, just like any other word. So censoring people for saying such a word is very strange in my opinion.
Kids don't need to hear it.
Yeah, no, he's right. I do need to be more professional about the way I speak because if I'm going to go talk to people in real life, I cannot be just dropping the F word casually during the conversation.
It just sounds ignorant. Straight up.
I was passionate about what I was saying because, like,
yeah,
I really do believe that this is the future. Like, life's going to be more efficient. People are going to be happier, but we need to keep spreading the information and knowledge that actually matters to people. Like, that's going to help them grow as a person.
True. So anyway, the cryptocurrency, do we all kind of agree that it seems like that is something that could be used as a tool for, obviously nefarious purposes, but that we could also use it for helping ourselves out of this shitty situation we find ourselves in? We're constantly, nonstop with our backs against the wall compared to the government instead of ever actually getting ahead from them. You see that could actually be used as a tool for good?
I mean, it's a little bit of both worlds, just like you have with the US dollar. There's good and there's bad, right, to it. But it's how you decide to, like, the people ideally will control the crypto, right? Just like we have the government now, they will help like decide choices. And with that, like, you know, the people are a part of it. So people could just decide not to use it one day if that's how it comes to be. But it's just like, ugh. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the dollar creates more evil than good compared to what crypto would do, evil to good.
Yeah, I agree.
Generally speaking, I see the cryptos as a chance to get rid of the third-party central bankers that we never needed to start with, and it eliminates their ability to just create fiat currency out of nothing.
Completely
so
agree.
They become accountable, and it's like any other tool. It can be used for good or evil.
Yeah.
If there's enough people using it for good, maybe we'll make a difference in the way we transact with each other.
Right. Exactly. I was just telling everybody the other day how 4 flat earthers have already become millionaires due to crypto. So, I mean, that alone is just phenomenal. I mean, if even one of those people, you know, use that for the kind of good that we know it could be used for, Jesus, I mean, that's already huge.
Exactly. I mean, at least it's like we got a shot. We got a window of opportunity here to actually be our own bankers and tell these central bankers to F off, you know. So.
Yeah, I'll die a happy man if I never see another dollar. We just got out to Oklahoma and been trying to do the homestead thing. It's tough, but yeah, that's where I want to be. I don't want to.
I was watching the stock market last week, and I knew that there was going to be an impending market event sometime soon. So I was just watching the volatility in the orders real time on NASDAQ through my $15,000 a year Bloomberg terminal, and I identified the top of NASDAQ, or the like most recent peak before it crashed, and I was able to get 1,800% on my call options, call options, 12.5. So like, there's a lot of opportunities like that in the market right now because it's so volatile. Like, if you know where to look, like for me, when I'm trading stocks, I want the stars to align for me. I don't want to try to make the stars align, and I look for those types of opportunities within the market and crypto, especially. So like, for example, when I saw Dogecoin, I was kind of skeptical at first, back when it was like at 1/8 of a penny, but I was thinking to myself like, yo, 30% of all Dogecoin is owned by like one wallet, and then there's a bunch of other like whale wallets that I am assuming are like major exchanges and stuff, and it's in their best interest to have the price continue increasing rather than selling out from under. And then you saw like Elon Musk come in, right? Elon Musk come in and get Dogecoin pumped over the course of multiple months. That to me is kind of suspicious in and of itself, just due to the fact that like Elon Musk was associating with this a long time ago. But Elon Musk, he's a fucking billionaire. Anybody who knows Elon Musk is a fucking millionaire. Like, you just gotta understand that. Like, this man's so wealthy to the point where like he just be dripping off money, like no cap.
Hate to break it to you, but Elon Musk is an actor.
Yes, sir.
Who's the real Elon Musk?
Yeah, what?
Well, yeah, I mean, Elon Musk does just like
He's just a character in a TV show. That's it.
Nah, bro, that man's like created a whole rocket company out the slums.
Nah, bro,
like, he
ain't done
like
shit.
literally went in debt.
He gets on TV and he acts a buffoon. That's it.
That's a geek.
But Arian, man, you know that Elon is real because he looks so fake, right?
But
Sheesh.
Man's almost as much a douche as Don Pettit.
Is there anybody on here right now that thinks they live on a silly spinning ball? Anybody?
I don't hear anybody.
Okay. Back to the crypto, whatever y'all want to talk about.
Yo, I have a question.
What?
When the flat Earth theory gets like popularized, like it's like being taught in modern schools that they'll like hide the fact that they made people think the Earth was a globe, like they've done with past technologies, or will it just be like, nah?
That's a good question. I don't know. Somebody else answer that.
personally, I think the globe will be used as an example of what the lie was, so that nobody will fall for it again.
When the flat Earth truth is told, not a theory, it's when the flat Earth truth is taught in schools, they're going to be laughing at the heliocentric model. The whole classroom will fall about laughing. That's what's going to happen.
Thank you, Jin.
Yeah. Already teaching it in schools already myself, so there you go. I'm already teaching the flat Earth truth already.
Jin and CPR 1 is correct.
Yep. Unavoidable. Not only am I teaching them about the flat Earth, I'm actually shouting at the top of my voice that the coronavirus is a hoax. I was speaking to a bunch of about 15 junior high school kids, and I asked them, were they scared? Were they scared of the virus? And they said, yeah. And I said, there's no need to be scared. It's a hoax. You'll never contract it. You'll never transmit it to anyone. You'll never get it. The governments are mad. Don't worry about it. Live your life. Live your Japanese life. Eat your Japanese food, and you'll be healthy, and you'll live a long time. Just make sure you do exercise. That's what I'm doing now. I'm doing my exercise. I said to them, in the park. And my son's just gone off for a bike ride with his friends, and the two friends nearly got knocked down by the car. So I said, you see now? I said, you see? Right, don't be a traffic accident statistic. So ride safely, yeah? Got to ride safely. There's not much traffic on the road, so you shouldn't be in any accident problems, yeah? I said to my son, yeah, ride safe, you know the score. So now I'm going to go around and sneak around the back side of the neighborhood and work my way back and see. I know where they hang out and just see what they're up to. He's 12 years old, so,
I mean, two of his friends got knocked down by a car, but don't you think spending like 30 minutes of your time to go check on him is like obsessive? You can get a tracking app on his phone if you want.
No, not at all. Because I want to see if he's riding his bike okay and they're playing all right and they're not being.
Oh yeah.
I'm his dad.
It's like the government with us.
I've got the right to do that. He's 12 years old. He has to obey what I say until he becomes a man, which is 20 here. But I'm giving him 2 years. I said in England it's 18. So when you're 18, you don't have to listen to me, I said to him. So I'm giving him 2 years. I'm not in their way. I take a few pictures and then I move on. That's it. I don't get in the way. Unless they want me to hang around, then I do. If not, I'm gone. You know what I mean? That's okay, isn't it? I'm not breaking the law, am I?
No, I fear the coming in the future. I fear the possibility of that old, unfit parent bullshit coming.
Sorry, say that again.
I mean, all parenting is subjective. Like, there are books on how to raise like genius children, but at the end of the day, like, I feel like a lot of people today, they try to like protect their children, right? They're not teaching them. That's the important. Like, if you're a fucking father, like, for example, you got to be teaching your kids. That's the main thing. Like, people don't be teaching today, like, how to be happy and healthy. And that's like the shit is like, why are families so bad? It's because like they're not natural connections like how they used to be. Like, families used to fucking trust each other to the death.
Yeah. So I'm teaching my kids and I show them everything. How to ride a bike, how to climb stairs, go downstairs, mountain bike, trekking, canoeing, snowboarding. We've done all that. We do all that. He's 12 years old. He's out with his friends.
I can't wait to have like my own show, like, or something. Sorry. Hello.
Yeah. I'm out and around. So I move around the neighborhood, just check that they're all right, and then I'm gone. I'm not there in their play. No, because
no. I understand. I respect that.
Yeah. They're in their play. So I'm just passing through, and that's it. I'm gone. And my son knows that. He knows what I'm up to. He knows I'm just checking. He knows, and he respects that as well because he knows that I've got the right to check. If I don't check, I'm a bad. That's what I told him. If I don't check what's going on, it means I'm a bad father. That's what it means. Because if something goes wrong, and I just never checked you, not even once, then I'm going to have myself to blame. But if I've checked you, then that's a little while to go. Okay, so we got to keep it on the positive side. That's all, and that's it. I'm gone. I'm not in the play. I'm just my presence is enough, isn't it? Just a reminder. That's all, isn't it? Remember, I gave the best to the British public when it came to security. I secured the British public to the best of my ability, never drunk on duty, did the job well. Now, if I could do it to the public, I've got to be able to do it for my family. Surely. That's it.
No, Jen, I just wanted to make it clear. I wasn't calling you an unfit parent. I was saying that that's something I fear and coming in the future, not getting the shot.
Yeah.
Yada, yada, yada. And deeming
Yeah, I hear you.
Parent.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Yeah, and that's true. That's why I'm doing what I do. I'm 59, moving on to 60, but I'm going on like I'm in my 30s still. No problem. Dancing in the laundrette, skipping down the road. Yesterday, I went for my jog and I was skipping to the music. It's nice. Don't get me wrong. I know we're living in a bloody mad situation at the moment. What's going on? But, people might see me and think, now, what does he know that I don't know? Why is he so happy? Or why is he that free-spirited? What am I doing wrong, Then maybe one day it might prompt them to have a conversation. And then I'll flat smack their ass, hit them hard with the bloody truth. And on how foolish they're wearing the mask is sending the wrong signal to the children and everybody else. Because you get the vaccine, but you're wearing a bloody mask. You see, I don't wear the mask, and I'm not going to get. I'm the one that's correct. I'm the one sending out the right signals. So why are you living? Who are you living for? That's why I always ask them. Who benefits from your life? Fuck. It really does piss me off. Like you said, it goes right down to parenting. You hear my. Oh, we wear the mask to get along. I said, I don't want to get along like that. Not getting along. That's dooming humanity. I don't want to get along and seal my doom. No, I'm never going to do that. Ridiculous. To get along. Honestly. Do you know what I mean, though? Yeah?
For sure.
So did anybody listen to the Randy and Whitsitt debate?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I listened to it.
Typical.
Excellent. Well executed.
He kept dodging the geometric horizon as typical, right?
Yeah.
Would not address that.
Yeah. Look, he said it. Whitsitt said it so fast, their heads were spinning. Their heads were spinning, man. It was that quick. It was delivered that quick. And you had to repeat it over and over again. And I love that. Repeating it over and over and over again. You're driving it in. You're driving it home. And he was doing that all the time. And when they tried to double backtrack, he double backtracked and then laid down their stupidity in front of them again. There you go. It was wicked, man. Wicked to watch. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody that could look at that impartially could see the double speak coming out of Randy and what he was trying to not say and what he was saying,
Yeah.
He was dodging the actual question.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Whitsitt was very kind. I would have been more of a real sledgehammer on him, I would have called Randy, I think you're a wanker anyway. And you know that if you was on the streets, your nuts to be sticking out your neck because your nuts to be kicked right in with this bullshit you're laying down for everyone to listen to. But anyway, and then they would have had to ban me. And I goes, yeah, well, of course you're going to ban me. It's an obnoxious scumbag. Sorry, I can't be polite with somebody like that, who was once a flat earther and then goes back to the globe. No scientific evidence for your claim. You're talking about this, but where's the curvature? You know what I mean? What's going on here? How can we be in space without just going to run him down? You stupid photograph, you arse.
I think that was the most glaring thing is that he obviously, whenever he would be asked direct pointed questions, hey, what is this? The answer to this. And then he just would obviously dodge. Like, how do people not see that dodge? I don't get that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, real quick about Randy.
I get to something else, an immediate dodge. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say to Jen that Ranty planned this for a long time, Jen. He was getting cold feet about a year ago, and you could start to listen to the way he was saying things, and he just didn't seem convicted. And that's why he gave up his channel to Brandon Toy, and that's how you get out of something without contradicting the world, because of course for financial gain and popularity in the system that he wants, that is more important to him than truth. He planned this out for well over a year. It's a clear hoax. Yeah,
Obvious.
he planned it out for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. He's a scumbag. That's what he is. Scum. Complete and utter. Too toxic to even die and put in the soil, that guy. To be quite honest. That's what I feel about him. Just, you can't be doing those sort of things and expect to get away with it cleanly. Not with Amaranth, mate.
Right, because he is literally going to be the cause of people staying stuck in an uncritical way of thinking. Like which might kill people.
I wouldn't go as far as that, though. Nobody's going to stop anybody from finding the truth. If I was the only person on the plane of existence that knew I was on a plane, I'd be fine with that too. The fact is, Ranty has sold himself out. He's in big trouble. He has destroyed himself. He is going to pay for it, Jen. I think, I'll pray for him because he's lost in the sauce. He has sold his soul, and he knows he's lying. This is the biggest example of a known liar that you could ever have.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's what you got to call him. You got to call him out every single time. You're just a liar, Randy. The shit on my shoe has more significance than you'll ever have in my life. Because at this point, at least I can grow food from shit. I don't want you in my soil. That's how toxic you are.
We shouldn't be having anybody debate him. It just gives him the fate.
That's right.
That he wants.
Yeah.
At this point, definitely, it's obvious.
Betrayal, man. He's what you call. He's a plague. The black leg. No, we don't want you anywhere near us.
He must have found a new job.
Ranty, who are you, Ranty? You're nothing. I mean, in Gen Panda, right? They were saying that Ranty was quite high up in the flat up community. I said, no, he wasn't. Don't big him up to be somebody that he isn't. It's just another flat earther who knew the truth, had his channel, that's it. Just because he's gone doesn't mean the whole flat earth's dead now. Don't be silly. He was nothing. Just another human being. Sorry. Dreaming.
Right, Jen, you have a group of people citing so-called flat earthers like Bob and Ranty for their evidence when their literal lead, scientists of the secular world of television expose their own lies, right? So it's so insane to be such a psychopath that you're going to say, well, there's this flat earther on the internet that proved the Earth's a globe, but we're citing, Don Pettit, NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Lockheed Martin, Skunkworks, all these companies that say you don't even see curvature, you don't even experience it, which is a literal just concession to our claim. But they have Ranty, and they have Ranty though, so they're ahead of the game.
Just makes you laugh, doesn't it? Michio Kaku said that it was the biggest mismatch of theory and reality that's ever happened so far with what's going on at the moment in the science, in the pseudoscience world.
Yeah, but internet experts, especially the atheists, know way better than Michio Kaku.
There you go. I mean, come on, man. It's a joke, isn't it? It's a joke. Well, Whitspit done his job, done an excellent job. He's got nothing to worry about there. He'd done a really smooth, slick. It was slick. He delivered it so quick as well. I was just, fucking hell. How comes your head's not spinning?
Yeah, and I can't believe they literally tried to gang up on him in a way in which it was obvious that they were part of the debate. Like, how do you not be impartial?
Yeah, he said, I'm not debating in Ranty. I'm like, right then, just stick to your moderating, basically. Yeah, cheek. The cheek of it. Right, I'll be back later on, guys. Let me go and catch up.
Yo, stay safe. Have a good afternoon, G.
Have a good one, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, you were insightful as well, dog. Yeah, but number one thing is bringing value to other people, like information and knowledge that you have in your head. Like that, I think that's key. Like spreading information and knowledge to others that others find value in. That's key. Because if you can make more people happy from just things that you're aware of, like meditation, all this shit, I think that's pretty good. And I have a lot of people hit me up for advice and shit, but I just leave them on red, to be honest. Or I'll tell them I'll talk to them later, then I don't. I just feel bad telling people where to put their money. But I have talked to some of my friends how to invest long term. I just don't like telling people exactly where to put their money because I'm also right most of the time.
So if that's correct, your net worth should be several $billion, right? You don't want to say. I'm just messing with
I mean, I've had some longs in Bitcoin, and I was able to get Tesla calls right around where it would be worth like technically like $80 today. So I have some residual wealth built, but I'm trying to like actually build a company and get employees or like find a way to like get my wealth working for me, and then also trying to help others with it too. Because like if I can get a business or a company going where like I can provide like 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 people with meals, a home to sleep at for their like work and effort, that'd be awesome. I feel like that's like the end goal.
And what you just said, if the general public would look at wealth that way, this earth would be a lot better off, don't you think?
Well, I'm not too a material person. Like I have money right now, and I don't buy shit I don't need. Like I literally in my bedroom, I have not bought a new pair of sneakers in a year, but the pair of sneakers I bought last year were like 250. But I have like a $5,000 computer because I sit at my computer and desk all day. Like I don't spend shit on I don't need to. So like I would always keep like the majority of my money working for me. Like throughout my lifetime, even when I have 10 million, like that's always just going to be going into growing a network of people, connections, company, whatever it be. Like I want to provide value to the world.
Yeah, that'd probably be the wise thing to do.
But yeah, there's like ways to spend money smart. Like think about it, yo. You go to a fucking restaurant, right? You get a shitty little steak and it's like $100, right? But you can go get a fucking Wagyu beef steak, cook that shit at home, fuck your wife after you eat it and smoke a blunt. That shit sounds more enjoyable than going to a restaurant and paying all that fucking money for that meal. Oh, but it's situational. Sometimes, sometimes you want to go out and shit, but like, yeah, I'd rather fuck my girl and eat a steak that I made at home and cooked and marinated myself.
This is kind of a family show, just so you know. It goes out to a lot of people, that are young.
Yeah.
I apologize. But in that same sense, like you have to look at the application of wealth in the same way. Like a lot of people who are in so there's like tests done basically like on how people spend money, and it shows that like certain income groups can spend more on less healthy objects, which is why obesity is a problem in America, is because people don't make the right health or financial choices with their money. Because like here in America, it's plentiful, right? Like we have lots of money, we have a good economy. There's some people are homeless, some people are starving, but overall, like it's really healthy for what it is. And like if inflation kicks in and there's like a huge unemployment gap, that would suck. But I don't know what's gonna happen. But I have to just prepare for the future. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I stepped away. Yeah, yeah, definitely, 100%.
I feel like this psychiatrist outlined like a really good thing. It's like people tend to create their own problems. Like their reality is like subject to their own view versus like someone else looking in. And I felt like that's like the deepest thing that's resonated with me, like that I've heard throughout my life, is because like they're talking about someone, right? They're sitting across from them and they're talking to them about like their issues, their problems. But if you're like a psychiatrist, they've gone through depression, so they understand these things like in a first person perspective. And I feel like I'm the same way. But you got to think like that's the perspective they're looking in at someone, asking like why do you feel this way and stuff, so they can kind of like be empathetic with them and understand and like try and draw the connections that they're not drawing in their life. But I feel like in the same way, like people need to start drawing life like connections like that about our life, like every single day. Like meditation needs to be like its own fucking class in school. Like come on, there needs to be like like health class. Why don't you put health class, like meditation in a health class? Like there's so many residual like small things that could be done to change the whole that would benefit the whole so much greater.
I don't have any Globers in the chat, do I?
Here, I'll pretend to be a Glober real quick so we can have an argument. All right, so basically, I know nothing about flat Earth, but I was on this plane one time, right? And I was on the plane and I saw the curvature of the Earth. I was like, damn, that shit looks like it's curved. And then also I saw this like photo from the ISS of the Earth. And then I also read this other conspiracy theory where the dude's like, the Earth is hollow and the entry points are like the north and south of the Earth, right? So there's like the energy fields like flowing in and out of the south and north of the Earth. I've just seen so many theories, it's like conflicted my head at this point, because like the Earth model, like the globe of it, there's like certain energy points on the globe, right? And the pyramids align with the fucking energy points on the globe, right? And the pyramid is the mathematical like structure of the pyramid aligns with the solar system and universe around us. And so it's like I see that and I'm like, damn, like these people literally didn't like supposedly didn't even have the technology to view the Earth or universe like that, but yet they were still able to make the pyramids down to a certain dimensional structure, such that like just by following stars, all these civilizations did this. Like that's amazing to me. And so like when I think about flat Earth, I'm like, damn, yo, like if this shit's like real, like if the Earth is fucking flat, then there's some shit fucking going on. No cap.
Yep. What would you guys say is the biggest conspiracy, in your opinion, that has yet to be more of like a not a mainstream, but like within our types of circles? What would you say is the biggest one that people have not really caught on to yet?
I'm not sure if it's a conspiracy or whatever. I think my thought on your question is how little the public knows about how much is brought in on a daily basis by the governments.
Brought in? Oh, like burglarized and stuff?
No, not necessarily burglarized, but like, okay, I'll use this as an example there. We need 3 more F-15s for our military. We're going to have to increase taxes by this much. Rather than the public being aware that they sell so many tubes of toothpaste in a fucking day and bring in so much tax dollars off those tubes of toothpaste that nobody's taxes have to go up at all. You know, they just say these things and people are like, well, I guess my taxes have to go up.
One of the big conspiracies is that it's not a conspiracy, as thousands of people, do it without conspiring to do evil. They choose evil because it brings them something like money or security in their job and things like that.
Yeah, I guess technically I was pointing out a misunderstanding, not necessarily a conspiracy. They say whatever and the public just takes it and, okay, here's more money from my work check. Go pave the road. They don't even question, well, aren't we bringing in multiple
Doesn't the United
billion?
States have the highest tax out of any previous civilization?
Oh, probably. I saw a thing once. There's so many taxes for so many different things, whether you own a business or not. It's ridiculous.
I learned this thing in economics called the customer value chain. I like to think about it in like a microeconomics perspective about the world, right? So I make a transaction here, right? I make another transaction. How much of that is getting actually taxed? Like, is my 20% getting my original 20% tax getting a further like 20% tax? I feel like that happens in business.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. First off, if you own a business, you're paying more in rent. You're paying more for everything. You're paying to get your item into the store, so you pay taxes. You pay taxes for what you're putting in your store. Then you have to sell them and charge taxes again. So now the government's collected taxes twice off that item.
As a small businessman, I don't get a tax return. I pay a percentage. So if you get a tax return, I would argue you really don't pay taxes.
Yeah, no, I was speaking like in generalities on big scales. Like if you're a retailer in a mall, your rent is through the roof, man.
I own a large asphalt company, and I pay a 37.5% tax rate. I don't get a return. I pay every year.
Yeah, that's crazy. And then whatever they want to do with what you submit, you have no say in it. That's even the other flip side of it. Whatever Mike pays out, the government does whatever they want with it.
Right. Right. Yeah, but I don't pay rent. I own my property, my home base. I own that. I own my equipment. I do pay tax on materials, transportation, highway transportation, labor, insurance, workman's comp, all that. Pay out the ass. And I hear people that got a $4,000 tax return on $2,500 saying they're getting screwed on taxes. It amazes me.
Yeah, and then I'm saying
Amazon doesn't pay taxes.
Well, that's a different kind of tax. You're talking about sales tax, purchase.
True. Okay, but so imagine like you're Amazon, right? And let's say you own a company like eBay. eBay, they like charge a large fee on top of every item that is sold on top of their site, even though that service should not be charging the rate of percent that they are for their service. Like, I feel like there's a lot of ways.
It's a surcharge.
Yeah, but like 10%.
There's a lot of money out there circulating, and for different reasons. Like, I saw a documentary once, and it was an entire floor of a building. The documentary filmer walked through it with somebody, and they were opening doors, and they're like, in this room is supposed to be this business. They did blank amount this year. And then they'll open another door. This room is supposed to be this business. They did blank amount this year. There's nothing in the rooms. A chair, papers on the floor. Nobody's even there. No employees. It's just to wash money. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on out there.
I mean, when I think of the drug network that's in the United States, like I can definitely believe that, you know, shipments of fucking cocaine and all this other stuff are coming in from various countries, but it's ultimately cheaper for us to just like manufacture some drugs here, and then sell them to the public. But like for example, like let's say a pound of weed, right? I can get a pound of weed for like $1,600. I get 10 of them for like $1,200. You could easily then go sell those for like $2,000 each. I know I have a distribution network. I can go do it, but I decide not to because I'm not about that life. But like, yo, there are literally so many people doing drugs because of COVID. So much money is flown into like the black market. I feel like
but
the drug
even
market.
Even the drug angle aside, there's companies out there making money, and they want to clean that money, and they don't want nobody to know about it. And it has nothing even to do with drugs.
That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
I grow weed for less. I wouldn't pay you that. That's highway robbery. Come to Michigan, bro. You're getting raped. $1,600 a pound. You're getting raped.
You right now? Say less. I'm moving to your state.
It's decriminalized here. Buy some property. You can grow 16 plants for every person who lives in your household. Legally.
Damn, if I do that right, that's at least 32 pounds. Which could at least be $64,000.
You think you can get 4 pounds per plant?
16 times. Oh yeah, 32. I mean, I know someone who can get.
He was doing
4 per, but that'd be outdoor.
He was doing 2 pounds per plant, and you're not getting $2,000 a pound for outdoor, brother.
In the Michigan season, the average is 6 to 8 ounces per plant. Outdoor. Indoor grows of 4 to 6 ounces. I'm an avid grower. I've lived on a farm my entire life, except for my years of service in the Corps.
There are people like California's different. It's a warmer climate, so yeah, outdoor growing in Michigan's gonna be different. But they'll grow trees.
Yeah, I've grown pound plus outdoor plants, but again, outdoor product does not go for the same price as indoor.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, it depends on what you grow outdoor. Are you growing Granddaddy Purps outdoor, feminized seeds? Are you growing good strands, or are you just growing some Sensi seedless weed?
Yeah, the quality definitely affects the price, but what I'm trying to say is outdoor, max, even the best, probably $1,000 a pound.
See, that's where you get okay. So in my local,
No, excuse me, sorry. There's one guy. He does this fucking organic shit. He's like East Indian. He sells his outdoor like crazy expensive, and people pay it. And his whole swig is that it's organic.
Yeah, orgoponics. Yeah, that's what I do. And I grow Granddaddy Purps and Casey Jones and Lemon Skunk, Lemon Haze outside, and I can sell it for the same I sell indoor weed. Quality doesn't falter because it's outdoor if you know what you're doing. It actually improves.
Yeah, that is true. That nothing replaces the sun.
Yeah, so outdoor has like natural defense mechanisms that it protects itself from predators, like bugs and shit.
Well, the biggest problem with outdoor grow is if you got an idiot neighbor who are males, and then you end up with pollinated crop. If your neighbor's got males on his property, that's about the biggest problem in my area. So,
that's
needless to say, I've taught my neighbors.
Mike, do you have an idea how far pollen can spread to pollinate females? I've been curious about that, like how many miles or whatever.
Yeah, it depends on the wind and elevation. If you're at a lower elevation and the male is at a higher elevation, the wind can carry it farther. But on average, 2 miles to 4 miles, and if it's on a higher elevation going to a lower elevation, you can extend that distance. It all depends on the winds, your particular wind patterns. All right. Got a lot of people on the internet here right now.
Yeah, I've always been interested in growing weed because I just like smoking the plant, and I'm very sensitive to drugs. Like I have dopamine and serotonin sensitivity, so like things make me happier than other people, so I can like tell the true effects of things. But I mean, I guess that's for like how everybody is, but like it's just on a different level for me because of like my chakra. But I definitely like growing weed because like so many different strains have different effects. Honestly, but I felt like the best thing for me is I got prescribed this like neural relaxant. It's called gabapentin, and if I like take like my prescription on that like gabapentin and then smoke weed, like I can just fall into a state of bliss and like meditation that I normally can't. And I feel like that's just because my body can fully relax due to the gabapentin. It's called Norrotin, and like I know some people who abused it when I lived in New Hampshire. But ultimately, I think it's like one of the better drugs because it literally relaxes you, and that's like something like a lot of people search for in weed. But if you smoke it with the weed, then it's like a whole different experience. I feel like that's one of the best drug combinations that you can do. That's not gonna fuck you up. It's like literally like taking a Xanax. It's so nice. But yeah, I'm like 145, 5'8". I take like 200 mg gabapentin. I'll be like sauced up. Telling you that is the best drug combination. I feel like a lot of things are like brute force. Like they give these children like the Adderall and that shit has like serotonin and dopamine in it, and they're just like brute forcing these kids to be happy. But you see these like companies like MindMed, for example, they have like a visualless LSD. They have a pill that can stop a trip. They have there's like a fucking Cybin. Inc., right? Mushrooms they focus on, their market cap's gone up, their price has gone up. All these are like booming. I called MindMed when it was like 36 cents. It peaked at like $4.35. Like, so basically what I'm saying is like these basically LSD, like it modulates the serotonin and dopamine in your brain better. But if you take like 5-HTP and vitamins the night before and like fast and meditate, then it's like a whole different experience. And I feel like that's how everybody's got to approach life. Like everything is a whole different experience when you're taking care of your body and like using your energy and your like ability to the best of your ability. Like I feel like people don't do that shit. But like I'm waking up every day on my grind, trying to get the bread, trying to understand the world.
This isn't Reddit, bro. Let's keep those combos to a minimum, please.
Basically, what I'm saying is that gabapentin and weed has, if not more effect than Xanax on pain. But the true reason I think gabapentin's overpowered is because it allows you to tap into like your body's chakra network a lot easier than traditionally speaking, because it's like a relaxant. It's like, here, I can just pull it up real quick and like tell you the chemical. Anticonvulsant medication primarily used to treat partial seizures and neuropathic pain.
Yeah.
So why are they selling
Xanax not really. It's not really it's a relaxant. Neuropathic pain is caused due to nerve compression. So it relaxes muscles and it releases compression. I actually know I have bulging disc. So, but yes, I use CBDs and marijuanas rather than painkillers. I mean, I get painkillers, but I don't take them Percocets unless I have to. Sometimes it's better to just get rid of the pain than try to get higher. Work my back into the ground.
I had
I have subconscious pain in my back and running down the like back right side of my leg. So like when I'm standing, right, I'm standing at my kitchen. I'm cooking breakfast.
You have spinal misalignment?
Probably I need to see the chiropractor for sure, but I'm just paranoid.
You need to cut, yeah. Of what? That's two possibilities. You could accidentally break your back, and that's if you have brittle bones, or you could get relief from compression of uneven distribution. One outweighs the other, brother.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless you have a brittle bone disease or a porous bone disease, there's no reason to fear a chiropractor. They just align it, and they don't do it in an aggressive manner. You take
Wait, what?
chiropractic physical.
Sorry, Battle Wow. I was just gonna say, what is hurting him? Your back?
Yeah, my back and like I have shooting pains down the right side of my leg. So I'll take like
On the front or
in order
the
for
back?
me to relax. So this is how my day goes usually. I will wake up, I will meditate, I will work out, I will get into the shower, I'll get out of the shower, I'll take Adderall, I will blaze through my work, I'll trade in the stock market, I'll do whatever I need to do for that day to be productive. And then as soon as the Adderall come down hits and I just have zero energy whatsoever or motivation to do anything, and I just get in a shitty mood, I will then take gabapentin, weed, and also eat and take vitamins. And so that's like my daily routine, and that's how I remain productive. But like throughout the Adderall, right? Like the Adderall high, I can still feel that pain, but I'm not sure taking gabapentin and Adderall would be a good idea. So I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend any pharmaceutical drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
This is coming from somebody who works in pharmaceuticals. I would not recommend it.
It sounds like you got sciatic pain. That can come from poor posture, sitting
Yeah,
too
if you have
much.
a site. Sorry, but I want to keep rumpusing you. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. You can rumpus me. Go ahead.
No, speak. You're speaking about sciatica.
Yeah, well, sciatic problems sometimes can just be because you sleep on your side and your knees touch. You can get one of them pillows that separate your knees and put it in between your legs if you're a side sleeper. That can help with sciatic. Chiropractor can. Also stretches. You can Google that. There's a lot of stretches for a sciatic problem, but generally it's because you have misalignment and one leg is hitting the ground sooner than the other.
That's what happened last time I went there, saying one arm was stretching out further than the other.
Yeah, symmetry is generally the problem for misalignment. Something gets out of alignment because you slept wrong, and then it just continues to go that way because you baby that side and you to another side, which for people who don't know is awesome if you have a good chiropractor. You shouldn't get addicted to it though and want them to crack it every day or every month. It's like a yearly process or every 2 years because you don't want to get, bursitis, arthritis, swollen joints, worn joints, stenosis. You just want to make sure you are in alignment, and there's exercises you can do to build supporting muscle that keep your spine aligned and your skeletal structure aligned. These are things we should teach our children because eventually you're going to work every day, you move every day, you're going to have skeletal problems, period.
So wait, okay, the pain. Sorry, I'm just interested because I had a similar problem. You said the pain is in the back radiates from the back of your leg.
Yeah, it's like the lower back. So if I'm standing, like here, I can just stand right now. So yeah, I have like pain in the middle of my lower back, right side, and then it like kind of extends down through the back side of my leg. Like,
Does it bother you when you drive? Like when you try to brake?
I don't. My license got suspended for a long time.
Oh, okay.
But no, it used to. Yeah, it used to.
Okay. Yeah, you could have, because like a lot of girls have this problem because they want, girls just want to do a bunch of ass workouts. But if you have a weak,
pelvic floor.
You have a weak glute medius. That could be part of the problem.
See, I was going to say.
Part of the problem. Sorry, I'm echoing.
Good.
Who's the culprit? To me.
It might
always something to do with the gluteus maximus with you.
Well,
Yeah, I need to work on my ass
the
game.
maximus, you're working out like a lot of like squats. You're hitting the maximus a lot. Medius though gets neglected. If you have a weak medius, you feel it kind of like, and that can translate into sciatica nerve, which is kind of like up in your butt cheek. It's where it hurts. Like, but you can't even pinpoint it. It's like a weird pain because you can't even pinpoint it. So yeah, you could look up athlete.
Right, that's what.
Alpha
Yeah, so
Alpha Elite has like a great glute medius workout. You can also do like a stretch where you put your leg up on like the counter or like pillows on your bed, and you like kind of cross it forward and put the leg that's hurting. You like cross it forward and put it on the pillows and have the other leg standing like you're a flamingo. You're standing on one leg, and then just lean over the crossed leg, and that does wonders. And also lay off the Adderall. That shit is literally poisoning you.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Have you ever tried Kratom?
Nah,
Kratom's all natural. It's plants, very healthy, and it does the exact same thing as essentially like what Adderall / cocaine would do.
You know, she basically said you're a weak ass motherfucker. Your ass is weak.
I'm skinny and I'm buff, but I don't work out. So like I have like a really low body percentage.
Oh,
and
there it is.
Yeah.
You have no ass muscle then, huh? Yeah, she's probably right.
The only other thing. Okay. I was just say the only other thing I can think of is I had it for a while, and it sounds really similar to what you're talking about. If it really is painful to sit compared to standing, like if standing feels better than sitting, or laying feels better than standing or sitting, then there's something you can check into: weak pelvic floor, and it happens mainly in women, but it definitely happens in men too. I had it for a while, and it was very painful, but it kind of manifests as like having back troubles / leg pains. And you get like restless legs feeling. But it's weak pelvic floor is very overall damaging your whole body because it affects every movement you make. So could be something, or maybe not.
Yeah, I'd give that Kratom a try too, man. I'm been using it on and off for years for different ailments, and it's also supposed to be good for your immune system as well.
It's great. I completely agree. I 100% vouch for Kratom.
Yeah.
My brother got some recently, like a little vial from this lady, so I could just see if I can get plugged in through him, and I'll try it out for sure. What's the experience like? Like, is there anything you recommend doing, or just I'll learn the vibe with it?
I just take a spoonful with whatever drink you want, and it'll pretty much. I mean, some people start out smaller because a lot of people. I've been doing it for, like he said, a few years, but yeah, if you just take little doses at a time and work up your way up to where you feel like it's comfortable. It feels almost identical to Adderall. Like there's pretty much no difference in my mind.
Yeah, I always looked at Adderall like an extended cocaine. Like if cocaine
Exactly what
XR
Kratom
was
is.
the thing,
Yep.
that's what's up. Shit, because Adderall will drain you of your energy. Like I'll be so depressed in the afternoon.
For sure.
Yes. I was addicted to that shit in college.
Weren't we all?
It was my
I did not. I would take. All right, hold on. Listen to this shit. I was taking Adderall right for a year straight. My doctor did not tell me to take any vitamins. I had a fucking magnesium deficiency. I took vitamins. I woke up the next day feeling like a new man.
Yep.
Like dead ass. Everything was so nice. I slept well. Like that shit had me like OC. Like why aren't doctors telling people to make sure they take their vitamins with their drugs?
Magnesium's huge. I completely agree.
I wouldn't even take a vitamin, dude. Those are laced with like fucking sawdust. Just eat steak every morning, like a ribeye. Get your
Oh darn.
Or beef liver, dude. I'm so serious. I'm so serious.
Hey, can I? So do y'all talk about Earth things here or no?
Yeah, yeah.
That's
All
kind of our thing.
Does it got to do with your gluteus maximus or minimus?
Sorry, I just came on here because I was in another chat with a guy, and he didn't think you could use math to represent things, and so we were kind of just going in circles. He didn't like math, so I figured I'd come down.
You can use math to describe a thing. Yes, math is the language used to which you describe things: ascensions, cosines.
I can't understand this, dude.
Elevations, de-elevations, yeah, propagations. Am I choppy?
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out, Battlemon.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like you're talking into a pillow and drunk.
Somebody
and
else go
either way at the same time.
Hey.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, describe me. I can't hear.
Did you just call me a fucking drunk? Does
No,
my
I just
internet
said
choppy?
it sounds like it's chopping out as if you're like missing words. I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't drink, son.
He just gets high.
So, can we talk about some Earth stuff?
Okay, wait. Yes. So
Yeah,
I'm
please.
guessing that you're.
I just proposed an experiment for you all to
side
try.
that math is reality.
No, I didn't say that.
No. Okay, good. Because math is like Battlemon said, math is like a language, and like 1 shot of tequila plus 2 shots of tequila equals 3 shots of tequila. Except I don't have tequila; I have vodka. In reality, so sorry. Who am I echoing from?
I don't know.
Can you hear it, or is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just tripping.
I can hear
it. But yeah. So math works on paper, but it doesn't necessarily work in reality. And that's
But
the problem
we can
with
use
the
math
globe
to
model.
describe reality, right?
Math can describe reality on paper. Well, math can describe something, but if it's not existing in reality, then
No, I know. I'm saying only math to explain things that actually exist in actual laws.
yes. So that's the crux of the issue with the globe. Okay, because they tell us the size of the ball.
Oh, I'm not talking about trying to guess any distances or anything.
No, I'm just saying with the Earth, they tell us that it's 25,000 miles in circumference. There's about 4,000 miles in 4,000 miles for the radius. And if you break that down with spherical trigonometry, that is approximately an 8-inch drop per mile squared. And that works to about 1,000 miles in distance. And the problem is on math, looks great. But in reality, when we go and try to test that with long distance observations or laser tests, that 8-inch drop per mile squared doesn't exist. The surface of the Earth is actually not curving.
So can I just I want to ask a question first just to make sure this is what y'all think, and then propose a possible little experiment for you to do, because I know it's not I'm not going to tell you to believe anything. I'm just saying you go do it. So I saw some things in the text chat that was like there's a flat Earth and there's a sun that is somehow in the space above it, not space, just I don't know, something above it. It's up, right? And it's going around in a circular pattern to do our day and night cycles. Am I getting that correct?
That is just a conceptualization of what could be happening, but nobody's claiming that is an actual model. We do not have a model because we don't know what the Earth looks like. All we know is it measures flat and it's not moving.
But
so why do they have complex machines running algorithms on why do we have satellites like the Hubble telescope? Like why fund billions of dollars into that?
Okay, we're asking 5 different questions. So can we just narrow it to one thing?
Back to
everything we can answer, by the way. But
so
we got one topic at a time.
So back to just like the sun and going up and setting. I asked around, and general conception was that it's because it gets too far away. It shrinks to nothing.
When something gets further away from you,
Yeah,
It
I
appears to
understand that.
merge with the horizon, like your street lights when you're driving on the road.
Understand that. I'm just saying, so like you're saying then that the sun comes up and sets due to that that distance, right?
Yes, it's just apparently
Okay.
going over the horizon. It's not actually
So,
going over a physical curve.
And I think we said this earlier, but how big you perceive something to be scales linearly with how far away you are.
Angular resolution. Is that what you're talking about?
No, just I'm just saying I don't know the exact term for how to describe it, but like just basically if you're 2 meters away from say a car and then you go 50 meters away, it's going to look smaller and it's going to be a linear scale based on the distance that you moved.
Okay.
So then the idea that I had for a little experiment to try is to measure how big you perceive the sun across the time of the day. Right? Because after afternoon, of course, because that's when it would have passed over, right? And it should start to slowly shrink until it's gone with the sunset.
Mm-hmm.
So my little experiment that I think y'all might want to try.
Are you saying that the sun doesn't shrink when there's sunsets?
No, I'm saying that when things go far away, it does shrink to where you can't see it anymore. But what I'm saying is the scale to which you're saying it does is just a little off.
But
or at least what I believe it to be off, and I think you should test it.
You think this debunks flat Earth? Because this is the thing is we can talk about the sun all day long, but what the sun is doing has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And there's actually flaws with the heliocentric model with the sun. And we don't really know how the sun works. All we know is it doesn't exist in a vacuum, like they say the vacuum of space. But it has really nothing to do with what the shape of the Earth is. So
well, it's just
I appreciate you having this is great. Like I'm glad that you're thinking creatively. But there's tons of issues with the sun because sometimes like the sun can actually look like swollen and bigger because of the atmosphere.
Well, that's what I'm saying in the same day. I'm not saying over a course of a lot of time.
Yeah. But regardless, it still doesn't answer the question. Even if whatever the conclusion is of the experiment, it doesn't actually tell us anything about the shape of the Earth.
Well,
if we want to know the shape of the Earth, we have to actually measure the surface of the Earth and see if it drops at 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, the problem is
a globe or not.
It would kind of make a conclusion because
no, it has nothing to do. My ceiling fan has nothing to do with my floor.
Can I just explain how it would adapt? So
you can go ahead.
Yeah. So if you measure the distance of not the distance, how big you see the sun per scale of time, you can get a delta over t, right? Or a constant then that you can multiply by time to see how much something should change based on how far away it is, or over a time. Sorry, not over a distance.
I mean, you can't do that because it changes size.
Yep.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what this is.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It invalidates itself. It's not. It wouldn't be internally consistent.
And wouldn't you have to know the distance of the sun as well to even be doing these
it's
things?
relative. I'm saying come up with a linear representation.
Models are reification fallacies, though.
No, right? I'm saying use math to describe what you see. I'm not saying come up with something out of nowhere. I'm saying you can generate an equation to model what you see.
How can you figure out how far away the sun is?
You don't need to.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to explain.
So what are you looking at with the sun? What are you trying to figure out?
So as the sun is whatever it is, I guess y'all said, moves in some way, and we have day and night. Not going to try to explain how it moves or whatever, but you see it move, and then the other side of the world sees it move, whatever you describe as a side or however the Earth looks. But basically, it is described, or the way that y'all are saying the sun sets is because it's shrinks until we perceive it as gone.
Not always.
Yeah, not always.
Sometimes it appears to set. Sometimes it fades away into the distance.
Sometimes it just poofs and it's gone. Like it literally just disappears.
But the problem with poof and gone is because when you see it poof and gone, there's people who still see it.
Yeah, that doesn't matter though. It's like standing under the streetlight versus 10 miles away from the streetlight.
But you can still see the streetlight.
10 miles away, you can see a streetlight?
I'm not saying 10 miles away. I'm saying even if you're not directly lit by it, you can still see it.
Yeah, maybe 150 feet away, 200 foot, maybe 1,000 feet away. Once you get into the 2,000-3,000 feet, mile, you can't see it anymore.
And I'm not saying the idea is wrong. I'm saying the math with how it scales doesn't hold up with how our vision works.
No, it works actually fine. Now, like even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it works fine. He even did a demonstration of how this is how it would work if it was flat. He'd say it was, so many miles away and so wide. He even gave a demonstration for it. And this is the oldest non-proof for either side. Neither side can use the sun to prove it's flat or round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
are you a glober? Do you think the Earth is in the shape of a globe?
Yes.
Okay. Can we ask you 3 questions?
Can I finish my thought?
Yeah, but I just gotta warn you: if you're trying to use celestial bodies in the sky to prove what you're standing on, you're gonna fail miserably.
No, I'm just saying. We see the sun, and the whole world sees the sun, whatever you believe it to be, and it's moving at a constant rate. Correct? We all
don't know that.
Why not?
No idea.
We have absolutely no. How could you know that?
Okay, our perceived movement of it is constant.
Well, the sun does change position seasonally.
Yeah, could slightly change a little bit. We don't know.
Yeah. And if you track it each day, at the end of 365 days, you're going to come up with a design on the floor that, if you track it in the same spot each day, it's going to be an infinity symbol. That's where it comes from. That's the tracking of the sun in the sky on its 2 different paths.
I'm not saying it doesn't move in a perfect path or anything. I'm just saying and even if it moves a little bit, I'm just saying like the sun, you don't see it move slow and then suddenly halfway across the sky in an instant, right?
I don't know what that has to do with anything, though.
I'm just, because it has to do with the math that I'm about to try to explain, even though I can't.
But math isn't reality, though. Math is a model.
No, but the math I'm saying describes vision. Vision is fact. It represents vision.
No. You're actually talking about looking at the sun and where it apparently appears to be and how fast it apparently appears to be moving. This is all apparent. You can't be talking about apparent observations and using the word fact in the same sentence.
Yeah, we can't even triangulate the sun.
Plus, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Let me ask you this: if I said I have proof of something, and then I have proof about the shape of the floor of my house, and I started talking about a Ferrari that lives 10 miles away, you would say, what does that have to do with the shape of the floor?
Well, y'all aren't either letting me finish or you're not understanding. I'm trying to
We're trying to keep you from wasting your energy down a path that is going to end up with you having to assume your math is derived from the axiom of a ball.
I didn't come up with this math, though. This is just I'm not saying super complicated math. I am saying as you move something away from you,
listening to you, you haven't had a single coherent thought yet.
Could y'all let me talk, or are you just going to yell over me? Is this just what it's going to be? There's just 4
We should
y'all
just
yelling
yell
at me?
over him.
Show scientific evidence of your spinning ball space monkey religion right now.
What are you even talking about?
Scientific evidence of your spinning ball space monkey religion right now. Do you know what science is?
Yeah.
Do you know what the scientific method is?
Oh my! Y'all are regurgitating the same thing as the other chat.
Regurgitate. Don't worry about that. Just answer my question. Don't worry about others.
You wouldn't let me finish my thought. Why should I let you?
Brown, what is your evidence for your globe-tard religion,
I'm
sir?
getting there. Can you calm down?
All right, let's hear it. What do you got?
All right. So scientifically, right? We can watch. Who's echoing? Connor, can you mute?
I don't know who's echoing.
All right. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna mute him real quick so I can just talk because it's messing me up. All right. If he talks, just let me know because I can't hear him. But we can scientifically look at, say, a water bottle and measure how big we perceive it, right?
Fuck off.
Okay.
You don't mute moderators, friend. And somebody tell me if he talks. I don't think fucking so.
I think he was just saying he got an echo, but that's funny.
Wait, who? Sorry, I don't know if it's QE though. It's been happening like for a while.
Yeah, it wasn't me. So
it was it Globes Plays.
I think so. I think it was at Globes Plays.
So
Should be good.
clown fuck. It wasn't me that was echoing. Just because my little button's lighting up, that doesn't mean I'm echoing. Number one.
Can you go quiet for a sec so I can test it?
Sorry from your dumb ass. We're not listening to stories. Provide scientific evidence. That means observe natural phenomena. I know you don't know what science is. Observe natural phenomena, then the hypothesis, then we want you to identify the independent and dependent variable, and then the experiment with the control variables. We don't need a story from you. Give us what we asked for right now.
It's not a story, but I can explain how you want science to get a mathematical representation of that.
Mathematics isn't science, son.
You know math can represent fact, though, right? Math can represent science?
Math can only describe.
Yes,
that's it.
Describe is represent.
Science. I asked you for scientific evidence.
Cool. Can you let me finish?
Scientific evidence now.
Without yelling.
I'm gonna kick your ass out of here.
I'm just trying to talk and you won't listen.
Fucking over talk me one more time.
You're cutting out. I can't tell when you're talking.
You little fucking weasel. I'm just gonna call you Nancy from now on. Scientific evidence right now. What's your claim? Scientifically validated, please. Go.
Can we make some basis first?
What's your claim? Scientific evidence or you're out of here, Nancy.
All right. So when you look at a water bottle or something, whatever object, right? Scientific, you can test this. When you look at it, you perceive it as, let's just say, X size. And when you walk away, it's smaller, correct?
Oh my God. Are you three? Globe Tard evidence, sir. Not bottles. Not I'm walking away from a bottle. Provide your scientific evidence for your Globe Tard.
Is there anyone else I could talk to?
Yeah. Your sister. I talked to her. Fuck off.
You need to provide evidence because we do this all day long. Sorry. I'm gonna have to. I don't know.
Echo.
Yeah, I really don't know who that Echo is.
Yeah, what the fuck? He's actually dead ass trolling. Oh wait, here. Hello. It's Quantum. It's Quantum Eraser with Echo.
Can't be the Echo. I'm on self-mute.
Okay.
Was it happening before I came in here?
It was happening before you came
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, when I'm talking, he's not even lighting up. Weird. I don't know. But Nancy, you have to. Okay, we do this all day long with Globers. Okay, we don't need stories. We need something that we can do ourselves too to prove the shape of the Earth. We don't care about the sun, so you have to let go of that. If the Earth is a globe, it should be easy to prove. So talk about the Earth and how you know it's a globe scientifically. Thank you.
Okay. Is it all right if I talk now? Okay. So the issue is I was trying to propose an experiment that you do yourself because I know from other people I've talked to who believe this and that the Earth is flat, that they don't trust other experiments, or because like I can tell you, oh, NASA did this experiment. You're not going to trust that, right? And I'm not expecting you to. I'm not expecting you to trust me. I'm expecting you to do this on your own and just understand how it works.
What experiment did they do, by the way?
What's up?
Okay, let's hold on. Let's hold off because Nancy's talking about experiments. What is a scientific experiment?
Are you asking me to describe it or what my one that I'm saying is?
What is a scientific experiment? Just a scientific experiment, not any specific one. What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
The parts or the steps?
The steps. You're a clown fuck. Three constituent parts of a scientific experiment. There are no fucking steps.
You do hypothesis and then you test it. That's the steps. I'm saying, but if you want parts, you have an independent variable, a dependent variable, and you have a control.
One control?
You have control. You have a base control.
What?
You can control multiple variables if you do multivariable, but that's a different thing.
Really? Multivariables? Which variable?
Multiple independent variables. You do one dependent variable.
You don't get independent variables. Multiple ones, really?
You can test multiple ones as long as you control them separately.
You're a clown. You're exposed.
You know what a control does, right?
Yeah,
you can control them separately.
You said multiple independent variables, right?
With separate controls, so you know which one does what.
Independent variables in an experiment. Is that what you said? I thought I heard you say that.
You can have an experiment that tests multiple things. You know that, correct?
No. You said you can have multiple independent variables
with multiple controls. Yes.
No, sir. Not multiple controls. You said multiple independent variables in a single
with multiple controls.
Oh my God! You fucking I'm muting you. You're done.
You're too scared.
Fuck off. You're a liar. That's it for that. Let's just kill him quick. Copy. Say goodnight, sunshine. From the University of Texas, there can only be one independent variable and one dependent variable in an experiment. Everything else that can impact the experiment must be kept constant or controlled. These are known as controls. You're done. You'd fail 5th grade general science. Thanks.
Hey, put a slim in a plate, foot in the cat. Hit it with general science and shit, homie. All confused. Like, what are those big words? Independent.
What's up, QE?
What's up? It looks like that the Windows update messed with my settings. I just fixed them. How's everything going now?
You sound much better now. More clear.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
It could have been, you know how Windows updates go? That little son of a bitch changed my settings again. But
that Bill Gates, that bastard Bill Gates.
It does it every single time. I should have known better. I should just check the settings as soon as it happens.
You should be using open source Linux, you silly boy.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Who is texting me? Was here.
G'day, mates.
Hey, what's up, Mimas?
Not much. Been playing with my daughter, trying to pass the Saturday.
You think I'm scared of you, Gabe? You fucking idiot. Whatever helps you
Stop
sleep.
swearing. Stop swearing. We have children in the room.
Yeah, Nancy. You think I'm actually scared of you, you dipshit?
Stop swearing. We have children in the room.
Finally.
I'll tell you what. Yeah.
Is Super the one talking that said to stop swearing?
Nancy, you just got your ass handed to you.
Where is
Yeah,
was that
it's 12 minutes after the hour.
Who's the mod who just DM'd me apologizing for the other mods being dumb? I didn't say it. He did. Don't get mad at me.
I just DM'd you, and it's not for being dumb by any means. I just let you know that we're not all that jaded.
He's not here to talk to anymore. Sorry.
Well, never mind.
Yeah.
I was really concerned.
Who
to
you
see what's
calling?
gonna show me
Who you
Sunday.
calling jaded?
Kiwi was quivering. Kidding.
I was shaking uncontrollably. I had to get the strength.
Nancy was a threat to the flat Earth community.
I do agree. It is really rough to hear the exact same, version of the same thing over and over and over. And it's at the same time, I definitely also understand how much easier it is to catch flies with honey. It's a balance, I think.
You can't fix stupid.
Well, and he wouldn't just let go of trying to use the sun. The sun has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I'm not in the business of catching flies. I'm in the business of exposing people that are acting pretender clowns. You need to make that judgment on who you're dealing with, which you obviously haven't.
Yeah, I'm firmly in the let them burn boat.
So know your target audience. If he's coming in there asking legitimate questions, making legitimate points, yes. But if you get some lunatic like this idiot that is using ambiguous terms like, but with the maths, that's all he kept saying. The maths. I didn't see any particular what maths. Differential geometry. Which ones you talking about? Right? And then going to the sun, all his incoherent points. He doesn't know what science is. You have to know your target audience. He wasn't in here asking questions. He was pushing his religion. That's why I stomped his ass.
Yeah,
you get it now?
At the end of the day, he hasn't been to the sun, so he doesn't know.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the flaw. Who was that? Who made the comment about catching sweetness?
That wasn't me. I hate these people. I wouldn't care.
Oh yeah, I know that. I was wondering who said that before.
I think that was the libido guy.
That was
Yeah, what's the question?
Globe virus.
Globe virus fault? No, you said that. Well, sometimes you can catch them with honey. I agree with that. You just have to assess your target audience or the target person, right?
Yeah.
Was it legitimate in your eyes?
I agree with that.
The only time
it was white lightning.
The only time I'm patient with people is when I feel like playing with my food. That's it.
The only time you what?
Oh, you ruined the joke.
That's kind of gross, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Don't play with your food.
Well, it gets boring sometimes cornering someone the same way every single time, and they never can answer, and they always try and lie and weasel their way out. So.
Yeah, I hear you. Definitely.
But at the end of the day, they should do it earlier in the day when everyone's more patient, right? But they want to come in here in the evening after
their
they're dealing
fault,
with it
right?
all day. Yeah. They
should know, obviously.
It's like if you're going to go speeding, you go speeding early in the day before the cops have been told off by 10 people. Because at the end of the day, they just want to get home. They're going to ticket you.
Globetards need to up your game, man, because this is getting weak. I'm serious. It's a pure belly laughers. I can say that. I can stereotype it generally. It's a belly laughing out here. I can go to sleep and defeat your horse shit. You're like, your arguments are no better than what a clumsy child could offer. They're always incoherent, ADHD, friggin' hammering on it, jumping around from incoherent point to incoherent point, never really claiming anything. And then all of a sudden it's maths or something. Or gravity. That's all you got.
I'm not sure if it's more boring or frustrating at this point. But yeah, when they come in, just start math.
So since we know that's how it's going to be, what do we do about that?
Expose them quicker the better, so we can move on to expose more.
Cut off the head right at the beginning.
Yeah, you don't want to play with people.
Well, that's arguable.
Well, I do sometimes.
I was going to say. It's half the fun.
Yeah. Crypto, you gonna moderate the next debate? You thought you got out of it, huh? I can tell.
When is your debate, QE? I saw that it fell through the other night.
It was last night. It fell through. It came in, and then it fell through. It didn't fall through.
Yeah. Or they were having technical problems, right? Like very convenient technical problems.
Yeah, that inconvenient. Well, like I said, we can't imply that, but it was kind of funny once we reached the crescendo, getting ready to get down to business.
I can.
Bye-bye. Funny that.
That long pause. The long silence.
That was a long silence, wasn't it?
I was like, what the fuck?
The silence is still continuing, by the way.
Now this guy wants to be my friend. Are you high? We got Stockholm syndrome going on.
Going back to his abuser.
Sounds exactly like what happens with the people that we see, the sheep on the government. So 95% of everybody.
So I just watched a little debate on Conspiracy Cats. Agree and disagree. Conspiracy Cats. Do you think we forgot about you not knowing what the second law of thermodynamics is and calling looming a mirage? You think we all forgot about that? I'm going to be reminding everybody. I don't even know why you're out here. A debate with Ranty, who can't tie his shoes without a fleet of slobber nurses, pushing that stupid picture that he's got. And all your reification I can't stop counting all the reification fallacies with your proofs. I mean, an incoherent second grader can destroy your whole argument in less than 15 seconds. What's up with that? That's what I'm talking about. These baltards are idiots. Morons. I'm serious. How the hell are you doing trigonometry? How are you getting angular sizes off of paper? So you do the angular size off of paper, and then you superimpose your trig off the paper onto reality. Do you know what that is? It's called a reification fallacy, confusing a model with reality. It's textbook. That's the entire basis of your whole bullshit argument. It's over right there. I could stop. I could kick my feet up and start laughing at you. You can't get actual angular size measurements. Well, you could of the tower, and boy, I'd like to see that one compared to your paper one, but you can't get the other one. You can't compare the other one to anything because you can't see the entire mountain. How you getting an actual, you wouldn't do it anyway, so I don't even know why I'm asking. then he portrays it. He thinks he's clever or something. He's like Mr. Magoo clever. He says, I'm going to do Flat Earth a favor in the beginning, right? And his favor is to make his little model flat. Why? Because he needs a flat base to do his trick. That's the only reason. You ain't doing us any favors. You're doing yourself a favor because you can't do the trig unless you have a flat base. This is what I'm talking about. This is like, what are you in second grade? And then all the people that you've Jedi mind tricked, how'd you do that? They got to be dumb as fuck to begin with. Somebody go get that dumb fuck Ranty or Conspiracy Cats and bring him over here. My wolf pups are hungry. And that idiot fucking Roofy. You want to talk about a retard? Listen, they're already numptified. I already numpty clipped them. I don't even know why they're even out here. I guess whistling past the graveyard has become their mantras. I'm done. Rant over.
I think just what amazes me the most is the fact that they then look at us and think that we're the ones who aren't. Everything that we just said, they claim we're the problem. How can you objectively look at that and not see the obvious? I mean, it has to be just pure indoctrination and brainwashing. It's the only thing I can come up with.
Pure stupidity.
Yeah, that dude, definitely.
They're really stupid. See, I knew their game from the beginning, right? Because the only card that they have to play, if you don't have somebody like me around exposing all their fallacious reasoning with their stupid photo, the only thing that they're going to say is, you don't understand trig. Oh, so you deny trig. Oh, you don't understand trig, you deny trig. That's the only thing they got. That's all they got. With somebody that can reason, they're finished within the first 5 seconds. 10 seconds, 15 with interruptions. Unbelievable. Oh, Mr. Ranty. He says that he's wrote the book on flat earth optics. Can you believe that shit? What, you got delusion disorder? Mr.
Yeah, obviously.
Optics. Bring your dumb ass in here, Mr. Optics. I bet you can't even define the fucking term. And once you do define it, it's all downhill after that. Let me assure you. Fucking idiot. I don't know. The delusions of Grant. There's a delusion disorder. It's ICD-10 F22 code. Rumpus has it. It's grandiose delusion disorder. Look it up. He's a textbook example of it. I guess Ranty's another one. Come on in here. Water's warm. Somebody go get them fuckwits. We'll have some fun.
As far as Witsit performance goes, I mean, I feel like, critiquing him, I don't see much he could have really done better. I mean, he just laid it out there pretty straightforward. And I mean, what if anything could have been done better?
I didn't watch the whole thing, man. I listened to a couple words and took off.
I thought it was spot on.
Ranty said something really fucking stupid, and I can't take that shit. That happened before, too, with Brian's debate with him. I think within the first couple minutes, he said, the observer's height is a red herring fallacy. Clip! Turned it right off. I don't need to hear anymore. That's it. You're a dumb fuck. Yeah.
Any ballers got any questions?
Go ahead. You got a couple minutes, ballers. I'm going to step away from the mic. You're good to go. All clear.
Bum rush, go.
Hi, I'm Godzilla Destroyo.
How's it going?
Doing quite well. Yourself?
Excellent.
Good to hear.
Baller or flat earther?
I'm not totally convinced, but right now I'm leaning on the side of flat.
Very nice. Any questions or any specific comments?
No, I got rid of all of my social media about 2 years ago.
Good move.
And I had a flat earth Instagram account, and Instagram took it down, unfortunately.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy that big tech will control it. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
How about you? I know I'm new here, so is there anything I can do or say? Or
We're here to help you if you have any thoughts. I mean,
no, I do have. So I was wondering. I was talking to Creation a moment ago. I asked him where I can put the memes that I have still from them. So I have them saved on my phone still. I was wondering if there was anywhere I can put them.
I guess you have to talk to a mod on that one. I don't know enough about that technical side.
Fair enough. All right.
Any mods able to answer that?
Why don't you DM me a couple of them and let's check them out, and then maybe if people like them or they're not anything strange, we might be able to hook you up with an image and link roll.
Right on. Yeah, that works for me. I'll pass them over your way in a minute or two.
Yeah, no problem.
I know this isn't completely on topic. If you guys like jazz, there's this really cool jazz group called Flat Earth Society. Especially their album Untitled Number Zero. It's an amazing album. That's actually how I got into Flat Earth. I saw the name of the band. They're not about Flat Earth, it's just jazz, but the name got me thinking about it. After I was already in the middle of questioning my schooling, and just because their teachers although they are professionals, they aren't always right about many topics. Information's always changing, and I was like, I want to do better and do what I need to do to continue my quest of seeking knowledge, and here I am.
Very nice.
What got you into the flat Earth?
Me personally, I ended up coming across because, of course, like most people, after you figure out that the government lies to you about every single thing that could possibly be lied to you about, you end up looking for, all right, well, what else might be being lied to? Because, I mean, usually you don't just jump right into flat Earth for most people. So
Yeah,
after,
sure.
just kind of checking out other ones that I found, okay, that seems to be very logical. And then I came across the flat Earth one, and probably like most people, I ended up thinking to myself, there's absolutely no possible way. Like, clearly it's got to be a globe. And then after you try to, a couple of times of debunking, and you just like, okay, well, maybe there's a chance. And then you just keep going. And eventually you exhaust all the possibilities, and it's the only one left. That's what did it for me.
Yeah.
I'd say my main initial argument, like when I was younger, that kind of at least started me thinking in that direction in the first place, that I would even consider possibly looking at it, was just the simple concept of rockets in space. How that's obviously not possible in a vacuum. Like, I mean, if you just logically think about it, it wouldn't make sense.
And the fact that if we have even sent rockets up into space, why can't we do it now? Why can't we get back to the moon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because there is no vacuum of space. That's why.
Yeah.
Yep.
They didn't do it the first time because standing second law of thermodynamics violation. It's over. second grader can. Yeah, a second grader can defeat the whole heliocentric model. Reification fallacy. It's over.
For sure.
I just checked out that Flat Earth Society band. That's pretty darn good. I like it. Thanks for the recommendation there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some of my favorite music. Like, you can't go wrong with experimental jazz, and I think.
Exactly.
I think that's kind of why I recommended it, because you kind of have to appreciate the experimental side of things to get to this point. At least for me, I that's the case.
Yep.
Did you say experiment?
Experimental, like experimental music.
Do you have an independent variable for that jazz?
What would you say for you is one of the best proofs of the flat Earth?
I mean, perspective. Look, if you get in an airplane and you fly, you can see only as far as your eyes can see. You're not seeing any curvature.
True.
It took me a bit to even get to the point where I could even begin to question that. But once I started thinking about things, I mean, yeah, it made me really start questioning everything.
Are you also into other conspiracy theories, or just?
Yeah,
I mean, of course, I wouldn't call this actual conspiracy theory, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, like chemtrails is a big one. GMOs. I feel like GMOs are an iffy one. I don't know. I'm not too experienced in that topic, but that one seems a little bit funky to me. Diet and nutrition's extremely important. I just haven't explored that much yet.
Yeah, it's definitely been completely confounded by the government.
I can point to the obvious one, like Bush. 9/11 obviously makes it extremely weird to trust the jet fuel actually melting the beams.
Yeah, for myself personally, I mean, there's literally nothing. I actually challenged someone once that, hey, if you can just name any noun whatsoever, just give me a noun off the top of your head, and I guarantee you I can show you that there's a conspiracy related to it. And sure enough, that's exactly how it went. There's just nothing that the government doesn't try to control in one way or the other to get a leg up.
They really are. It's really crazy that they try to pull the wool over our eyes. But there will always be people who are willing to question things, and we will get to the truth.
Beautifully, yep. Until pretty soon they start labeling us all terrorists, the critical thinkers, and then lock us away or kill us. Yeah, other than that, hopefully there's nothing.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't get to that point. I mean, ideally.
Exactly. That's why we're here. Hopefully stop that one way or the other.
It's sad that so many people view us as conspiracy theorists when all we want to do is find the truth.
It's honestly that straightforward. Yep. So what would you say then, if there was any one thing, one topic, or specific point about the flat Earth versus globe Earth that you still feel like, all right, well, I might have a questionable, take on that, or I'm just not 100% sure about that we might be able to shore up? Or do you feel like it's completely one-sided?
I don't have like anything that comes to mind at the moment. I'm still in middle of my journey, and
gotcha.
There's still more that I need to explore on what people say is the reasoning for the Earth being a globe that I haven't had the time to fully flesh out my understanding of. So I'm not willing to commit to flatness, or I know people jokingly say the Earth is a donut when people bring up flat Earth Society stuff.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not that, but I feel like there's more to everything than what I know. I'll never be completely sure on anything because there's always new information coming out. But if I had to choose right now between Earth being round and Earth being flat, I'm pretty solid on it being flat.
Excellent. That level of intellectual honesty is hard to find. Anybody else have any questions or comments or anything?
I am gonna get off right now. I have some plans for that gonna take place in the next 15 minutes. So
Right
thank
on,
you.
man.
Thank you
Nice.
for letting me
Yeah.
join.
Just want to say thank you, Godzilla. I know we spent quite a bit of time in the VC check-in, but I'm glad to hear you made it down to the live stream. You seem like a nice kid, man.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that I've been able to talk to you guys. And if I have any questions or further comments, I'll let you guys know.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Sure.
Have a nice day.
You too.
I've enjoyed myself. Adios.
Another one. So let's just run through the through the list. Antiquity. Do you want to say hello? Or maybe Got Meth wants another crack.
Didn't.
Thank you.
Powering on. Mic on.
Hey, QE, you there?
Hello?
Maybe, maybe not.
Hey, Global Virus, if you want to ask questions to anyone, maybe try Semi So Free. He sat in the server for a little while. He was giving colour commentary on bullshit earlier on, so maybe he could answer some questions now.
Who is it?
That Semi So Free. Yeah, he's a VC verified.
It's up from the bottom.
Oh, there.
Yeah, I muted him a little while ago because he was just coming out with comments when QE was talking. Yeah, you know, nothing worth listening to. But he's surely got some questions about the flat Earth, I would think.
I think I remember talking to him earlier. Maybe not. Maybe it was a different person. Yeah, do you got any questions? Comments? Concerns? Anything? Bueller? Thank you.
Yeah, I guess when QE shows up, the bullshitters crawl back into the cracks.
Yeah, no shit. Exactly. All right. Well, I guess this applies to anybody, but particularly for those who've been around the community for a while. What would you guys say? I asked this question a while ago, but I'm not sure. It seems like we probably have all new people here. What would you guys say is, out of all the arguments or points or whatever you want to call it that we have for flat Earth, what's the one that by far is, or I mean, just even slightly, is the weakest point that we have so far? The one that we could shore up somehow a little bit better, make a little bit more concrete. Or have we just got it all completely nailed down 100%? Game over.
Well, I don't know. Just throwing something out there, but like just trying to stick to things in the sky, right? Being like, oh, eclipses, or, we really should just try and stay to here on Earth.
I definitely agree. I do that all the time. I mean, it's so easy to get sucked in and not even just go with it,
Yeah, I mean, they do a good job of dragging us out into the weeds. I mean, they scattergun and gish gallop, and we end up following them way out into the weeds. Now we're talking SS in space and all this crazy stuff, and we don't have to do that.
Definitely.
That is a good question, though. It's like getting us to think about like our weakest position, and that way we can tie up some loose ends or whatever.
No, don't worry about that. Go after the strengths. You have 3 arguments out of 5, your choice of 5, that you have to master. 1, you have to master the second law of thermodynamics as it relates to the vacuum of space and gas pressure. Number 2, black swan. You have to master it. Ins and outs, everything. Those 2 arguments to master would take, the second law would take a good 2 weeks, I would say, if you're completely novice to the second law. 2 weeks of, come back the next day, hit it again. Come back the next day, hit it again for a couple hours. Come back the next day. Black swan, it's a day, perhaps, and then your choice of either the semicircular canals and the vestibular apparatus, the inertial frame, moon and star rotation, or complete lack of Earth-based Coriolis effect. For me, to make it easy, the strongest ones, the three top arguments, it's not even close. Two-lot, Black Swan, and inertial frame, moon and star rotation. It's over. There's nothing they can do.
What was the first one you said?
Second law of thermodynamics, two-lot.
Oh, okay, two law. Gotcha.
I call it two. Did I call it two-lot?
I like it.
Yeah, I did. Sometimes I do that. You have to. Thanks for calling me on it.
So just a quick question, QE. I thought I made a list of this before. Did you bump the gas pressure without a container out of the top 5?
No, fuck no. That's the one. Gas pressure without a container. That's the second one.
Right.
Yeah. So only 3 arguments that you need to master, right? Instead of, playing tiddlywinks and grab ass with your boyfriends and talking about your feelings, go ahead and master those 3 arguments. They're easy to master. Right? That's all you got to do when they gish gallop. Get right back to the point. So, two-lot takes care of vacuum. I'm sorry, I did it again. Second law of thermodynamics takes care of the vacuum of space. The whole heliocentric model implodes. Then it's all gravy after that. Black Swan, there's nothing you can do about it. And inertial frame, moon and star rotation. Do you guys know what I'm talking about when I say that?
Could you touch on?
Where's Lunatic been? It's his video.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about now? Let me post it in here.
Yep.
It takes a little bit because it's really big. So let me get it.
Yeah, he's got the drone, and then there's the stars and the sun.
That is a really good video.
Well, it's over. Oh, I put it in cognitive dissonance. Son of a.
Do we have to use those top 3, or can we think for ourselves and make different ones?
I wouldn't. Why think for yourselves when the work's already done for you? You got something better, vacuum of space, than second law of thermodynamics violation?
I don't know. I just kind of like to think about things.
You don't. I've ironed them out for you. I've done all the legwork. I've done all the background. There's no better arguments than those 3. None. You could get into the Coriolis effect. I would suggest otherwise. Because most people don't know what the hell they're talking about, even experts on the topic. So I would stay away from it. So you kill the whole vacuum of space. You kill the whole heliocentric religion, with one fell swoop with the second law. Black Swan, it's... I don't know, dudes. The only thing they got is bendy crane refraction. That doesn't. What's that gonna do? And the moon and star inertial reference frame. It's just a short video. These 3 arguments can be put together and put down to anyone. I don't care who they are. If they're the chief pseudoscientists of the world, they will not be able to overcome those 3 arguments. They can't. It's impossible. Here it comes. Give us a couple seconds. Jeez, oh man, this thing's so long. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Give it to me, darling. There she is. What's this? 25 seconds? 18 seconds, and it's over. You got better arguments than those 3. Please, floor's yours.
So what is happening in that video, if you could explain?
Yes. What Lunatic did was grab a drone and rise it up, keep it stationary, and good thing you had a cloudless night here. He pointed it at the moon and just left the drone stationary in the inertial reference frame. If the Earth was causing star and moon rotation, guess what would happen? They wouldn't move, the moon and the stars. But they do move. Game over. In fact, this one collapses the whole thing by itself. The whole heliocentric religion right there. It collapses rotation, but it's got deeper ramifications. Any questions on that? Do you understand? I know it's so simple. You're like, wait a second, that's too fucking easy. No, that's the point.
It's a lot like that drawing you had of the two people looking at each other when they walk away. It's just almost too simple.
Exactly. You got it. Easy. It's simple elegance. It's so easy. That's how easy it is to destroy this monkey shit. It is that easy. I would use that argument. I should use it because it really makes a mockery of the idiots. Let me go grab that one. That's too fun. I wonder where I put that. From Sasha, he gave it to me, fixed up my drawing. There it is. Shut up. I already fed you. Get on.
There it is.
Yeah, you can't have two people live on a globe. In reality.
Wait, what?
You can't have two people at a distance live on a globe Earth because of this problem right here at 57 minutes after the hour.
Sounds weird, but it's honestly true.
Does that show?
Yep.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones.
What is that show exactly?
Well, you have Bob and Alice here. Bob, their distance is 40 miles. It doesn't really matter. It could be 5 miles or 2 miles. Conceptually, what the Baltards say that each person is standing on top of the globe. No, that's fucking bullshit. No, not everyone is standing atop the globe because there's other people standing in other places. So that conceptual fairy tale goes out the window. So you got Bob is looking at Alice, and Alice is looking at Bob. According to the fairy tale globe religion, every point along a tangent from your feet drops, vertical drops away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. Well, that's impossible between Alice and Bob because between them there'd be an abyss. Follow?
Yeah, that one's so perfect to understand. I love it.
Isn't it? It's fucking nice and easy, man. It's over right there. What? I'll be back.
It's like, why didn't we think of any of this stuff sooner?
Right.
Like, the whole globe model is just
Hey, Global, you there?
forward because no one's really thinking about it.
Yeah.
I made it back. How you doing?
That's awesome. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, not taking things personally. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had to make another account. So if he bans me again, I'll just do the same. So hopefully he just doesn't make it simpler for all of us. But
So,
yeah.
What? So, do you have any particular questions or thoughts or anything?
What's up, Gabe?
Hey, what's up? How you doing? Long time no see. Can y'all hear? I can't hear him. I don't know if he's talking or not.
Yeah, I think something's wrong with your audio there, Battlemon.
I didn't fucking say nothing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thing was lighting up. Huh?
Yeah. So is there like I think I asked this earlier, but I was a little confused. Is there then like a general model or no, not really? Just kind of don't think it's
No.
round, but don't know what it is.
No, models are reification fallacies, so we don't have a model.
No.
It's about testing
No,
the
that
great
doesn't
model
describe it properly.
That's really the
Flat
issue.
Earth's an observation. Flat Earth is an observation. When you go outside every day, you observe a flat local Earth. The way you described it, that doesn't describe it accurately at all. Just don't know what it is. No, we observe a flat local Earth.
No, I meant like as far as like what we see when we look up and things. And like the edge and like if it's flat, like what's on the bottom and like what's around it and like that kind of thing.
Bottom of what? We're not a disc floating in space. That type of thing. So we're not the Flat
What
Earth
is it then?
Society. Maybe the floor of the universe. That's speculation. Possibly infinite, but you need an infinity to prove an infinite plane now, wouldn't you? So that's all speculation.
Couldn't be an infinite plane. Infinite doesn't exist in reality or mathematics. And number two, you have to have a container.
Right.
Got to be a container somewhere.
So there
Either
isn't
call it a
necessarily like
dome. It's got to be
but there's not
a
like
barrier.
No.
Got to be. Physical barrier. Got to be. Or you're going to be in violation of the second law. That's the least of your problems.
and just no like gravity then.
Say again? Oh, Gabe's, you're back.
Hi.
Gravity. We don't have to get into I can give you all the gravity you want. I can give you Newtonian gravity at 1 billion times force. You can have it all. Then I can give you Einstein's bendy space-time. I can times that by 1 billion. It's not going to affect the entropy of gases 1 iota.
Oh wait, so you do think there's gravity, just not that it affects gases?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, well, I'm just asking.
Nope. Gravity
So
definitely.
no gravity?
Gravity definitely doesn't exist. But even if it did, you'd still have no chance.
I'm just a little curious then. What do y'all think about like waves and stuff then? Like what causes that?
Who cares? We're back. We're on the second law of thermodynamics, the fairy tale vacuum of space. It's over. No one can prove what causes waves. So who cares?
Yeah, that would just be pure speculation, kind of like the sun.
Yep. They can't even prove that.
But isn't it a little different because they're like here and we like it's like
No, you're not the only
pretty heavy liquid moving a lot.
Show gas pressure without a container, or you have no argument.
Gas pressure without a container?
Yep.
Well, that's a thing. That's just because it's by gravity, and then if y'all don't
Nope.
think gravity is a thing, then that's different.
Listen to my last statements. So we have gravity. Gravity has a single vector towards the center of mass, correct?
For each like object, yeah.
Yep. So if that were true, it would never rain.
Why is that?
Because of evaporation. What's the first step in evaporation?
You mean it's just like the water heating up, or it actually turning to vapor, or like the rising, or
Water turns into a gas.
Yeah.
You already said there's a single vector towards the center mass of the Earth. Where does the gas molecules go?
up?
Yep. Over.
But that's because they're less dense than.
I'm sorry. Yeah, had nothing to do with gravity, so your whole story goes down the tubes.
But gravity has to do with mass and density.
But gravity, okay, you're going to play this gravity nonsense. Which gravity are you talking about?
F equals ma type gravity.
F
just a
equals ma
force.
is not gravity, and F equal ma is.
I know. I'm just describing how to use it.
No, F equal ma is.
Oh, wait, F equals
false.
ma is false.
Yes.
Why is that?
Why? Because quantum mechanics dealt it a death blow.
How is that?
How's that? Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, you might as well get into the live stream voice text lobby for the citation, Gabe.
I'm in there.
We like to back what we say with citation. I just make assertions that are blind and unfounded.
Please hold on 1 second, man. I have a little computer issue.
All right.
I'll be with you in a second. Let's just take all of Newtonian laws and ditch them. You know that they were all replaced by Einstein. Did you know that? We'll get to that in a second.
I learned something new.
What's that?
About the globe when I was watching that Conspiracy Cats. I learned that temperature is a shape.
All right, let's do it. Both. You in the live stream?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, we'll do both. Yep. I'll just take all of them and then get to F equal ma. From Richard Feynman, lecture on quantum electrodynamics, the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then the behavior of light, and then the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right.
Yeah, that's because when it applies to light, that's different.
No, it doesn't apply to light. You can't fucking read.
Well, that was just going off what you said. I wasn't looking.
Yeah. Then in the behavior of light, then in the behavior of matter. See it? You can't read. So let me take F equal ma as I'll just take the other one to the woodshed quick. Feynman lectures. Even though the law F equal ma is false. End of story. That was easy.
But how are they not right?
How are they not right? Because...
Like, do you understand how they're not right?
Yeah, I do. Yep. Number one, they're not right because you can't define M, number one. So in every equation, each variable has to be defined precisely. You can't define M. Number two, F equals ma. Yeah, I'm getting there. The simple double slit experiment exposes all these laws as bullshit.
Oh, yeah, I know the double slit experiment.
Yeah. So even though the law of ma is false and all the derivations of Newton were wrong for the conservation of momentum and quantum mechanics, nevertheless, in the end, that particular law maintains itself. Yeah, that law, the conservation of momentum, not F equal ma.
So you think conservation of momentum is a thing?
No, I said F equal ma is false.
Oh.
Law, conservation of momentum holds. Conservation.
So what's the law of conservation of momentum, though?
Which one?
Does wrong mean fake?
Why are you asking all these questions when you can't get around the second law of thermodynamics?
Because you can't say...
Well, wait a second. We were on gravity. So number one, F equal ma is not the friggin' law of gravity. Which gravity are you talking about?
I'm going with that. I was just saying, I was asking what you thought conservation of momentum was, because it has M in all the equations I've seen. And you said you can't go off of
Conservation of momentum? Really? Which one?
Here, let me just Google.
Which one? I know you're a pretender clown because you're not telling me which law of momentum, conservation of momentum. Do you know the conservation laws?
Just the general most common which you mean just like as far as...
Clowning. You got linear momentum and angular momentum. Underneath
that's what you meant. Yeah, I meant linear.
You're going to overtalk me, aren't you?
Oh, I did.
The dumbest person in the room is going to overtalk me. You're going to go on mute here in another second. I don't appreciate that. We all know you're a pretender clown. You're not going to talk your way out of it. You've already been compromised. How many different ways you want me to compromise you?
I don't want to talk over you. I don't know when I can talk. That's why.
Yeah. You're gish galloping me. F equal ma. You're bullshit. You don't even know which gravity you're talking. Let's get back to gravity. Which gravity are you talking about when you say gravity?
Wait, no, hang on. I was going on the momentum and both.
No, yeah, after you gish gallop 3 times. Yeah, we're back to gravity. We'll get to momentum, which you don't know anyway.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So which gravity are you talking about?
Just the one that assumes that there's about 9.8 meters per second acceleration down.
9.8. Oh, really? Then 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration of helium balloons. Up.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
That's because density is better than gravity.
I don't care about density. Density is not part of your argument, son. It's gravity.
Density has to do with mass.
Oh my!
It has to do so much with gravity.
Define mass.
Mass?
Yep.
The amount of matter in an object.
Wrong.
What do you define it as then?
Yeah. You're compromised again. It's going to be happening the whole night with you. I can tell. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to...
Well, we can cherry pick it.
I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 12 minutes after the hour. He said the amount of matter in something is mass. From the Royal Society of Chemistry. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance, that's the amount of matter, is often incorrectly identified with mass. Uh-oh.
That's one source.
One source. Yeah, the Royal Society of Chemistry source. Let's go with another source. How many sources do we need to compromise your dumbass?
Well, just Google mass.
Give me a list. Google, that's what you are, Google scientist. From Edwin Taylor and John Wheeler from Princeton, nature does not, this is 1992, by the way, this is some old shit. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter, like you said. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, which you said, that number would not equal mass. You're fucking done. Over. You were over with the first one.
Can I talk?
Can you? What are you going to say?
I Googled it. I Googled it. It said property of physical body and the measure of its resistance to acceleration.
That's inertia.
That's, yeah.
You're done.
Well, you said Google it. I just figured
inertia depends on mass. I just Googled it. Mass is the measure of the amount of matter in an object, and inertia depends on mass.
Yeah, that's right. That's a circle begging the question fallacy jerk all around. Your first definition was crushed right here by the Royal Society of Chemistry. You're not getting any higher than that, son.
It's one source saying that it might not.
Yeah, one source that is the arbiter of what fucking mass is. Do you know the Royal Society of Chemistry is, son?
No.
You think this is the National Enquirer or something here?
Can I ask a question? Well, if National is so trustworthy, why don't you trust NASA? Like, that's a big source. There's tens of thousands of people.
Why don't we do what?
They're not academic
you know what the second, hold on a second. We're going to get back because he doesn't even know what fucking mass is, let alone what gravity is. What is the second law of thermodynamics, Mr. Questions? Give it to us in equation form and a brief explanation.
Second law of thermodynamics?
Betcha. I want the equation.
I don't remember off the top of my head. The equation.
I want the equation. Yeah. It destroys your whole heliocentric Baltard religion. I need the equation. Then you're going to have to explain each variable rigorously, by the way. And then I want a brief description of what the second law is. Please, floor is yours.
Let's see. Second law of thermodynamics. Oh, you're talking about entropy?
Oh, boy.
Could you just give me the equation? Because I've said equations for things, and you said they're wrong. So if you could just give me the equation you want me to explain.
The equations to me, and I didn't say they were wrong. I showed and demonstrated how they were wrong.
Okay, same. But could you just tell me the equation you want me to explain?
Oh, no. We want your knowledge of it.
So let's see. Second law of thermodynamics. Let's see. Which one do you want? So you're not talking about You're talking about the energy one or one of the entropy ones? What was that?
I'm not answering the question for you.
You don't want me to explain it or what?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh my God! Does he have to repeat himself?
I'm just asking what you want me to explain, and you won't say it. That's kind of childish.
Kind of childish. You think you can weasel your way out of this, son? You're already exposed like 6 times over. How many more times you want me to do it?
Could you answer this simple question?
Could my answer? You answer my fucking question.
I don't know what your question is. You won't tell me what equation you want me to explain.
Oh, fuck.
Give him a link to the live stream. Here, I'll give you a link to the live stream. You can go back and re-listen to it.
Yeah, he's done. I'm tired of playing his fucking game.
Well, he created an alt to avoid a ban. That's an automatic ban anyway, so, you know. It's all good.
You are a clown. A clown. Stop PMing me. You're exposed. I'm going to block your dumbass. You're an idiot. Dunning-Kruger, Pretender Clown, 1 each. Stop typing. I blocked you. It was fun.
It depends on who you ask.
Notice, everyone, the Pretender Clown retard tactic is to go off and gish gallop on many different topics. Now, I entertained it just for a point so I can expose them at each step. But don't let them do that. If you're on one point, stay on one point. Bring them all the way back.
Yeah, because or else they just, like you said, just go on to other topics and then try to lose the point that we're trying to make.
Exactly. Yes.
Gabe, don't waste your time. I don't read DMs, especially not from whiners. I'm really good at ignoring them direct message notifications when people get muted. Oh, years of practice, bro. That it's just crying. I've read a million. It's crying. I don't have to read it. I know what he's saying. I didn't do nothing, yo. You're scared. What are you, a coward? Something about valid points, and then the dude can't even pay attention and comprehend. What? If you can't pay attention in here, one could logically insert you didn't pay attention in school, so why waste our time? Right? And if that's the amount of effort you put into a thing, put more effort into walking my dog. Shit. Well, you got to make sure he doesn't eat cat poop on the sidewalk. He doesn't poop on the neighbor's yard. You know.
You live in the backwoods, though. That's for regular people.
I know. I like to take him in town, though. He kind of attracts hot chicks to talk to when they go to the park, you know. He's a champion breed. I'm single, so I have to go to the city and mingle. QE.
Oh, I got you. Yep.
Otherwise, I'm just some hick lonely in the woods, by God. Took him to the park the other day, man. He took some other dog's frisbee, man. And his dog, I thought it was going to be a fight, and the dog just looked at him like, oh, man. Laid down. I was like, give him his damn frisbee back.
Bro, I just got bit by a dog the other day. It was a pit bull, American pit bull. Right in the belly.
I don't recognize that name. That's not a registered name or bloodline. My dogs are bull terriers, and they're well trained. He wouldn't bite you.
Dude. This guy, these dogs just came out of nowhere, bro. Like, they just hopped the fence, and I saw, literally, like, I saw them when they hopped over. I didn't think they were gonna come at me, but then like like I started walking the other way, and once I saw the damn dogs were like almost near me, like trying to bite my ass, that's when I turned around and he bit my like stomach. I socked it in the face and then kicked it, and then I ran. Oh man, that was horrible.
There's no promoting of your server in the server. It's against the rules.
I'm sorry?
Gabe. It's Gabe's play.
What's the server name? Get compromised every other second?
Hey, Quantum. I seen your numpty clips. It's pretty hilarious, man. Yeah, man. Those are good.
This week's going to be pretty good, too. We got PhD, Tony Purcell. He's really going to screw the pooch. Wait till you hear this one. Along with Hillbilly Blue Balls, a redneck retard, but we don't really have to go over him. We know he's a numpty dipshit.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Then we got Stingray Dean. This is the older one, Stingray Dean and Latonia. I haven't heard from her in a while, so I think she's out of the mix. So they were talking about Nobel Peace Prizes in science. And equivocation. Wait till you hear this. And then we're going to finish up the week with Craig Fight the Fat Girth and him just pounding away at the C4 fire. He'll never recover. It's over for him. So whenever you see these people, you just point them to their numpty clip because that's their death sentence. They have no credibility left after. None. Now, this is very important. A lot of people just look superficially at these numpty clips. I'm telling you, they are the star of my channel. Now, after the flat Earth and the proofs of the Creator, they are the crown jewel, and I'll tell you why. It's not just poking fun at these guys. What you get is you're getting the current ball-tard arguments, right? And then you're getting how to systematically deconstruct each of those arguments. What else do you want? Now, do I take some liberties with my guests? Use a little artistic license? Yeah, it's my pieces of flair, right? But the point still remains. If you ain't watching the numpty clips and you're not sharing them, I would say that you're a damn terrorist sympathizer and you should be hung for fucking sedition on a yard arm.
Oh damn! I gotta share those clips more.
And by the way, that's what I told Ranty about 3.5 years ago. I told him straight up that somebody needs to find it because I told him right live on a show, on one of Nathan's shows, I said, you should be hung by a fucking yard arm. And that was 3.5 years ago. Huh?
Ranty?
How prophetic was that?
Yeah, Ranty, yeah. I don't, honestly, I don't know what happened, like I don't know. I don't know what's up with that guy.
I do. He saw dollar signs.
I do. He's retarded. That's what.
Nah, like I seen him. Yeah. Like I remember, going on a Flat Earth debate show. Just watching him with all you guys. Ranty. Even like, what's his name? Sleeping Warrior. And the others, and they're talking about like how like angular resolution and the Rayleigh criterion and measurements and all this like very like detailed stuff that Ranty was giving as well, and all of a sudden he just flips. It's like what?
You reminded me, Will.
What?
I'm tardy on my Patreon uploads. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's all good, man.
I want to ask you a question. How many of you actually know what a yard arm is? Please. I mean, just entertain me. Come on. He wants to learn from the yard arm. What is a yard arm? We got no semen on the poop deck? No semen on the poop deck?
Too funny, man.
It's part of a ship sail, pretty much. Far mast, for the sails.
They used
The
to
yard
hang
arm.
them back in the day.
Yeah.
All right, so I got to do that now. So you'll be able to get that one early. Will.
Awesome.
Yeah, I was gonna do it and I forgot. I got involved in this. That happens every time.
Yeah. It's a lot of things to do during our month,
Well,
week.
I'm usually hunting numpties, but this evening I decided to take a break for a little bit because I've been on it for a while.
Oh, bro. I have a lot of footage. Well, it's mostly I like to debate in Spanish a lot more.
Yeah, you told me that before.
Yeah, and I'm on there, just pummeling these globe heads because honestly, like, I see a lot like just speculation and what they believe, and it always goes back to the same thing, like they always say like the geometric horizon is 5 to like 6 miles or something like that, and that's why I guess light refracts what's behind it, showing it up front. But then yeah, and then they say after showing them the black swan and stuff, they start saying, oh no, the the horizon's being refracted to show up, and I'm just like, wait a minute, then how do you get measurements to the horizon to begin with, if it's refracted? And yeah, and it just goes to the same thing. They say that, oh well, we don't see it. Like, wait, then how do you get the measurements? And same thing for like gravity, Coriolis effect. Like we see it, but not really. It's all fallacious. Honestly, it's the same thing.
Yep. You know what? Yeah, exactly right, Will. You're exact. Yep. You can catch them in their doublespeak. It's real easy because their arguments don't transfer all that well to the next argument.
Right. Like they say, like, oh, it's proof, it's scientific proof, and I'm just like, all right, let's take it to the method, like let's go through it, and in the experiment part, they just fall, they just collapse, they don't have science, once they claim it.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for. You guys been getting the clue. I've been doing that for about 5 years now.
Yeah, I actually started. I caught you first on Nathan Oakley's channel in 2000, late 2016, early 2017.
Yeah,
around that time.
I can't even remember, dude.
That's around the time I saw you. I'm not sure if you're there before, but yeah.
Right around episode, I don't even, in 250s, 300, somewhere in that vicinity.
Yeah, because I remember seeing like one of the first episodes, like 300 or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I was around somewhere in there. I don't know what the first one was.
You know who pointed me the way towards Nathan Oakley's show would be Red Pill Philosophy.
Oh, right. Yep.
Yeah. He I saw one of his videos stating that Mick West had gotten like, destroyed, with his earth curve calculator and stuff. And I was like, what? And I went to go look at it. I was like, damn, they really hit him over the head.
Oh, Mick got destroyed right here on 24/7, by the way.
Was it with the light?
It's on my channel. Just go to the Toe Tag playlist. You'll see Mick West in there, and that's from here 24/7.
For sure, I'll check that out later.
Yeah, it's bad. It's worse than what Nathan did to him.
Is it with the same calculator thing he was saying, or
I can't remember what everything it was. You'd have to check it.
Okay.
So you know what I'm going to do, Will? I'm going to publish all 3 of this week so I don't forget. That's the easy way to do it. Cover my ass. Get out. Friggin' cat. High maintenance. That should be his name.
You have cats. I'm more of a dog person.
I'm a dog person too, but I have a cat, so yeah. I am a dog person though, all my life.
Even though I got bit by one, but yeah.
So you can train your cat to be like a dog, though.
Thanks, size guy. Did I get you right this time, or is this Laluka?
It's high as Kai.
Okay. Oh,
My dog fetches, or well, my cat fetches, and he knows tricks.
That's a wonderful story. Yeah.
Just had to share.
Let me get this. There he is. There we go. Number 3 in the pipeline. 10. Yep, that's it. I'm covered. What are you doing now? That's an easy way to end his charade. Chase him out and close the door. All right, you're all hooked up. Now, if you want to be a Patreon, you could get all these Numpty clips beforehand, just to let you know. And they're easy to find too. All you have to do is just go into Patreon. They're listed right in the post, man. They're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You just go right down. That's a shameless plug.
In a world
where shameless plugs are allowed.
Oh. Yo, what's that? Checked out your debate, man.
That's
what's it?
Yeah, dude.
What's it? What's up, man?
Good.
What's up, bro?
Hey, brother, did you check your Skype messages? I apologize to you. You asked me for the uncropped. I thought you said cropped. 2 hours later, I'm out there because I do my 3-mile run every day, right? I'm running and I get the chance to think, man. It's a good thinking time. And I said, why the fuck would it ask me for the uncropped or the crop photo? And I said, oh my God, did I misread that thing? I ran back. Sprinted back. And what you know, you asked me for the, I gave you the wrong one.
Wow.
So I'm sorry, brother. Sometimes I do that. It's just one of those things.
No, you're cool, man. You got it in time. You got it back in time because it got bumped back to 4:30. I just saw it. Yeah, you were 12 minutes on time, bro. It's no worries. You have my back.
Yeah, I did, man. I was kicking myself, right? I said, why the fuck would he ask me for the fucking uncropped photo or the crop photo? Sorry. And I couldn't believe it. I said, what the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, I just didn't want. I just went in there knowing I wasn't going to play their games. Like, I didn't come up with a presentation with calculations. It's like, dude, what, dude? What do I look like, bro? I was just like, I want to know: is the geometric horizon here? Is that what we're talking about?
Why should you be calculating anything? It's his proof.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Exactly.
And he went to 7/6R, dude, when I was pressing the
Dude.
trig on the Strawman Flat Earth model. Dude, he went to the 7/6R and then said I strawmanned him.
The
Dude.
Roofy did it, dude. Did you watch my video on it?
Yeah.
Roofy did it. He did it right on screen in front of everyone. What he did was say, in his reification fallacy model, he said, sphere Earth false, and then he put refraction 7/6R on there. What the fuck?
Crazy, bro.
No one said anything on there. What the fuck?
Dude, he tried to say, he even said it like again in his like little wrap up that I strawmanned him. So after pressing him about refraction, I then strawmanned him. Right? I'm like, he's like, this is gonna work bad for you anyway. I'm like, no, then you should have done it. I thought this was your whole point. Was this couldn't work on a flat Earth? It was gonna be so bad for me. Why didn't you do it? Why did you have to go to another person that did the calculations for you? And they did it according to a globe Earth, which is non sequitur to you saying this is how it would work on a flat Earth. Like, I didn't strawman you at all. You ran over there.
Yeah. And can you tell that bitch that was supposed to be the moderator? Can you bring her in here for us, please?
Seriously.
I got a couple questions, Mrs. Debate Expert. Can you bring her dumbass in here?
But yeah, what's up with that, bro? I mean, I kind of expected, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? And Conspiracy Cat stabbing you in the back on the way out. You little piece of shit.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear that?
Yeah, and he was just trying to get away with as much as he could the whole time. Yeah. Their super chats are like they think it's like this little protective area for gammas to run wild. Oh, I'm just reading the super chats. Like, oh, you're just going to read a bunch of like ad homs. Like, dude.
Yeah. That's just like modern day debate, the same damn thing, right? The same little game. And then Conspiracy Cats was doing his little smirks and his little additions on the end. Like, yeah, we'd really like to see flat Earth refraction calculator. Oh, really? Fucktard. Can you tell us what the second law of thermodynamics is? How about show us actual looming is and not call it a mirage, you fucking clown?
Yeah,
He's past the graveyard. I'm telling you. They already been numpty clipped. These guys, I don't know what they think they are. This is tantamount to the chairman of PETA being videotaped live clubbing baby seals with a nail spike Louisville slugger and then coming into work the next day and like pretending like nothing's happened. That's what they're doing.
Like, dude, it's so wild how they could like sit there and try and say, well, typical, the flat earther doesn't have calculations. It's like, dude, you're saying this wouldn't work on a flat earth. Okay, what makes you able to say this claim after supposedly looking into it for 5 years? Okay, so what is it that makes this impossible on a flat earth? Oh, well, here's perspective mapped out. Okay, did you account for refraction at all? No, that's what you're supposed to do. What? Like, so I guess their claim is implicitly that refraction wouldn't be able to make it happen. Then after all these weeks of you talking about it, me not even looking into the picture, me not listening to your presentation, but like skimmed through 2x for a second, like, how do you not have it where, oh, look, see, this is why, because even if I account for a fraction, we go to immediately invoking the R value?
They don't know. No. They don't know that their refraction has the R value. No, they don't. They pretend they don't.
But I sat there and said it right. Like, that says radius right there. It has it written out, bro. Like the assumed radius, dude. 7.
Yep. All right. I should have posted this to you. Whitson, I was really busy this morning. You caught me kind of off guard. Are my excuses helping?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wrote this up one day after I saw their photo. It's not that long. It may look long, but it's not. So let me just encapsulate it right here. So let me just go over this. The 3 blind mice, we got conspiracy cats, Roofy, the moron, and Mr. Flat Earth expert on optics, Ranty. The 3 blind mice belly laugher is vaporized in whole right at the start. Why? Because it's one huge reification fallacy. Allow me to explain. Number 1, he makes the baseline, that's conspiracy cat, straight and level. Why? He has no choice for his paper trig. He's got to do paper trig. He's not going to take any angular measurements, actual angular size measurements. No way. It's just a photo. You can't do it. The paper trig is mind-numbing on multiple levels. Here's the multiple levels. A, they only got one distance value for a mountain to attain an angular size of the mountain. You kind of need the angular measurement of the entire mountain, which has multiple distances, that is depth. B, there are no actual angle measurements, just paper heights and distances, so this belly laugher is calculated, not measured. C, the mother reification fallacy on nuclear steroids. These numpty dipshits calculate angular size from paper heights and distances. They never will have actual angles, like I said before, on graph paper. What is that? That's a mathematical model. Then they superimpose their calculations, their mathematical model, on reality. What is that? Textbook reification fallacy. There it is right there. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. All of the rest of their clumsily contrived, feebly executed, tear-jerking, belly laugher, black bull swan, that's what it is, spin, all of them spin off the mother reification fallacy. The C. The whole thing is fallacious right at its base. Roofy has four fallacies, logical fallacies, at the base of his initial argument. And then he greases the skids with something that doesn't exist in reality to confirm his reification fallacies. I'm serious. Go watch my presentation. I go systematically right down each one of them. That's it. There it is.
Nice, bro.
Yep.
I should have screenshotted this.
I apologize to you, dude. I was in another world. I didn't know you were debating him.
No, yeah, no big deal. Dude, I acted like I didn't even know until today. And then today's Shabbat, so I'm like chilling today. So I just chilled, you know. I don't know. For me, it's as simple as what I said in the debate, and I don't feel like playing their games. I'm not going through calculations and making up some stupid shit, assuming the Earth to be something when I know that what we perceive constantly changes. You know, I'm just like, dude, the crux of the issue is that where's the geometric horizon then? If this is proving the Earth's a ball, it's not even like, why can't we talk about that? Why didn't he already have that? No, dude, you moved it where it looks like the horizon moves away, bro. Like, you know, angular size changes with distance. The tallest part of the mountains are they're further away. The taller parts of the mountains are further away. That's like a big part of what you're trying to figure out, which is the angular resolution, bro. Like, in the perception we got, and the effect of like compression over distance. Like, dude, they didn't like. It's a joke to me, and I was just like, whatever. I'm just gonna sit down and just say things. I don't even care. They try to get me to make a presentation. Here are my 3 points, and then you're gonna respond to this point. Then I get another response, and then next subject. I'm like, dude, you don't get to tell me how to debate. So I don't know. I just kind of like went out there out of principle on some like, no, I don't have to do all this preparation. Everyone acts like I do, and like how he keeps asking me to. Like, screw him. Like, I'll just look at it a little bit the day of, and yeah, it was what I originally thought. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all may not agree, and maybe if I had more time, wasn't so busy, I'd do a whole presentation. I'd be like, okay, look, here it is, because I had unimpeded time, which is rare in these supposed debates. But I just know how the cookie crumbled.
No worries,
bro. Ranty didn't want to answer you when you had asked him about the geometric horizon, like where is it at, you know? And he just kept on going off of what is that? The land in front of the skyline, in front of the mountains. You know, he was always pointing to that. He just didn't want to answer where it was exactly, because that'd be retarded if he did.
What, on the left-hand side where I put the black swan over there?
I'm not sure where.
Well, hold on a second. Sleeping Warrior did a short video that was out friggin' standing. Wait, one. Really short. It's like only 2 minutes. Hold on a second. This is how ridiculous that is. When he did his he put some, I don't know, he put another photo up of the left-hand side where the mountains weren't snow-covered, and he put elevation values. He's got to be on some serious drugs. He can't tell distance. I don't know what the fuck he was on. I started laughing. Hold on a second. Check this one out, man. Like I said, it's real short. You're going to laugh your ass off. Let me post it in here if you guys didn't see this one. There it is. Check that one out real quick. 2 minutes. You can stop at 120. It's only a minute and 20 seconds. It's over. I wish I could have sent that to Witsit. I just didn't. I wasn't ready. Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's beautiful, bro.
I'm sorry I didn't send that to you. What's it? It's my fault that I didn't do it. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking this morning.
No, it's all good. Like, I knew I didn't even know the specific calculations, just that the horizon was too far away, and you can see the bottom of the mountain. So, like, where's the geometric horizon? You know, like, but I also knew that he was just never going to actually stake a geometric horizon. He was trying to get me to look over at this other thing here, and I'm like, okay, I know you think that you got this all figured out here.
Yeah, you need to give me more than like 2 hours before. Just let me know what you need, right? Give me a day.
I didn't even think about it, bro.
I know you didn't. I can tell by your message. Too funny, man. I felt I let you down, though. I was pissed at that friggin' cropped image shit, man. I was kicking myself all evening.
It's all good.
Yeah, because I pride myself on paying attention to detail, and I don't know what the fuck, whatever reason, I seen cropped instead of uncropped. I don't know.
I've just been kind of busy doing stuff and like learning a bunch of other stuff the last couple weeks. I haven't been like super involved in this conversation or argument or anything, you know. And I was just like, oh wow, the fact that someone claims to go back from the flat Earth like to the globe Earth, and that it came from like one image that you cropped it shows the horizon move further and the bottom of the mountains. Like I'm like, dude, this is. Am I being trolled? You know, like that's how I feel, bro.
Yeah, you are.
Like, damn, I was just in the mountains. Mountains are really cool, man. Like, what's up with this guy trolling everybody, bro? And like, I don't know. I didn't really, I still don't take it serious. And I think that's why they have to have like the 3 people there with Ranty to try to give him some buffer time or whatever, or try to divert away and ask me other questions or pretend they're just asking for clarity and stuff like that. Like, that's right there a tell that they have to do that. It's a tell that they had to put it on the smaller channel whenever the other one was like on Conspiracy Cats. So like, to me, I think that they kind of know their position's fragile, bro. And like, I think that someone's honest, they'll be like, wait, why is he asking him for the calculations? Like, you have to do the mental gymnastic yourself to think that now Austin should have come with calculations adhering to his straw man fallacy that he couldn't complete. Like, that's insanity, bro. And like, you have to make yourself think that makes sense, and then whatever.
Yep, I agree. I was waiting for you to take the debater. See, I didn't give a shit about Ranty. I thought I was just waiting for that little witch of a controlled debate moderator, right? I like when you took her to the woodshed, man. I loved it.
Dude, it had to happen.
Yeah.
And then your boy tried to get the little like comment in at the end about like, and I was to say she was just doing that. I'm like, no, dude, you know, like she wasn't just doing that, bro.
Who is that witch?
I don't know. Didn't know anything about her.
Yeah. Somebody go find her and bring her ass in here.
How funny is it that this other guy that has this channel has decided to like step away because he's got this other bigger channel, but now he doesn't want to run this side channel. And now on this debate, like this is when this happens, and then this other girl steps in, and then like they're gonna quote unquote moderate, but really they're gonna try to just constantly ask questions to me and try to help Ranty out.
Yeah. Hey, skank bitch, the debate moderator, bring your ass in here. You little junior high debate team captain and shit. Come on in here. Let me whip you around by your short hairs for a little while. Come on. Fucking stupid. Yeah, you got her though. What's it? Good on you, man. I loved it. I was sitting there laughing my ass off.
Yeah, they think they're slick. It's like a lot of them really think that like flat earthers are stupid or somehow like actually think they have like an intellectual high ground and that they can be slick and get us to do things. It's just like, you don't even understand, you know? Like, I weigh this out. I'm like, you people are zealots. This guy's faking. Who cut this dude a check? Okay, but there's going to be someone in the audience that might like listen. Their view of the whole thing is so detached from reality that it's like,
yep.
You know, I have to feel like there's a reason I have to do a debate nowadays, basically. Like that, you know. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They just want to hold us back, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know what they think they're trying to prove, but it's only Ranty and Roofy, who was a moron, and Conspiracy Cats. No one else is parroting this, man. I've been out here, on multiple servers, and no one's parroting this. I'm telling you, here and anywhere except for them. Yep.
Watch later on. This is gonna bite them in the ass. Yep. Watch, you'll see. It has already been biting them in the ass. They just ignore it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they act like it's not there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. Oh, what's it? I checked your video out the other night, man. It was the backdrop was the mountains behind you. I guess you were in East Georgia or West Georgia. Yeah, it was cool, man. I liked it.
Yeah, it's like right on the line, yeah. Close to, it's like on the border of Georgia and Tennessee.
I already catch you. I get the notifications, but I always catch you late. I'm like, oh, damn, what's it's live? Then I hit it. Nope. It happened like 3 times in a row. I said,
Yeah, I just randomly go live mobile and do it not too long sometimes, But
You ever come out to LA?
yeah, dude, we're about to I had to come here to finish getting everything out of the crib, my house I'm renting here, and then we're just gonna get to pushing going through the U.S. And so it'll be much quicker. Skirt up northeast like Niagara Falls or Washington D.C., maybe Philly, Niagara Falls, just to expose the occultic practices, and then bust west, and see some homies throughout the way west, then back down. Which a lot of people, and I can't really disagree, would say this is a wild time to be driving through Cali, and then see the mountains or the Grand Canyon and stuff like that, and come back.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I've been watching to make sure you plug the numpty clips, man. I haven't heard anything.
I haven't done it
yet. No, I'm only kidding. You haven't?
No. I thought about saying that too. I actually thought about the numpty clips as I messaged you. I was like, oh, I should tell him I got you, man. Just a sec. I totally forgot.
You're on some of them.
Yeah.
Not the ones. I don't think any of the ones I released yet, though. But they're coming.
Word.
Yep. You set them up good, man. Appreciate
it. Dude, I got the mute power in Gamma Pandas today.
No way.
Yeah. I didn't actually have to mute anyone. Just the power shift of me having the mute was very, very useful. People finally tried to stop it around me, and then all I had to do was occasionally threaten the mute in passing, and people would get back in line. It was pretty funny.
I can't wait. There was a tape.
Yeah, I think so. I think Chemo was in there.
Chemo was in there. I can't wait, man. Chemo's better get those videos out quicker, man.
Yeah, sometimes I get hella worked up in there. I'm just like, you're dumb. I'm like, no, shut up. You're dumb. It's not it's not your turn to talk though. Wait, why is this guy talking? You're dumb, and I regret getting worked up in there. Which is why I deleted it. But at the same time, it's really funny to hear that they've been working on, they stay in there all the time, and they've been working on all these different rebuttals, at least what they think are rebuttals, or really good flat earth killers, and then you go in there and you just get them listing them off, bombarding them with all their pride, and you rip it from them every I don't know. It's so entertaining.
Rip it from them.
We got on this time because we're talking to him about this. Okay. Jake couldn't figure this one out. He thought this was a home run, but don't worry. I'm going to come in and immediately bring him news. Mine is a home run. And then it's not a home run. And then as we get to the answer of it, it's oh, I got another diversion attempt for you. It's obfuscation cape after obfuscation cape. It's wild that people don't sit in there and they're like, wait, do we have to do all this and make it this unfair to just debate this one guy about the earth? What's going on?
Your comments, you really knocked that one out of the park. You're so stupid and curved. You got a bunch of people that give their color commentaries of the conversation. That's all they do. Right?
Yeah, dude. That's exactly what Curve does.
Who is the skank that I've been hearing in there? There's a skank. You know the one that you go in the old taverns and it's the skank bitch at the end of the bar that's been drinking there for 30 years. You know what I'm talking about. That they have one over there. I don't know who she is, but I keep hearing her giving her color commentaries. Who is that?
She was the admin, wasn't she? Wasn't she the admin?
I don't know. Well, she's strictly color commentary for sure.
Yeah, she's from New Zealand or Australia.
She's just always like, no, you're just an idiot. That's every time. She's just like, yeah, no, dude, you're just an idiot. And no, that's just why no one likes you. And just go on mute. That's all she
Yeah, come on. We got to find out who this is. It's the skank bitch. Shamalama Gamma Panda skank bitch. That's my new title for her.
All right. I'll not forget that. I'll be able to remember to keep an eye out for her.
Okay. You know who I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah. She always gets to the point she can't resist. It's always when I'm intellectually eviscerating the room, dude. She just jumps in already mad and just like starts screaming insults and then tells me to go on mute. But I mean, they all kind of do that, you know. And then if like sometimes I'll be on there for a couple hours, and I'll be doing something else, and I like won't be where I can press my push to talk, and so it'll be quiet for a couple seconds, and they immediately all tout victory, dude, because I'm like literally away from my iPad for a second. It's crazy.
I'll tell you what, dude. I got Gem Panda on a number of Numpty clips and Kosho. They're dead. It's bad, dude.
Yeah, it's like, how long can this Band-Aid last? You know, like, how long can the Band-Aid on Flat Earth really last? That's what it's like. It's getting bad out here in the trenches, dude.
I mean, Gem Panda's got to be one of the dumbest motherfuckers I ever listened to, and that's saying something.
And they like prop him up.
He thinks he's clever, but he's a dumb fuck. Stone cold.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Nearly there. Nearly there.
That's his go-to, dude.
I got something else on him too, man. I ain't gonna say anything. Fuck it. Too funny. There's some stupid motherfuckers over there. Numpty clips are gonna expose all of them. They don't. I know they don't watch them, man. They get really pissed.
Yeah, I bet. You would think that, like, if they're specifically named, they'd watch it. Though. Like, I've watched some like stupid hit pieces. I'll go to it. I'm like, oh, this guy's got like a couple 100,000 subs. Why is he making a video about me? And I watch like Cyman Gamma Dan. But like, if you know, I don't know. Like, sometimes I don't even watch them, but you can see why someone would if it's like them specifically. There's a major difference here, of course. Like Simon Dan's just going to make a response and use nothing but straw mans and diversions and just like blamelessly or like just shamelessly tout victory with reifications. And then QE's going to like literally break down all the fallacies in their argument. But in general, you would think that they'd still like watch it if it's about them. You know?
I haven't got the Simon Dan yet. You know what? Somebody brought that up before because I don't watch his. I haven't watched him in 3 years, but. I don't. Does he try to be technical?
No, dude. I randomly
tries to stay away from that.
I was on I randomly went live on Facebook on my iPhone one time and like sat down on my couch and just because a bunch of people were commenting me stupid stuff like Globe Zealots about how there's a ball, and so I just broke a bunch of stuff down like, yeah, the Earth is still flat, and like that's what I called it on Facebook. The Earth is still flat, and like just went to respond to all these people and break it down, and then I ended up I was like, oh, I'll just upload that on YouTube. And he picked that video out, but he didn't respond to any of the specificity in the video, dude. Like he literally just like shamelessly touts victory. Like, no, we know these things, and then we just move on. Like he doesn't even like claim specific things. But I did a response to it, and I was pretty like lethal with him, bro. I was like, dude, how did you make an edited video responding to my freestyle rant on my couch, and you're having to look down nervously and still not making a good argument?
The last video I seen from him was about some fence. That was a long time ago, dude. So I don't know. Can I get any Numpty clips out of him?
I don't know. I don't watch him either. The only time I've suffered through him was like I like breezed through the original hit piece, and then I had to watch it again live while I responded, and that sucked.
That's all you got. Anyone watch Simon? Is there any Numpty clip, like at least something that I could grab onto?
Well, he just does his little edited videos where he just says things real vague as if they're known. He will never like step into live exchange. I wouldn't imagine. He'd get eviscerated. Like he has no chance. And like the best that the Globe can do now is prop up a supposed previous flat earther and focusing on one image by cropping it out. Like what? Dude, we're supposed to be talking about is the Earth a ball? Let's talk about all your claims. You know, but like what happened?
Oh, make sure you check out PhD Tony. That's Monday. And Thursday, Craig, Fight the Fat Girth. You gotta listen. What's it? You gotta listen to these.
Okay.
All right. So that's this week. Let me post that shit in here right now. Damn you guys. I know you're busy doing all kind of other stuff, but you can't miss the Numpty clips. Did you see Rumpus Numpty clip? You probably have.
Gosh. Yes.
I don't know. That just sounds exhausting, but I might have like I play stuff, dude. But then sometimes I do this thing where I just assume it's all absorbed subconsciously. Like it's not a conscious decision. Like I just start so I know I played that other one, but part of it when you mentioned that you said it in there, I'm like, wait, did I miss that? Because I know I watched it. So yeah, that kind of happens.
You better start watching those Numpty clips.
I'm gonna come back with notes from here on out, dude. I'm gonna have critiques and notes and questions.
Kosho, you don't have to watch them because you know he's off the reservation. You gotta come on, man. The Rumpus. It's over for him. Obviously he's not a golfer. Come on, man. Cut me some slack. I put a lot of work into this. I got to listen to thousands of hours of fucking idiots.
Yeah, touche. I got you. I'll promote it, man. I didn't think about all the blood, sweat, and tears. Sometimes I just see it from my perspective, man.
You think this just comes just on a dish, right?
No, of course not. This is earned.
Then I got to clip out of all the parts of the over talking, right? I try to get pristine stuff. You know how hard that is.
Yeah, especially when I go in there with not thinking about that at all. Like I'll start over talking, because I'm like.
Oh, I know.
I'm just gonna let him keep interrupting me, though, dude. It's exhausting. It's like, okay, no, that's the fourth person. But yeah, I've thought about that. I can tell Chemo's trying to drop subtle hints too. He's like, dude, all right, I'm gonna try to rein this in so you're not yelling anymore.
Just let them finish their train wreck point, and Witsit overtalks him. I can't use that son of a bitch, Witsit.
Yeah, I probably do it a lot. As soon as I hear something wrong, sometimes once I'm already worked up, as soon as I hear something wrong, I'm calling it out.
I do the same thing too, man. I'm guilty of it too. But I don't pay any attention to that when other people do it. I just get pissed.
I'll go in there keeping that in mind, and I'll be like, all right, I got to keep golden footage for the Numpty clips. I got to help QE out with his edit times.
Too funny, man.
Because it is funny when you just ask them really pointed, simple questions over and over, and they can't answer them. Like I was asking about the geographic North Pole, and I'm like, okay, so if we have the geographic North Pole, don't you agree that evidence that we should obviously obtain is an observation with the 90-degree zenith angle over top of it? Like, where's that observation? And they're just freaking out, man. And then they're like, you can go do it yourself. I'm like, well, you can't actually go whenever you're really going to get nighttime in the winter. They don't conveniently, they don't offer approved guided tours then. But I'm like, but even the militaries haven't shown us like one of the world's most famous pictures, the literal center of the earth. Like, where's the 90-degree zenith angle relative to the geographic location of the North Pole so we can verify it? And dude, they're just freaking out about it. I'm like, This is just a genuine question I've started thinking about. Like, if you what's going on that side?
Oh, and I wanted to interrupt. I wanted to send you something, but I knew you were busy and stuff. I knew you wouldn't be able to get to it. Was with the what the fuck? Gyro compass. Oh, I destroyed that back in 2016, right? But they brought it up with you one day, and I was just sitting there laughing my ass off. These idiots. Check this out, man. These idiots think that these gyro compasses, now they only put them on boats. They're not on planes. These gyro compasses, what the baltards think is that as soon as the gyro compass is started up, that it automatically points to true north. So fucking stupid. It's unbelievable. But in reality, what happens is they fire the gyro compass up, they spin it up, right? And they use a magnetic compass. And just take the magnetic declination and then they calibrate it to true north. That's for ships, because when they're going, especially on long sea journeys or rough seas, the ship gets battered about. You need something that's going to point you, because all the maps are oriented. You have to have your direction to true north, right?
Right.
But what happens, especially over long trips, is that thing has to be calibrated every so often with a magnetic compass. All they use is magnetic declination off the magnetic reading of the North Pole to figure out where true north is. There's what do they think? There's some kind of fucking magic because the Earth's rotating that this fucking thing points to true north no matter what? And then we had some motherfuckers say, as soon as it crosses the equator, it points south to the South Pole. What the fuck? Are these people on shrooms?
Dude, you know what Wikipedia says now about gyro compass? They say it's a non-magnetic compass.
It is non-magnetic, but they have to calibrate it.
Yeah, exactly.
Before they start with a magnetic compass.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on a second. I'll just fucking give it to you, man. I destroyed this back in 2016. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, Mr. Quanumbrum, used to parrot this shit. And I just destroyed it. I don't know where these people... It's even hard to argue these incoherent fucktards, man.
Yeah, man, like the axial rotation thing, they were really lacking there, bro. Like they still just invoke Foucault's pendulum and gyros, and they don't even like fully account for everything in any of the scenarios. But they're still just, that's the best they've been told to regurgitate. So like axial rotation's hilarious to me. I remember vaguely when people started talking about gyros, dude. We were like moving the RV and I was like getting out and like talking to Jack. We were like leaving Jack's. I wasn't even like stunting them. I'm just like, the calibration is actually not that accurate on these gyros. So you actually have to use them with the more accurate standard. Do you agree?
Yep.
Like, no, you don't. Like, no, I know for a fact that you literally do. Like, you literally do use them on different calibration. So like, for me, it's just such a, like, I don't know. I'm just moving around, like, dude, these guys never know what they're talking about. All it does is you go in there and you just really like strengthen the fact, like, oh, I know the Earth's flat. Like, look how much people have to lie to try to pretend it's not.
Yeah, well, a gyro compass is a little different animal than just a regular gyro. Their claim is, try to get the claim out of their mouth. And what their claim is, because they're numpty dipshits, they think when they spin these things up that it automatically points to true north. I just posted a citation and just a rundown of what it is. It's a belly laugher. They're morons. It shows you right there. They from a magnetic compass, right? They just use magnetic declination, especially over long trips. If short trips, you don't have to worry about it after the initial calibration. But on long trips, you have to worry about it because the magnetic declination changes. So you always have to check it, make sure you're good. These people have never done any navigation in their fucking life.
That's a Glober.
I started belly laughing. I was in tears. But now it's kind of resurfaced. I got it on an empty clip. I don't know when I'm going to release it. I think it's... Oh,
I'm thinking of a different time. I'm thinking of when they were talking about the gyros when we were moving. But I can see them bringing up a gyro compass like in passing and it really being like a way to divert, and I wasn't feeling it at the time. Honestly, dude, they all blend together, bro.
Yeah, they do. They would. Yep. I remember you being in on this one, though.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that would have happened.
Yeah, it did. That's all right. I got it coming out on an empty clip. What is that? 1 second. Let me get the principles. That's too easy. I'm already on the channel.
Yo, guys, I need your advice on something.
Hold on a second. We got to finish this topic. Oh man, I thought that was up here. 1 second. That might have went to the next page. There's so many numpty clips. Rocket scientist, Shaman, no. Brian Peck, I'm gonna smoke your ass. The Peckerhead, Peckerless, Peckerwood. Foolish decision. That's another numpty dipshit. Well,
They think that without the magnet, this proves that the Earth is doing what? Like, if it just magically starts up and finds north, it's...
Yep. They think it just, when you spin it up, it just points to true north. You can't point to true north is a concept.
Yeah, as far as we know for sure.
Sounds like a Ouija board.
Right, well, we use magnetic north for sure, yeah. Relative to where we are. But I just find it funny that if they would think like, okay, this gyro compass just starts up, finds north, Earth's ball. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's stupid. You got Moyoc Man, CERT, and left lane with the gyro compass. Yep.
Nice.
Those are the principles. And I'm sure...
Like they say, it's a spinning axis confined to a horizontal plane. Like, it's right there.
Oh.
A spinning axis confined to a horizontal plane so that the Earth's rotation causes it to assume a position parallel to the Earth's axis. What the fuck is...
Hey, I'm sorry. I thought you said they said that, and I was like, wait, what?
No, I mean...
Why Glover's out here saying that?
No, I'm looking at one definition of a gyro compass on Merriam-Webster, and they say it's a spinning axis confined to a horizontal plane, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the only way it would work, dude.
Yeah, but their claim is get out of the gyro. It's the compass part. Their claim is that when you spin this fucking thing up, it automatically, all presto magico, points to true north. True north is a concept.
I'm just trying to understand how that is that they think that really helps them if it did do that. Like,
I think it points to true north because the Earth is rotating. Listen, the connection, I'm just telling you what they think. There's no connection there. I'm just telling you their claim.
They think that the gyro compass magically finds north, and once it does this, true north, quote unquote, it proves that the Earth is spinning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. See, that's what you weren't getting when they were speaking to you. You spent more time on the gyro part, and they weren't very clear. You know, as I'm not trying to dog you out, they weren't clear. It only come through a couple times. You probably didn't even hear it, but I heard it, and I know what they're trying to say. I'm telling you, you pin these idiots down, they're going to tell you.
Gotcha.
Here's the question: what is your claim specifically? That's the question. You got not you, Witsit. I'm saying to anyone. What is your claim specifically, please? And I'm telling you, with the gyro compass, I'm telling you, dude, they're fucking. I don't know. They're in Lucy in the Sky with diamonds. Doesn't even encapsulate it.
That's funny. Now I want to go in there when I'm bored and just like trap them into things.
Get it. You just copy what I put it right in here with the gyro compass. They're finished. It's over.
Yeah, I just screenshot.
You don't even need this.
No, it's just obvious. I just read it. Now I know. Like, I just think it's funny. It's always funny, you know, when you get to the bottom of things. I'm trying to put myself together in their shoes, honestly. I'm like, okay, this thing magically finds north. Earth's a ball that spins. I honestly can say I would have to reason that out to where it logically followed.
Right.
You know, for me, I can never just be like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's just because it is that way. Like, what?
One of these idiots said, when the ships they're rolling along, right? it crosses it crosses the equator. That's just an imaginary fucking line. How is the gyro compass picking this imaginary concept up and then all of a sudden pointing towards the south? There is no South Pole. What the fuck?
Like, shouldn't this instrument be a ball if they're trying to push ball Earth?
Shouldn't the instrument be a ball?
Yeah, like the gyro. There shouldn't be any like compass, flat plane. Like a watch face, flat instrument tool.
I'm
they
not
really
following
want to
you.
push it. Wouldn't their instruments be some sort of round object spinning?
Well, they're trying to tell the fairy tale that if you just go over this imaginary area of the equator, it's going to flip around. Well, they just make up fairy tales on Discord and stuff, and then that's literally what happens. They're like, they know that there's no way. They have no evidence at all of this even happening, but they're just.
It was that Moyoc. It was Moyoc and more. I call him moron, man. Moyoc, man, get your dumb ass in here, you fuckwit. This is so stupid, right?
Yeah,
I don't know,
We have
dude.
to use magnetic north over and over, but it's finding true north because of the spin.
Yeah.
Isn't a better way to say north just map
Magically,
north?
they don't want to straw man them.
True north is a concept.
No, yeah, I'm saying I want to make sure I put the magically in there.
A mechanical device. Find a concept.
Yeah.
Because the Earth's spinning,
what it
dude.
comes down to if you break it down, right? Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, my bad interrupting. Yeah, because the Earth spins, dude. Duh.
Yeah, I'm feeling dizzy right now.
Anyone that's done any navigation already know. You don't even have to know what a gyro compass is. If you've done any navigation whatsoever, you know what the hell the score is. It's less than a second.
Yeah, so we're gonna prove the Earth is spinning using this device, but we have to use a magnetic compass to actually set the device, and we have to consistently actually make sure it's still accurate relative to the magnetic compass. And this is actually proving that the Earth is spinning to true north, not magnetic north, relative to the magnetic declination, which would be relative to where you're at. So, like, to think that they can just, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around.
It's too stupid. You don't do it.
Yeah, touche.
Yeah, don't do it. Just go off what it is, man. It just embarrasses.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, like, what happened to you that's so bad that you would come on here and do this for years?
What happened to you? Gotta say that shit, man. I'll capture it.
I need to ask him for real because I'm genuinely curious, bro. Like I pity them at times, dude. Like for real, when I'm in there, I'm just like, dude, this is wild. This is baffling. And some of them, they kind of have at least a little awareness where they're like, they try and tiptoe and like be real smooth. But some of them are just so blatantly like detached from reality. It's just they got some personal vengeance that they're basically just taking out on the flat Earth. You know, it's really weird.
They got to, man, because they're atheists.
Yeah.
That's what it all boils down to. We're just tiptoeing around the garden here. When the dust finally settles at the end of the rainbow, that's what it is.
They can't even like fully entertain the idea that they were created. Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Because if there's a flat Earth and it's domed, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that you were created there, brother.
Yep. And if it's created, then there might be accountability.
Yep. You got it.
Like you seen these globe bar kind of like home bars for the globe.
Home bars.
Like a bar. It's like a huge ass globe, but it's like a table with a globe on top, and the globe opens up in half, and there's a mini bar. It's like a mini bar globe furniture type thing.
Sounds dumb.
But you open it up and you cut it in half. You open it up. It's a flat plane where you put your drinks on.
Oh, so the water can remain level.
Yeah, exactly. So you put their drinks there. They set their bottles there. That's why I say, like, we, all the classrooms, family rooms, etc. They have the globe, which is a ball, but these instruments like the gyro compass, etc., is not a ball. They might have the like the frame, the spinning frames around it that simulates a ball, but they're not using any sort of ball instrument.
Yeah, dude, it's actually like really simple. None of it makes any sense. I went out and I saw a bunch of mountains. I'm like, well, I can't get the best flat Earth observation where I'm like, look, I see the base of this mountains because they're like hid by other mountains, But you go out there and you just see tons of mountains in the distance that are rising to your eye level, and oh, I'm 2,000 feet in the air. I've gotten 2,000 feet above a ball that's dropping down and away from me. Why am I seeing all of these mountains in the distance, like up at my eye level? Why is that happening? I'm going higher above the Earth that's going down and away from me. Like the truth of it is, flat Earth is actually like really simple in lots of ways, and it's it's absurd that people can't even grasp it.
I need your guys' advice on one thing. So I got a Glober friend who every time we talk, we just get into these fucking arguments or whatever you want to call it. And I've explained perspective to him a million times, and he denies it. And he last week he tried to bet me like 15,000 or up to 50,000 that I can't pull an object back into view if it's dipped below the curve. But his bet is that he won't let me do it with like a boat to show that the boat's bottom came back into view, or any other object's bottom came back into view. His only bet will be that if the sun basically fully disappears after sunset, that I need to zoom in and show him the whole sun or some of the sun.
Smart man.
But it's the same exact concept. I either show you the part of the boat disappears, I show the whole thing, but he'll say no, only I want it to be dark outside, and you zoom in and show me the whole sun. And I'm like, well, it's based on the tool. So if I can get a P1000, I can show you something. But I would need another tool with more magnification to zoom in more and more and more with this.
Telescope.
Yeah, something super. But if anyone is in their SoCal and wants to try to bank on a $15,000 bet,
I don't think you're gonna be able to pull the sun.
Yeah, once the sun's gone, and there's something about that which. But he won't even take the boat, like a boat or a oil liner. We can see way out there. We'll only see the the top, but we could zoom in and see the whole bottom. But he won't accept that as proof.
So then he's not. Then he can't really say it like he can't say just show me something that disappears and you bring back into view, because that's not what he's saying. He's specifically stipulating that it has to be the sun, and he doesn't understand that at a certain elevation that you should see the boat obstructed by Earth curvature, and when you bring it back, it's there. So why it's not being
The
obstructed?
reason he's using the sun is because you're not going to be able to pull light all the way back.
Of course, it's going to be super hard to pull any type of observation like that off. I mean, you might be able to see some more of the sun, but like
You're not going to see any of it.
Yeah, dude. Like, come on, bro. Like, it's so far away from you. What you increase with your zoom is just.
Well, you're not going to pull it back because you're not going to bring light back. Like that. That's not going to work.
Well, like I said, like if you go to a higher elevation, you can see the sun again.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you know why?
Yeah, because it's you got a wider angle of view.
No.
Yeah, literally, it's because you have a wider angle of view.
Well, I mean, technically, yeah.
Yeah, that's technically.
I mean,
what
like
it is. Nothing to do with it going behind an
yeah.
Earth curvature.
Or like you can do it on
just your altitude.
You could do it in Chicago with the Great Lakes.
As you as
go
you
over the
increase
horizon,
altitude, you can
and then
see
you
further.
can go into the Sears Tower, go to the top, and you can see it set again. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and that works perfectly on a flat Earth.
But they would say that you're just seeing you're higher, so you see over the curve more or something.
Yeah, that's what they say, but that's a cool story. So I got higher and I saw over a curve, so that the sun actually simultaneously slightly refracted up, and I increased my view over a ball. Like that doesn't even make sense. Like,
why not? Just curious.
Because you're telling me that the sun refracted up. Is that your claim?
This isn't my argument. No, I was just asking.
Well, that's why.
I've never heard them say. I've never heard them say refracting back up.
Yeah, of course not. They'll just blindly say that happens, and it can only happen on a globe Earth, when in fact it's exactly what you would see on a flat Earth. Because you've increased your angle of view, right? So when you went up higher, you can see further.
Curious what the flat Earth model is.
We don't actually have a specific model. We just know that the Earth is flat. It's not moving, i.e. stationary, and that the cycle in the sky moves over top of us for all recordable history, and that we are on a topographical plane. All observations show that the Earth is flat, and we have topographical differences in elevation relative to sea level, which is always assumed to be level. That's why horizon comes from the word horizontal, and whenever we take elevations, we measure a distance above a sea level. Even the globe Earth model does this. They take a mean sea level after they get all the elevations from a local assumed horizontal level, which is redundant. And then they claim level means curved.
Yeah.
Yeah, they literally claim that level means curved, even though you have to assume that level means exactly what it means, which is level, to get your elevations. So it's always locally assumed level. It's 70% of the Earth is water that is level, but level means curved. And when you increase altitude, you can see further. The sun moves over top of you away
So
from
are you taking the definition of the word, or like the scientific? Because like level isn't a scientific word.
Level
I'm
means.
curious what you mean by
Okay,
saying
how about this? What does level mean?
Flat.
Okay, so the globe earthers will say level actually means curved. Literally. That's what they say. They say level means curved. So whenever we build a house, we assume level means flat.
Right.
Whenever we look at and get elevation, we assume that sea level is flat. Whenever we make topographical measurements over the Earth, measuring the Earth with planar survey data, we assume that the Earth is flat. We assume that we assume we take plumb relative to a flat Earth. When the military does any type of movement at all whatsoever, they assume the Earth is flat, and they map out centralized to them. Right, with Cartesian coordinates. Like anytime a plane works, it assumes a flat, non-rotating surface. Even when they shoot rockets up, they admit it assumes a flat, non-rotating surface. A rocket that's supposedly about to go into gravitational orbit, they assume that the Earth's not spinning. They admit that every time that they do anything in practical use, they assume the Earth's a flat, non-rotating surface. That's what we're doing. We're acknowledging the default position based on all empirical evidence. The Earth is contained because we have pressure here. It can't be sitting next to a vacuum. What they said space is fake. The Earth isn't curving because it has to curve.
Vacuums don't suck.
No, vacuums don't suck. The pressure would fill the available space.
Oh, okay.
Right. So the pressure would fill the quote unquote vacuum, which is just a concept. But they claim that it's a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, and that it sits next to pressure.
You can't go negative with a torr.
Yeah, it's just it's actually division, of course. But yeah,
no, it's not division. Well, technically, it's like point something, or no, it's like negative 17 times 10 to the negative whatever. I just said negative. I'm stupid. 17
it's not
times
actually
10 to the
negative.
Yeah.
It's very, very small.
Scientific notation.
Yeah. Okay. So 10 to the negative 17 torr cannot sit adjacent to a pressurized system that we have 14.7 psi at the surface, because the pressure would fill the available space. High pressure migrates to low pressure. That's objective. It's the second law of thermodynamics. It's a natural law.
Don't they say that gravity holds it in?
They do say that gravity holds it in, but lets a lot of it out. So when they say that it lets a lot of it out, that doesn't work. It doesn't just seep out, because the second law of thermodynamics necessitates pressure immediately fills the available space, seeking equilibrium spontaneously. So to say that it's gradual is ridiculous. In addition to that, if I let gas out the surface where gravity is claimed to be the strongest because it's closest to the center of mass, I have gas go in all directions, including directly up, which is the opposite of the supposed down vector relative to the center of mass, and it's strongest at the surface. So when I go way above the surface, where it's weaker, it would not prevent gas from doing the same thing, which is dispersing in all directions, including directly up. So the pressure would fill available space until it equalizes. We would have no air here to breathe. There would be no gradual bendy space-time holding it in. It simply wouldn't work. Observation shows that it doesn't work where they claim gravity is the strongest. So
Gravity is a super weak force, I thought.
yeah, because it's not real, dude. It's actually not considered a force anymore. It's considered something that can be looked at like a force, but in fact isn't a force. And the gravity isn't a cause relationship as much as it used to be with Newtonian physics. It's in fact the effect of the bending and warping of space and time. So
Gravity bended. What is wrong? Bent? I'm stupid. Jeez. I thought gravity bent space-time.
Yeah, that's
Or at
what.
least
Well,
that's
no. They're saying gravity is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. That space and time bend and warp, and time dilates, and that you actually get gravity as an effect of that because there's a gravity well around the mass. So
Right.
due to the displacement of mass inside the space and time bending and warping, there's a
Right.
gravity well. Yeah.
But
so
the
that's
gravity
strongest,
creates
closest.
that well, so
Well, no, gravity is
Am I-
the effect
am I
of
doing
the
this
bend.
wrong?
The gravity well is the effect of the bending and warping of space-time.
Mainstream science has like 4 or 5 different definitions they bounce back and forth on about that.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hey, Creeb, I like your questions, but are you on the fence? Are you on the globe
yeah.
side?
I'm on the fence. I've heard some good arguments on both sides.
You haven't heard any good arguments from both sides. They don't have any arguments.
No.
What's a good argument? Yeah, well, I'd like to hear. So, what's a good argument from the globe side?
Pictures of the Earth from the Apollo mission.
That's the only thing they got. Pictures, which they don't have. They have images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. You're right. That's all it boils down to in the end. Thanks.
Yeah, they admit they're not real pictures. You can go to NASA.gov and you can read.
No, the ones from the Apollo missions.
No,
Yeah.
Second law of Hold on, what's it? I got this. From a second law of thermodynamics violation, really?
Well, how does that violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Entropy.
It's not just entropy. Give me the equation for the second law of thermodynamics and a brief description of what it is.
Oh, I don't know the equation.
That's what I'm saying. That's why if I even told you, you wouldn't know why it's a violation.
Well, can you at least tell me? The,
why you won't know because you don't know the second law.
I'll look it up. It's fine.
You think you'll understand the second law of thermodynamics by Googling it? Are you that fucking out of your mind?
I'm just looking at the equation.
Look at the so the equation's good. I love this.
Natural
I can't
logarithm
wait.
of number of microscopic configurations. I
I
don't know what
can't wait.
microscopic configurations is, but I can understand Boltzmann constant and natural logarithm. Okay,
for it.
continue.
I'm your Huckleberry.
I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah, that's right. You're gonna feel the wrath here in a second.
Yeah.
I just don't know what's going on.
Be easy on him, man.
Yeah, I will. Listen, I'll just end it quick. How about
Just hold
that?
his hand, man.
Okay.
Can I end it quick? Here,
Yes, you
here.
can.
So, are you in live stream voice text?
I'm just in voice chat.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna post something in here. 1 second. Here we go. This ends the entire heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion in one sentence. Yeah. So this is from Professor Frank Lambert, a legend. Second law of thermodynamics from theentropysite.oxy.edu. Pay close attention. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects on osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Right? So, what we have here, what we got here in Shangri-La is we have gas pressure next to a vacuum, and the gas is not expanding into the vacuum, whereas it should expand into the vacuum and increase entropy, but it's not. It's decreasing entropy in nature, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation. End of statement. End of argument. This is what they call Turn out the lights. You hear where I'm going? That's my argument.
Anytime they claim to go to this medium, they are lying because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. What they describe space as literally cannot exist.
I want you to post me one citation anywhere in this fucking world that shows fairy tale gravity
Okay.
overthrowing the second law of thermodynamics.
I don't want to argue.
No, I'm not. There isn't an argument.
I'm just going to say like one or two things. I need to keep reading it to make sure. Let's look at this.
What are you on the fence about? What are you on the fence about? What are your issues?
No, wait a second. We're still on the second law. This kills it. No, there's no sense of going anywhere else. Why go somewhere else? This is the death knell.
Yeah, I mean, especially if all you got is pictures from supposed space.
From Narnia. You ain't getting them from there.
If your evidence is pictures from space, then this is a huge
They're
deal
not
for you.
pictures because a picture is a photograph. They have no photographs.
Yeah, of course.
They might have a photograph of a painting. They don't have no photographs from Narnia. No fucking way. Unless you're going to post the obituary for the second law right here. I'd like to see that.
Footage leaked where they just made a video through the window. That's a circle while they were kind of high in the air anyway, dude. So, yeah. They didn't go to space. It defies physics.
Yeah. It's over, right? This is it. One simple citation right here. Everyone knows it. I mean, that thinks about it for just a second. Can you show me gas pressure without a container? In other words, that's what this is saying. It's a logical consequence of this citation. Show me gas pressure without a container. Without a physical barrier. You can't. It's impossible. It's that simple. We can move on. We can talk about our favorite colors.
Oh, like
not muted, am I?
The color blue. Like the ocean's only blue because it's reflecting the sky.
That's lovely.
Well, what I just read in that was that the entropy is increasing as the energy is dispersed.
Oh, yeah? Can you have an entropy increase without energy or temperature increase?
What? The energy is just dispersing. So it's just
that's one part of the second law of thermodynamics. You're missing the other part. My question still stands. Can you have entropy change without energy or temperature change?
No.
No? Say goodnight, sunshine. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to... This is what you get for parroting fucking Wiki. 44 minutes after the hour. From Professor George Porter, Nobel laureate, chemistry. Now let us look at some examples. I'm just going to say it so you don't... It's timestamped, by the way. You can go through it after I'm done.
Oh, okay, cool.
No problem. Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in the terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. No one, perhaps, or now one, perhaps the simplest of all these, is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. How ironic! Our damn subject! Isn't that quaint? I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and the other I have a vacuum. And if I open up the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now, That is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all we can have is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum. Nothing else is involved. There's no energy change. Say goodnight. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. Can you sing it with me now? Turn out the lights. Party's over. They'd say that all pretender clowns end in death. You're finished. You're a pretender clown. Have a nice day. Thanks.
Ooh. In a world where no one knows what the world is. Gammas run wild.
But we know it's
years
not
of
a ball.
propaganda and indoctrination built upon math magicians and their calculations.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
You guys don't appreciate. You don't appreciate that. I set them up and knocked them down like a bowling pin. Nothing. You just stay silent.
Dude, I was clapping for you, man.
There's no appreciation of the artistry and the creativity, which I struggle with it.
Well, I was in the middle of writing a thank you letter, but I'm done it away now. It was heartfelt too, man.
I bet it was.
So, I'll make sure and get the next one out, as long as you don't just ruin it.
Don't anticipate.
I kind of saw that one coming. I didn't see that ending too well for that guy, believe it or not, Kiwi.
Right, because only Googlers of the second law of Creep, why are you going on deafen and mute? What's the matter there, brother? Did I just smash your fucking dreams? My bad. I just set you up
Maybe he's
because
listening
you're
to the video, though, you know?
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, give him
I'm
a
sorry.
minute.
I'm sorry.
I'm hoping for this guy, man. You know, now you get to hold his hand and let him walk down. And y'all can skip off into the horizon.
They're wiki Google scientists because if I ask this question, I know where they're going, right? I don't ask a question that I don't know the answer to, and I know where they're going 6 steps down the line. So they're going to go to Google and they're going to get the Clausius definition. You know, they're going to get the Clausius, you know, heat flows from hot to cold, which is true. But they don't know the other 50% of the second law of thermodynamics. That's just not stated there. So that's where I get them. It's simple. It's like I can do this on my sleep.
Yeah, they always get real triggered when you start to use the word spontaneous.
Yep.
They're like, it's not sentient.
It's sentient. And Lord knows if we get further and I break down their equation, that's not the equation of the second law of thermodynamics that they can't post, then I go to Gibbs free energy and I just collapse their fucking dreams. Crib, what's up?
Sorry, I was watching the video.
It's only a couple minutes. It's from 8 minutes to 9:15, and it just crushes your dreams.
Yeah.
Why? Just a question, because I'm curious.
I did that. I set you up. Sorry about that, man.
Sorry, just the part that you were explaining, I completely cut you off by muting myself.
I'm sorry. You aren't gonna try to have a comeback for this, are you? It's gonna end worse than it already has.
Oh, okay.
Now, let us look at some examples.
So, are you saying that?
Oh God, he's gonna try it.
Do it.
Oh no, I'm just asking. You were saying that a gas expanding into a vacuum would decrease entropy. Is that what you're saying, or increase?
A gas expanding into a vacuum increases entropy.
Right. That makes sense. Okay. That's it. That's all I was asking.
Well, it just debunks your entire world where you were taught as a child with cartoons.
Yep. Everyone knows this. You know it intuitively. It would be like little little Jackie going out to pump up his
You
tire.
do realize that increasing in entropy is normal, right?
Yes, that's his point.
No,
law
okay,
of thermodynamics.
I thought you had
fuckwit.
flipped decrease and increase. Sorry.
Are you gonna attempt to teach me about the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, trust me on this one, bro. He's got to stop it.
You better fucking reevaluate your situation here.
I wasn't going to.
Yeah,
Just
I'd suggest not to.
Dude, I'm trying to help you, man. Like, work with me, man. Like,
No, I am. I'm just
Fucking
asking questions. that's all.
paving the way for the guillotine.
yeah, dude, this guy wants to know deep down. I can feel it, man. It's just a big red pill at first. Like, yeah, dude, they lied to you, man. They showed you nothing but cartoons. I think it's pretty wild to this day, and I've been doing it for years, dude. You know, but it is what it is.
Okay, go on, Crib. I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have anything to say.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go down another. Please, I'll
I
be
am
nice.
curious though. What do you guys think about gravity?
What do we think about gravity?
Mm-hmm.
Which gravity are you talking about?
What?
Which gravity are you talking about?
Yeah, a combination of Newtonian and Einsteinian.
Can't have a combination because those two are mutually exclusive. You know why?
Why is that?
Well, because Newton's universal law of gravitation, which is not a natural law to begin with, violates special relativity.
In what way? Can you explain that?
Yeah, because universal law of gravitation speaks to instantaneous action at a distance, whereas that violates special relativity. Would you like citation with that, please?
No, it's fine.
Not a problem. Got it right here. At 52 minutes after the hour. That's who's laughing.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, in the chamber.
It's just funny because like, no problem, got it right here.
Yeah. Good, man. Take away this guy's worldview.
Yeah. So you agree that all of the postulates of special relativity must hold in general relativity? Do you agree with that?
I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. He said that.
I'll say it again. Do you agree that all the postulates set forth in special relativity must comport to everything in general relativity? Yeah, the answer is yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Thinking about it for a second. Yep.
Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity, I'm at 52 minutes after the hour. I'll set you straight. This is the least of the problems, by the way, but this is the funniest. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. That's wrong, but I digress. The answer is that Newton's theory, Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life, violates special relativity. Uh-oh.
Which part of his
requires
which part of Newtonian?
Action at a distance. Don't interrupt me, Crib. We're almost done. Requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, I love those. However, instantaneous response would require that gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity.
Which part of Newtonian theory?
Say again?
Which part of Newton? You said something about crap. I don't remember what it was now.
You're mumbling. I can't hear you.
I don't know which part it was, but you said that.
Okay, Newton's law, quote unquote.
I might be able to find it if you post it.
It's right there, man. It's right there. It's at 52.
I'm in the middle of something. I'm sorry.
It's all good. If you go to 52 after the hour, you got the article, and it gave you the citation right above it. The answer is that Newton's law theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. Doesn't have an infinite speed, it attributes a constant speed.
I'm really dumb with Discord. How do I go to a specific time point?
Just scroll up.
Oh, just scroll up. Okay, that makes sense.
52 after the hour.
It gets worse.
Yeah, this gets really bad. If you want to fast forward to the summary of where you're at now, if you are to look into this heliocentric pseudoscience model, it is that space and time bend and warp, I promise. But when we apply this, because we had to get
promise.
we had to apply this, dude, it's so far off that we're wrong by 95%. Legit. That's legitimately the current state of your pseudoscience. So
it gets worse.
I'm still looking for it, dude.
Oh, isn't it 52 minutes? What's it? 52 minutes
Yep.
at the? I'm not there. I'm sorry. I already posted something else.
I think he posted it again. Yeah.
It's 52 minutes after the hour. Quantum Eraser. It has that citation about instantaneous action at a distance. You found it?
Is this?
Special relativity says there's a constant speed of light. Relativity builds upon that. General.
Which part of this? I'm not looking at the, not the Wikipedia one, the other one, right?
Is this the issue of these two words, relative versus instantaneous?
No, this is the problem. I asked him which gravity he was talking about, and he said it was a combination of the two. Well, you can't combine things that are mutually exclusive.
Remember what my question is? Which part of Newtonian physics was wrong?
Yes,
according to
all of it.
Relativity.
Yeah, all of it. But specifically, I posted that citation. It violates special relativity through action at a distance where special relativity has a finite speed of light.
Okay.
Yep.
Finite speed of light in a vacuum, I'm assuming.
Whatever.
I don't know.
There is
This is a theory, dude. It's a theoretical postulation. Like they're just like, let's just pretend if it worked this way, would this work? Like, that's literally what this is.
Well, my whole point is that
Your whole point is what? It just got destroyed.
no, when I was asking about
You said it was a combination of the two. Now that's a great album, but we're not talking about that.
yeah, I'm not talking about that either. Talking about the part where you said, God, I'm sorry, I have a headache and my brain hurts.
That's not a problem. I'll say it again. It violates Newton's universal law of gravitation. Violates special relativity.
Yeah, what part of it?
For the fifth time. Action.
You can't just say the entire part.
If you'd shut the fuck up, right? Action at a distance. Read the citation. I want you to read that citation out loud and then ask your fucking question.
Where do you want me to start from?
I want you to start at the beginning.
I'm sorry, I get really anxious when I read.
No worries, dude. You got this, man. Kiwi's really trying to help you out with that part.
Hey, man, at least you can read. I'm dyslexic.
You want me to read it again?
I got it.
Because. Interesting.
Would you like me to read it one more time?
Sure, if you want to. I'm currently reading.
All right, so I'll summarize your point. You said it's that when I asked you gravity, you said it's a combination of Newtonians, which isn't actually Newton's universal law of gravitation. Really, what you're talking about is Reverend John Michel Cavendish C.V. Boy's gravity, but I digress. But you said it was a combination of the two. That's a married bachelor because the universal law of gravitation violates special relativity. And this points it out to you specifically because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system. The question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory, Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life, but I digress, violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the sun and the earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. That's it.
I'm trying to find where you're reading.
So live stream voice text chat.
No, like I have it pulled up. I'm just trying to figure out where it is.
8:52 p.m.
No. I have it pulled up. I just. God dang it! I'm stupid. It's the other one. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, sorry about that whole confusion.
No, that's not a problem. We're good. So you understand that Newtonian's universal law of gravitation, which isn't Newton's, by the way, is bullshit. And if you scroll down to 55 minutes after the hour, we'll just take it completely to the woodshed. You tell me when you're there.
Yep, it's open now.
Quantum Eraser, 55 minutes after the hour.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed a special and general theory of relativity. So you're about 106 years out of date, pseudoscience. We can go to Douglas Klein, professor of physics. He really puts the nail in the coffin right here. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion, all three laws of motion, and laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there's a rooster in the hen house. We got a big fucking problem here.
Did you just say that the three laws of motion are wrong?
Yep.
They're not.
They're not. Yes, they are.
All three?
Why are we whispering?
All three. So we're going to go through this one again. All right, hold on. I just did this not that long ago, but I'm going to have to do it again, it looks like.
That
okay.
That GIF is great.
Yeah, I can do it because I know you're interested and you're I can tell that it was a genuine inquiry, so you're okay. So let's go through this. You still in live stream? Because I'm not just gonna spout this shit. I'm gonna support it.
Well, okay, one thing. Actually I guess technically two things.
All right. So now oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This one by Douglas Klein.
Mm-hmm.
So two things. One, this is not a peer-reviewed journal.
What?
And two,
what is peer review?
And two, he
what?
uses
Nope. Stop. Fucking stop.
Wikipedia.
What is peer review?
It's. What do you mean? It's literally what it says.
What is peer review?
It's a system where your claims and evidence and research is repeated by other researchers. And
wrong.
And then
wrong. That's not peer review. You don't know what peer review is. That's incorrect.
What is it?
What is it? You should be telling me since you fucking invoked it. That's wrong. What you said was wrong.
Well, it doesn't.
How do you
really
know that's not a peer-reviewed journal?
You can check and make sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's do it. Fucking Fizz Libretext, he's calling into question. You're a fucking moron.
What do you mean? Look, okay.
What do you mean? I heard that.
We got
I know you heard it.
We got this.
Basically, you see where this information is posted, and
Yeah.
if that journal has been verified and
It's
peer
not a
reviewed,
journal.
exactly, that's the problem. It's not a peer reviewed.
Oh, it's not a journal. It has to be a journal, huh?
What's the journal?
You don't know what a peer reviewed journal is?
You don't fucking know.
It's a okay, whatever. That doesn't really matter as long
You
as it
don't
is
know
a
what
peer-reviewed
fucking
journal.
peer review is, you numpty dipshit.
Well, I'm just saying that it's not. That's all I'm
it's
gonna say.
not. It's not. Really. So let's go with Fizz Libretex. Go ahead and debunk Fizz Libretex, please.
Physics Libretex. Why would I do that?
Physics Libretex. It's certifiable. Mr. Peer Review doesn't even know what peer review is.
But to be fair, they just conditioned everyone to think that peer reviewed meant it was actually like the truth and smart. And so if you can't find something peer reviewed that says, hey, the Earth's flat, then it must be a ball.
Peer review, right? That's
Like
pretty fucking funny. Man.
Factcheck.com.
So you're
That's
saying
pretty
that
fucking funny,
it
man.
doesn't
Peer
matter if
what?
it is peer reviewed?
What?
I think it's interesting when he's pulling out like basically hostile witnesses for it. Yeah, but I don't think that you're ever going to get a peer reviewed journal that says, "Hey, the Earth's flat."
But, who are the peers? What does peer mean?
Because I do. I find that alarming.
Yeah, really
Yeah,
alarming.
censorship. That's censorship.
Peer review isn't that subjective?
Isn't what subjective?
Peer review?
No. Oh,
it's not. Of course, you'd have to know what peer review was to begin with.
I mean,
right?
I'm not a scientist. I don't peer review journals.
But that's fucking obvious.
Yeah. Okay. That was
yeah. Okay. Well, let's go down and get some peer-reviewed journals here at 7 minutes after the hour to take care of Newton's fucking laws. Is Richard Feynman peer-reviewed? Fuckwit?
It's not the person that's peer-reviewed. It's
You're a clown. Fuck. This at 7 minutes after the hour. Say goodbye to your Newtonian laws again. The discovery of quantum mechanics first. This is by Richard Feynman. He's fucking Nobel laureate. His lecture on quantum electrodynamics. The discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then the behavior of light, and then the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not fucking right. Peer review that, motherfucker. From the Feynman lectures, even though the law of F equal ma is false, turn out the fucking lights. The party's over.
Is not false.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
super
it's
easy
not.
to verify.
So we're gonna listen to Creeb, numpty dipshit, over fucking Richard Feynman. Get your fucking ass out of here. I'm tired of listening to your dumb.
Wait. Yeah, you're gonna have to explain why Feynman's wrong here.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Equals ma is wrong.
No. I mean this guy. Yeah, for you need to tell us why is Feynman wrong here, bro. Like, what's
in that
wrong about
specific sense, or just him in general?
what's wrong about him? What he said here.
Because you can easily calculate and use that equation.
So we're gonna listen to Creeb.
And then you can also measure it.
Well, citation, please.
What do you mean citation? Just literally use the
Citation.
formula.
Your bullshit.
It's not. It's just.
It's not. Fuck off.
Use the.
You ain't allowed to hear either. Fuck off. Getting on my last nerve.
Will he calculate it for us with an equation?
Fuck off. He's gone. Don't ask him anything. He's done. I'm tired of listening to his shit.
I think he was trolling, dude, because he was like you were cussing at him and he was starting to giggle and laugh. So he's trolling.
I don't know. I still think he might just be like a nervous guy that's young.
We'll listen to Creeb on Discord give his opinion over Richard Feynman. You're a fucking Dunning-Kruger idiot. Oh, he didn't hear that. I'm sorry. So we're going to listen to your opinion over Richard Feynman, you fucking Dunning-Kruger idiot.
That's not the definition of Dunning-Kruger effect, but
Dunning-Kruger. Oh, now what's the definition of Dunning-Kruger?
Actually, I'm gonna take that back because I might have done that wrong.
Oh God! Shut the fuck up.
Dude, you realize that we're sitting here trying to help you out because they lied to you about the Earth, bro. It's not a magic spinning ball. There's no evidence for actual rotation or the dimensions claims or the supposed gravity that supposedly can defy the second law of thermodynamics. We're now teaching you about the progression of
Yeah, no, that is.
supposed gravity.
Yeah, you used
We're
to
actually doing you a favor, right? So don't fight it. We're having to school you on your own model. Right now, we're telling you we're using hostile witnesses. These people think the Earth's a ball. They're at the top of higher academia that's on your side. We are arguing the top tier of every argument.
I'm not on either side.
No, I know. We're trying to show you that the globe side of the argument, this is the best that they have. We're using hostile witnesses. We're using the story that they claim themselves. We're teaching it to you so you understand how it is patently false. Like, we know all about this. 1905, we got special relativity. Then 1915, you have general relativity. People still claim mass attracting mass, not even understand that it was superseded.
106 years ago.
Insanity.
Insanity at its highest.
And then, like, as early as the 50s, they were coming out publicly acknowledging that it was way off. That general relativity didn't work, you know, like with the sky, with their fairy tale about the sky. Like, and that just progressed into now you literally have the Band-Aid up. Dark matter, dark meaning we don't know, matter assuming that it's material. And then here's this, then that's just the unidentified term we give to a mathematical construct that we use as a Band-Aid because we're off by 95% of the occupancy of this supposed fairy tale medium. Using general relativity is a joke.
General relativity, that's got some big problems too. Are you now going to promote general relativity? Not you, what's it? Crib.
No, I'm not.
You got to start parroting the correct pseudoscience, son.
Or you could always just accept that what you need to do is boil this conversation down to
okay. The issue here that I'm having is, like I said, I'm on the fence about the Earth. I don't really.
Well, we're knocking you off.
No, I get that, but I mean, I would prefer other.
Can you validate gravity by experiment?
I don't know.
Not you personally. It should have already been done, correct?
I don't know.
No. We have Einstein's general theory of relativity. Well, to be a scientific theory, you would agree that it would already have to be validated by experiment on or before 1915, November 25th to be exact, in his paper, right? So it would already have to be scientifically validated to be a theory, a scientific theory. So all you'd have to do is post it. Can you please do that for us?
No, I can't do that.
Well, you're not the only one to do it.
This is great progress because earlier in cognitive dissonance, we were talking and you said that you just have to jump up and then you go down because of gravity. Remember that?
Jump up.
He told me that he's done physics classes and he has proven gravity. I asked him for the paper, but he didn't provide it. But now he's saying he doesn't know. So I think this is a progress.
Yeah, that is progression. That's progression, dude. That's why we have Cogdis set up, bro. Like we know the whole process of people and what they go through when we start having to teach them the lie. Like effectively, we have to just accurately teach you the lie and then make you understand. It's about empirical evidence. Scientific theory, was it scientifically validated? What's the scientific experiment? Empirical. We can repeat it and it's falsifiable, verifiable. Right.
Well, I'm only looking for the hypothesis at this point. Why don't you go back to general theory of relativity, 1915. I dated it for you, 1925 November, or I'm sorry, 1915, 15 November, and just pull it from the paper.
Because that's got to be in rhetoric.
Yep, it's got to be in there, or it's not a scientific theory. Somebody's pulling your leg. You don't have to. I don't expect you to do it. That would be uncalled for. But you can go get. You should be able to go get it.
That's the point I want you to get. You should be able to go get it, bro.
Yep.
Think about how good they did tricking everyone, bro. Like most people that come on here, they literally think it just mass attracts mass. That's gravity.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree that scientists don't know. I don't know. We don't know why. Well,
the question is, if they have nothing to hide and they were just telling you the truth about the Earth, why wouldn't they teach you all about it? Why wouldn't they tell you, no, dude, we superseded general relativity in 1915. Here are some problems it has. Here's how we're trying to test it. If they're not hiding anything, then why is it that we have to tell everyone, no, dude, mass attracting mass, that's so old in your own like heliocentric religion, dude, that they taught us. Like that's not what they use to explain what happens on the Earth anymore in 2021 at the highest levels of academia. That's way outdated. They're finding problems with general relativity, which was a band-aid, and they now put band-aids on it. There's problems with general relativity inherently. So, like, yeah, man, it's just how it goes down.
If you can't pull the experiment out of the November 25th, 1915 paper, then it's not a scientific theory. They're saying it using linguistics, but it's not actually. You got another big problem, too. It's not only not validated by experiment, it violates quantum mechanics at a fundamental level. You in live stream?
Yep.
Let's check this out. At 16 minutes after the hour, I title it Another Tiny Little Problem. This is by Warwick University in the UK. You following me?
I'm in the middle of something, dude. I would, though, if I wasn't.
I'd suggest to put your full attention right here, because it's about to get fucking medieval.
He's playing Destiny. Just give him a minute.
I find that highly offensive.
Well, your destiny is to accept a lot about the Earth. We're about to teach you some of it, bro. No longer do you walk around with the veil pulled over your eyes. If you really want to know what the truth is, well, here you are.
Well, I'll just speak to it.
Like I can
go and continue to play your game, and I'll just fucking trash it. From Warwick University, the problem is that the equations, Einstein field equations, which is a belly laughing joke, that wasn't in the citation, require the energy and momentum be defined precisely at every space-time point. That contradicts the uncertainty principle by Heisenberg for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It's a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab. Say fucking good night.
Wow. Doesn't work anyway.
It's over.
Yeah.
So this thing doesn't work on the smallest or the largest scale. Is that right, Quantum?
At the highest energies or short distances, doesn't work. It contradicts. It's right slap in your face.
Only for electrons,
in fact,
though.
Einstein's field equations, you cannot solve for two or more masses, whatever fucking mass is, whatever way you define it. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. You can't fucking solve any of his field equations for two or more masses. Let me ask you a question. When you look up in the fucking sky at night, is there two or more masses up there?
Nope.
Yep. You can't use any of Einstein's field equations.
Uh-oh.
Here, let me say this again. Ready? Say goodnight. Party's over. That's it. It's over. It's done. It's fucking game, set, and match. They told you that this shit was science. It wasn't. In fact, it's religion. This is the same thing the Catholic Church does. Your peer review is Catholic Church has the same thing. They got peer review too. You're in a religion. Get used to it.
Yeah, man, and it's time that you probably wake up, man, because you're playing a video game, distracted. They desensitize you to fight or flight. They're oftentimes war games, and it actually even corrodes your brain. Side subject, I'm not necessarily demonizing the entirety, but yeah, that's what most young guys do. Now they teach you through the internet, well, real quick indoctrination, and really the way you stay up to date with things and supposedly learn is via your social media or your online consumption of information, which they have a full grasp of also. And they would love for you to just constantly worry about things that aren't actually important so that you can't realize, well, they've just nonchalantly started to like kind of give us orders from the top down and everyone started listening. And they lied about the nature of where you live. Right. So start to realize that there is a lot of deception going on around you. You're not just aimlessly wandering through nothingness and happenstance.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how are you feeling right now? I mean, like, do you feel like, okay, this is awesome, I can actually have a beautiful life now, or do you feel like your life was just ruined? Like, psychologically, how do you feel?
Kind of weird.
I did too when it first happened.
Yeah.
Is this your first step into this type of thing, or have you had prior steps of like 9/11 or anything else you might have seen the mainstream has lied to you about?
Wait a second, man. Let's get real. Let's start getting into the flat Earth proofs. Let's start friggin' pounding away at this. Don't worry about other conspiracies and shit.
Well,
don't cock block me, guys.
Yeah, we're not cock blocking, but you have to remember that you may have not started your truth, your kind of your path to truth on flat Earth. It may have been something else. So
evolution.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone, might have their own place to start. It might be 9/11, might be evolution, might be the moon landing.
Evolution? What's that?
Baby steps to get to flat Earth.
Right. But, he's right, though. I mean, we'll just show you, dude. We straight up went and tested the Earth. That's the point, right? We want to find out what it is. So, you can do this.
Have you heard of the Black Swan by chance, Crib?
I have. Heard about it. Not exactly sure what it is. I know it's a picture.
All right, so it's a Modus Tollens argument. You can come down. I posted it a number of times. Who's cock blocked me now? It's a simple Modus Tollens. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, not Q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that in a moment. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. Any problem with the logical consistency of the Tollens?
In all actuality, that's kind of the right answer, but it's a yes or no question.
What?
Do you see any issue with the logical consistency of the argument modus tollens? It's right there. The voice.
Oh boy.
My man, if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P.
God,
right?
okay,
that's a
looking
logical premise, logical argument. Okay, logical consistency.
Oh, you posted the Black Swan. Okay.
So this is just the first step. You understand do you have an issue with the logical consistency in the argument? If P, then Q. So if it's not Q, then it's not P. Because if P, then Q. So no Q, no P. All right? It's just a logical argument.
Okay, yeah. Sure.
You got to have your P's and Q's in order.
Right. All right, continue. We get the logical consistency of the argument. Let's check
All
it
right.
out.
So, do you see the photo the bye-bye ball has on top? Bye-bye ball.
The bye-bye. I'm looking somewhere.
That's just my piece of flair, man. Don't take it personally.
Gotcha. Oh, I'm so stupid, dude. I'm sorry. It's really late here. That's all.
That's okay. So it says bye bye ball. It has some oil rigs on it.
Yep.
So this photo was taken from a video. All I did was color contrast it so it would bring out the horizon just a tad bit more. That's all I did to it. We have the original video. There's no problem. So the observer height is 1 foot. In fact, the gentleman that did this video, BMLSB69, he told me it was below 1 foot. I'm not that much of a stinker about it. I'll put it at 1 foot. So the max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles would be 1.22 miles. That's it. As you can see in this photo, we have Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. They are at 6.21 miles and 9.41 miles, respectively. As we can all see, the horizon is beyond Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles, making this an actual measurement. Follow? Yeah, so the question sort of is, how can the horizon be 10 times further than it should be?
Because it's not a globe.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. I'll be in the area all week. Have a nice day.
That's the smoothest I ever saw the black swan go down, bro.
Right? That was beautiful.
Yeah, man. Falsified the radius. And dude, in the trenches, like talking PhDs, whatever people think matter. Dude, they will not talk about how they know there's a geometric horizon now. In fact, it apparently always was. We never see it. Like, dude, Bill Nye was like rolled in on a TV when I was young, talking about this boat goes over the horizon because the Earth's a ball. So their current story doesn't match up in the trenches with the lie they told us. This is why I think it's just inevitable eventually this gets out anyway. They have to distract us so much so that we don't even realize their new arguments are not what they spent billions of dollars in propagandizing us with.
Oh, but now it's the virus.
Yeah, like, dude, I can show pictures of this elementary book from some years ago and just watch how they taught the kids that the Earth was a ball. And if I post these pictures, like some globe earthers would spiral, not wanting to even acknowledge some of these things that it acknowledges while teaching the children. Like, when you go out to the water, you can see for miles the Earth looks flat. It's like they wouldn't even want to say that. I'm trying to put a bigger picture together here for you, man. Are you following along with me, bro?
I've already stopped. I'm just trying to chillax and play my game, let it sink in.
Fair enough, bro.
So why are you in this chat room while you're playing games? But that's what
I'm
I
trying to
get.
get crap done in this game.
Are you trying to play a game or learn or see different sides of, different evidence about flat versus globe?
No, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, just let it set in, man. Like I said, I know it's a big red pill. I know that you probably came in here thinking this was incredibly stupid. That's what I thought when I heard about it. Then I just went to try to prove the globe Earth, but you have to be intellectually honest. You immediately have to make a decision. Am I going to be intellectually honest about this? If you are, you'll find you can in no way prove the globe Earth. There's literally no evidence for it, and literally all empirical evidence that actually exists in all of existence, all over the Earth, shows you that the Earth is a geocentric, meaning center of everything, of course, stationary plane. The sky moves over top of it for all recordable history, dude.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye. I think he's trolling it. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
But I mean, I think it. Even if his intention was to troll,
Yeah.
no, I mean, just like how he has to respond is still. I mean, like that's still a battle. Like to hit him in the feels. I mean, it's like a battle of Cogdis. Like if you're able to fight that, geez Louise, that's.
I'm gonna come to argue about flat versus globe, but I'm gonna be playing a video game at the same time, and half the discussion I'm gonna say I'm busy because I'm playing my game.
Yeah, but I think that just think about this, man. Like he came in here, just hypothetically, if the guy comes in here like real arrogantly thinking Flat stupid, and then he realizes like, oh wow, I didn't know all this, and it hits him even in the intention to be in the mindset that he intends to be trolling. He's like, this is way more real than I realized it is, and then he's gonna have to fight himself, right? So I mean, he gets to where he knows you can't even troll here that well. So I don't know. Who knows, man? Yeah, people might just think that trolling is cool, just constant agreement. But I also know like this is being recorded, and like other people are gonna be like, "Wow, how would that guy leave?" And what's wrong with them? So
yeah, I guess even trolls you can break through.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we live in a crazy time. These people need to hear the truth, even if they think they know it all.
Yeah. Put on the big boy pants. Be an adult.
Yeah.
I have one. Go ahead.
Well, I empathize with the younger generation because of how much they're being hit with deception right now. They don't even realize like the crazy moves going on around them or the implications of them. And they were just born into it effectively. So, it is what it is. It's a byproduct of the time that this generation was born in. Like you come across some of us that are going to just hit you with truth, and you're going to have to fight it or accept it. But, at least we know that we did deliver the information.
Yeah. I'm a boy, but maybe I want to be a girl. That's what they told me on TV.
Somebody's going to be held accountable. Wonder who that's going to be.
That's the thing. Like these, say it's these kids who think they want to be a girl, but they're a boy. But you can't, can God really hold them accountable? I don't think so.
What?
It's for a 4-year-old who, their parents are trying to trick them into, or, persuade or trick or give them the argument about you can't be a girl if you're a boy.
Dude, it says if you are to lead one of these little ones astray, it's better that you have a millstone tied around your neck and be thrown to the depths of the sea. And there's forgiveness and ignorance. You can't really like summarize innocence much more than like really, really young children in a way. But at the same time, like I don't know like the ages. I don't call a specific age, but like. Dude, yeah, there is something inherently wrong about misleading children.
Yeah.
Something that depraving would be really out of pocket.
I just asked this question over at I think it was Brandon's server, whatever it was. But I'm curious to see what your guys' response is. Given that passage that you just said right there. So if I were to, let's say, be intentionally trying to lead someone astray, you would say you would hope that would happen to me. Instead of him being led astray, correct?
No, what
you would hope I would have a millstone.
Oh, what the creator has said is it would be better for you if you have a millstone tied around your neck and you be thrown to the depths of the sea, just to make a point. It would be better for you if that happens than you lead children astray.
Right. So you would agree with that, correct?
I would say that the creator of all things knows that obviously he's trying to convey it's very serious offense to him because children have innocence that you're tainting and taking advantage of.
Agree with what? What's the claim again? Go ahead, say it again.
It's better to have a millstone tied around your neck and thrown into the bottom of the sea instead of leading somebody astray.
Children
astray. Exactly.
Yeah, that's purposely. That it smacks of purposefulness, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm just curious. So you would support that concept? Do you think that's a good idea? Let's say me personally.
He doesn't say to do it. He doesn't know. We actually have Torah and instructions, and none of it even says that. But it's saying that he's saying that if you want to understand the severity of it,
Right,
and
right.
compare it to this would be better for you because they are innocent, man. Like they look up to authorities. They're effectively out of control. You're taking their innocence and taking control and making decisions for them by lying to them, leading them astray. This will have implications throughout the rest of their life.
Definitely,
Right.
and afterlife. Yeah. No, so I agree. Like I get all that, and I'm not saying you're gonna physically do this to me or anything. I'm saying you would be in the spirit of thinking that's the correct thing. Correct?
Yeah, Creator said it. I think if you're going to intentionally deceive and lie to children, like, yeah, that's evil.
Exactly. Okay. I'm just making sure you're okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I would agree with the creator. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see how, from an outsider's perspective, that looks morally reprehensible. I'm not saying it is, just how it looks to people, right? You can.
So yeah,
put yourself out there.
that shows you how backwards the world is. That people can claim to moral high ground there, right? Where it's like that looks morally irreprehensible. When, like, dude, you're talking about lying to children, brainwashing them when they have nothing to defend themselves with.
Yep.
Right.
Like,
That's what you.
dude,
Yeah, that's what you would call it if
morally
you actually.
irreprehensible, bro. And like, none of us are saying that we want you to get
Right, right.
nails tied on your neck. A lot of people in modern society, we all know, were tricked into tricking their children about a magical Santa Claus figure that comes in their house at nighttime that they need to be careful because he always sees you.
Yep.
So, like,
Exactly.
yeah, they like you intentionally are leading those children astray, but there are some stipulations there. I know the Creator knows all things. I think that we should heed His warning. Is the point? That's why it's worded that way. It's like really heed the warning. Like try to remain conscious of what you are having an effect on around you when it comes to children, because they're innocent and they absorb things and they can be led astray.
Yep.
Exactly. Oh, good.
No, I'm just saying it's it just logically follows, right? With the whole doctrine.
Exactly. And that makes, according to the Bible, that makes perfect sense. Let's say though, for instance, I have a magic envelope and it's always right 100% of the time, and we open it and it says Christianity is absolutely not true. It's just a story made up. I mean, none of it's actually real. Okay. I mean, in terms of like the major principles and stuff, Jesus rising, all that stuff. So if that's the case, you would see how it's saying this and going, okay, well, doing something like leading someone astray, which actually isn't even a real thing anyway. They're actually doing nothing wrong. To say that you would support that millstone being hung around a person's neck and them doing that, that would be,
Wait,
again,
what
morally
the?
Do you think that lying to children is nothing to worry about if we had a magical envelope that was
That's what I'm talking
100% right all the time? And it's like Christianity. I watched it say, since Christianity was created by the Romans and originally as a derogatory term, and it's all about your actual heart and intentions. The Creator sees through the semantics, and if you're actually trying to wrap the truth, that's known. So if it said Christianity, I would be like, this is interesting because I happen to know that the Creator's real and the scriptures are real, like for a fact. So I would say, wow, is this talking about Christianity? And what's up with the sketchy envelope? Who verified the
What's up with this magical envelope? That's what I was asking.
No, so what I was saying though is and that's interesting. I didn't even take it that way until you just said that. When I hear lead one of them astray, I don't hear lie to them. I hear cause them not to go to heaven, cause them not to support the faith of Christianity. I don't hear lie.
It's real. It's self-evident. No, I'm sorry. That's pretty much self-evident. It's pretty basic.
Lead astray. Interesting.
There's no relativity to astray. There's no.
Maybe we should look up the Hebrew in it or whatever it was. Maybe check out the actual.
Idea. Look up the Hebrew in it.
Exactly. That's the best I got.
That's hilarious.
But I like your guys' view. Thank you.
Yeah, that's another thing you should realize. I'm actually getting this myself. I'm trying to like learn some Hebrew, and then really modern Hebrew is in Babylonian cuneiform, and then you actually have Paleo.
It would be lie or deceive. Yeah, it would be lie or deceive to these young ones. Lie to, deceive. Yeah,
I would just get E-Sword, right?
It's awesome.
Yeah, E-Sword, you don't really have to learn all the languages because I'm an old fart and I'm not going to learn all the languages. Just get E-Sword. It's free. E-Sword.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
And it'll break it down, Hebrew and all the Greek for you.
Yeah, I mean, Apple gets a little grabbly with the app, but I do use eSword. It's called eSword LT on Apple. I don't know if you have an Android.
Same thing. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
So I'm curious, for the concept of, I've always wondered. I just honestly don't know, so I'm just asking. I'm curious for the concept of heaven or whatever afterlife is.
Oh,
that's interesting. That's interesting.
What happens?
Then you look into when you get the word heaven, and if you look at the Hebrew Hashamayim, and you go to the Hebrew.
There's all kinds of stuff with that.
Existences. Heaven comes to earth. There's altitude to it. What's up there? We don't really know. Yeah, it's all intertwined and connected, and there's metaphysical, and they can't acknowledge that because he had to come from rocks or something.
So I'm curious if there's anywhere in the passages where it talks about whether this would be applicable or not. Let's say I go to heaven, and there's the classic case. I have a different case, but I'll use the classic case of you remarry ex-wife, that kind of case. What do you think about that? Have you heard that objection?
Yeah, well, everything's pretty much laid out. I'm not sure what you're saying. I know that what the Sadducees said was, "Oh, Yeshua, you're the Messiah. Then we're gonna stump you." Moses says that when the wife dies, then you take the brother takes the wife, and this happens 7 times. And then who gets the marriage in heaven? And Yeshua said, "You know not the scriptures nor the power of Yah, because God's the Babylonian deity for fortune and luck." Because there is no marriage in heaven, you're like that of the angels. It's actually angels, an interesting word in Hebrew. Also, it means messengers. You need to know the context always. It's obviously talking about in like a metaphysical sense there in context. So there's a metaphysical aspect to all the unseen existences, and it goes up higher than we can even independently verify nowadays. And we don't even know what's at the center. And creation will blow your mind, and the scriptures have been messed with, and we're just trying to get to the bottom of it. So modern Christianity is wrong about a lot of stuff. Like English translations get a lot of stuff wrong, but like the scriptures are true. And the earth, we don't have a perfect model. We can't answer every single question about lights in the sky because we can't independently verify it. We're not even allowed to go to the center or the outside, but we do know for a fact the earth isn't moving. It's the center of everything, and that Polaris is in the center, and the sky moves over top of it, and that it's contained. So you have to acknowledge what you do know. I think being intelligent would be being intellectually honest about all of it.
So I'm curious as to let me ask my case then instead of the classic case. My case would be, all right. I'm curious. Let's say my mother and my father both don't end up believing like that, and so they're not gonna be in heaven with me. Would I feel anything at all?
No, because if you actually look at the Hebrew of that too, which we none of this is but okay. So if we look at that, then basically you become one with Yah. Okay, and all existence, right? You get to reside in His presence, if you want to put it that way. So if you choose not to accept that, then you would effectively, from my understanding of looking at the etymology, cease to exist. Okay, exactly. So it's actually a detachment from functionality. You would cease to exist, and so you wouldn't even know that those people, because it says there's no sadness. Well, how does that work if you know that's part of your family? Yeah, you would cease to exist if you look at the actual etymology of the word. So it's about being with the all existence, including that unseen Hashemayim, the unseen existences, and acknowledging the entirety of it at the same time.
So would there also be no happiness? It would just be a perfect state of being? Is that what I'm understanding?
Effectively, the default would be happiness. Yeah, but it would still be free will, right? So that's where it gets real interesting.
It does. Yeah, for sure. So that's
basically it's the idea that there's someone there present in the metaphysical, unimpeded, chooses to rebel. Then there are those in the fallen state, the physical, let's just say the more physically limited state. And then they work through it. They find out that it's real. They have to persevere through all kinds of persecution, all the misrepresentations, dig through truth, persevere diligently to keep discovering stuff about the true story of the scriptures. And then they'd have to flip. So
that's what I was going to ask. If it's kind of your default state, and that makes sense according to the scripture as far as I can tell. So what if I wanted to, let's say, somebody. See, maybe this doesn't even apply, but I'm just going to ask anyway, just in case. So let's say I want to do something, or I want to enjoy something other than just the state of perfect happiness. Is that possible, or is that not possible? Because otherwise, wouldn't that make you not have free will?
No, basically, for you to earn it there, you're not gonna submit and stop thinking you know it all and be like, okay, I give up. I want to know the Creator's real. I want to submit to your will. I know you made me, you love me, you made everything. I give up. I'm trying to find it, whatever. If you actually are humble and you submit to the Creator, and then you start to live with Him, right? Then you're not going to actually make it through persevering till the end, then get to be in the presence of the Father that you discovered was real, and He loved you in outside of His presence as His physical presence, right? And then turn to rebel against it. I would say that the odds are significantly slimmer there. But even if you look at millennial reign, it does say that there's like a final rebellion at the end of it. So, and heaven and earth, there's a new heaven and earth.
So, all right. Well, so let me just give an example. Let's say I'm in that perfect state of happiness and whatnot. Is there any way I can do otherwise?
Yeah. There's a rebellion at the end of the millennial reign, dude. Like I'm saying, you're bro. That's the whole point. It's like we always want to blame Him for just us being free and us having the power to make free decisions. We manifest a lot of things into reality. Sometimes you need to actually make the right decision inside of you, because that's like a lot of it. That's what it comes down to. Because you're either going to justify temptation in your head, or you're going to do what you know is right.
Okay, so if I could do otherwise, I could, let's say, for example, look at lust after a hot woman as in my mind, right? I could do that, right?
No, say it ain't so.
Right? So if I have that free will, I should be able to do that, right?
Well, if you intentionally take it to vulgarity in your intentions, and you just thrive off of that, you have a problem, man. Yeah, you're not supposed
I'm
to.
done. I'm finished, man. Forget it. It's curtain.
I'm just saying you're supposed to rein everything in. Yeah, that's what I think. I think your intentions are supposed to be pure, and we all have things we have to work on. Certainly men in flesh, but like, yeah, like we have to be sincere about it, bro. Like, it's really not that complicated. Divinity is
it's not going to be like that, though.
Overcomplicated it. Like you have to.
It's not going to be like that. You're going to be a new nature, a new creature. You're not even going to think of like things like that. You're going to be on a whole new level of thinking. It's going to be a completely.
You wouldn't think you'd even.
You're not going to even. You can't compare it to like that's comparing like something so like small and so minuscule and something totally out of another realm to something that's totally of a different realm. When you enter Christ, it's a totally new realm. You're entering a whole new world. You're not in the same dimension. It's a complete new dimension. So if you're not understanding that new dimension now, you're not going to you can't ask questions about that until you enter in. So what I advise is enter into that new realm, that new dimension of it, because if you're asking questions like that, it's obvious you haven't really tasted of that new dimension properly yet. Because once you taste that new dimension, it's totally different. It's not something you can compare. It's like completely something out of the ordinary. It's out of the mental realm. It's out of the psychological. It's something spiritual. It's something way beyond.
Right,
it's relational.
Choose to rebel is insane, and it says that some actually do. But yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think. That's what I'm saying. It's like you can see it was made pretty great, right? Like. Some people were shown in that presence from the beginning, and like that's at least how we're told, right? But so like, and that's how it happened. Actually, that's what the scriptures tell you all together, right? Even with Adam, Adam, right? And so then like we chose not to do it. But so if there's a decision to turn away from the Creator, the Father, in His presence, right? Like. Is it possible? Yeah, it's obviously possible because they did it. They do it again. But the fact that they can actually make that decision is quite baffling. Certainly, once you live through an entire life in the fallen state and get to that point, you would think that no one would ever. They'd be like, "Ah, man, I'm so glad that I actually stayed true and figured it out and tried to keep figuring it out to the end, because it turns out this was in fact the truth, and now I have this." Let me throw it all away again. Like the odds of that, he set it up to where if you actually make it through and get it, like the odds of you turning, I would assume are very low.
The thing is, the union, you must understand the union, the spiritual union that you have with God is something that's much deeper than most people understand. The union isn't just about a part-time union. It's a full union in Christ now, and you start tasting it now. But we have the fullness of the resurrection is still coming. But at that time, you must understand
still
that
coming, it's already happening.
So we have a godlike nature. Although we're not God, we'll never be God in Himself, but we have a new nature. That means we're sons of God. You one with God. That means you're so part of God that you're not going to want to do evil stuff. The angels were servants. There was a rebellious servant, the devil. That's different. They didn't understand the thing that we have. They don't understand salvation. What we have is way better than what the angels have. The angels want to look into this and actually wonder and marvel. We have something called sonship. Sonship is like when you actually take on the identity of the Father. You actually become one with God, but you're not really one. You're not Him. You'll never become God. You never become God Himself, because that's insanity. That's like crazy people and stuff. But you're actually a son of God, you're a child of God, and you're so one with Him in a way that you're not Him, but you're just so one with Him. Where would you want to be else? Where would you want to be anywhere else? It's like that's where you'll be satisfied. You'll be so full of Him.
What do you say? What do you call when somebody considers themselves an angel of God? Then
hold on, man. If you guys want to go so deep into your doctrine, you need
angel
to
is a totally different topic. An angel is a servant. That's nothing to do with a son.
If you want to go and preach your entire doctrine, go down the Bible lobby and do it, please. Thank you.
Yeah, if anybody wants to, that's cool. If not, we'll just chill and talk about flat Earth. We got some flat earthers.
You got to admit though, the question everything is pretty sharp. That's the first time I heard him talk. You're pretty sharp guy. Just to let you know.
Yeah, and just to make sure I'm not misunderstood or anything real fast, all I wanted to say is that I get that that's probably not what you're going to want to do. I just want to make sure that it actually aligns with Scripture, that you should be allowed to, because that would be free will. Otherwise, it's not free will.
I'm thinking Mike wants to divert away from this topic. I just want to say, question everything. That's the first time I heard you speak.
Yeah, I'm not saying I disagree with anything. It just
I got you, Mike.
I got you. In the doctrinal arguments, and then we'll have a doctrinal argument in here, and that's a 3,000-year-old argument.
Hey,
we're not going to win it.
QE, I like what you say. You're really tops. I'm all for what you're saying, man. You're really good with the flat Earth, and I'm totally flat Earth, and I love your stuff. And every time I listen to you, I'm learning lots of stuff. So thanks a lot for your great input. I really appreciate your input. Thanks.
Judge me though, man, because you got it. You're on it. So all right, it's the first time I heard you.
I love your stuff, man. I love your stuff, but you got some really great stuff. I love your science stuff and your numpty stuff and all that. It's really good. Oh man, I love it.
Don't swear words and stuff too literally.
No, I know you're just having fun.
Yeah, cool, man. Good to hear you. But Mike has a point. I got you, Mike.
But if you want to go down to Bible, I'll go down.
Nah, it's getting late it's getting real late for me, man. But cool, man. Continue.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm not saying I disagree with you, bro. We try our hardest to avoid those doctrinal arguments, and I know if one person comes in here, Lordy, it's on.
Yeah.
So,
I'll say the overarching thing that ties them both together is like, do with everything, right? You need to re-examine and thoroughly search it out and just try to find the truth for yourself, right? And look and see what you can verify and what men have made up about it. And that's going to help you out with both the Scriptures and with the earth.
Well, I'll like to follow up with question everything. He convicted me in like less than a plank time. Right? So I appreciate that. Most people don't, but I do.
Yeah, just stay true to your name. Question everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've been through a long journey because I used to do all kinds of different types of Christianity, and I realized that a lot of them are, they're not so helpful. I'm trying to get the more helpful types. So I'm not perfect yet, but I'm trying to get to that full picture, that real picture, the reality, the full scope. So
Yeah.
I'm also on a journey myself.
If you're not in it right now, you're damn close. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's the thing. That's actually the lie that the devil tells you you're not in it. You actually are fully in Christ, and that's the secret.
Yeah,
when you realize
you got it. Yeah.
When you realize you're fully there, because that's what Jesus did on the cross. He fully put us there. And all the churches are telling you you're not there. Pay us more money to get there. Do this to do. I'm not against churches. They're God's blessed bride. So if I speak against them, I'm in trouble. I'm going to get judged. But I'm going to just say, we're all there, but we just don't know it yet. And when you trust God that we're there, not because of us, but because of Jesus doing it all, then that's when we actually see different changes in our life. And
you better recruit that sumbitch right now.
Yeah, and that leads into the argument, what is the Church of Christ? What is the body of Christ?
I was going to have to say something.
What's it? Go ahead and recruit him right now, man.
It's not an institution.
Exactly, bro. It's not a bill.
The church is not a building, an institution.
Yeah, that doesn't pay taxes.
But you got to be careful as well. Don't be critical, because as well, you remember, that's still God's church, even if they got lots of problems and they're still walking into it.
That's not what God meant by church. That's not
We got to
what
be
God
careful
meant
not to
by
judge
church.
anyone as well.
All right, look,
you know?
for one, right? Okay, your church, you look at the Greek, and then you're like, okay, you can even get the circus, and you got synagogue, right? Okay, so you have buildings, but back in the day, dude, they would meet at people's homes, or they would meet together in different ways, or even in nature. But they didn't go to one building every single day where you're now getting scanned on your wrist and forehead, and then like it gave the authority to the state, and it was on Sunday, like, and it taught his doctrines of men, and did all the religious rules and misinterpretations that he hated, right? Like, it's not that at all. It was, yeah, he loves the house of Israel, bro. Like it's his wife, bro. He loves the spiritual house of Israel. Like
I'm not saying I'm not defending the Vatican or anything like that. Just don't quote me on defending the Vatican, because I'm definitely not doing that.
Here, I do Hebrew research, and church comes from a Greek word ecclesia, which just means people assembled.
Pulled out ones.
It just means people assembled.
It means pulled. It means separate. Called out ones.
That's not what ecclesia means. It means simply assembled peoples or people assembled.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, I'm saying there is actually, if you actually look into the etymology of circus, church, it actually can track back to circus. It is pretty funny because modern application is pretty accurate. It's basically a circus, but yeah, dude, it's a fellowship of believers, real true believers. It's a fellowship of them, and he considers that his wife.
Oh shit!
But the thing is, like, we arrived already. We're at the finish line. That's the thing. That's the secret. We actually got it all. We actually have it all in Jesus, and that's awesome.
Everything's got it, man. What's it? You better recruit him. He's
and the whole thing of flat Earth. The whole thing of flat Earth, the secret is flat Earth shows the intimacy of God, because what it says is that there's no aliens out there, that God's far away, busy with other people, other weird aliens, far distant and lonely, a faraway God. But it shows a Trinitarian, close, loving God who's actually relational, who loves us, who's part of us, who's totally involved in creation, that every atom is held together by his voice, that he's very intimate and very dealing and very close to us and very loving and very good and a loving Father. And that's the difference between the globe Earth. The globe Earth is there to show you a faraway, distant God that does not care about you, that doesn't actually love you or care about you, or even he doesn't think you're special. But flat Earth shows that you're special, because you're the center of God's attention. You're right there where he is.
Oh yeah.
Recruit him. What's it?
Hello?
All right, bro. Drop off the Trinitarian word, maybe. But I agree with like everything you said, pretty much. I mean, yeah, this is like, dude, I was actually convicted about the flat Earth, bro. Like, when I was like, okay, I'll stop playing games, I'll get right. Like, then I actually was like, I gotta stop talking about flat Earth. And like, of course, you believe in this Jesus guy. You think the Earth is flat? You're a crazy person. And I felt like convicted to keep telling people about it. So.
Well, you see, if God's not relational, then he's a sociopath and a psychopath and a narcissist from a distance, and that's what the global people want you to believe. They want you to believe that he's